Hashtag Go became a saint in the world of martial arts. English translation. The endless reed swamps in Yazoo Bay rustle in the wind. Deep in the prodigal sun, on a shoal far away from the main waterway, several clumps of particularly tall and dense reeds were bent and intertwined. A dilapidated hulk ran aground here. Under the awning, several young but sad faces were engraved with the weight of life. The Dragon King's incense has increased by another 30%. Liang Badu sighed deeply, his voice filled with weakness. The Jinha gang is clearly trying to suck our bone marrow dry. My father coughed last night. One night, Li Hu's voice was low and hoarse. The money for the medicine has not yet arrived, and most of the fish and shrimp collected this morning have filled the holes of the Dragon King incense. How are you living these days? He said with red eyes. When several people heard this, a trace of sadness appeared on their faces. The government's exorbitant taxes and miscellaneous taxes have already overwhelmed me, and the local Jinha gang still wants to forcibly collect the Dragon King incense. It is said to be the Dragon King incense, but it is actually the water lamp fee. At the beginning of each month, gang members carry iron lanterns along the river and ask for them from door to door. The lanterns are painted with the word Chow in blood red and the wicks are soaked in fish oil. When they burn, they smell fishy and pungent. For fishermen who can't afford it, a hole as big as the mouth of a bull will be cut out of the bottom of the boat at night. The next day, there will be a floating water lantern on the river. It is a floating lantern made of broken ship planks. There are often corpses under the light. Those who paid the money received a herring scale and nailed it to the lintel, which was regarded as the Dragon King's blessing. But everyone knows that these scales are not stained with divine grace, but with human blood. All the family's money has been paid to the Dragon King incense. This is not the way to go, Chen Qing. And the corner frowned. He traveled through time half a month ago, and was born in a poor fisherman's family in this life. The so-called home is nothing more than two dilapidated fishing boats tied end to end, hastily tied with hemp rope and rag strips, and the seams between the boats are filled with wet mud and reeds. Father and son make a living by fishing. A year ago, his father Chen Wu was arrested to build a canal, and there has been no news yet. In these troubled times where human life is as cheap as grass, if an ordinary family loses its backbone, it is tantamount to a disaster. My mother, Han, weaves fishing nets at home to earn some meager hard-earned money. Updating is not easy. Remember to share the website. Their family, like the more than 200,000 ant-like poor people in Gaolin County, was pressed to the bottom of the mire. In this world, it is as difficult as climbing to heaven. The government's taxes were scraped off the skin and bones layer by layer, and the local gangs used knives to carefully scrape the marrow. College tuition? That was a taboo for the children of the gentry. Children from poor families want to know a few words. They chop wood during the day and study hard at night. They eat a bowl of thin porridge every day. After 20 years, they have a slim hope. Want to learn a craft and make a living? A 3-generation clean financial guarantee is required. If a poor family member wants to stand out, it is common for his legs to be broken in the dark. Among the kiln workers in the west of the city, mastering the secret technique of fire eyes can obtain a craftsmanship and earn a few good meals, but the price is 30 years of apprenticeship. The poor are struggling at the bottom, confused and unable to see any light. But Chen Qing is different. In his mind, there was a fate. God rewards those who work hard, and they will achieve success. God favors those who are diligent, and their efforts will be rewarded. This means that for him, here is no qualification threshold or bottleneck for any skill. He groped in secret for a long time and found that only by practicing martial arts could he maximize his destiny. By practicing martial arts, you can participate in martial arts, gain fame, stand out, and make a complete comeback. The most important thing is not to be bullied. However, learning martial arts is not easy. Huzi, Xiaochun, Aching, area, Liang Badu spoke again and said in a solemn voice, it's useless to sigh. You can't survive fishing. Unless you accept your fate, like old Uncle Wang, escort the boat and work as cattle and horses for them. What are your plans? Confusion was written on the faces of several people. They are both the children of fishermen in Yazuan and have been playmates since childhood. Liang Badu comes from the best family. His father works as a doctor while his mother works in a restaurant. It is said that he has a relative in the inner city. Arya makes a living as a pickled fish at home, and her body always has a strong salty smell. Xiaochun's father is a boat builder. He helps fishermen repair tung oil ash joints on weekdays, and his life is barely enough. Li Hu lost his mother in his early years, and his sister got married and made a living by fishing with his old father. Now that old Li Tu is ill and unable to afford it, he can only rely on him to maintain the family. My father is going to send me to Wanbeitang to be a young man. Xiaochun lowered his head and whispered, signing a 10-year living contract can get 3 years' salary in advance. Wanbeitang is a pawn shop, and the young man is responsible for cleaning, moving goods, running errands, and learning to read goods. He will never get his hands on the account books within 3 years. Liang Bado looked at Xiaoqun in surprise and said, I heard that if you go to Wanbao Hall to be a young man, you have to give 10 taels of silver to the 2 dynasties, the glimmer of light that had just been ignited in Ihu and Aria's eyes suddenly extinguished. 12 taels of silver is enough for a family in Yazuan to chew grain for a year. Who can easily come up with it? Xiaoqun quickly explained, how can we have any savings at home? My father got the money by selling iron and borrowing money here and there. He specifically pointed out borrowing money. In this cannibalistic world, keeping one's wealth secret is the way to save one's life, even in front of a few young men. Arya sighed, if you can survive it, it will be a way to survive. Chen Qing nodded silently. Chaofeng is a master appraiser, responsible for appraising and inspecting goods. In addition to the money, he must have a lot of money. Liang Badu turned to Li Hu, Ahu, what about you? Li Hu took a deep breath and cast his eyes on the turbid river in the distance. Run the boat, maybe to the south. I heard that the wages are higher there. Arya was stunned and asked again. He said, where? To the south. Li Hu looked across Yazuan, my father, is taken care of by my sister. Everyone was silent again. Old Li was injured, and the burden of life fell entirely on Li Hu alone. The river wind whimpered and slapped the canopy of the boat. Arya whispered at this time, my mother asked Mrs. Wang to tell me that she wanted to send me to Gui Yuanwai's house to work as a maid. She said that I look good and have good hands and feet, and I can earn 200 more yuan a month. Her voice was even lower. In fact, a wealthy family can also see the world. Liang Badu nodded and finally looked at Chen Qing. Qing, what about you? Chen Qing said concisely, I plan to practice martial arts. Practice martial arts. A few people were startled, as if they heard wrongly. Liang Badu waved his hand and said with a smile, Qing, you are talking nonsense again. Chen Qing said slowly, I am serious. In an ordinary martial arts school, the apprenticeship fee is 10 taels of silver. It depends on your aptitude. Liang Badu fro. Ned and shook his head repeatedly, that's not all, just 2 taels of food and accommodation per month, 1 tael of medicinal bath, equipment. How can it be so easy to practice martial arts? It's no lie to be poor in literature and rich in martial arts. Entering a martial arts school is just the threshold, and true martial arts practice is a bottomless pit that requires a steady supply of meat. There were also people in Yazuan who had such delusions that they ended up wasting their time and incurring huge debts. The better ones were just working as caretakers for wealthy families. Arya and Xiaoqun also shook their heads secretly, obviously thinking that Chen Qing's idea was unrealistic. Li Hu opened his mouth and finally swallowed the words. Arya looked at Liang Badu, Brother Badu, what about you? Speaking of himself, Liang Badu straightened his back a little unconsciously, my third master works as a scribe in the Ney department. My father told me to study and practice calligraphy with him first, and wait for the third master to retire in a few years. So, I just tried to find a way to introduce me. Brother Badu, are you going to be an official? Arya's eyes lit up and his voice rose, wouldn't that mean, we are going to be prosperous? Undisguised envy suddenly appeared on the faces of several people. For the poor people in Yazuan, a government servant is already a great official, let alone a clerk with more real power. Being able to learn from him and take over in the future is a great blessing that they never dream of. This matter has not yet happened, let's learn from the third master first. Liang Badu has a young heart after all, and he can't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. We are all from Duzuan. We will get together more in the future so that we can take care of each other. Everyone nodded in agreement. If Liang Badu can really make a fortune, maintaining friendship now will be a rare path in the future. After chatting for a while, Arya and Xiaoqun became obviously much warmer towards Liang Badu. After about a while, everyone left the reed swamp in a small boat and returned to Yazi Bay. Chen Qing walked quickly to his boat. There are many gangs in this world, and there are also many desperados who block the road and rob. Everywhere is full of unknown dangers. Just when Chen Qing was about to reach home, a loud shout suddenly came from in front of him, bullshit. That's my Jinha gang's territory upstream, how dare you go there? I want you to see what a real water lantern is. I saw a big crack in the door panel of my neighbor Aunt Gao's house near my broken boat. The shabby curtains were skewed, several clay pots were broken on the floor, and the rotting smell of dead fish and shrimps mixed with the fishy smell filled the air. Aunt Gao sat paralyzed on the dirt, holding her head and sobbing, while Uncle Gao was pinned to the ground by 2 thugs from the Jinha gang wearing short-sleeved jackets and looking fierce. His forehead was bruised, blood oozed from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were full of humiliation and despair. The culprit behind all this is none other than Xian Biao from the Jinha gang. He has a stocky build and is wearing a satin gown with his arms open, revealing a ferocious scar on his chest. Xian Biao is mainly responsible for collecting the Dragon King incense from various fishing boats. This Jinha gang not only collects Dragon King incense, but also funeral money, which is known as Een Ship Guiding Een. Each corpse will receive 200 coins, otherwise the body will be thrown into the middle of the river. There is also the so-called water ghost dowry, which forces the bride's family to pay money, otherwise the water ghost will come to steal the bride. As for this water ghost, everyone knows it well. For weddings and funerals, oil must be squeezed from the bones of poor fishermen. Who dares to disobey? The fishing net will be torn to pieces. In the middle of the night, dead rats will appear inexplicably in the cabin, or more directly, an accidental collision will cause the fishing boat to sink to the bottom of the river. The fishermen of Yazuan hate and fear it, and their expressions change when they talk about it. Hey, Ching! Qian Biao saw Chen Qing and strode over. Look at what happened to Brother Gao, he sighed, as if he was the one who felt the most pain. People, the fishery upstream is the boundary of my Jinha gang, and the old boss broke a taboo. Oh, there is really no way, the rules in the gang must not be broken. I feel bad in my heart. Chen Qing also had a distressed look on his face. Master Qian is right. Oh, these days are really hard. Look how much the price of fish has dropped. Oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, what's not going up? Qian Biao changed the subject, and the smile on his face became more sincere. Qing, is your family still able to make enough money recently? Seeing how hard it is for you and your mother, I feel really uncomfortable. If it's not enough, I can lend you an emergency sum. 100 copper coins will generate 2 cents per day, and the interest will be paid off on a daily basis. I will never cheat you. Just use your old boat as a mortgage. Behind Qian Biao's righteousness was a cold calculation. The profit of 200 copper coins per day sounds like a piecemeal, but in fact the profit is compounded. The annual interest rate is so high that it sucks the marrow and knocks the bones. The collateral must be the Chen family's boat, which is the lifeblood of the fishermen. Qian Biao was convinced that their orphans and widowers were weak and could be bullied, and he had long regarded the Chen family as a piece of fish that he was bound to get on the chopping block. Chen Qing's bitter smile deepened, and he repeatedly held up his hands. Thank you, Mr. Biao, for caring. You are so kind. But right now, I can barely hold on, but it's not enough for me to ask you again. Seeing that Chen Qing didn't bite the hook, Qian Biao's smile suddenly froze, and his skin only twitched perfunctorily. Okay, come to me anytime if you need it. He glanced at Chen Qing with a hint of unnoticeable evil. Go back quickly, don't keep your mother waiting. The words I'm waiting impatiently deliberately slowed down the words, which sounded like care, but more like a cold urging. Hey, thank you Master Qian, thank you Master Qian. Chen Qing expressed gratitude on his face and walked quickly towards his 2 dilapidated fishing boats that were connected to each other. End of this chapter. Push open the creaking hatch. The cramped cabin was filled with the smell of damp wood, aged fish and a faint smell of rice bran. Chen's mother, Han, heard the sound and hurriedly came forward. Qing, how are you doing today? Chen Qing shook his head and said in a low voice, the guys in the fish farm have lowered the price again. We were also unlucky today. All the nets were filled with small fish and shrimps, and we only sold a few big bucks in total. Han sighed, tears welling up in her eyes. Hey, how will we live from now on? She looked at the rice bag that was almost bottomed out. Now I can't even eat brown rice, I can only chew this rice bran. I just hope that the Dragon King will open his eyes and give us 2 a bite of food to survive. The staple food is classified into white noodles, refined grains, brown rice, and sorghum noodles, coarse grains, rice bran, and moldy rice. Steamed buns and noodles made of rice, fine flour, are expensive in the market, and only wealthy households can afford them every day. Ordinary people and fishermen eat brown rice, mixed with rice bran, snails, and reed leaves, and very few can eat it regularly without other whole grains. Nowadays, coarse grains are hard to find for the Chen family, and rice bran has become the staple food. On weekdays, almost no oil is used, and salt is also sparingly used. Most of the time, chili peppers, wild onions, and garlic are used to cover up the unpleasant smell. As for the reward from the Dragon King in Han's mouth, it was nothing more than cold steamed buns that sank to the bottom of the river after the sacrifice. When picked up, they were soaked like rotten meat. The Han family sighed sadly. Your father dug canals for the clan, and there was no news as soon as he left. He left us orphans and widows, and we can't survive fishing. She looked at Chen Qing, bit her lip and said, how can you succeed in the future without someone to help you with your craft? I heard that Uncle Chen said that Xiaochun is going to be an apprentice at Wanbeitang. Qing, are you trying to learn a craft? For the people of Yazuan, there is no way out as a fisherman. The only hope of escaping from this quagmire is to learn the craft of landing, even the lowest apprenticeship. Chen Qing whispered, learning a craft. I'm afraid it will cost a lot of money, right? The Chen family was already poor, and even if they had some savings, they had already been plundered by the Jinha gang. This is a world where ordinary people will be targeted if they have money. Lao Zhang, the tracker, had some bad luck and earned some copper. He went to the floating house to show off his wealth. He was robbed that night and had one of his legs broken. The floating house is a boathouse, gambling house, and prostitute house. There is also the illiterate old Chiu family, who was tricked into signing a fish scale contract, and his daughter-in-law was sold directly into a floating house. Please remember the website to watch the fastest chapter updates. Such things abound, too numerous to mention. Han was silent for a long time, then said with difficulty, if we really can't go to the old house, can we borrow some from your grandfather? Old house? Chen Qing shook his head secretly and didn't say anything. Afternoon. The mother and son got off the boat and walked through 3 long streets to Chaiyufeng. The fishy smell after the fish seller closed his stall has not dissipated. Compared with the lingering rancid smell of Yazi Bay, this place actually seems a bit lively. Lao Chen's house is located in this Chaiyufeng, a grocery store. Behind the shop is a small dilapidated courtyard with 4 or 5 rooms. The old man of the Chen family lost his wife in his early years. He sold groceries alone and raised 2 sons and 1 daughter, the eldest daughter Chen Jinhua, the eldest son Chen Wu, Chen Qing's father, and the second son Chen Wen. At this moment, Mr. Chen is sitting in the main room, smoking a dry cigarette, with a mixture of joy and sadness between his brows. He was surrounded by his second uncle Chen Wen and his family. Chen Wen is the old man's favorite youngest son. His appearance is as handsome and fair as the old man's when he was young. He has never suffered much since he was a child. The old man had been planning to let him take over the old house and shop, but Chen Wen was used to being lazy. He would go shopping for goods in his spare time, and when he was tired, he would lie at home, unable to endure hardship. The old man felt sorry for me, and he pampered me more than I blamed him. On the left side of Chen Wen is the second aunt, with her hair neatly tied up in a bun and a wooden hairpin, and her clothes are much better than Han's. On the right is Chen Qing's cousin Chen Heng. He is 5 months younger than Chen Qing, but he has a strong physique and a bit of heroism between his eyebrows. He seems to be a lot more energetic. On the other side, Aunt Chen Jinhua and cousin Yang Huanyang were picking and washing vegetables. Yang Huanyang is about 15 or 16 years old. Her facial features are not very delicate, but she is very attractive. Her wheat-colored skin has a healthy luster, and her eyes are watery and astonishingly bright. Chen Qing took all this in sight. Mr. Chen was very fond of his second uncle's family. He lived frugally, leaving all the good food and drink to his second uncle's family. Especially for the smart Chen Heng, he dotes on him even more. As the eldest grandson, his treatment is completely different from Chen Heng. Dad. Grandpa. The mother and son walked into the yard, and Chen Qing gave a big salute to Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen is a feudal patriarch, and his status and identity are different after all. The second aunt immediately came forward, her tone raised, with a bit of deliberate surprise and joking. Hey, sister-in-law, why do you have free time today? There was something different in her words. Han curled her lips and ignored her sister-in-law. Aunt Chen Jinhua raised her head and glanced, too lazy to pay attention to the two of them, and silently lowered her head to continue picking vegetables. Only Yang Huanyang saw Chen Qing, her eyes lit up slightly, and she called out, "A Qing." Chen Qing smiled and responded, "Cousin." In his impression, his aunt was smart and snobbish, but his cousin was gentle and kind. He and his cousin have been very close since childhood. Now my cousin is 16 years old and has been working in a garment shop for 3 years. Now she is able to sew embroidered handkerchiefs independently and sell them. Come on, sir, take a seat, Mr. Chen put down his cigarette pole and greeted. After chatting for a while, Mr. Chen looked at Chen Qing and sighed. Qing, you have to live up to your expectations. He shook his head secretly in his heart. Chen Wu has been honest since he was a child, and Chen Qing also seems dull and slow. In this difficult world, life is not easy, let alone getting ahead. Although Chen Qing has no future, he is his grandson after all. While you are young and strong, find a living quickly. Second Uncle Chen Wen acted like an elder, with a solemn tone. You can't let your mother worry about everything. Chen Qing glanced at his second uncle, feeling speechless. This master who is growing old at home has the nerve to teach him a lesson? Dad, Ah Qing is still young, Han quickly spoke and got to the point, so I want him to learn a craft to make a living. When Mr. Chen heard this, he nodded and said, it is a good thing to learn a craft. If you can learn it, if you succeed, you can at least make a living in this world. Seeing Mr. Chen's agreement, Han's eyes lit up and he quickly said, learning a craft requires an apprenticeship fee, and we really don't have any money left. Before he finished speaking, the meaning was clear. Mr. Chen's eyelids twitched and he fell into silence. When Chen Wu and his family separated, he took basically nothing with him except simple daily necessities. Over the years, he has felt guilty for the boss and his family. Especially since the eldest brother went to dig the canal instead of the second brother, there is no news yet. When the second aunt heard this, she immediately became alert. Dad, Xiaoheng is studying martial arts in the martial arts studio, which is very expensive. This matter cannot be delayed. Chen Heng is studying martial arts in the martial arts studio. When Chen Qing heard this, his heart moved. The martial arts gym is a place where you can learn martial arts, but the tuition in the martial arts gym is very expensive, and most of the disciples are wealthy families in the county. Chen Jinhua couldn't sit still. Dad, when did Xiaoheng go to learn martial arts? Why didn't I know? The aunt's tone was a little dissatisfied. Mr. Chen knocked on his pipe and said slowly, I haven't bothered to tell you about this. Xiaoheng went to Guangcheng Martial Arts School 3 months ago to learn martial arts and made good progress. If everything goes well, he can participate in martial arts next year. At the end of the sentence, Mr. Chen had a smile on his eyes. Wu Xiaocai was considered famous in Yan State, so he could reduce his family's taxes, which was a huge expense. If you can continue with the scientific examinations and high school martial arts exams, you will be soaring to the sky and your ancestors will be honored. For ordinary people, it is like smoke rising from the ancestral graves. The second aunt was as proud as a big rooster and said proudly, when Xiaoheng was practicing boxing this morning, the martial arts instructor praised him as a good young man. As he said, he took out a silk handkerchief and said, you touch this silk. The wife of Master Liu of the martial arts school rewarded it. Chen Qing saw his grandfather's skinny fingers rubbing the silk surface, and his turbid eyes were filled with light. He knew that it was material only available in the inner city. End of this chapter. Xiaoheng is really promising. Chen Jinhua's tone was complicated, with a hint of sourness in her envy. Why is it too late to tell us? It's clearly biased. How can the second brother have money for Chen Heng to learn martial arts? Didn't the old man pay for it? If Henger can become a martial arts scholar. The old man's Adam's apple rolled, and his voice was full of hope. Our family's tax can be reduced by 60%. Chen Heng puffed up his chest and vowed, Grandpa, don't worry. I will study hard, not only to reduce my family's tax, but also to save money in the future, so that I can move you to the inner city and enjoy happiness. He raised his head, with a hint of pride in his expression. After all, he is a young man. How can he not feel high-spirited after having achieved something? Okay. The old man's face was full of joy, and he couldn't even close his mouth to smile. The inner city is the place he has dreamed of all his life. Thinking of this, Mr. Chen looked at Chen Heng with a look of affection and heavy hope. Mr. Han muttered a few words absent-mindedly, and finally returned to the topic. Dad, what about Ah Qing's learning of crafts? Hey. Mr. Chen let out a long sigh, knocked his cigarette rod on the edge of the table, and said, Xiaoheng's learning of martial arts is related to the rise and fall of my old Chen family. I need to be more prepared in terms of money. He has been around for most of his life and has been beaten to death in this world. He knows that if he wants to make a name for himself in this world, there must be a martial arts expert in his family. Chen Heng is the Chen family's only hope. He is really powerless when it comes to Chen Qing's learning. Sister-in-law. Chen Wen said sadly, you have to take a long-term view. What will happen if Xiaoheng reaches high school in the future? How can he forget you as an aunt? You have to look far ahead. When Han heard this, he was speechless. Xiaoheng, Chen Jinhua became active and said hurry. Edley, if you have any difficulties in learning martial arts in the future, just tell your aunt. My aunt will definitely support you. She thought about burning this hot spot in advance. Chen Heng said unceremoniously, Auntie, I don't have any difficulties now, I just want to eat meat. Gaolin County is located on the bank of the river, and most of the people are fishing, which makes the price of pork very expensive. When it comes to meat, even Chen Wen next to him couldn't help but swallow his saliva. What nonsense are you talking about, kid? The second aunt patted Chen Heng in faint of anger, turned to Chen Jinhua and forced a smile. His aunt, don't take the kid's greedy nonsense seriously. Chen Jinhua's heart ached, but she forced a smile on her face and said, it's not easy to eat meat. Come to my aunt's house tomorrow, I'll take care of it. Thank you, aunt. Chen Heng answered quickly, as if he was afraid that Chen Jinhua would regret it. Mr. Han looked at the old man and said with final expectation, Dad, Mr. Chen took a deep breath of cigarette, exhaled the thick smoke, and made a decision. Let's talk about Ah Qing's learning of crafts in the future, Mr. Han hesitated to speak, and finally did not speak. Thinking of the neglect she had received over the years, she couldn't help feeling a little aggrieved. Chen Qing shook his head secretly. The old man put the entire family's weight on Chen Heng, hoping that he would practice martial arts and revitalize the family. Right now, trying to get half a copper out of the old man's place is all wishful thinking. He was silent for a moment, then raised his head. Grandpa, I also want to practice martial arts. As soon as these words came out, the whole room fell silent. Chen Wen was stunned for a moment, then sneered, "Ah Qing, not just anyone can practice this martial art." Chen Jinhua was also mercilessly applying the blow. "You have to watch to learn martial arts. You are so talented. You have such a body and mind. It's not like my aunt told you that studying is a waste of money. You'd better find a job in a down-to-earth manner." She decided that this nephew was dull and not capable of practicing martial arts. Chen Qing didn't care about the attack between the two, and asked, "Grandpa, can I learn martial arts from Xiaoheng?" Han's heart moved, and he nodded quickly. "Yes, let Xiaoheng teach a Qing. It would also be a good thing if his son could learn martial arts from Chen Heng." "How can that be done?" Hearing this, Chen Heng shook his head like a rattle. "The rules of a martial arts school are that kung fu cannot be passed on privately. Besides, I have to practice hard every day to prepare for the martial arts exam, so how can I have time to teach others? He is very busy on weekdays, and he has no time to enlighten Chen Qing in martial arts. Besides, my cousin is not that good, he will only waste his time." The second aunt frowned and said in support, "Don't delay Xiaoheng." The old man's face suddenly darkened and scolded, "A Qing, you are not suitable for learning martial arts, so stop messing around. Now Xiaoheng is all his hope. What should I do if I am delayed by Chen Qing? Dad, what else does Han want to say?" Cough cough cough. The old man suddenly coughed violently. The second aunt patted her on the back, and then sneered at Mr. Han, "Did you forget, sister-in-law? Dad can't be angry." Chen Jinhua also glared at Ms. Han and said, "My dear, please stop talking." Mr. Han's face turned pale, and Chen Qing held down his mother's trembling hand. He remembered that snowy night, when his second uncle held his grandfather's legs and cried, and his father silently carried his luggage. The corpses of canal residents can build a second city wall. It's not bad to be a fisherman on the river. The old man finally waved his hand and pointed the cigarette rod at the dusty ore in the corner. "Same as your father." Han was already disheartened at this moment. Chen Qing lowered his head and said nothing. He didn't hear what the old man said at all. Look for opportunities to learn martial arts no matter what. This is the only way out. Sparkling waves appeared on the river. The boat swayed gently with the water waves, making a squeaking sound. Chen Qing was sitting on the board of the boat. There was a bowl of rice bran porridge on the old wooden table. The porridge was so thin that people could be seen, and there was half a piece of dusty slag cake. The so-called longjia cake is to collect the lees dumped from the winery, mix it with rice bran and bake it. Ms. Han felt a little guilty. "I put a little too much water today. Mom will buy more reed seeds tomorrow. Just make it thinner, it will last longer." Chen Qing took the bowl, and there were already a few nicks on the edge of the rough pottery bowl. Gulyalu. The more the rice bran is chewed in the mouth, the drier it becomes, smelling of old barn musty, and the crumbs scrape across the throat, causing pain. He took a few sips of cold water and then managed to swallow it. His stomach was as heavy as a handful of hay. This kind of food is not delicious, but fortunately he is used to it. After all, in this world, some food is good. According to Uncle Gao, some people outside the city even eat turf, tree roots, and even guanine soil. Guanine soil is more choking than rice bran, making people want to drink more water. However, once you drink too much water, guanine soil will soak up your hair, bloat your stomach, and suffocate you to death. Chen Qing knows that in this world, if the poor do not have enough survival experience, they will die even more miserably. Compared to guanine soil, rice bran paste is already delicious. It's not bad to learn a craft. Han whispered, "I went to Lushui City not long ago and I heard that Carpenter Lee wanted to recruit an apprentice. Although learning a craft may take you a lifetime, you can still survive. Most of the young people in Yazuan today are like this." Chen Qing took a deep breath and said slowly, "Mom, I want to learn martial arts. In this world, fists are the roots and money is the umbrella. Even if you learn a craft, you will still be exploited. These gangs are extremely vicious in their approach and will neither starve you to death nor make you feel better." Chen Qing was thinking that if it didn't work out, he would secretly save some money by fishing first, and then learn martial arts. But, how long will it take? Learn martial arts? Han's lips trembled slightly, and the paste in the bowl rippled. She knew that Chen Qing had his own ideas, but it was too difficult for him to learn martial arts under his family's conditions. "Auntie, Ah Qing." At this moment, a crisp voice sounded outside the cabin door. End of this chapter. It's Huanyang. Chen Qing was a little surprised. Han quickly stood up and opened the creaking hatch. Yang Huanyang stood outside the door, her little face flushed from the cold, and her old light gray skirt was blown close to her body by the river wind. "Huanyang." Han stepped aside in surprise. "Come in, come on, it's cold outside." Yang Huanyang's eyes quickly glanced at the mushy bowl of soup on the table, and a trace of distress flashed in her eyes. She took out a small cloth bag from her arms and opened it carefully. "These are the multigrain beans I just made. How embarrassing is this?" Han declined, but her eyes couldn't help but glance at the beans. You're welcome, Aunt. Yang Huanyang pushed the baggage in front of Mr. Han. Chen Qing noticed calluses on her fingers. Life in her aunt's family has been tight these past few years. Han bit her lip and said, okay, I'll put away these grains and beans first. She clutched the cloth bag tightly, turned around and got into the cabin. Yang Huanyang looked at Chen Qing and asked, Qing, what are your plans for the future? Chen Qing replied, take a step and see what happens. Yang Huanyang was silent for a moment, and suddenly took out a whitewashed red purse from her arms and stuffed it into Chen Qing's hand. This is, Chen Qing said doubtfully. I have saved my private money for 2 years. I originally wanted to buy a dowry for myself. Yang Huanyang's face turned red slightly. Chen Qing was slightly startled and said, cousin, how can this be done? This is yours, what? Are you afraid that you will fail in martial arts? You won't be able to catch up with me? Yang Huanyang blinked, I will charge interest then. Chen Qing felt the remaining money in his wallet. I will definitely pay you back, with interest. I'm just kidding. Yang Huanyang smiled, then stood up and said, it's getting dark, I have to go back, I'll give it to you. Chen Qing followed her out of the awning boat. The two of them walked on the river. The biting river wind howling. The setting sun imprints the silhouette of Yazi Bay on the soil, and broken pottery fragments and fish scales compete for the last light in the sewage ditch. The Yang family is in Baihua Lane. The alley is as narrow as a thin intestine, twisting and turning and squeezed into the west corner of the outer city. The bluestone road has long been cracked, and weeds have come out of the cracks. The earthen walls on both sides of the alley are mottled, and some people have used broken tiles to patch up the leaky wall holes. Compared with the rickety boats on Yazi Bay, the brick houses here can at least protect against wind and rain. The two chatted about their childhood. Yang Huanyang would also talk about some trivial things in the cloth village. Yang Huanyang looked at Chen Qing, cousin, you seem to have changed. Chen Qing chuckled, really? But it's good. Yang Huanyang nodded, you used to be a little dull. Speaking of this, her face turned slightly red. The two of them had arrived at the door of Yang's house unknowingly. Yang Huanyang said softly, I'm going back, you should go back earlier. Chen Qing nodded and said, okay. Not long after Yang Huanyang returned home, a sharp sound came from the house. It's different this time. His father is a butcher of pigs, and he sees oil and meat all the time. You are too young to know how expensive firewood and rice are. Mom, why don't I know? This is the voice of my aunt Chen Jinhua. Chen Qing took a deep breath and walked quickly towards Yazuan. Due to the dark sky, there were very few pedestrians on the road at this time. Hurry up and chase. Don't let the bastards from the 5 Poison Gang escape. Suddenly, a beast-like roar came from the distance. Immediately afterwards, dozens of men with sharp blades and murderous intent came out of the alley ahead to fight. The light of the knife splashed out with a biting cold light in the darkness. Crash. Bang. The surrounding residents turned pale. In an instant and closed their doors and windows in panic, fearing that Qi would be harmed. Not good. Chen Qing's heart tightened, and he immediately ducked into the shadow of the nearest corner and held his breath. He has 3 major principles for dealing with people. Don't cause trouble, don't be afraid of trouble, and run away when trouble comes. It wasn't until the shouts of killing and the sound of clashing weapons completely disappeared deep in the alley that he cautiously stuck his head out, and then ran wildly towards the Lian Chuan. Huh. Rushing into the cabin, Chen Qing held his knees and gasped for air, with lingering fear in his heart. This world is too chaotic. Especially when it's dark, it's even more terrifying. Chen Qing secretly warned himself that he must be cautious and cautious. What's wrong? When Mrs. Han saw his appearance, her face turned pale with fright. She hurriedly rushed forward and groped up and down. Was it a robbery or a gang attack? Are there any injuries? Let me take a look. Chen Qing waved his hands and calmed his breathing. Mom, I'm fine, I just walked a little too hastily. That's good. Han finally let go of his hanging heart and turned around to walk towards the cabin. Halfway through, she suddenly stood firm and said with an extremely serious expression, Ah Qing, you have grown up now. No matter what you want to do, Mother will support you. She paused, and there was a tenacity in her voice. Mom, I will start weaving more nets tomorrow. After all, there will be a way. After saying that, she lowered her head and got into the cabin. Chen Qing felt warm in his heart and stood silently for a long time before slowly sitting down. The night is getting darker, and the cold wind outside the house is howling. The cool moonlight shone slantly into the cabin through the gaps in the ship's planks. Chen Qing took out the purse given by Yang Huanyang, and rolled out 5 taels of broken silver and dozens of copper coins. If you want to learn martial arts, apart from family tradition, you can only become a disciple. Apprenticeship naturally requires apprenticeship fees. Chen Qing whispered to himself, with this money, I will have the opportunity to learn martial arts. These are all the hard-earned savings of Yang Huanyang. The broken silver in the purse was brighter than any moonlight he had ever seen. The next morning, it was frosty and windy. Chen Qing squatted by the stove, looking at the rice bran paste rolling in the clay pot. In the corner, Han's back was hunched over, and his skinny fingers shuttled between the fishing nets. Mom, I'm going out. Chen Qing swallowed the thin paste in the bowl and wrapped himself tightly in the patched shabby coat. Han said without raising his head, come back early, I'll leave the grains and beans in the pot for you. Got it. Chen Qing jumped off the board of his boat, and the cold wind immediately penetrated his collar like a knife. The stone road is uneven and full of potholes of varying depths. Trash can be seen everywhere, and mountains of waste exude a disgusting smell. Sewage flows in the middle of the street, forming black creeks, exuding a pungent stench, and flies and mosquitoes buzz around on the garbage dumps. People were passing by in a hurry on the street. Some were wearing shabby clothes with patches everywhere, some were barefoot and their soles were covered with mud. These poor people living in shacks on the shore also have to pay Eve's water money, and their lives are not much better than those of the fishermen who make a living on the water. Chen Qing lowered his head and quickened his pace. After a while, he stopped in front of two low bungalows. The door was open, and inside the room a thin middle-aged man was holding a large smoking pole. He took a sudden sip with a look of enjoyment on his face. Chen Qing knocked on the doorframe and said, Third Master, I want you to do something. This man is none other than John Ji-san, a tooth man. Because of his honesty and trustworthiness, he is well known in the nearby streets and alleys, and many people are looking for him. If you want to find someone to learn martial arts, it also depends on your family background and whether your origins are innocent, so you need someone to recommend you. Zhang San put down his cigarette pole, stood up and said with a smile, You're welcome, just tell me if you have anything to say. I, Zhang San, can do it without any ambiguity. Chen Qing took out a bunch of copper coins and said solemnly, I want to learn martial arts, but the tuition at the martial arts school is really high. I wonder if Third Master can find another way for me? Br learning martial arts? Zhang San looked Chen Qing up and down, and his eyes paused on his washed white clothes. Boy, learning martial arts is different from learning a craft. If you fail to learn, the money will be thrown out and you can't get it back. He had to say ugly things up front to avoid getting entangled in the future. Chen Qing nodded and said, I've thought about it. Okay, let me think about it. Zhang San squinted and thought for a moment. There was an old escort in Chongping Street who once worked as an escort in the escort agency. Because I was old and suffered a hidden injury, I retired from the escort agency. Now I am recruiting some disciples for training at home. If you are interested, I will take you there now. Chen Qing took a deep breath and nodded. Okay, the old escort's name is Zhou Liang. He was a good player in the escort agency when he was young. Now he is quite famous in Chongping Street. He has recruited many apprentices in recent years. On the bed, Zhang San introduced the temperament and rules of the old escort. You are not old. As long as you can afford the tuition, you will probably succeed. Chen Qing listened silently, engraved every word of Zhang San in his heart. Not long after, the two arrived in front of the Zhou family court yard on Chongping Street. End of this chapter. This is a two-entry courtyard. In the outer courtyard, there are wooden stakes, stone locks, swords, guns, swords, and halberds and other weapons. The sound of shouts came one after another. On the green brick floor in the outer courtyard, 7 or 8 shirtless men were practicing. The bronzed back was shiny under the scorching sun, and the muffled sound of the stone lock hitting the ground made the soles of one's feet numb. Practice me well. If you want to be rich in front of others, you have to suffer behind the scenes. A man in his 50s with a black robe and a goatee was yelling loudly while holding a cane. This person is Zhou Liang. Zhang San stepped forward quickly and put on a smile. Old escort Zhou, this is Chen Qing from Yazuan. I sincerely want to learn some skills from you. You who? Zhou Liang glanced at Chen Qing and then asked, How old are you? Chen Qing quickly replied, Less than 16. Zhou Liang pinched his shoulder blades, his rough palms had the texture of iron sand, and then suddenly exerted force. Chen Qing gritted his teeth in pain but remained silent. The bones haven't grown to death yet, and the tendons are somewhat flexible and can still be practiced. Zhou Liang let go of his hand and spoke in a slower tone. Then, he carefully questioned Chen Qing about his family background. It is no small matter to accept a disciple. If a disciple causes trouble outside, the master will inevitably be implicated. Many martial arts masters have stumbled upon this before. Chen Qing recounted his family background. Well, my family background is quite clean. Zhou Liang nodded slightly, changed the topic, and said solemnly, The ugly thing is before me. I teach you to practice. If you fail to pay in time, don't blame me for kicking you out. Have you thought clearly? His teaching is not for charity, he always has to take care of his livelihood. Zhang San winked at Chen Qing from the side, and the latter quickly took out the money from his body and said, Solemnly, I have thought about it. This money is enough for you to repair for 3 months. Zhou Liang weighed the weight, put it in his arms and said, from today on, you will stay in the courtyard to practice martial arts. As for how much fire you can practice, it depends on your own luck. Zhang San breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. It was done. Chen Qing cupped his fists and said, this disciple must work hard, study hard, and live up to master's expectations. This crucial first step in learning martial arts has finally been taken. Zhou Liang waved his hand, practice some real skills, and life will not be difficult. Poor children who learn martial arts mostly just want a job to live in. How can they really stand out? It's as difficult as climbing to heaven. Zhang San said hello and left. Zhou Liang picked up the tea bowl and took a sip of tea. Sun Shun, take Chen Qing around and explain the rules of the courtyard. Yes. In response, a tall man with a simple face came over. My name is Sun Shun, and I will be your third senior brother from now on. Sun Shun grinned, let's go, senior brother will show you the place. Sun Shun led Chen Qing around the not-so-large courtyard. The front yard is the martial arts training ground, and the backyard is the master's residence. No one can enter unless you are invited. The warehouse, dining hall, and bathhouse are all available, and all the internal organs are complete. We don't have many rules here, but there are a few that are ironclad. Sun Shun said sternly, the first rule is, before leaving the army, you are not allowed to report your master's name outside, let alone cause trouble. The second rule, whether you are destroying the place, standing on the dock, or competing with others, you must report it first. Number, show off your identity, meaning to show your identity. The third rule is to seek revenge and kick the mountain gate, do not show the guy or report the number. The fourth rule, respect the teacher and strictly prohibit fighting among the same disciples. Chen Qing stood aside and remembered these rules one by one. Come on, follow me to get the training clothes. Finally, Sun Shun took him to the utility room and took out a set of coarse cloth clothes that had been washed white. The dent stitching on the cuffs showed that it had been mended many times. Not long after, Zhou Liang walked over after finishing his lunch. You are just starting to practice, the foundation is the most important. I will personally guide you these days. Chen Qing felt hot in his heart and nodded heavily. Thank you, master. He was full of curiosity and expectation about the martial arts in this world. Is it really as magical as the storybook of the previous life? Before practicing martial arts, you must first understand what real martial arts is. Zhou Liang led him to a row of wooden stakes and said solemnly, martial arts, in jargon, is called GouBecameASaint. People who perform martial arts often use the so-called Xingguozi, which is fake stuff. This kind of martial arts requires good-looking, wonderful, and showing off a lot of kung fu. Although these movements are full of spirit, they all violate the taboos of real martial arts. They can only fool the uninitiated country people. The authentic Jianguozi cannot attract spectators at all because real martial arts are killing techniques. Zhou Liang's tone was very calm, without any wavering. But there were waves in Chen Qing's heart. Killing skills. This is exactly what he wants to learn. After all, in this world, there is no use if you learn to embroider your fists and legs. Zhou Liang continued, when practicing martial arts and building a foundation, the first thing is to cultivate qi and blood. Strengthening the muscles and bones, and standing on the stance to circulate qi are all ways to strengthen qi and blood. Only when the qi and blood are filled to the peak can the door of Ming dynasty be opened. Watch it. Yu Liang suddenly jumped onto the plum blossom pile, and his skinny body was as light as an ape. He assumed a strange posture. His left arm was stretched forward like an ape grasping the moon, his right fist was drawn back like a leopard hiding its front, his legs were slightly bent, as if he was sitting but not sitting down, and his whole person was filled with attention yet eager to pounce. The tongarm pile kung fu means the ape's arm reaches the sky. Zhou Liang's voice suddenly became loud and loud, the head is hanging, the tail is straight, and the waist is relaxed and the hips are sitting as if the stool is empty. Come and try it. Yes, master. Chen Qing imitated stepping on the wooden pile, and immediately felt the world spinning. This seemingly simple posture actually requires the muscles of the whole body to tighten and wrestle with each other like hemp ropes. Within 3 breaths, he fell down and his elbow rubbed a bloody mark on the brick. This arm-threading pile skill is not that simple. Chen Qing breathed heavily and asked, Master, the qi and blood you just mentioned, knocking on the pass, breaks through the bright energy. Zhou Liang explained, martial arts training is divided into 2 processes, one is accumulation, and the other is knocking on the pass. After sublimation, I have reached the perfect state of Tongjiquan practice, and I can perform 3 knocks, namely Ming Jin, Dark Jin, and Hua Jin. Every knock is a huge change for martial arts practitioners, but the risk of failure is also great, and it will also cause certain damage to the body. The further the knock is, the more difficult it is. When Chen Qing heard this, he immediately understood. Isn't this knocking on the door just about breaking through the bottleneck? If you want to master it, don't you have to complete the first knock within 3 months? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask again, Master, is the probability of success in this first knock-on high? Zhou Liang s. Aid lightly, for ordinary disciples, it is about 20 to 30%. The higher the foundation, the better the qualifications, and the more prosperous the family, the higher the success rate. When Chen Qing heard this, he was shocked. The success rate of this knocking is so low? You must know that this is only the first time. Ming Jin, Dark Jin, and Hua Jin obviously need to knock on the gate 3 times. I practice the Tongjiquan internally and the striking outside. The integration of the inside and outside is the real Tongjiquan, Zhou Liang said calmly. You start with the pile first, wait until the energy and blood have reached a certain level, and then I will teach you the Tongjiquan fighting method. Yes. Chen Qing took a deep breath and stepped on the wooden stake again. In an instant, a sour and biting pain exploded from the sole of the foot and coursed through the whole body like lightning. He was clenching his teeth, veins on his forehead were bulging, and big beads of sweat were rolling down, but his body was like a rock, maintaining the twisted posture, motionless. Time passes slowly in suffering. Chen Qing felt as if his lungs were being burned by a branding iron, and every breath he took was filled with the smell of blood. His legs were shaking like chaff on the wooden stake, but his toes were digging into the surface of the stake, and his knuckles were turning blue and white. Half an hour later, his rough cloth had already been soaked with sweat and stuck to his body sticky. At this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed in his mind. Frowny face. God rewards hard work, and you will achieve something. Introduction to Tongjiquan Kung Fu. 1/1000th practice 10 times a day, achieve small success in 3 months, and achieve great success in 1 year. Chen Qing rubbed it, wiping the sweat on his forehead. He said to himself, others need to break through the bottleneck when practicing martial arts, but as long as I practice hard, I will be able to succeed, according to Joel. Yang, ordinary people only have about 20 to 30% chance of success, but Chen Qing is different. As long as I practice hard, I will definitely be able to succeed. This is the extraordinary thing about destiny. God rewards those who work hard and will achieve success. Chen Qing suddenly became motivated and began to practice diligently. At noon, other disciples in the courtyard were chatting and resting in 2s and 3s, but he was the only one who was still repeating boring stance movements over and over again. Several fellow disciples came over to say hello. He responded with a few words and quickly returned to practice. In the afternoon, the yard was filled with the sound of breathing and exerting force. After practicing the through-arm boxing twice more, Chen Qing felt as if his muscles and bones were falling apart, sore and weak. Every time I take a step, my feet feel like stepping on soft cotton, which is very hollow. He was breathing heavily, sweat sliding down his temples. At this moment, the disciples all found a corner to rest in, a leeward corner, and took out the food in their arms. The temperature in the yard caused the food to lose its heat quickly. Chen Qing glanced over and saw the disciple from a poor family, hunching his neck, gnawing hard on the cold pickle dumplings, which had already been frozen hard. Every bite seemed difficult. Those who were from better families took out the tightly wrapped oil paper bags and carefully opened them. Inside were white flour pancakes that were still warm, and even a few slices of braised pork with solidified oil. The faint aroma of meat floats in the cold air, making people feel empty in their stomachs. Chen Qing touched his stomach, and felt a violent convulsion, and his throat rolled dryly. Junior brother Chen, Sun Shun, walked over quickly and took out 2 snow-white steamed buns that had just been released from the cage and were still slightly steaming. You didn't bring any food for the first day, right? Master R told me that it's a cold day and practicing will take a lot of energy. You can't do it on an empty stomach. You have to prepare it yourself tomorrow. With that said, he put the steamed buns into Chen Qing's hand. Thank you, senior brother. Chen Qing's eyes suddenly lit up and he hurriedly took it. The steamed buns were warm and soft in the hand, and a sweet wheat-flavored heat hit your face. White flour and refined food, in this cold winter, are a rare warmth and luxury for him who comes from a fishing family. Why are you so polite? Hurry up and make excuses. Sun Shun smiled, waved his hand, turned and walked away. Chen Qing held the steamed bun and couldn't bear it anymore, so he opened his mouth and bit it. The soft and hot inside carries the sweetness of grain, which instantly warms your mouth. He almost devoured it, stuffing 2 steamed buns into his stomach in a few mouthfuls. A warmth rose from my stomach, dispelling the chill caused by some fatigue. He leaned against the cold pillars and took a short breath. The pain in his body did not completely disappear, but the feeling of weakness was reduced a lot. Looking at most of his classmates in the courtyard who were still resting or eating, Chen Qing took a deep breath, straightened his back, and came to the wooden pile again. He knows that for him who has the fate of God rewards those who work hard, he must sweat 10 times or 100 times more than others. Over and over again, and soon all his clothes were soaked with sweat. Until dusk fell, he was the only one left in the yard. Introduction to Tongjiquan Kung Fu. 10 out of 1000. God rewards hard work, and you will achieve something. Practice 10 times a day, achieve it in 3 months, and achieve it in 1 year. End of this chapter. Chen Qing dragged his tired body back to Yazuan. Hearing the noise, she immediately raised her head. "Qing, are you back? How was today?" Chen Qing smiled and said, "Mom, it's done, really." Han's heart he was overjoyed, then worriedly said, "Then, is the apprenticeship fee expensive? Is the master a kind person?" "The master is very strict, but he follows the rules." Chen Qing walked into the cabin, picked up the water ladle and poured some water. "Shu xiao. The money given by cousin Huanyang is enough for the time being, Ms." Han breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." She took out the hot multigrain beans. "Eat it quickly." Chen Qing put down the bowl. Holding chopsticks, she said, "Mom, I will come back tomorrow night to help you weave a fishing net. The family's livelihood must not be left behind. After all, you have to eat to practice martial arts, right?" "Yes," Han responded, and the dim light danced on her face. As if she suddenly remembered something important, she raised her eyes and looked at Chen Qing. "I heard that a new tiger gang has arrived and is fighting fiercely with the Jinhe gang. You should be more careful on weekdays." Chen Qing frowned and nodded silently. "I know this world." The next day, Chen Qing Tian arrived at Zhouyuan before dawn. God rewards hard work, and success will surely come. Introduction to Tongji Zhuang Kung Fu, 6/500. The disciples arrived one after another, and they were all a little surprised when they saw Chen Qing. "That kid came really early. Remember our website? I saw him struggling there yesterday. I don't know how long he can last." Someone whispered. Chen Qing stepped on the 3-inch-high wooden stake, his back as straight as a javelin. And his newly formed muscle lines were faintly visible under his clothes. His shoulders were more than half an inch wider than when he first entered Zhouyuan. God rewards those who work hard. There will be success. Introduction to Tongji Zhuang Kung Fu, 211/500. On this day, Zhou Liang walked over and asked, "How long have you been in the yard?" Chen Qing respectfully replied, "Master, it's been a month." Not long ago, Zhou Liang touched Chen Qing's bones. Final result, middle and lower root bone. Zhou Liang's face showed no change in expression, he just gave him a few words of encouragement as usual. Obviously, he had no hope. Zhou Liang said solemnly, "Zhuang Kung is the foundation for strengthening the qi, blood, muscles, and bones, and they all pave the way for boxing. Now that your foundation is solid, you can start formally practicing the boxing style with the morning class tomorrow. If there is anything unclear, just ask." After some enlightenment, Zhou Liang will not personally teach all his disciples. Only those with outstanding talent and strong bones who are expected to inherit his mantle as disciples can receive his careful guidance. This entry-level skill can be regarded as a test for the disciples. Obviously, in his eyes, Chen Qing was not a jade in the rough, but just dust filtered through a sieve. But the old disciples are all shrewd. They have no money to make with this poor junior brother, and it will be difficult for them to make a difference in the future, so they don't bother to pay attention to it. Only the third senior brother, Sun Shun, is a kind-hearted person and will occasionally give some guidance to the new disciples. Chen Qing clasped his fists and replied, "Yes, I will remember the master's teachings." Zhou Liang nodded slightly. "Well, let's continue practicing." After saying that, he returned to the Taisher chair under the tree, his eyes scanning the disciples in the field from time to time, showing his deep thought, not knowing what he was thinking. Chen Qing wiped the sweat from his forehead and concentrated on practicing again. 214/500. "It's time for you guys to get to work." At this time, a loud shout sounded in the yard. Then Chen Qing followed several fellow apprentices and started cleaning the courtyard. Cleaning the yard and feeding the horses are not the most difficult things. The most difficult thing is cleaning the toilets. First, use a long-handled wooden spoon to scoop up water to rinse the toilet pit. After rinsing, you have to sprinkle a layer of plant ash, which is dirty, tiring and troublesome. Chen Qing, Qin Lai, you two are cleaning the toilets today. The senior brother in charge of the assignment dropped his words and turned to leave. The partner with Chen Qing today is another disciple who is also from a poor family, dark and thin, named Qin Lai. He entered Zhouyuan around the same time as Chen Qing. Both of his parents died, and there was only one sister in the family. The difference is that Zhou Liang seems to value him very much. He often gives him personal guidance and gives him some advice. Qin Lai smiled sheepishly. "Senior brother Chen, how about? I can do it myself. I can do it. It's okay. You two hurry up." Chen Qing waved his hand and started to work directly. The two of them worked hard amidst the unpleasant smell. Other disciples in the courtyard chatted while working. Some complained that practicing martial arts was too hard, while others dreamed of passing the martial arts exam and becoming successful. Qin Lai scooped up water to rinse the pit and asked in a low voice, "Senior brother Chen, you came to learn martial arts just to take the martial arts exam?" "To make a living," Chen Qing answered honestly. Qian Lai was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then he clenched his fists, with energy in his eyes. I want to pass the martial arts exam. Let my sister live a good life without having to suffer so much. Chen Qing raised his eyes and took a closer look at this dark and thin boy. The chores continued until it got dark. At dusk, the senior brother who assigned the work hurried back and shouted directly to Qian Lai, Junior brother Qin, come with me quickly. You don't have to do these chores from now on. Qian Lai felt happy after hearing this. Hurriedly said, yes, senior brother. Seeing Qian Lai's back disappear behind the porch, several disciples nearby couldn't help but whisper in a sour tone, how long has Qian Lai been here? Why doesn't he have to use it? Did you do it? Hey, how can you compare with others? They have reached the threshold of Mingjin in less than a month. The treasure in Master's eyes. I heard that Master not only exempted him from the practice, but also gave him some special treatment every day. The back of Qian Lai being hurriedly called away was like a thorn, making the disciples present more clearly feel that their status in this courtyard was different from the disciples in the front courtyard who were specially trained. Chen Qing also felt a little sad. After all, many people have imagined that they are a piece of jade, stumbling forward, and after many years they open their palms and realize that they are just a pebble. After a while, until all the work was finished, everyone dispersed. From time to time, gang members appear, which undoubtedly adds a bit of danger. Not long after, he arrived home. The dim oil lamp swayed on the table, illuminating Han's rickety figure. Her rough fingers went back and forth on the fishing net, and she asked without raising her head, Qing, you are back, are you tired today? Chen Qing took off the cloth shoes he used to practice. Mom, it's okay, have you eaten? I just ate some glutinous rice flour. Han's hands kept moving, and the threads flew between her fingers. I sold 2 fishing nets today, and the man didn't bargain much. Let's see if we can squeeze out the repairs that will be done in 2 months. She bit off the threads and shook the mended clothes gently. These days Han works from dawn to dusk weaving webs, and his eyes are almost exhausted. Fortunately, Chen Qing is becoming more and more proficient in weaving nets and his speed is getting faster and faster. Relying on these fishing nets, the mother and son can make a living without any problem, but it is still a drop in the bucket to make up for the expenses. Mom, there are still 2 months, so don't worry about the repair. Chen Qing knelt down and helped sort out the thin threads scattered on the floor. Minger, I'll get up early and try my luck at Du Market. The oil lamp licked up the last drop of oil, and the flames dimmed. Han moved to the door, and under the cold moonlight, the needle and thread began to shuttle among the cloth again. Clang! At this moment, the hatch was kicked open. The needlework in Han's hand shook and she almost pricked her finger. Chen Qing quickly followed the sound. I saw Mr. Qian walking in with 2 big and round followers. He had a short knife on his waist, and the flesh on his face trembled with his steps. Hey, why are you making embroidered handkerchiefs so late at night? Aren't you afraid of going blind? Mr. Qian said in a strange tone, but his eyes were fixed on the almost completed embroidered handkerchief in Han's hand. Chen Qing stepped forward, subconsciously protecting Han behind him, and said, Master Qian, are you okay? Don't be nervous, Qing. Master Qian grinned, showing a few black and yellow teeth, I'm bringing you good things this time, good things. Chen Qing sneered in his heart, but said with confusion on his face, I wonder what Master Qian is talking about. The Dragon King has shown mercy and rewarded me with meat. Master Qian suddenly clapped his hands, and the 2 followers behind him immediately lifted a fan of rotten meat and threw it heavily on the board of the ship. Suddenly, a disgusting stench filled the air. It was dead pork that had been soaked for many days. The skin had turned a strange blue-gray color, and maggots could be vaguely seen squirming among the rotten texture. The so-called meat rewarded by the Dragon King is actually the Jinha gang's business of forcibly selling pigs that died of disease and rotten to fishermen. Chen Qing's Adam's apple rolled, and he suppressed his nausea and said, Master Qian, you also know that only the incense money is paid at home. Why, the Dragon Prince doesn't even give me face? Master Qian's palms were thick and powerful, and he patted Chen Qing's shoulder hard. Qing, you are a smart man, so don't be confused. Chen Qing took a deep breath and said, Master Qian, give me some time. Hearing this, Mr. Qian surprisingly did not get angry. Instead, he stood up and patted Chen Qing on the shoulder. Okay, I'll give you 3 days to get it together. Mr. Qian stood up and strode away with his 2 followers. When the footsteps of the 3 people disappeared completely, Han's lips trembled. Qing, what should we do? The family didn't even have much money left to buy rice bran. If they didn't buy this carrion, with Master Qian's cruel methods. Han didn't dare to think about it anymore. Don't worry, Chen Qing narrowed his eyes. Qian Biao threatened him with loan sharking last time, but he failed. This time he was going to force him. He is so anxious to sell Krathong meat, and he doesn't come during the day but comes at night. Is he afraid of something? It is very likely that the Jinhe gang is at a disadvantage in competing for territory with the Tiger gang, and Qian Biao wants to make another fortune and run away. After thinking about it carefully, Chen Qing seemed to understand something and whispered, "Mom, leave this matter to me." 2 days later, the night was as dark as ink, too thick to dissolve. In the depths of Yazi Bay, an old boat swayed gently, and a few dim lights leaked from the boat canopy. Qian Biao sat cross-legged on the board of the boat, with a greasy rag spread out in front of him. On it were several pieces of silver, a bunch of copper coins, and several rings and bracelets of different colors. 2 followers, Ma Wu and the lame Lao Qi, squatted aside with a trace of greed in their eyes. "Brother Biao, have you squeezed out all the coffin boards from the Wei family?" Ma Wu rubbed his hands and kept his voice low. Qian Biao picked up a piece of silver and weighed it, with a sly smile on his lips. "No matter how hard the old man's bones are, he can't be as hard as the chisel in my hand. There are a few more people, let's go and light the lamps tomorrow to wake them up." The lame old seventh made a bad mouthful. "Liquor," he whispered, "Brother Biao, the wind is tight. Those mad dogs from the Tiger gang have been biting fiercely at the dock these 2 days. Even at the mouth of the manhole, I heard that many brothers are cleaning up the spoils." The flesh on Qian Biao's face twitched, and his eyes were sinister. "I had expected it. So, we have to grab the last handful, and then, run away." Ma Wu's eyes lit up. "Brother Biao is wise. Then, water lantern meat? Sell them all." Qian Biao said firmly, "It doesn't matter if it smells bad, it can be exchanged. Just make it into copper coins. Especially the orphan and widower of the Chen family." The little boy named Chen dares to resist. "Please warn them before. If you don't buy it again, don't blame me for being merciless." He grabbed the 4 corners of the rag, wrapped it up randomly and stuffed it into his arms. "Updating is not easy, remember to share the website. Let's go. Go back. Everything must be exchanged for hard currency before dawn tomorrow." He stood up and the ship shook violently. The 3 people extinguished the weak light and the canopy, jumped out of the boat, and then dispersed. Qian Biao walked towards home. The problems he has built over the years are enough to hang him more than 10 times, so he has always followed the cunning rabbit's 3 holes. The night went deeper, and the entire Yazi Bay was dead silent. Only his own footsteps echoed in the empty alley, which seemed particularly harsh. Qian Biao subconsciously speeded up his pace. Just as he rushed into the depths of a dark alley that was narrow enough for only one person to pass, he suddenly heard a creak behind him, like the sole of a shoe crushing a dead branch. Qian Biao's hair stood on end and he turned around suddenly, but it was too late. A thick hemp rope soaked in tung oil has wrapped around his neck like a poisonous snake. Whoa! Qian Biao's eyes bulged, and his survival instinct made him scratch wildly at the life rope around his neck with both hands. His nails scraped against the rough hemp rope with a harsh sound, leaving bloody white marks. There was a crunching sound in the darkness. The hemp rope was deeply cut into the flesh, and the throat bones let out an overwhelmed groan. He struggled in vain, kicked his feet wildly, and pushed his body back desperately, but the noose around his neck was getting tighter and tighter. Every futile inhalation only brought back a burning sense of suffocation, and his lungs seemed to explode. In the shadows, a cold light flashed in Chen Qing's eyes. He squatted for 3 days and finally found an opportunity. At this moment, he tightened the hemp rope tightly, and his palms were red from the rope. Qian Biao let out a strange scream, and his body was dragged back, trying to fight with his weight. Chen Qing suddenly turned around and pressed his back hard against the cold and hard brick wall. Using the support provided by the wall, he kicked his feet hard, and the core strength of his waist and abdomen exploded instantly. The entangled figures of the 2 men were Project Ted on the mottled wall by the moonlight, twisting and deforming like wild beasts fighting for their lives. One was trying to survive in despair, and the other was seeking life in deathly silence. Due to extreme hypoxia, Qian Biaozhang's face turned from red to purple. The bulging veins were beating wildly on his forehead and temples, like countless earthworms struggling to survive under his skin. Chen Qing was determined to kill. Veins popped out in his hands, and he was holding on to the rope. A few dozen breaths later, Qian Biao felt as long as a century. The strength of the struggle became weaker and weaker, the kicking feet gradually drooped, and the hands grabbing the rope fell down feebly. But Chen Qing did not let go at all, but pressed harder. My arms were shaking violently due to the continuous exertion of force, and my teeth were almost shattered. Click! Click! A creepy bone-cracking sound came from Qian Biao's neck. Chen Qing's tense nerves suddenly relaxed, as if all his strength had been drained away, and he slowly released his numb and stiff hands. Plop! Qian Biao's body fell heavily to the ground. Chen Qing leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, sweat mixed with stains splashed down from his forehead. He wiped his face and looked down at his burning palms. The blood blisters on his palms had long been worn away and were a bloody mess. Who? Chen Qing let out a breath, stamped his right foot hard, and stepped hard on Qian Biao's twisted neck. Crack! The neck bones shattered with the sound, completely devoid of life. What's more important is that this kick also bruised the marks left by the rope until they were bloody, making it impossible to distinguish their original form. The last touch must be thorough. Without any pause, he exerted force with his feet, like a cold grinding wheel, and stepped quickly and heavily several times on Qian Biao's finger bones, sternum, and vaginal vitals. After confirming that all traces had been said or confused, Chen Qing stopped. He quickly leaned over and picked up Qian Biao's belongings and hemp rope. The movements are clean and neat, without any sloppiness. After doing all this, he flashed and quickly disappeared deep into the alley, leaving only the strong smell of blood filling the air. Yaziwen, a street. Under the moonlight, Chen Qing looked at his trembling hands, where the rough touch of hemp rope still remained. He originally thought he would be scared and vomit, but there was only ice-like calm in his heart. There were only zero and countless times of killing people. You must adapt to the current world. Chen Qing took out the package he took out from Qian Biao, opened it, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Inside are 4 to 5 taels of broken silver and a jade bracelet. Qian Biao has just died, and these belongings cannot be taken off now. We have to wait until the limelight has passed. By then, they will be able to subsidize the family. Chen Qing took a deep breath, feeling cold in his heart. What you eat will make you better. You can't become a master by enduring hardship, you can become a master by eating talents. The next morning, the Yazi Bay boating area. Have you heard? Mr. Qian had someone do it. How arrogant I was when I collected the Dragon King incense last month. Shoo. The Jinhe gang is looking for the murderer like crazy. They said they would cut the murderer into pieces. The neighbors of Dizawen were talking a lot. When the news of Qian Biao's death came, how many people secretly clapped their hands and applauded? Zhou Yuan, morning class. The disciples formed a circle and focused on Zhou Liang in the center of the field. Through-arm boxing is not just fancy punches and embroidered legs. Zhou Liang's voice was not high. The emphasis is on stretching long and hitting far. Cold bullets are crisp and fast. His intention is not to act, but to kill. His gaze like lightning, it swept over all the disc. Iples, the foundation of boxing is the qi and blood of Zhuanggong, the muscles and bones are weapons, and the strength is the edge. Today I won't talk about fancy routines, I will just talk about how to kill the enemy. As soon as these words came out, Chen Qing held his breath. He knew that today the master was going to show off his real skills. Sun Shun! Zhou Liang shouted. Disciple is here. Sun Shun immediately stepped forward and put on a defensive posture with a solemn expression. Watch it. Before Zhou Liang finished speaking, his whole aura suddenly changed, like a ferocious ape that was ready to attack. Zhou Liang's body did not move, but his right arm suddenly popped out as if it had no bones. It was so fast that only an afterimage was left. His 5 fingers were brought together like a bird's beak. It was not a straight punch, but a tricky arc, and it pecked at the Yifeng point below Sun Shun's ear root like lightning. Pop. There was a crisp sound, not a heavy blow, but a precise tap. Although Sun Shun had been prepared for it, his body still shook violently instinctively, his head was involuntarily thrown to the side and back, and the door opened wide. This move of thunder slamming the window is also called slapping the acupoint and hitting the palate. Zhou Liang stopped his hand and said in a cold voice, a light attack on this acupoint will stun you, and a heavy blow will kill you. It is as long as an arm, so you are caught off guard. If you attack it, you will save it, and you will break it with one blow. Hung, take away his consciousness. On the other side, just as Sun Shun stabilized his body, Zhou Liang's left hand stretched out silently like a poisonous snake spitting a message. His arm seemed to extend out of thin air, and the 5 fingers turned into claws. With a sharp roar that ripped through the air, it went straight to Sun Shun's throat. This claw is extremely fierce, and the penetrating power contained in the fingertips seems to be able to penetrate leather. Chen Qing knew that this move was called white ape cutting throat, locking throat and breaking armor. Sun Shun was shocked and hurriedly crossed his arms to protect his throat. TSK. Zhou Liang's claws did not touch head-on, but slid in like a poisonous snake along the inside of Sun Shun's forearm that was blocking. His fingertips were like hooks, and they accurately latched onto the tinta point below Sun Shun's Adam's apple. The claw wind was so fierce that goosebumps instantly appeared on the skin of Sun Shun's neck, and he felt as if his throat bones had been locked by cold iron hooks. The moment Zhou Liang's fingertips touched the skin, he stopped firmly, but the bone-piercing murderous intention made Sun Shun's forehead break out in cold sweat. The throat is the place of death. The trick of using the arms is to avoid the real thing and hit the weak point, find the gap, and use the power of the fingers and claws to break the throat and bones in just a moment. Zhou Liang stopped his posture and breathed calmly, as if the 2 sharp and deadly moves just now were just at his fingertips. The place was completely silent. The disciples' faces turned pale and they even breathed carefully. They practiced boxing on a daily basis, paying more attention to the rules of movement and using force completely. Never had they seen their master display the deadly murderous intention contained in boxing so nakedly. The precise attacks on vital points and tricky chokeholds, every move is directed at the most vulnerable part of the human body. What is pursued is not victory or defeat, but instantaneous destruction. Zhou Liang looked around and said, "Do you see clearly? This is the fighting method of the through-arm boxing. When practicing martial arts, you are practicing the ability to kill the enemy and save your life. Zhuang Kung Fu trains the muscles, bones and blood, and the fighting method is about ruthlessness and precision. Fighting with O. Theirs is not about fighting in the ring. Skills, on the thin line between life and death, do not allow for any hesitation or gimmickry, remember." Zhou Liang said loudly, "Boxing routines are the rules for you to remember the transformation of strength and the coordination of body and footwork. But when facing an enemy, you must forget these rules and keep only one thing in mind: how to use the fastest, cruelest, and most effective way to knock down and destroy your opponent, attack its vital points, and break its roots. This is the killing technique. If you practice martial arts without practicing martial arts, you will be in vain. If you practice martial arts without understanding, you will die." Chen Qing felt a chill rising from his spine and straight to the top of his head, and his heart was beating wildly. The attacks just now were brutal, direct, and extremely efficient. It's not a performance, it's a naked law of survival. In real actual combat, attack the enemy unprepared and find their key points. Don't stick to the shape, just seek to defeat the enemy with one blow. Zhou Liang finally said, "If you want to survive, you have to practice this ruthlessness and accuracy." "Let me practice it now, yes." All the disciples responded in unison. Sun Shun stepped forward and said, "Junior brother Chen, let's play a few moves, okay?" Chen Qing took a deep breath, suppressed his turbulent emotions, and put on his posture. Under Sun Shun's guidance, Chen Qing began to truly practice the through-arm boxing style. Starting from the first move, thunder slapping the window, sweat quickly soaked his back. At this time a light appeared in my mind. God rewards those who work hard. There will be success. Introduction to Tongarm Zhuang Kung Fu, 228 500ths, Introduction to Tongarm Fist, 1 500th, this feeling was so clear that it cheered him up. Sun Shun's explanation continued, and he broke down how to deal with each move in detail. When the enemy attacks, how to dodge, and which move to use to counterattack most effectively. Pay attention to this move, spiritual ape flying dot. Sun Shunqing shouted, "If the opponent comes at you with a knife, you must not forcefully attack him, you must." His body is agile and his steps are diagonal, perfectly demonstrating how to avoid the sharp edge. Chen Qing concentrated on it and burned every sentence of Sun Shun's advice into his mind. Sun Shun saw that Chen Qing was diligent and eager to learn, and his explanations became more and more detailed, and he even demonstrated several killing moves himself. Chen Qing punched the arm again, then walked to the corner of the court to sit down to catch his breath, and took out his water bag to drink water. "Thank you for your hard work, senior sister Zhou. It's okay, be more careful next time." "Yes, junior brother understands." A soft and melodious female voice attracted Chen Qing's attention. "The first release of this book. Providing you with a reading experience with no wrong chapters and no chapters out of order." I saw a girl in a plain white skirt, holding a small celadone medicine jar in her hand and applying medicine to the injured disciple. Her fingertips were covered with brown ointment and her movements were gentle. Those wounded people all had red faces and erratic eyes. Sun Shun saw the confusion in Chen Qing's eyes and whispered, "She is junior sister Zhou, the master's daughter. You should call her senior sister. She came back from Qingnan Hall to study medicine yesterday. Junior sister is kind-hearted and often treats injured disciples during practice." Medicinal bandage. Speaking of this, he scratched his head, showing a hint of helplessness. "For this reason, there have been so many junior fellow apprentices who have sprained their waists recently." Chen Qing naturally understood that in this courtyard full of rough men, there was suddenly a beautiful white magnolia. No wonder these hungry wolves pretended to be lame. After a short rest, Chen Qing took a deep breath and stood up again. It is far from enough to practice hard in the through-arm boxing method. It requires thousands of strikes in actual combat. Beside the courtyard wall, Zhou Liang was half lying on the Taisher chair, squinting, and occasionally speaking out to give advice. The afternoon sun shines through the old locust tree, casting mottled light and shadow on his face. Time passes quietly in the sweat. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the courtyard gate. "Gua escort from Wang Yuan Escort Bureau is here. And shopkeeper Wang from Li Ji blacksmithing shop." The disciples stopped one after another and looked around curiously. I saw more than 10 people filing in, led by an old man in a gray coat, followed by several strong men, all of whom had slightly bulging temples. They were obviously members of the training family. "Third senior brother, what is this?" A disciple came over curiously and asked. His name is GouBecameASaint, and he is also with Sun Shun. Sun Shun explained, as long as you come to Mingjin to recruit people, you can register yourself at places like Wanyuan Escort Bureau and Li Ji Blacksmithing Shop. You can work part-time as a guard or a foreman, and you can get a good salary every month. He glanced at the many disciples around him who were listening attentively, and added, many brothers and sisters in the courtyard are doing this. Otherwise, how can the family alone afford to eat white flour and meat every day? Part-time job and concurrent care. GouBecameASaint's eyes suddenly widened and his mouth opened slightly. He comes from Xiaohevai Lodge and has been a poor farmer for generations. Even the apprenticeship fee was collected in copper coins from the villagers. How can you not be excited when you hear this news? Chen Qing was also moved in his heart. If you can take a temporary job, you won't have to worry about shoe show in the future. Sun Shun continued, I remember that the blacksmith shop paid Mingjin $3,000 a month and 30 kilograms of meat, while the Wanyuan Escort Bureau calculated the reward based on the length of the escort. I don't know exactly how to calculate it. Many disciples were ready to make a move after hearing this. Especially those disciples who have just started and come from poor families have longing on their faces. Aren't they working hard to practice martial arts just to get ahead and change their destiny? $3,000 plus 30 pounds of meat, this is definitely an eye-catching sum of money. You know, the Han family kept weaving webs day and night. After a month of hard work, they could only earn about 500 yuan. Sun Shun crossed his arms and said, nowadays, the forces in the county need experts to take up positions, so the conditions offered are very good. If you meet young elites with potential and good skills, he paused, referring to those geniuses. In order to win over and show favor, the price offered will be more generous, and even, some wealthy households will consider recruiting brides into the house. At this time, Escort Gua from the Wanyuan Escort Bureau, shopkeeper Wan from the Li Ji Blacksmithing Shop, and other wealthy households sat down. Qin Lai, come on. Zhou Liang glanced around and whispered, remember what I told you on weekdays? Yes, master. Qin Lai slowly walked out and said loudly, seniors, you have made a fool of yourself. He stood still in the field, took a deep breath, and then opened his fists. What he was practicing was the arm-through boxing technique. With every move, his muscles and bones exploded, and the strong wind surged. Each punch was accompanied by a crisp pop sound, and the air seemed to be torn apart. This is the realm of Mingjin. The strong wind was howling, and Chen Qing was frightened when he saw it from a distance, especially Qin Lai's spiritual ape flying and wandering horse watching flowers moves that looked extremely superb. Mingjin is completely different from ordinary people, and he has truly entered martial arts. Knocking the pass for the first time can exercise the strength of the whole body and stimulate the energy. When you punch out, the air will explode with astonishing power. Mingjin can be said to have gone sideways among ordinary people. If he has a certain strength, he can participate in martial arts and strive for fame. The second time you knock on the pass, your mind and skin, combined with the meridians of the body, can stimulate the secret energy, hurting the internal organs through heavy armor, which is extremely mysterious. This realm has surpassed 99% of martial arts practitioners, and can already be the mainstay of a force. Only a few people in Zhouyuan have reached this realm. The third body tempering is about transforming energy. The internal organs, flesh and bones are all filled with dark energy. The energy and blood are shaken, and all the flesh, muscles, and bones are mobilized. It is like thunder resounding, and what is activated is the even more astonishing power of transforming energy. In the entire Zhou Academy, Zhou Liang is now the only master of energy transformation. After a set of punches, Qin Lai stopped and stood up, his face not red, not out of breath, and his breath was long. Junior brother Qin's progress is so fast. Sun Shun took a deep breath when he saw this. Are you afraid that it won't take half a year to hit Jin? Zhou Liang stroked his beard, with unconcealed satisfaction in his eyes. The bad disciple is stupid, but after practicing boxing for a month and a half, he became bright and powerful, which makes everyone laugh. Although he was humble, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes could not hide his pride. Master Zhou is joking. Guard Gua stepped forward with a sharp sword on his waist. Such a good talent and beautiful jade. I, Wanyuan Guard Bureau, are willing to invite you with 30% of the red goods profit. Wait a minute. Shopkeeper Wang stood up with a slap on the table, the teacups clinking loudly. I, Li Ji, will pay 5,000 yuan a month and get a pair of fine iron weapons. The place suddenly exploded. The maids brought by several wealthy households were so shocked that they covered their mouths. This price is enough to buy 2 strong slaves. Senior brothers Zhou Yuan were also talking a lot, with a hint of envy in their eyes. Qin Lai has been poor since he was a child. When he heard such favorable conditions, his breathing quickened and he could not hide the excitement in his eyes. While adjusting his sleeves, he seemed to inadvertently glance at the faces of his fellow disciples. Those indifferent eyes in the past turned into surprise and envy at this moment. Brothers, please be patient and don't hurt the harmony. Seeing this, Zhou Liang stood up and smoothed things over with a smile. It concerns the future of our disciples. It's a big matter, so why don't we go to the inner hall later and discuss it in detail? After hearing this, shopkeeper Wang and GouBecameASaint sat down slowly. Next, 3 more senior brothers who have reached the level of Ming Jin came on stage to practice. Although their performance was solid, it was mediocre compared to Qin Lai. In the end, they also won the favor of the rich, but the monthly payment they offered was only about 2,000 yuan, which was far less than Qin Lai. Everyone knows that they value Qin Lai's potential. Soon, the selection matter was over. Sun Shun looked at Chen Qing and the others with a complicated expression, and said, "You guys must reach Ming Jin as soon as possible. The blood energy that stimulates strength is the foundation of martial arts practice. Ming Jin, Dark Jin, and Hua Jin are the essence of Tong Jiquan. If you want to knock the pass, you must have strong qi and blood as support, and qi and blood need to be practiced day after day, and you also need to eat meat and tonic. The poor in literature and rich in martial arts are not just words. Except for disciples with excellent bones, it is extremely difficult for ordinary people to knock on the pass every time. If it fails, all the money, time and energy invested in the early stage will be wasted." Chen Qing cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, senior brother, for the reminder." GouBecameASaint hesitated for a moment and asked, "Third senior brother, if you fail to reach Ming Jin, then don't suffer in the hospital." "Keep it up." Sun Shun was silent for a moment, and said in a solemn voice, "Go to the escort agency and the blacksmith shop to work as a nurse, and work as a nurse in the homes of wealthy families. Do some hard work, and you can always have something to eat." After the words fell, the hearts of several people around him felt cold. Nurse? It sounds nice, but in reality they are just servants of the rich who come and go. Who comes to the courtyard to practice martial arts without thinking about high school martial arts and honoring their ancestors? Chen Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew very well that the most urgent task was to enter the realm of Ming Jin as soon as possible. These words made GouBecameASaint and others look solemn, and then they walked away silently and devoted themselves more diligently to practicing. They were all holding their breath and must reach Ming Jin. Unknowingly, it was getting dark in the evening, and the disciples in the courtyard left one after another. Chen Qing performed the pile kung fu again until his muscles all over were sore, then he tiredly walked to the corner of the court and sat down to catch his breath. "It's so late, ain't you gone back yet?" A soft voice sounded. Chen Qing looked up and saw Zhou Yuzheng walking out of the inner courtyard, her plain white skirt particularly eye-catching in the dimness. Chen Qing wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied respectfully, "Back to senior sister, my junior brother is dull and can only make up for it through diligent study and practice. Kung fu must be relaxed, and must not be done too hastily." Zhou Yu said with concern, "Pay attention to your body, otherwise it will be counterproductive." Chen Qing clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, senior sister, for your concern. I'm about to take a rest." Zhou Yu waved his hand and said, "That's good. If you don't want to practice, go back early, senior sister, then junior brother will leave." Chen Qing simply packed up and left Zhou Yu on. Looking at Chen Qing's back, Zhou Yu sighed softly. This junior fellow apprentice was courteous to others, and he practiced very hard, so she certainly remembered it. It's just that in this courtyard, she has seen too many figures like him who gritted their teeth and practiced hard. How many people can finally overcome the qi and blood threshold and break through Ming Jin? During the journey of practicing martial arts, hard work alone will never be able to fill the gap in bone and qualifications, and even more difficult to fill the bottomless hole for qi and blood. At noon the next day, Yazuan. An old awning boat is moored quietly by the water. Tea boats are famous for their high quality and low price. For 3 cents, you can drink barley tea on the bow for a whole day, and the fire at the stern is always burning brightly. Most of the guests in 2s and 3s are porters and craftsmen, and they are chatting on the board at the moment. Today is the day that several young people in Yazuan have agreed to get together. In the corner at the stern of the boat, Chen Qing, Liang Badu, Xiaochun, Arya, Li Hu and others were sitting in a circle. The slightly roomy navy blue gown on Liang Badu made him less frizzy and more deliberately mature. He cleared his throat and said with a bit of irrepressible pride, "Wait a minute, someone else is coming. Who is it?" Arya immediately asked curiously. Chen Qing and others also cast inquiring glances. "I have kept you waiting for a long time." At this moment, a crisp voice sounded. A few people looked back and saw a dark figure standing at the threshold. The material of the skirt shone delicately in the sun, and a plain silver hairpin in the hair was carefully tied up. She stood up straight, and even the folds of her skirt seemed to have been carefully arranged. Chen Qing said with some uncertainty, "Su Feng?" The corners of the girl's lips curved in just the right way, neither overly warm nor distant. "Brother Qing, long time no see, the two families used to be neighbors." When they were young, they often hid in the reeds and blew reed spoons. Whenever teal ducks fluttered and flew up from the shore, people would burst into laughter. When she was hungry, Chen would touch wild water chestnuts for her on the river branch, often pricking her fingers. Arya's mouth opened in a circle, Liang Badu pulled at the corner of his rough clothes uncomfortably, and Xiaochen quickly adjusted his stance, trying to make himself look more respectable. Li Hu looked at her and lamented, the changes have been too great. Su Fang is also a fisherman's daughter from Yazuan. Her parents died of the epidemic 3 years ago, and she was later picked up by her sister-in-law who married into a wealthy family in the city. Since then, the children in Yazuan have never seen her again. We happened to meet her last time at Wang Jiru's shop, so I tried to invite her to come and get together. Liang Badu explained, his voice a little higher than usual. I didn't expect that I would be really rewarded. Su Fang shook her head gently, whatever you talk about when you meet foreigners, you grew up eating the water of Yazuan. She glanced at everyone, lingering on Chen Qing's face for a moment longer. We haven't seen each other for 3 years, everyone has changed, you have changed the most. Arya made famous gestures in an exaggerated way. In the past, when you were eating Dragon King rice with me, who would have thought? Chen Qing noticed that Su Fang's fingers were slightly curled under the table, but she still maintained a decent smile on her face. Xiaochen looked at Su Fang and stammered, if I were walking on the street, I would definitely not recognize it. A few people sighed, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. Su Fang has undoubtedly become the center of the topic. No one expected to see her again today. No one expected that the timid Su Fang would reappear in such a posture. Chen Qing was quietly drinking tea and observing secretly. Su Fang is undoubtedly the one who has changed the most. Before that, when she was in Yazuan, she was timid and awkward in speaking. She had always been Arya's follower. Now he behaves openly and openly, his appearance has also grown longer, and his eyebrows are more beautiful, which attracts Liang Badu and Xiaochen to look at him frequently. Both his speech and temperament are completely different from those of others. The second one is Li Hu. After that incident, his father passed away before the winter. This rise of events made Li Hu silent and spoke less. Because Xiaochen worked as a young man in Wanbeitang, he became more tactful in his behavior and knew how to weigh his words. Arya has not changed much, she is still outspoken. Now she works as a messenger girl in a wealthy family. Although her status is humble, she has seen some worldly things. From time to time, she shows off the wealth of her master's family in her words. Liang Badu followed his relatives to do odd jobs in the county government office while practicing Chinese calligraphy. He deliberately showed a bookish air in his gestures, and he could not hide his complacency that there is someone in the government office in his speech. Qing seems to be doing well. Xiaochen glanced at Chen Qing's washed old clothes and felt inexplicably relieved. The Chen family is an orphan and a widower, and the family has no savings to support Chen Qing's studies, so it is good to be able to barely put food on the table. Liang Badu seemed to have thought of this, with a bit of casualness, but also with deliberate concern. Qing, I remember last time you said you wanted to learn martial arts and become a disciple? Everyone looked over. Learning martial arts is a way out, and once you complete the training and participate in martial arts, it will be a glorious and outstanding existence. But learning martial arts is too difficult, especially for ordinary people. It is even more difficult than climbing to the sky. In their opinion, learning the skills to make a living and earn a living is the right way. Learning martial arts is simply a daydream. Chen Qing took a sip of tea and said, I'm studying martial arts in Zhouyuan for the time being. You really went there? Arya's eyes widened and he said, learning martial arts is difficult. Not only do you need good bones, but you also need to have meat every day, so that you can have a chance to become famous. Xiaochen couldn't help but ask, how? Do you know this? I didn't listen to those nursing homes. Arya said, except for the leader who is decent, the other two, TSK, spend a whole day just for a mouthful of food. Being ordered around is like a dog being ordered around, and, according to them, even if you torture your body for many years and suffer from hidden injuries, you will not live long. She suddenly caught a glimpse of Li Hu's eyes, and then she realized that she was speaking too bluntly, and she quickly stopped talking. Su Fang, who had been listening quietly, turned her eyes to Chen Qing with a hint of surprise. He actually went to learn martial arts? At this time, Liang Badu puffed up his chest and said, Qing, if you ask me, you might as well just work with me. When I become a swordsman and pen clerk, I will recommend you to be a strong class. I dare not say that you will be rich and powerful, but I will ensure that you have a stable life and a stable life. This statement sounds like a solicitation, but the condescending spirit clearly means that he wants to accept Chen Qing as a follower. Chen Qing shook his head. Forget it, I'll learn first and then talk about it. Arya shook his head and said as if he hated iron and said, Ah Qing, you are good at everything, you are just a stick. Xiaoqun next to him saw Chen Qing refuse, and his hanging heart quietly fell back into his stomach, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In his eyes, it was a great blessing to be able to climb Liangbadu, the small tree by the yamen. Chen Qing was so stupid that he didn't know how to praise him. Li Hu sighed and said, practice martial arts is indeed not easy. He once imagined that practicing martial arts would change his destiny, but he only thought about it. Su Feng glanced at Chen Qing, pursed her lips and hesitated to speak. Brother Qing, you still can't see through it now. Thousands of threads have been woven in the dark in this world. Some of them are strangling your neck. Some are entangled in your hands and feet, and some are quietly tied to your fate. No one thought Chen Qing could succeed in practicing martial arts. Just like Arya said, those nursing homes who were ordered around like dogs may have been Chen Qing's life. Everyone chatted for a while. Liangbadu gave everyone some light tea and raised the topic. Have you heard about Mr. Qian? Bah. What Mr. Qian? Li Hu spat with pleasure on his face. That bastard is a person who walks at night and is beaten badly, must have been killed by his enemies. How can ordinary people have such courage? Arya gritted his teeth and said, a good death. And Chen Qing, the initiator of all this, was also filled with indignation. Xiaoqun looked around nervously and lowered his voice. It's better to keep your voice down. Mr. Qian has a close relationship with the leader of the Jinhe gang and is looking for the murderer everywhere. Qian Biao's ability to dominate in Yazuan certainly did not rely on his own abilities. There are rumors that he is the brother-in-law of Song Tai, the leader of the Jinhe gang. Liangbadu waved his hand nonchalantly. Jinhe gang? You can't protect yourself now. The Tiger Gang is searching for their people everywhere, so Song Tai has long gone to hide in some rat hole. He paused, then lowered his voice mysteriously. Li Hu, did you see Lu Lizi on Huaishu Street yesterday? He is Song Tai's henchman. I estimate that Song Tai is most likely hiding there. Chen Qing's heart moved, but his face remained calm. He just picked up the tea bowl and took another sip. Liangbadu seemed to feel that this topic was a bit sensitive, so he said, okay, don't mention these bad things. Then everyone drank tea and chatted. From time to time, I tell interesting stories from my childhood, and also think about the future half-truthfully. Liangbadu thought about becoming a familiar face in the yamen. Xiaoqun thought about becoming the second shopkeeper. In the shop, Arya thought about one day being attracted by the young master of the master's family. Su Feng listened quietly, with a decent smile on his face, but his eyes were a little wandering, obviously not interested in these topics. But she did not disturb the lively atmosphere of Faxiao and Yazuan. Unconsciously, it was afternoon. Su Feng looked at the sky, stood up gracefully, and prepared to leave. Liangbadu took a deep breath, as if he mustered up the courage, and quickly stepped forward. Xiaofeng, I happen to be going to the inner city, why don't I take you back? There was obvious expectation in his words. Suddenly, a crisp sound of horse bells came from the pier. Everyone followed the sound and saw a carriage with green curtains parked steadily. The two maroon horses pulling the carriage had shiny coats and shiny shoes. An old woman with grey temples jumped out of the carriage, wearing plain cotton clothes. Miss, the old lady saluted Su Feng. The old lady told me to return home before Shinshur. I understand, Su Feng responded. She glanced at her childhood friend, and finally stopped at Chen Qing's face. The boat suddenly became quiet, leaving only the sound of the river water lapping against the hull. Su Feng's lips trembled slightly, as if she had 1,000 words to say, but in the end she just sighed lightly. If we are destined in the future, let's get together again. Her voice was very soft, but it was like a stone hitting everyone's heart. This is said politely, but everyone present understands that if we say goodbye today, it will be difficult to see each other again. The carriage drove away slowly, and the rumble of the bluestone gradually faded away. Everyone stood at the bow of the boat, watching the carriage disappear into the dust raised by the alley. Arya rubbed the corners of his clothes unconsciously, Liangbadu clenched his fists, and Xiaoqun stared at the water in trance. Chen Qing looked down at the rough porcelain tea bowl in his hand. The tea had already cooled down, reflecting his blurry reflection. A few rough tea stems lay at the bottom of the bowl. No matter how much they rolled, they finally sank to the bottom. When Chen Qing came to Zhouyuan, many disciples were already practicing boxing. Chen Qing came to the corner silently. He stood still, took a deep breath, and began to move his muscles. Every joint in the arms, shoulders, back, waist and hips is stretched to the right position, and the muscles switch between relaxation and tightness. After a few breaths, Chen Qing began to practice the through-arm pile technique. His movements are smooth and natural, and his body skills and hand skills are perfectly coordinated. God rewards those who work hard. There will be success. Introduction to Tongarm Kung Fu, 399/500, Introduction to Tongarm Fist, 318 500ths. According to the current progress, maybe it won't take a month before I can practice Tongarm Kung Fu to a small degree of success and reach Ming Jin. After one stroke of the Kung Fu, Chen Qing sat down to breathe and think in his mind. The broken silver obtained from Qian Biao allowed the mother and son to eat several meals of meat, and the progress was faster, but it was spent quickly, and now there is not much left. During this period of time, people were coming and going in the hospital. Familiar faces gradually became rarer, while new faces kept pouring in. He is already the old man of Zhouyuan. There is still 1 month left and it is time to pay the repair fee again. Chen Qing could keep his composure, but several fellow disciples at the same time had sullen faces and looked worried. Why didn't senior brother Gua come today? At this time a disciple asked in a low voice. Chen Qing raised his head when he heard this and swept his eyes across the yard. Gua Dachui, who was born in a poor peasant family, is very diligent in practicing martial arts and is never late. He, the senior brother next to him, sighed with a low voice. I failed to knock on the gate last night, so I packed my luggage and went back to the countryside overnight. The air suddenly solidified, and several disciples at the same time lowered their heads in unison. Some unconsciously rubbed the calluses on their palms, and some stared at their worn-out cloth shoes in a daze. Chen Qing frowned secretly. Zhou Liang once said that those who fail to knock on the pass for the first time will basically have no chance of martial arts in this life. And the longer the time, the less likely it is to knock off the door. If you can't knock the pass to reach Ming Jin, and you can't take up a job, how can you support this path of martial arts practice? A disciple sighed. Senior brother Gua and junior brother Qin have always had a good relationship. Last night, when he walked up to greet junior brother Qin actually ignored him. The atmosphere became depressing. There is a clear distinction between the breakthrough Ming Jin and the disciples who have not yet broken through, as if they are two worlds apart. Chen Qing's eyes involuntarily drifted towards Qin Lai's direction. That genius who came from a grassroots background has changed, really a lot. The surrounding disciples all have different thoughts, and those with a little wealth are thinking about their future retreat. If you fail in martial arts training, what should you do? The disciple Sibi secretly clenched his fists, seeing this as a desperate opportunity to make a comeback. Chen Qing took a short break and returned to practicing. From this day on, Gua Dachui never appeared in Zhouyuan again. Zhouyuan is still the same Zhouyuan, and it has not changed because there is one less person. During this period, several new disciples came, and one with good qualifications received special attention from Zhou Liang. Some people come, and naturally some people leave. As time goes by, some people's attitudes towards Chen Qing have also undergone subtle changes. Human feelings are warm and cold, nothing more than that. That afternoon, Chen Qing came to Wangji Cloth Shop on Sifang Street. Han told him that Yang Huanyang came to see him yesterday. And it seemed that something was wrong. Jinsho Cloth Store has a small front. The shops facing the street are covered with cloths of various colors, and the air is filled with the unique smell of starched cloths. Chen Qing stood at the door and looked around. There were busy figures inside, and the sounds of looms, cutting, beating and washing were mixed together. In the corner, Yang Huanyang was standing next to a large wooden basin, her sleeves rolled up high, revealing her forearms, which were red from the cold and full of cracks, and she was beating the heavy coarse cloth with great effort. Water splashed on the hem of her skirt, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Cousin. Chen Qing called softly. Hearing the sound, Yang Huanyang looked up, surprise flashing across her face. Aching. Are you here? She hurriedly wiped her wet hands on her apron and hurried to the door. I almost forgot. Yang Huanyang seemed to suddenly remember something. She quickly turned around and ran to a small bench in the corner where the sundries were placed, and took out a small whitewashed cloth bag from the bottom. She opened it carefully. Inside were 2 boiled eggs that were still warm, with more than 20 copper coins underneath. Here, take it. Yang Huanyang couldn't help but put the eggs and copper coins into Chen Qing's hand, lowering her voice. The young master rewarded me yesterday, it was just warmed up in the morning. Chen Qing quickly refused. How can this be done? Why are you being polite to me? Yang Huanyang glared at him angrily, and then he showed a warm smile and said, keep the copper coins with you. It will be useful in the place where you practice martial arts. Didn't I say that if you pay me back in the future, you will have to calculate the interest? Chen Qing held the lukewarm eggs and the heavy copper coins, and felt warm in his heart. You gave me all the money, what will you do? Don't worry, I basically won't need it here. Yang Huini. Ong said in a relaxed tone. Chen Qing took a deep breath and said seriously, cousin, I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. Apart from the Han family, Yang Huanyang was undoubtedly the person who helped him the most and showed the greatest kindness. Yang Huanyang frowned slightly, feigning anger and said, "If you do this again, I will be really angry." "I know," Chen Qing smiled and said, "record it in the account book first, and then pay it back with interest." Yang Huanyang also smiled. "Where did the people go?" Suddenly, a sharp and mean voice came from the cloth shop. "I saw a stewardess wearing a silk gown with high cheekbones standing at the door with her arms akimbo, glaring fiercely at this side. There are 3 pieces of cloth piled behind, waiting to be starched and beaten. Do you want to wait until dark? Don't want the wages anymore?" The smile on Yang Huanyang's face froze for an instant, and she said helplessly to Chen Qing, "Ah Qing, I have to go to work, please go back quickly, go back quickly." The stewardess' urging voice sounded again. Yang Huanyang did not dare to delay any longer, turned around and trotted back to the huge wooden basin. The housekeeper glanced sideways at Chen Qing, snorted, turned around and left. Chen Qing frowned slightly and left Wang Jibuzhuang silently. In the afternoon, Chen Qing came to Zhouyuan to continue practicing. Since experiencing what happened to Guodachui, all the brothers at the same time have become anxious. Zhou Liang continued to recruit disciples, but there were only a dozen or so people following him, and we can see the clues from this. It is not easy to reach Mingjin. The first time you knock on the barrier, 70% of the people are blocked. Coupled with some external conditions, there is not even a 70% chance of reaching Mingjin. Chen Qing stood firmly on the wooden stake, as motionless as an ancient pine. Sweat slid down his temples, shimmering in the morning light. This is the last time to perform the arm-passing pile exercise. Sun Shan was also secretly worried about Chen Qing. He knows Chen Qing's hard work better than anyone else, but hard work alone is not enough in the journey of martial arts. On the other side, Qin Lai impatiently waved away a junior disciple who asked for advice. The disciple blushed and left angrily. In Qin Lai's view, these people with mediocre qualifications asking for advice are just a waste of his precious training time. His eyes swept across the field inadvertently and fell on the sweaty figure. He remembered that Chen Qing started training half a month earlier than him. He practiced hard but failed to make a breakthrough. The dark and damp toilet suddenly came to mind, and the scene where the two of them had cleaned the filth side by side. Qin Lai subconsciously touched the brand new training clothes on his body, and the touch of the fine cotton made him feel strangely irritated. He looked away, as if to get rid of that memory completely, and focus on his boxing. "Junior brother Qin, what are you looking at?" A senior sister walked over and glanced at Chen Qing along Qin Lai's line of sight. It's been almost 3 months, and she's still banging on the wooden stake." Her name was Luo Qian. She was average-looking and not outstanding, but her family was well off and she was one of the rich households in the inner city. In addition to practicing martial arts in Zhouyuan, Luo Qian would also look for some potential disciples and sponsor them before they have emerged. When these disciples grow up, even if they cannot join the Luo family, a favor is still valuable. In her opinion, this was just a matter of digging for gold from manure, but she did find a piece of gold. This gold is Qin Lai. Chen Qing is unaware of the outside world's gaze and comments. All that remains in his world are the wooden stakes under his feet, the energy and blood in his body, and every detail of the pile skills in his mind. Sweat-soaked rough his unlined clothes, and his muscles were signaling soreness due to the continuous tension, but his mind was as strong as iron, and he adjusted his breathing over and over again, guiding the weak but persistent flow of energy and blood. Suddenly, a strange change happened. It is not a landslide or a tsunami, nor is it a burning fire. It is like a river that has been blocked for a long time has been quietly penetrated by a warm and tenacious force. Chen Qing felt his eyes suddenly light up. The veins of the leaves of the old locust tree in the distance were clearly visible, and even the tiny dewdrops condensed on the leaf tips were reflected in his eyes. The noisy sounds of practice and wind in my ears seemed to have receded in an instant, leaving only the steady and powerful beating of my heart, like a drum beat, one after another, clearly echoing in the chest. The sound of blood rushing became real, like a stream washing the river bed. The wooden piles under your feet seemed to have taken root and were connected to the solid earth. My skin has become extremely sensitive, and I can clearly feel the subtle coolness brought by the morning breeze passing through my sweat-damp skin, and can even capture the traces of dust floating in the air. A warm and powerful force quietly rises from the dantian in the lower abdomen. It is not impatient, slowly infiltrating through the limbs and bones like spring water. At the same time, the muscles and bones made a crackling sound, which was clear and sweet. The long-standing sense of stagnation is swept away, as if the clouds are clearing and the sun is revealed. The fog that has been bothering you for so long finally lifts, and the road ahead suddenly becomes clear. God rewards those who work hard. There will be success. A small success in the through-arm kung fu. 1/1000th. Introduction to the through-arm fist. 425 500ths. Successful. Chen Qing slowly opened his eyes, and then exhaled a breath. Is this a small success in the through-arm kung fu? A joy appeared in his heart. Arrived at Mingjin, which not only means that he can continue to practice martial arts, but can even take on a temporary job as a guard. Congratulations to junior brother Chen. Junior brother Chen, please take good care of me in the future. The surrounding brothers came forward to congratulate enthusiastically, and the atmosphere changed instantly. Those disciples who are still wandering outside the threshold of Mingjin have envy in their eyes, but also a bit of unwillingness. They know very well what this means. Chen Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Now that I have arrived at Mingjin, I can not only take a temporary job, but also participate in martial arts. Sun Shun stepped forward with a smile on his face. Junior brother Chen, congratulations, thank you. Senior brother Sunday. Chen Qing hugged Sun Shun. Zhou Yu also walked over with a smile and encouraged. Zhou Yuan has added a Mingjin disciple today. Congratulations to junior brother Chen and keep up the good work. As she said, she handed over a small paper bag. This is a blood energy powder. Please keep it. Although Chen Qing was slightly surprised by Chen Qing's breakthrough at this moment, in any case, this has strengthened the strength of the school. Chen Qing's eyes lit up and he nodded. Thank you, senior sister. Shueqi powder is a medicinal powder that can be taken internally to increase the speed of qi and blood accumulation, which is of great benefit to cultivation. Chen Qing often sees senior brothers and sisters in the hospital who are from wealthy families or have temporary jobs taking it. Not far away, a trace of surprise flashed in Luo Qian's eyes, and then she whispered, he really did bump into him. This kid is not bad at luck, but his strength is limited and his potential has been exhausted. There is no hope of trying to pass the test a second time. Her words were an attempt to save her reputation as a good judge of POP. Lu Qinlai turned a deaf ear to the discussions behind him, and did not even raise his eyelids. In his eyes, Chen Qing's success or failure, and the speed of his breakthrough, were nothing more than a pebble on the side of the road, unworthy of his even the slightest attention. Now her son's future seems to be bright, but she can't do anything to help him. Chen Qing comforted him. Mom, I have arrived in Mingjin now and can take up a temporary job. You don't have to worry about any of this. Have you made money by taking a temporary job? Han murmured, a glimmer of hope rekindled in his eyes. Chen Qing nodded. Han wiped the corners of his eyes and took out a blue cloth bag from the bottom of the cabinet. I'm happy today, it's time to celebrate. Chen Qing nodded. If he could eat more meat and swallow some blood qi powder, he could indeed speed up the progress. After a while, Han came back, holding 3 small fish strung on a small straw rope. The fish are not big, and the tail is still trembling slightly. It is obviously freshly caught and very fresh. Sitting on the board of the boat, Han used the faint light to scrape the scales and remove the internal organs of the small fish. She carefully collected the fish maw and a bit of fish roe in a small bowl on one side, and was reluctant to throw away even the fish head. You send one to your grandfather's house and tell him the good news. By the way. Han took out a washed fish and said, Mom is making fish soup for you at home. Chen Qing frowned slightly. Mom, forget it, silly boy, you don't understand. Han couldn't help but he put the fish into Chen Qing's hands and said in a lower voice, if your grandpa knew that you were knocking on the door this time, he might be happy and think more highly of you in the future. If we don't fight or try, will the pie fall in the sky? Chen Qing knew that he couldn't resist, so he had to wrap the fish in 3 layers inside and outside with lotus leaves, and then got off the boat. Arrived near the Chen family's old house, Chen Qing's steps slowed down. He recalled his grandfather's sarcastic remarks about his martial arts studies, and his second aunt's calculating look. Han's intentions are good, but if this fish is given to them, they may not think well of it. Looking at the fish tightly wrapped in lotus leaves in his hand, his heart moved. He looked left and right for no one, and quickly hid the lotus leaf bag in the gap between the dense roots of an old locust tree next to the old house, and used a few stones to cover it up. After doing this, he empty-handed, took a deep breath, and walked towards the mottled wooden door. Not long after, he arrived at the old house of the Chen family. Dong dong. The mottled wooden door of the old house made a dull sound. Who is it? Mr. Chen's hoarse voice came from inside. Grandpa, it's me. The door creaked open. Mr. Chen squinted his dim eyes, and his face sank when he saw the person clearly. Why did you come here today? Ever since he learned that Chen Qing went to learn martial arts, the old man has been holding his breath in his heart. In his opinion, he didn't even know about such a big thing, which obviously did not respect him. Chen Qing came in empty-handed. Grandpa, come in. Seeing that his hands were empty, Mr. Chen's face became a little darker and his tone became even calmer. I saw the second aunt working in the kitchen, but the second uncle was nowhere to be seen. She must be hiding in the house again and being lazy. Mr. Chen knocked on the copper smoke pot and asked casually, I heard that you hired an old escort master? Chen Qing nodded and said, Master worked as a bodyguard in his early years, but now he has retired to teach apprentices at home, Mr. Chen's brows knitted into knots. The retired escorts are either injured or old and infirm. What skills can they teach? He took a deep breath from the cigarette and puffed out a cloud of mist. Practice martial arts and you will see the smell of meat all the time, and your money will be spent like running water. His intention was very obvious, he wanted to persuade Chen Qing to give up martial arts. After all, once martial arts fails, all the money spent before will be in vain. Giving up now means stopping the loss in time. Chen Qing nodded and said, I will work hard, Mr. Chen frowned slightly, with a weak character like you, martial arts training is destined to have little future. It is better to be like your father. His tone became a little harsh. Chen Qing said seriously, thank you Grandpa for your teaching, my grandson has already made up his mind, okay. When Mr. Chen heard what Chen Qing said, he suddenly felt a little angry, your father is such an honest man. Man, you are deliberately trying to piss me off. The second aunt came out wearing an apron, looking distressed, and said, Qing, your grandpa is doing everything for your own good. In her opinion, Chen Qing is a waste of money. Chen Qing did not hide it, and said, Grandpa, second aunt, I have reached Mingjin now. What did you say? Mr. Chen moved his hands, and a look of surprise appeared in his old eyes. Mingjin. Of course he knows what Mingjin means. It means that he has truly entered the path of martial arts practice. Not only can he participate in martial arts, but he also doesn't have to worry about food and drink. My useless grandson actually arrived in Mingjin? Chen Qing repeated, Grandpa, I have arrived in Mingjin and am qualified to participate in martial arts next year. The second aunt was also a little stunned. Could it be that Chen Qing, this stupid boy, is really stupid and blessed? Fortunately, the first knock-on was successful. Okay. 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 Mr. Chen suddenly burst into hearty laughter, and the wrinkles on his face stretched out. He stood up tremblingly and patted Chen Qing's shoulder hard, it's because Grandpa's eyesight is dim. I didn't expect that a promising person would come out of my Chen family. The unhappiness that came with nothing just seemed to disappear in an instant. Chen Qing said, Grandpa, thank you. The second aunt rolled her eyes and asked with pretense of concern, when did Qing break through Mingjin? Chen Qing said calmly, I just reached Mingjin today. After hearing this, the second aunt's tense shoulders relaxed imperceptibly. According to the time Chen Qing practiced martial arts, it took him almost 3 months to reach Mingjin. According to Chen Heng, it would be difficult to reach Anjin the second time. Mr. Chen's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes were no longer as eager as before. Next, Chen Qing and Mr. Chen chatted. Mr. Chen's attitude has changed dramatically, and his words are full of concern. Chen Qing looked at the time and said, Grandpa, it's getting late, so I'll go back first. Look at me, I'm so confused, Mr. Chen patted his head, go back quickly, we'll be in trouble when it gets dark. In today's world, few ordinary people with flat heads dare to walk at night. Chen Qing left the old house. Mr. Chen looked at Chen Qing's back, thinking in his heart. It is not easy to practice martial arts and participate in martial arts. It requires money. Although I have saved a lot over the years, I am already running out of money to support Chen Heng's martial arts practice, and I am simply unable to afford Chen Qing. Dad, Hunger said that the later you knock on the guan for the first time, the second aunt said calmly, if you are lucky, it is normal for the first knock on the guan to succeed. I know Mr. Chen interrupted her, his voice hoarse. Why didn't he understand that compared to Chen Heng, Chen Qing's qualifications were obviously inferior? He was very reluctant to pass the test for the first time, and there was little possibility of further advancement in the future. Chen Heng has greater hope of knocking on the gate for the second time, and has greater hope of gaining fame. I should put all my resources on Chen Heng now. What a pity, Mr. Chen looked at the direction Chen Qing left and shook his head slightly. 3 days later. As soon as Chen Qing finished washing, someone came to the cabin door. The person who came was a middle-aged man in his 30s, wearing a black short coat, followed by 4 or 5 burly followers. The middle-aged man smiled and said, This is brother Chen Qing and Chen, I am Su Qingfeng of the Tiger Gang. Chen Qing said calmly, It turns out he is a master of the Tiger Gang, whom I have admired for a long time. Su Qingfeng handed over his hand and said, From today on, my Tiger Gang will take over this place. Okay, let's make it easier in the future. If there is anything that is not done properly, please ask brother Chen to take care of it. Chen Qing said with a flattered expression, Your Majesty, your words are serious. People from the Tiger Gang came to the door. It seems that the Mazawan has truly changed hands, and the Jinha Gang is a thing of the past. Su Qingfeng smiled and said, Brother Chen, you're welcome. After the two chatted for a few words, Su Qingfeng left with a few followers. After leaving Chen's house, Su Qingfeng whispered, Ajay, go and find out where this Chen Qing learned boxing. It is definitely right to be cautious when doing things. I understand, the follower behind him nodded. Qing, who was that just now? Han opened the curtain and asked curiously. Chen Qing said calmly, people from the Tiger Gang. Tiger Gang. Hearing this, Han's face suddenly showed a worried look. You won't have to charge more for incense money, right? Every time a new gang appears, they will pay 3 months membership fee in advance. Chen Qing said, Mom, don't think so much. Although Chen Qing was comforting her, Han's face still looked very ugly. After all, these gangs are a mountain pressing on their shoulders. Chen Qing left the house and went to Zhouyuan without saying any more. At this moment, the senior fellow students in the inner courtyard are competing for advice. The fist wind surged and made a crackling sound. Siach. An Qing tidied up and started practicing boxing. The most difficult thing about Tong Jiquan is not the moves, but this subtle body control. If it is too loose, the strength will be dispersed, and if it is too tight, the strength will be stagnant. You must find the perfect balance point between tightness and looseness. Unknowingly, I had already punched twice. Sun Shun came over and said, Junior brother Chen, there are several part-time and part-time guards to choose from. Take a look. Chen Qing put down his hands after hearing this, and then Sun Shun named the 3 part-time and part-time guards. One is a temporary position in the Li Chamber of Commerce. His main duties on weekdays are to guard the gates of warehouses and patrol at night, escort short-distance valuable goods, and intimidate Xiao Xiao. But the salary is very good. The monthly salary is 4 taels. The other one is a temporary position in Zuyula. This temporary position is somewhat special and is also called a hidden stake. We usually maintain order in the venue, deter troublemakers and crooks, collect gambling debts, and clean up troubles when necessary. Monthly rates generally fluctuate from 5 to 80 taels, and the risk is very high. Chen Qing shook his head, obviously not satisfied with these 2. Although a temporary job at the Li Chamber of Commerce is safe, it does not offer much freedom. It is really dangerous to go to Zuyu Tower to be a hidden stake. Who knows if a ghost or a snake spirit will pop up in the gambling house one day. The last one is the river patrol, Sun Shundao said. The He division is short of manpower. As long as you promise tomorrow, you can put your name on it, and you will get 2 taels of silver a month, and you will have 6 days off every month. The disciples in the academy don't go much because of the lack of money. The main responsibilities of the river patrol are to patrol the designated river sections, maintain public order, handle inner disputes, check suspicious people's boats, and assist the river envoys in handling river affairs. When I have nothing to do, I am very leisurely. After thinking again and again, Chen Qing nodded. Let's take this. Sun Shun took out a letter and warned, this is a letter of introduction. Just go to Qinghe Wharf to find Ambassador Qinghe. Thank you, brother. Chen Qing took the letter and walked towards Qinghe Wharf. The bluestone road was wet and shimmering. The river water lapped at the wooden piles, and several awning boats swayed gently with the waves. The morning market on the shore has opened, and the shouts of vendors and the smell of fish are mixed in the humid air. Chen Qing stepped through the stagnant water, turned into a narrow alley and arrived in front of Hesse Gate. Hesse Yamen is not big, the facade is slightly old, and the peeling paint reveals dark wood. The door was open, and a smell of old paper, sweat, and river water hit my face. There were swaying figures and noisy voices inside, mostly guards wearing Hesse clothes, occasionally mixed with noises and arguments. Chen Qingti stepped over the high threshold. The lighting in the lobby is a little dim, and the furnishings are quite simple. Several long tables are filled with files and sundries, and wet footprints can even be seen on the ground. He stopped a guard who was passing by in a hurry, raised his hand and asked, Brother, may I ask if Ambassador Qingming and Qinghe are here? The officer looked Chen Qing up and down and saw that although he was wearing ordinary coarse clothes, he had a tall and straight figure and clear eyes, especially his hands, which had clear joints and traces of being a practicing master, so he pointed to a narrower road on the side of the lobby. Passage, Mr. Qinghe is on duty in the inner room. He has been busy all night. I'm afraid he is upset now. You can go find it yourself. Thank you. Chen Qing thanked him and walked in according to the guidance. At the end of the passage is a small room with the door ajar and light coming from inside. Chen Qing stood in front of the door, raised his hand and knocked twice on the door panel. Who? Came a hoarse and tired voice from inside. Chen Qing, I'm here to take a temporary job. Chen Qing said in a steady and clear voice. The door creaked open from the inside. I am Qingming. A square-faced man in his 40s came into view, with a sword hanging loosely on his waist. He looked at Chen Qing and asked, Do you have a letter of introduction? Chen Qing Song. He took out the letter of introduction from his arms and handed it over with both hands. Yes. Qingming took the letter of introduction and looked at it, his frown slightly relaxed. A disciple of Master Zhou Liangzhou? Exactly. Chen Qing replied. The letter is fine, and the body looks quite strong. Hesse is currently short of manpower, so you came at the right time. Qingming looked at Chen Qing, and his tone softened. Do you know Hesse's rules and monthly routines? Yes. Chen Qing replied. Qingming nodded and said slowly, Let me tell you something more. There are 9 teams in the He division. Each team has one river envoy and 3 patrols. The work is also very simple. Walk along the section of the river designated for you, and keep your eyes open. If you see people sneaking around, fighting, or acting suspiciously, don't I rushed up stupidly. He emphasized his tone and warned, come back to report the news first, and the police will handle it. Don't mess with the boss of the ship at the dock and the steward of the warehouse. They are all oil-soaked old loaches and are very slippery. If you encounter a blind thief, you have to take action. Qing Ming's voice deepened, you have to think about it yourself, don't suffer a loss, but don't make the matter a big deal. Remember, you are on a temporary job. He raised his eyes and looked directly at Chen Qing, with a complicated reminder in his eyes, if you real. Why mess up? Zhou Yuan's face may not be able to keep it. Br Chen Qing clasped his fists and said seriously, thank you, Ambassador Qinghe, for reminding me. Qing Ming was quite satisfied with Chen Qing's attitude and nodded imperceptibly. At 9 o'clock tomorrow, I will send you a room at the east end of the pier. Find Chief Lowley to lead the waistband livery. He will tell you which section of the patrol you are going to patrol. You have to report for duty today, so go back and rest first. After waiting for a moment, Qing Ming found that Chen Qing was still standing there, and couldn't help but raise his eyes and asked, is there anything else? Chen Qing cupped his fists and saluted, and said in a deep voice, Envoy Qinghe, I am humble and courageous, can you advance the payment for the next few months? Advance payment? Qing Ming was slightly startled when he heard this. This was the first time he had heard this request. His brows furrowed unnoticeably, why? Pay the repair. Chen Qing answered simply. Qing Ming's gaze lingered on Chen Qing's face for a moment, and he muttered, there is no precedent for advance payment in Hesse's monthly salary. He paused briefly, then changed the topic, forget it, I will give you 5 taels of silver first. In the next few months, you will not need to receive monthly salary. It belongs to me directly. Chen Qing quickly bowed deeply, thank you, Qinghe, for making it complete. Qing Ming waved his hand, go. In the afternoon, Chen Qing came to Zhou Yuan to continue practicing. Junior brother Chen. Several senior brothers greeted with a smile. Especially those new disciples are very enthusiastic. Sun Shun waved and said, Junior brother, come and learn from each other, okay. Chen Qing nodded and immediately put on Zhou Yuan's training uniform. Then I won't be polite. Sun Shun flexed his muscles, exerted force with his feet and fists, and rushed towards Chen Qing in the blink of an eye. Chen Qing did not retreat but advanced, striding forward. Thongarm boxing pays attention to clearness, longness, and fastness. To put it simply, it means to hit long and far, with clear strength and a balance of hardness and softness. So the most important thing is momentum. 3 steps of momentum, punches like strong wind, attacking in a series of attacks. 1 move is not completed, 2 moves have been completed, forming a dense offensive. At this moment, Chen Qing's body was at its best, and his whole body, waist, legs, feet, fists, and spine were all beating regularly. The air explodes with astonishing power, which is the so-called no money can buy a sound. This is the state of Ming Jin. At this moment of sudden explosion, the fist wind roared. But Sun Shun had quick eyes and quick hands. He rolled like a donkey and avoided the attack. He then turned over and punched him. Bang! After the two punched each other, Chen Qing couldn't help but take a few steps back. Come again! Sun Shun shouted and rushed over again. The two of them showed off their moves, and in less than a moment, dozens of moves were made. Chen Qing knew that Sun Shun proposed the competition because he wanted him to know Ming Jin better, and he couldn't help but feel a little more grateful. Yes, in terms of proficiency and use of moves, there are not many disciples below in Jin in the academy who are better than you. After the discussion, Sun Shun picked up a towel and wiped the sweat off his body. He was a little surprised and said, if you didn't know the basics, I would have thought you had been practicing for several years. Chen Qing is not only proficient in moves, but also has very exquisite tricks. It was hard to guard against, and Sun Shun was even inspired to use some of his moves. Chen Qing smiled and said, I have practiced too much, and these moves have become part of my memory. Every day before dawn, he came to Zhou Yuan to train. The 9 and 81 moves of the thongarm boxing have long been indelible in his memory. At this time Zhou Yu came over and said, Senior brother Sun, my father asked you to go to the backyard. Okay, I understand. Sun Shun nodded, and then followed Zhou Yu towards the backyard. In addition to Sun Shun and Qin Lai, there are several other disciples who have arrived at Jin. Seeing this, it immediately attracted the attention of many disciples. Someone whispered, did something happen? A senior brother next to him said, martial arts is approaching, Master is going to explain the matter of martial arts. Senior brother Sun and senior brother Qi are all disciples valued by Master, martial arts. There was a burst of discussion in the courtyard. Chen Qing didn't care and continued to think about the through-arm boxing. Not long after, a golden light appeared in his mind. God rewards those who work hard, there will be success through arm fist small success, 1/1000th. Yazuan, Tiger Gang Courtyard. Ermatzi leaned against the doorframe with his arms folded, yawning out of boredom. Bang! A hard, small ball of paper suddenly flew over and hit him accurately on the forehead. Who? Who? Ermatzi jumped up in excitement, pressed the handle of the knife, and scanned the empty alley warily. No one responded. He bent down and picked up the ball of paper suspiciously, and when he unfolded it, he saw that it was densely packed with words. Damn! Ermatzi cursed in a low voice. He was blind and didn't recognize even a single word. But he is not stupid, he knows that there must be something wrong with this thing. Immediately, I clutched the ball of paper tightly, turned around and rushed into the yard quickly. What are you panicking about? Su Qingfeng happened to be walking out the door with a gloomy face. Brother Feng. Someone threw this away. Ermatzi quickly offered it. Su Qingfeng took it suspiciously and glanced at it quickly in the dim light. His face instantly burst out with ecstasy and ferocity, damn it. You can't find it even after you've broken through the iron shoes. This old dog is hiding in Huaishu Street. He raised the note and lowered his voice, Lu Lizi, you are a bitch who eats everything inside and out. He betrayed. This is Song Tai's hiding place. Ermatzi looked confused, Lu Lizi? You. Take 2 smart brothers and watch outside Huaishu Street. See if there are any rats from the Jinha gang poking around there. Go quickly. Su Qingfeng ordered quickly. Yes. Ermatzi didn't dare to neglect, turned around and ran away. Su Qingfeng stared at the note, his eyes flashing fiercely. He believed this information 7 or 8 times. He knew the character of Lu Lizi. He was just a wallflower, greedy for life and afraid of death, so he could do this. But just in case, we still need to find out the truth. Not long after, Ermatzi ran back panting, with excitement on his face, Brother Feng. It's true. Over at the entrance of Huaishu Street, there are 2 boys from the Jinha gang watching the wind, call the brothers. A fierce light flashed in Su Qingfeng's eyes, copycat. Surround the alley on Huaishu Street. Don't let a fly escape. Chop up Song Tai, and you will be rewarded, yes. The sound of drawing knives and low roars instantly sounded in the yard. Ermatzi came closer and asked in a low voice, Brother Feng, that Lu Lizi, a cruel sneer appeared at the corner of Su Qingfeng's mouth, keep it for the new year? I hate the traitors the most. Get rid of them all. Subsequently, a dozen Tiger Gang members unsheathed their swords, like a pack of vicious wolves, silently but murderously pounced on Huaishu Street. Huaishu Street. The members of the Tiger Gang took out their long knives one after another. Under the leadership of Su Qingfeng, like hyenas smelling the smell of blood, they silently and murderously pounced towards Song Tai's hiding place. Chen Qing hid in the dark, quietly watching the murderers disappear deep into the alley. He was still worried until he saw Song Tai's body with his own eyes. Clang. Kill. Song Tai. Get out and die. Soon, there was a loud bang of breaking in, an angry roar, the clang of weapons clashing, and a miserable howl. The fire light dimly lit up in the direction of the ruined courtyard, reflecting the narrow sky red. With red eyes, Song Tai leaned on the doorframe and hacked wildly, using 2 of his men to stand in front of him as human shields. At the same time, the wound on the abdomen tore open again with violent movements, and blood surged. Who is it? Who betrayed me? Song Tai roared in despair, using his last bit of strength, he slammed into the broken wooden window behind him that was already crumbling. Be careful with his poison darts. Chase. Chase me quickly. Su Qingfeng's furious roar came from the courtyard, and he seemed to be injured. Escape. Must escape. Like a wounded beast forced into a desper. 8 situation, Song Tai burst out with an astonishing survival instinct. Ignoring the severe pain like tearing in his abdomen, he relied on his familiarity with the complex topography of Huaishu Street to run for his life in the narrow back alley filled with debris. He did not dare to take the big road, and chose the darkest and most tortuous gaps to get through. Every rapid breath carries a strong smell of blood. His vision began to blur, and the dizziness caused by blood loss continued to impact his consciousness like a tide. But he didn't dare to stop. As long as you rush out, blend into the crowd outside, or jump into the nearby river, there is hope of survival. The last bit of madness burst out in his eyes, bit the tip of his tongue, stimulated himself with severe pain, squeezed out the last bit of strength, and staggered towards the front. 3 steps. 2 steps. Step. Hola. A dark shadow flashed on the eaves next to it. Chen Qing pounced down like a night owl hunting prey. He used the extending hands to bind the mountain of the Tongjiquan. The 5 fingers of his right hand were like iron hooks, and he tightly clasped the elbow joint of Song Tai's right wrist with the force of his fingers. Click. The crisp sound of cracking bones makes one's teeth ache. Song Tai was so painful that just when he screamed out, Chen Qing's left hand wrapped around him like lightning and clasped the inside of his elbow. His waist and legs were twisted violently, all his strength exploded, and he was pulled and torn violently. Gee! The skin and flesh were torn, the bones and bruises were exposed, and the entire right arm was torn off. The severe pain made Song Tai's eyes darken and his body was shaky. Chen Qing didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. He punched out with his right fist like an anvil with all his strength. Bang! The punch hit Song Tai hard on the face. He flew directly 10 feet away and hit the ground and fell to the ground. Blood was pouring from his mouth. He tried his best to open his eyes wide, trying to see the attacker clearly. Next moment. Click. Puff. The sternum was completely shattered and the internal organs were trampled to pieces. Song Tai's body twitched violently, his eyes turned white, and he completely lost his voice. Who? Chen Qing let out a long breath. Fortunately, he was guarding the perimeter, otherwise Song Tai might have escaped. I quickly groped around Song Tai and found a heavy purse. When I opened it, I saw that it was more than 20 taels of white money. Get rich. Chen Qing's eyes flashed. The last time he intercepted Qian Biao, he only found a few taels of silver. And now 20 taels of silver were found on Song Tai. This is a huge sum of money. How many years did it take for me and my mother to save so much money without eating or drinking? In addition to the silver, there is also a thin book called The Technique of the Gale Wind Sword. Chen Qing punched the vital parts of Song Tai's body a few more times, making sure that no trace of the force unique to the through-arm fist could be seen on the body. Then he swayed and quickly disappeared into the shadows of Huaishu Street. The next day, news was everywhere in Yazuan that the leader of the Jinhe gang was killed by the Tiger Gang. What's going on? Han pushed open the curtain and saw fishermen gathering in 2s and 3s on the shore, whispering to each other. Uncle Gao next door lowered his voice and said, Aunt Han, you still don't know? Song Tai from the Jinhe gang is dead, what? Han's eyes were as big as bells. Song Tai was a tyrant in Yazuan. It was said that he could knock down 4 or 5 strong men with his bare hands. How could such a ruthless man die? Aunt Suihua came over at some point, patted her chest and said, I heard it was someone from the Tiger Gang who did it. They chopped it with knives until their flesh and blood were bloody. It was terrible. The fishermen around him were all startled when they heard this, with a look of fear on their faces. This world, Han sighed. Uncle Dachun looked at Aunt Suihua and couldn't help but said, Aunt Suihua, I see that your complexion has improved a lot recently. Her face was glowing red and she was much more energetic than before. Aunt Suihua smiled from ear to ear. It's not that area was so popular at Yuan Zhao's house that she often brought back some cakes. When the neighbors heard this, their eyes became filled with envy. For poor people like them, white pastry is a huge rarity. Uncle Gao swallowed his saliva and said, I heard that the pastry is fragrant and sweet. Aunt Suihua said slightly with satisfaction, let Arya bring more next time, so that everyone can try it. Uncle Gao rubbed his hands, how can you be so embarrassed? He said he was embarrassed, but his eyes were shining. Aunt Suihua turned to Uncle Dachuan, by the way, how's Xiaoqun doing recently? I haven't seen him for a long time. Uncle Dachuan waved his hand, the ministers of Wanbeitang think highly of him, and they always look up to him. It's hard to get home when you go out with me, Aunt Suihua said sourly. Xiaoqun has been smart since he was a child, which makes people worry-free. Han was listening, feeling a little uncomfortable. Xiaoqun really saved me and his mother a lot of worry, Dachuan said happily. This child said before that he would settle down in the inner city and take our old couple there. The inner city is a place that is out of reach for the people at the bottom. Uncle Gao said with emotion, Xiaoqun is not only promising, but also filial. You are lucky. Arya works as a handyman in a wealthy family, so it is difficult for him to achieve anything big in his life. Once Xiaoqun becomes a minister, he will not have to worry about food and drink. Han didn't speak, silently turned around and walked towards home. Aunt Suihua's voice came, Aunt Han, I'll give you some of the pastries when the time comes, mister. Han laughed twice and walked quickly back home. Show off. Who cares about the leftovers? As soon as she finished mumbling, she saw Chen Qing coming out of the back room. Mom, what are you muttering about? Song Tai, the leader of the Jinhe gang, is dead. It is said that he was chopped to pieces. Han pulled him into the room and whispered. Song Tai was hacked to death by the Tiger Gang. You have to be careful. Chen Qing nodded and said, I understand. As he expected, the Tiger Gang couldn't wait to help him take the blame. For ordinary people like Chen Qing, this is a murder case, but for the Tiger Gang, it is a rare opportunity to establish its power. Mr. Han counted his fingers and said, "The food at home is almost at the end, we need to buy more pickles, tooth powder." Since Chen Qing started practicing martial arts, his appetite has increased sharply, and he often has to prepare some dry food. Mother, Chen Qing took out a purse and whispered, "From today on, add more fish to the food at home, take meat every day to strengthen qi and blood, helping him break through the dark energy faster." Han took the silver and his expression changed. "Where did this silver come from?" "Chen Qingdao, you don't have to worry about this, just listen to me, okay?" Han stroked the silver and finally nodded. In this world, being able to make money means you have the ability. She was already thinking about which morning market she should go to and how much she should buy so as not to stand out. Women who have been struggling in this troubled world for many years know best how to survive. Chen Qing returned to his house and took out the flying wind sword technique he got last night. This secret book not only contains moves and techniques, but also the basic diagram of strength, which is extremely complete. Chen Qing thought to himself, you can practice the sword technique more in your free time. Time passed, and half a month passed. Since the last negotiation with Qingming, Chen Qing has become the patrolman of Hesse. Except for patrolling at Seashore and Highshore every day, most of the time is at your disposal. He spends most of his time in Zhouyuan, practicing the Tongji Zhuang Kung Fu and boxing skills. God rewards those who work hard. There will be success through arm pile skill. Small success, 161 1,000ths, through arm fist. Small success, 132 1,000ths. With the nourishment of meat and blood powder, qi and blood become increasingly strong, the body becomes stronger, and the progress rate is twice as fast as before. This also causes the money on the body to continue to be consumed. Sitting back and having nothing is not a long-term solution. Chen Qing thought to himself, if I have enough meat and tonics, maybe I can perform the second knocking in less than half a year. The power of Ming Jin is powerful and domineering, which also makes Chen Qing look forward to Dark Jin even more. On this day, Chen Qing followed Qingming to patrol the dock. Qingming looked at the other side of the river and sighed, after this Nanhe River, we will reach the inner city. On the other side of the river, the outline of the inner city floated in the twilight, and lights filled the city walls like broken gold. Daolin County is divided into inner and outer cities. The inner city is rich in land and rich, and is home to aristocratic families, gentry, and wealthy businessmen. The streets are wide and clean, pedestrians are in high spirits, and martial arts practitioners are everywhere. Because every major household has a nursing home, gangs have disappeared here, and it is 100 times safer than outside the city. He sighed quietly, while the people in the outer city are still worrying about food and clothing. These gentlemen are already drinking and enjoying themselves. Chen Qing was silent. Which world is not like this? The so-called upper class is just stepping on the bones of the lower class to enjoy themselves. Those extravagant things, feeding pigs with human milk, coating the walls with pepper and mud, cooking by candlelight, and using brocade to protect them from the wind are simply unimaginable to ordinary people. Chen Qing recalled a scene in a play from a previous life. An official wanted to rest, and a servant helped the official to rest. When he went to bed, there were 2 little maids who warmed the bed. They waited for the official to lie down, and they used their bellies to warm the official's feet. Of course, this was an artistic process. In reality, bed-warming maids don't know how to wear clothes. When people from the outer city are still struggling to survive on half a bowl of rice bran, Qingming's voice carries a hint of weariness and self-mockery that is not easily noticeable. The gentlemen in the inner city are probably tired of eating birds' nests and sharks' fins, and they are wondering how to feed pigeons with ginseng. He paused, glanced at the ragged coolies at the dock, and whispered, if you save enough money, bring your mother to the inner city, even if you rent the cheapest cabin. In this world, peace is worth $10,000, Chen Qing nodded. To the people of this world, safety is the most precious thing. At this moment, a strange commotion came from the entrance of the pier, accompanied by exclamations and anxious snorts of horses. Get out of the way. Get the hell out of the way. Blind? Get out of the way. A few men in gray uniforms with sinewy faces roughly pushed away the coolies and vendors blocking the way, clearing a passage. Their eyes are fierce, their temples are slightly bulging, and they have swords on their waists. They are obviously practitioners. Despair. Despair. The crisp and rhythmic sound of horse hooves hits the bluestone floor, neither fast nor slow, but with an unquestionable majesty. A tall horse with a black body and an unusually sharp horse slowly walked into the dock area. On horseback, there is a person sitting upright. Qingming grabbed Chen Qing, frowning, and quickly pulled him into a secluded alley next to him. Boss, is that? Chen Qing looked at the retreating figure in surprise. That's a martial arts master. Qingming lowered his voice and exhaled slowly. With this martial arts title, you don't have to bow and bow when you meet the county magistrate, and your family's land and goods are tax-free. You can also lead the court. The military position in the imperial court is a salary and money. How many poor people are vying to be servants of the martial arts master just to get the light of tax exemption? There are too many benefits. Qing Ming's tone was complicated, with awe and a hint of yearning that was not easy to detect. For a small family like the Qing family, it would be completely different if they could perform martial arts. Chen Qing felt his heart heat up after hearing this. Martial arts high school is not only a step to the sky, but also a wealth that is overwhelming. If you want to pass the martial arts competition, you must first pass the martial arts level. Qing Ming patted Chen Qing's shoulder heavily, shook his head and sighed. It's difficult. It's as difficult as climbing to heaven. Unknowingly, the two of them returned to the dock. Qing Ming suddenly remembered something, turned around and asked, "Ah Qing, you haven't received funding yet, have you?" Not yet, Chen Qing shook his head. These days, he discovered that not all Ming Jin disciples could receive funding. Those wealthy businessmen and aristocratic families are all clever and will only bet on young geniuses. For example, Qin Lai was not only able to take up a position in Wanji, but also gained the favor of the Luo family and other wealthy families. He continued to eat meat and medicine every day, and his cultivation naturally improved by leaps and bounds. Most of the disciples with mediocre qualifications like Chen Qing are ignored. In the end, it will stop here. If you are lucky, you may break through the bottleneck and reach Anjin. My Qing family is willing to support you. Qing Ming suddenly said, 10 pounds of meat and 1 tael of blood and energy powder every month, although it is not much, are you willing? In these days together, Qing Ming admired two things about Chen Qing the most. First, he is diligent and hardworking, and second, he is very filial. Although he has poor foundation and poor family background, his character is really rare. Although the Qing family is not a wealthy family, the two brothers are in charge of more than 20 family businesses, operating 2 merchant ships and hundreds of acres of thin farmland. For Chen Qing, this is already a big tree. Qing Ming worked as an errand in Hesse, originally intending to manage merchant ships. Chen Qing's heart moved, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Qing Ming raised his eyebrows and said, "What's the matter? Too few? How dare you? Thank you for your cultivation, boss." Chen Qing took a deep breath and solemnly clasped his fists. Qing Ming waved his hand, "I will have things delivered to your home tomorrow, and you just concentrate on practicing martial arts." After Chen Qing left, the guard on the side came up and asked, "Boss, do you really want to help Chen Qing?" After spending this time together, everyone knew the details of Chen Qing. Chen Qing had only average qualifications in Zhou Yuan, and it took him several months to develop his talents. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that his potential had been exhausted. Although the Qing family has some property, every penny has to be spent wisely. Qing Ming looked at Chen Qing's retreating back and sighed, "This child is about the same age as my son, but he lost his father long ago and supports the family alone." He rubbed the sword on his waist. Let's just think of it as fate. As the dusk faded, Chen Qing returned to Zhou Yuan through the mottled shadows of the trees. Junior brother Chen, these days are not as early as usual. He Yan was wiping the stone lock and greeted him with a smile when he saw him. This old disciple who has been training in Zhou Yuan for 7 or 8 years has always been stuck in Mingjin, but he has become the most diligent benchmark in the school. Since Chen Qing broke through Mingjin, the two often practiced together, competed and exchanged experiences, and the relationship was pretty good. "I'm so caught up in trivial matters that I've been delayed." Chen Qing moved his muscles and bones, and his clothes still smelled of dust from the classroom. "I feel a lot more deserted since you didn't come." He Yan put the stone lock back in place. "When the pile work is over, let's practice a few moves." Chen Qingza stretched his muscles and got ready for pile work training. The other side of the yard. Qin Lai was talking quietly to Luo Qian, glancing towards the backyard from time to time. Xing Ziqiao was sparring with several fellow disciples. The fists were fierce and full of energy, forcing the ordinary disciples who were sparring partners to retreat continuously in a state of embarrassment. Junior brother Qin, junior sister Luo, junior brother Xing, Zhou Yu's voice sounded like a clear spring. She and Sun Shun walked together, immediately attracting the attention of the surrounding disciples. Qin Lai's eyes couldn't help but light up when he saw Zhou Yu. "Senior sister Zhou, are you okay? The martial arts department is coming soon, and several nearby courtyards want to hold a small competition. Each courtyard has 7 places." Zhou Yuqian smiled broadly. Senior brother Lu Zhe of the Mantis Fist and senior sister Lu Shui of the 7-Star Palm have agreed to be present. These two have great secret powers. If they fall in love, they can continue to do so in the future. When Luo Qian heard this, her fingertips moved slightly. And Jin Desheng is only 1 step away from Hua Jin. If she can make friends with him, it will be of great benefit to her to gain a foothold in the Luo family. The Luo family has flourishing branches and leaves. His father has 6 sons and 3 daughters. How can he win a place in the family if he has no extraordinary skills? "I'll go." Xing Ziqiao said without thinking. Lu Yuan mantis boxing is famous all over the world. It is said that he has produced several good fighters. It would be good to be lucky enough to make friends with him. Qin Lai secretly thought, although he is full of energy and blood, he lacks actual combat experience. Occasions like this can not only broaden your horizons but also make connections. It is an opportunity for children from poor families to leap over the Dragon's Gate. Including senior brother Lu and senior brother Qi, there are still 2 places left. Zhou Yu counted his fingers. Do you have any good candidates? Qin Lai was silent and glanced at the Ming Jin disciples in the courtyard with a kind of natural scrutiny and alienation. He had no deep friendship with these mediocre people. Sun Shun looked at the back of Chen Qing standing silently in the corner, pondered for a moment, and finally spoke, his voice with a hint of lack of confidence. Junior brother Wu Lin, and J. Junior brother Chen Qing, how about it? Junior brother Wu has achieved great success in Ming Jin. He can attack the dark power once, but he is barely qualified. Xing Ziqiao said, with a calm tone. Immediately, his brows knitted into a knot, and he looked at Chen Qing in the corner, with an incredible questioning tone. Junior brother Chen Qing? How long has he been able to step into Ming Jin? The foundation may not be solid. Senior brother Sun, this small meeting represents the face of our Zhouyuan. Take him there? Obviously, he thinks that Chen Qing is not qualified to participate in this small meeting. There are more than 30 disciples in Zhouyuan, and there are about 10 who have reached Ming Jin. Chen Qing is inconspicuous among the many disciples. He has neither a prominent family background nor an amazing talent. His future in martial arts can be imagined. Luo Qian also said, Senior brother Sun, this small meeting represents the face of Zhou Yuan, and is related to the level of communication between us and other martial arts academies. It is not about opening a charity hall. The words were thorny, and she was obviously dissatisfied with Sun Shun's partiality. Sun Shun's face became hot and he quickly said, Junior brother Chen is very diligent in practicing martial arts. Like this, Zhou Yu spoke up at the right time, his voice still gentle. Everyone they are fellow disciples, and junior brother Chen is still young, so it's okay to give him a chance to gain experience. In the future, the candidates will take turns, and the opportunities will be equal. Her words gave Sun Shun a step up, and also blocked Luo Qian's mouth. Seeing Zhou Yu speak, Xing Ziqiao was dissatisfied but kept his mouth shut. Luo Qian shrugged, acquiescing. Sun Shun grinned and said, okay, I'll go talk to junior brother Chen now. As he said that, he quickly walked towards Chen Qing's position. Small discussion meeting? Chen Qing stopped breathing, the sweat on his forehead was still wet. Sun Shun said eagerly, Mantis Fist Lu Zhang and 7-star Palm Lu Shui will be here, let's discuss and exchange experiences together. Chen Qing pondered for a moment and refused, Senior brother Sun, I won't go for this short meeting. It is unclear whether this so-called exchange of ideas is good or bad. He has the destiny of being rewarded by God, so he just needs to practice hard. Sun Shun was slightly startled, Junior brother Chen, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thank you, Senior brother Sun, for your kindness. Chen Qing shook his head and said, just junior brother knows that his cultivation is still shallow and his foundation is not strong. Instead of joining in the fun, it is better to calm down and build a more solid foundation. Sun Shun tried hard to persuade him for a while, but finally gave up when he saw Chen Qing persisting. When Zhou Yu saw Sun Shun coming back, he said, it's settled? Sun Shun smiled bitterly and said, Junior brother Chen, declined. When several people heard this, they were a little surprised. I didn't expect Chen Qing to give up such a good opportunity. Xing Ziqiao raised his eyebrows and said, I'm afraid it's stage fright and losing face, so I don't dare to go. In his opinion, this is the only explanation. Qin Lai looked at the sweating back, shook his head and said, it's really hopeless. I don't know how to cherish such a good opportunity. What's the use of practicing hard? In his opinion, people from poor families like Chen Qing should seize every opportunity they can. Practice martial arts is not just hard training. Although Luo Qian did not say anything, she had already left a mark on Chen Qing in her heart that she was unfit for use. You must keep your eyes open, and remember not to support such a person. A trace of disappointment flashed in Zhou Yu's eyes, and then he recovered. She regained her composure. For her, this was just one missing disciple. It didn't matter who she was. There were many Ming Jin disciples in the courtyard, and there would always be someone willing to seize this opportunity. The next day, it rained slightly in late spring. The bluestone streets are filled with mist, and fine raindrops weave into hazy curtains under the eaves. Chen Qing carried 2 pickled fish and walked on the wet stone road to Yang's house in Baihua Lane. Dong dong. Who is it? A sharp female voice came from the door. The wooden door opened with a creak, revealing a dark and thin face. What are you doing here? Chen Jinhua looked at Chen Qing with squinted eyes, her brows knitted into knots. In the past, Chen Qing's family didn't do anything good when they came, and most of them came to borrow money. Chen Qingdao, Auntie, my mother made 2 pickled fish. On hearing the word pickled fish, Chen Jinhua's tight face loosened a little, and she turned sideways to make a slit. Come in. In the house, Yang Taiju was hunched over to add firewood to the furnace. When he saw Chen Qing coming in, he quickly wiped the bench with his sleeves. A Qing is here? Sit down for a while. Compared with Chen Jinhua's mean and sharp temper, Yang Taiju is very honest and easy to talk to. Come, drink water. Yang Taiju picked up a cracked pottery pot from the stove. Chen Qing just took the pottery pot and found that there were bruises on Yang Taiju's face, and couldn't help asking, Uncle, your face. Yang Taiju turned his face away with an evasive look, and said vaguely, I accidentally dropped it not long ago. It's not in the way. The scars were clearly left by fists and feet. Chen Qing thought, could it be the eldest aunt's hand? Yang Taiju didn't want to mention more, so Chen Qing naturally couldn't ask further questions, so he quickly changed the topic and asked, Isn't Sister Hui at home? Updating is not easy. Remember to share the network. Chen Jinhua snorted. That girl went to the cloth workshop early in the morning. She was so busy every day that her feet did not touch the floor, but her wages, she suddenly stopped talking and glanced at Chen Qing. Why are you skiing this? Don't think I don't know. I found out that she gave you her wages last time. Chen Jinhua sneered. This girl's elbows are turned out. She deliberately bitten the word outward very hard. There was a sound of footsteps outside the window, followed by the sound of a wooden basin falling to the ground. Chen Qing turned around and saw Yang Huanyang standing in the yard, bending down to pick up scattered clothes. She is thinner than the last time we met. Her wrists are so thin that you can see the joints, and there are still drops of water dripping from the ends of her hair. She has obviously just come back from starching. Mom, I'm back. Yang Huanyang raised her head and saw Chen Qing. Her eyes brightened, then dimmed again. She quickly walked into the house and stood between Chen Qing and Chen Jinhua. Aunt Wang said she wanted to borrow our rice sieve. Chen Jinhua grabbed Yang Huanyang's arm. What are you hiding from? I'm here to find you. She glanced sideways at Chen Qing. A Qing, do you think so? Chen Qing said, Auntie, I am. What is it? The aunt's voice suddenly rose. Don't think so. I don't know what you're thinking. She grabbed the salted fish on the table. How much money are 2 stinky fish worth? Mother. Yang Huanyang suddenly interrupted, her voice trembling. That's my dowry. I can give it to anyone I want. Pa. The aunt threw the fish hard on the ground, and the salted fish was covered with dust. Damn girl. She frowned. Have you forgotten who raised you so big? Yang Huanyang knelt down to pick it up, but Chen Qing held her shoulder. He slowly bent down, picked up the fish one by one, and gently dusted off the dust. Auntie. He straightened up and said in a calm voice, this fish is marinated with the fattest carp from Qinghe estuary. My mother said this is your favorite bite. Hearing this, Chen Jinhua's expression froze. Chen Qing rewrapped the fish, placed it gently on the stove, and then left. Ah Qing, Yang Huanyang quick. Ly chased after him. Yang Taiju whispered, Ah Qing is a good kid. Although he has no ability, he is very obedient and filial. Do you think I am trying to get money? Chen Jinhua's eyes suddenly turned red, and her voice sounded like it had been polished by sandpaper. Do you think I'm greedy for those few taels of silver? She grabbed Huanyang's coarse cloth clothes hanging on the line. The cloth had been washed and turned white. Hey! Yang Tieju's rickety back seemed to be even more bent. He silently picked up the tongs that fell on the ground, and the dying charcoal fire in the stove made his face mottled. Outside the alley. Yang Huanyang grabbed Chen Qing's arm. Her fingertips were slightly cold, but her voice was urgent. Ah Qing, those words my mother made out of anger are all nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Chen Qing turned his face to the side, with a faint smile on his lips. Don't worry, I don't take it to heart. Chen Jinhua obviously thought that he had defrauded Yang Huanyang of her money. Yang Huanyang raised her eyes to look at him, her brows still furrowed. Really? Really, he nodded, his tone calm. She breathed a sigh of relief and curled her eyes. That's good. Chen Qing's eyes moved down and fell on her folded hands. The knuckles were red and swollen, and the cracked lines were like dry river beds, and some were still oozing with blood. He frowned. Is your hand feeling better? Yang Huanyang subconsciously retracted her hands into her cuffs and said with a smile, it's much better. When spring gets warmer, it will be fine. I have some silver here. Chen Qing took out a few broken pieces of silver from his arms and stuffed them into her palm without any explanation. Ah Qing. She hurriedly refused. You will have a lot of money to spend in the future. How can I ask for it from you? Chen Qing held her wrist, and he was too strong to refuse. I said, I will pay you back with interest. The tip of her nose was slightly sour. She clenched the money tightly, and whispered, the interest rate is not that high. I will save it for you first. I will give it to you when you get married and use the money. Chen Qing was silent for a moment, then chuckled. Okay, Qing, there is still work at home, I have to go back to work, Yang Huanyang said softly. It's a bit cold at night, remember to wear more clothes. After that, she walked quickly towards her home. Chen Qing took a deep breath and walked towards Qinghe Pier. When he first stepped into Hesse's backyard, bursts of cheers came from the martial arts field. Looking around, I saw more than a dozen guards forming a semicircle. 2 figures were moving around in the field, and the wind and shadows of their fists and legs stirred up bursts of dust. Qing Ming stood with his arms folded, watching with great interest. Boss. Chen Qing walked over. What are you doing? These 2 are competing, let me see the excitement, Qing Ming said with a smile. That's the patrolman of the first team, Wang Qing, who used to learn martial arts in the martial arts hall. Number 12 7-star kick, the person on the right who practices Duan Haikwen is Zhu Ming. He has a family tradition of martial arts. He worked as a nurse in the Li family for a while, and then came to Hesse to seek life after offending his master's family. Chen Qingze looked carefully and saw that the 2 men's moves were very sharp, and they made a dull collision sound when their fists and feet met. This is different from the previous discussions among Zhou Yuan's disciples. The moves of these 2 people were carried out with the ferocity of actual combat. It was obvious that they had experienced real swords and guns. A muffled sound suddenly erupted in the field, and Zhu Ming found Wang Cheng's flaw with a raging wave crashing on the shore and forced him back a few steps. The onlookers suddenly burst into cheers. Qing Ming nodded slightly, as expected of the nursing home from the Li mansion, this Duanhai. The fists are already getting a bit hot, a young guard on the sidelines whispered. I heard that the monthly salary of the Li family nursing home is more than 5 times more than that of the ordinary nursing home. You have to have real ability. Last year, there were only 2 out of more than 30 people in the Li family nursing home. Chen Qing frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, is there anything special about the Li family nursing home? Qing Ming patiently explained, you don't understand this. There are 5 aristocratic families in our Gaolin County, namely Huang, Han, Li, Zhu, and Luo, and these 5 aristocratic families are very important in recruiting nurses. The hospital's requirements are very high, and at the very least they must have Mingjin cultivation. Oh? Chen Qing was a little surprised. He knew that in ordinary wealthy families, Mingjin warriors were enough to serve as the head of the nursing home, but he did not expect that he could only be an ordinary nursing home in the 5 major families. On second thought, this makes sense. The 5 aristocratic families in Gaolin County almost monopolize the county's main businesses such as rice, flour, grains, oils, cloth, and tea. It is not an exaggeration to say that they control the economic lifeline of the entire Gaolin County. In the eyes of the local people, these 5 aristocratic families are the veritable emperors of the country. Qing Ming continued, Zhu Ming's sea-breaking fist is indeed very good, but it is still far from being fully understood. It is not easy to master the martial arts. It requires not only a high level of understanding, but also time. In the entire Zhou Academy, Zhou Liang is the only one who has mastered the tong-arm fist to great perfection. Chen Qing secretly estimated that if he wanted to cultivate his Tong Jiquan to perfection, even if he maintained the intensity of practicing 10 times a day, it would take at least more than half a year. Qing Ming turned to Chen Qing and said with encouragement in his eyes, Qing, do you want to go up and try your skills? Chen Qing rubbed his hands, his eyes flashing with excitement. This kind of practical competition can not only accumulate experience, but also deepen the understanding of Tong Jiquan. Besides, the actual combat experience of these patrols is far beyond that of Zhou Yuan disciples. I'm Chen Qing, I'm practicing the through-arm boxing. Then Chen Qing walked to the ring and hugged the master of Duan Haikwen. The strong man also smiled and clasped his fists. Zhu Ming, sea-breaking fist. Remember the fastest novel site on the internet 101. Through-arm fist, is he Zhou Liang's disciple? Zhou Liang is not simple, this kid looks very young, I don't know how many true inheritances he has obtained. The guards around him also looked over. Chen Qing's feet were rooted, he lowered his waist and sat on his hips, and started with a standard through-arm fist. I saw his left arm coming out of the hole like a snake, suddenly reaching forward, his fingers slightly spread, and the fingertips were like the tip of a whip, with a sharp sound that broke through the air, and pointed directly at Zhu Ming's face. This move, Spiritual Snake Pathfinder, may seem light, but in fact it contains the essence of the through-arm fist of strike long and hit far, and cold bullets are crisp and fast, and also has the powerful strength of Ming Jin. This move is both a test and a hidden murderous intention. If it is hit hard, it can paralyze the nerves in an instant. What a boy! Zhu Ming was shocked. Looking at Chen Qing's young and honest appearance, he did not expect that his attack would be so fierce. He did not dodge or evade, the light in his eyes skyrocketed, and his right fist spiraled out from his waist. The tearing wind had already pressed the arm Chen Qing pointed out to stagnate slightly. Pop! Zhu Ming's fist accurately hit the wrist joint of Chen Qing's protruding left arm, intending to use absolute force to cut off Chen Qing's long snake. Chen Qing felt that the opponent's punches were unmatched, and he would definitely suffer from a head-on attack. The next moment, his left arm suddenly sank down as if it had lost its bones, and circled around, like an ape nimbly avoiding a falling rolling log. At the same time, his body took advantage of the situation and turned sideways, and his right arm was whipped out from an incredible angle like a whip. With a crisp snap sound, the whip hand hit Zhu Ming's right ribs. This time, ape around the branch is followed by reverse arm whip hand, which fully demonstrates the softness, hardness, and ruthlessness of the through-arm boxing. Many patrol guards felt cold sweat running down their spines when they saw this. Zhu Ming saw that Chen Qing had resolved and counterattacked. He punched the air with his right fist, but his left fist was already ready to attack. He slammed his left foot on the ground, twisted his waist and hips, and with all the strength of his body, his left fist came from bottom to top like a giant axe, hitting Chen Qing's shoulder and neck with his head and face covered. This is the mountain-breaking style of Duan Haquan. It is majestic and indomitable, striving to determine everything with one blow. However, in the brief moment when his strength exploded to the extreme and his strength was unbalanced, his center of gravity inevitably tilted forward slightly, and the midline portal of his chest and abdomen was exposed under the violent punch. Chen Qing's keen sense captured this fleeting flaw. Faced with the fierce breaking mountain style, he did not fight hard, but used the longness of the through-arm fist to the extreme. He drifted back half a step, narrowly missing the force of the punch. At the same time, with the force of retreating, his right arm, as flexible as a whip, popped out a second time like a spring before the old strength was gone. Not a fist, not a palm, but the fingers are like a sword. The fingertips were condensed with penetrating force, as fast as lightning, passing through the imperceptible gap in Zhu Ming's violent fist with incomparable precision, and stabbing straight into his heart. When Chen Qing's fingertips were only an inch away from Zhu Ming's Tanzhong acupoint, he held his fing tightly but did not spit it out, and suddenly stopped. The strong wind brought by the fingertips has made the skin of Zhu Ming's heart feel a biting chill. And Zhu Ming's powerful mountain-breaking pose also froze in midair, still half a foot away from Chen Qing's shoulders. Brother Chen is so young, but his skills are so impressive. Zhu Ming shook his head and sighed, I admire him. Chen Qing said modestly, Brother Zhu had already fought a battle before, and his strength was somewhat depleted, so the younger brother was lucky enough to take advantage. Zhu Ming smiled and said nothing. He did consume some physical strength, but Chen Qing's boxing skills were agile and changeable, and his moves were connected and flowed smoothly, which was by no means comparable to the rigid routines of ordinary apprentices. Then Chen Qing competed with several guards on boxing and kicking techniques, which greatly enriched his practical experience and skills. A few people exchanged pleasantries, and Chen Qing began to patrol as usual. There was a buzz of people on both sides of the pier, vendors shouting, and pedestrians walking shoulder to shoulder. Ah Qing! Chen Qing, who was patrolling with a knife, suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. Looking back, I saw Xiaochun standing not far away waving to him. Brother Xiaochun, what a coincidence! Chen Qing smiled and greeted him. Xiaochun rubbed his hands and said with a sneer, Unfortunately, I just came here to see you. Chen Qing showed a trace of doubt, looking for me? Xiaochun looked around and lowered his voice. It's not convenient to talk here, let's take a step to talk. After that, he pulled Chen Qing to a secluded corner. Ah Qing, I got into trouble. It's a good thing, a huge good thing. Xiaochun's voice became even lower, and he said excitedly, You know the girl Hui from the floating house on the river, right? That's the one with eyes like autumn water and a singing voice that rivals the tea of an oriole. What could he know? Chen Qing vaguely guessed, but did not answer. Xiaochun didn't wait for his response at all, and said eagerly, She has me in her heart. Really? Ah Qing, you don't know, every time I go to listen to music, her eyes only look at me and smile at me. How can those rude boat passengers know how to pity her? Only I know how good she is. He swallowed, as if he was reminiscing about something, and his tone became both sweet and painful. What a shame, the madam of the floating house is a master who recognizes money but not people. Hui was also forced to make a joke. She secretly told me last night that she was feeling miserable and just hoped that I could take her away. For only 30 taels of silver, I can redeem her and free her from the sea of misery. Xiaochun grabbed Chen Qing's arm. Ah Qing, we grew up together. Help me, just this time. 10 taels of silver is enough. As long as she redeems her body, she will come with me and live a good life with me. I will pay you back even if I sell the money. 10 taels of silver is not much? Chen Qing looked at Xiaochun's appearance and sighed in his heart. This was not a redemption, he was clearly obsessed with the boat girl. He shook his head and tried to be as calm as possible. Brother Xiaochun, you also know that I am learning martial arts now. I don't have any spare money. What's the use of learning martial arts? Can you compare to a Chui smiling at me? Xiaoqun cursed in his heart, but still begged on his face, what about the 5 tails? Ah Qing, 5 tails is fine too. First redeem half of her body so that she can suffer less. If it doesn't work, just 2 or 3 will do. If I try to scrape it together again, I can always scrape together enough. Ah Chui can't wait too long, I'm afraid, redeeming half of your body. This seems to be a joke. Chen Qing still shook his head, no, really, only a few dollars. Xiaoqun immediately hit the snake on the stick, as if grasping the last life-saving straw, then lend me 1 or 2. Buy some for a Chui first. Rouge and gouache, let her know that I am thinking about her. We have been friends since we were young, can you bear to watch me, see a Chui suffering in the heat? His voice was filled with tears. Chen Qing, Xiaoqun finally borrowed 300 copper coins from Chen Qing, and swore, don't worry, Qing. When I redeem Acqui, we will pay you back together. 1 tael with interest. No, 2 taels. That's right. BR before leaving, Xiaoqun gave 1,000 warnings, don't tell anyone else about this, especially don't let my father know about it. If he finds out, he will have to get sick urgently. He doesn't understand that a Chui and I really love each other. After saying that, he hurriedly left with the coins in his arms, as if he was not carrying coins, but the key to happiness. Chen Qing looked at Xiaoqun's retreating figure, shook his head and sighed. The lights of the floating houses on the river are reflected in the water, swaying. He continued his patrol work, but his heart was heavy. About half an hour later, Chen Qing was ready to return to Hesse Dianmao. Suddenly, there was a burst of noise and a woman scolding from the direction of the floating house in front. I saw an embarrassed figure being kicked by several vicious thugs and thrown out, and fell on the muddy bank. Bah! The toad wants to eat the swan meat. Miss Chui told you to get away, I will feel sick when I see you. You are so poor, how dare you show off 300 copper coins? Even Miss Chui has a box of rouge. I can't even afford it. If you dare to pester me again, I'll break your legs. Get out. Xiaoqun, with a bruised nose and swollen face, struggled to get up from the ground, half of his face was stained with mud, his eyes were black, blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth, and his clothes were torn. He wiped his face with his sleeves in embarrassment. When he aced his head, he met Chen Qing's complicated and clear eyes. He suddenly froze in place and the blood drained from his face. Brother Xiaoqun, what are you? Chen Qing looked at his bruised eyes and bloody mouth, and swallowed the words as they reached his lips. Xiaoqun forced out a smile, but it was uglier than crying. Ah Qing, don't misunderstand that it was the old madam who forced Acqui. Acqui must have me in her heart. I will work hard to copy books and earn money in my free time tomorrow. When Chen Qing heard this, he looked at Xiaoqun in surprise, and the next words made him completely ashamed. A Chui said that a man is sincere if he is willing to spend money for her, Xiaoqun said with a longing face, when I collect enough money, I will take her back to Yazuan and plant a few acres of water chestnuts. Jiaotong, raise 2 ducks that lay eggs, Chen Qing, he didn't say much. After all, would he be able to persuade a obsessed-looking dog? I'm afraid that what Xiaoqun is thinking about at this moment is still the girl A Chui who is too short for even 300 copper coins, right? After Chen Qing nodded, he practiced the blast sword technique for another hour before heading home. Mom, I'm back. After getting into the boat, Chen Qing put his saber on the table, picked up the water ladle and took a few sips. Cold water entered the throat, and the hot chest calmed down a little. He took off his short coat, sweat stains spreading dark marks on the coarse cloth. Have you eaten? There are still some beans in the pot. Han sat by the window, fingers flying, holding the soles of her shoes. Chen Qing responded and was about to move his chopsticks when he saw Mr. Han's expression slightly condensed. She looked around and lowered her voice. People from the Tiger Gang came to collect incense money again in the past 2 days, but they bypassed our house. The water bandits have been making trouble recently, and the fishing boats on the river dare not go out. Lao Gao's family is tight on money. I heard that they even pawned iron pots to get enough money. Since Su Qingfeng knew that Chen Qing had joined Ming Jin, the Tiger Gang had never come to collect incense money. Han sighed and continued, how about sending a bag of rice bran over later? Neighbors in the street can't just watch them unable to open the pot. Chen Qing nodded and said, Mom, you make the decision. He also often heard the brothers in the hospital talking about water bandits. They were indeed more rampant than before, and many merchant ships suffered. When dusk was getting darker, Mrs. Han quietly went to Gao Jiao Lianzhou carrying a cloth bag. Lao Gao took the rice bran, his rough palms trembling slightly, and his eyes were red. In this world, those who are willing to lend a hand are true friends. You must know that Uncle Gao's family and Dachuan's family have always had a good relationship, but after something happened, Dachuan didn't say a word. In the following days, Chen Qing squeezed the most out of almost every moment. I get up before dawn to practice Kung Fu, try to figure out the MO.Des while on guard duty, and compete with other guards after I get off duty. Occasionally, he would fight with the guards in Hesse, and he saw a lot of boxing and kicking skills, and his actual combat experience improved rapidly. Time flies, and 3 months have passed. The weather is getting cooler. Chen Qing's height has grown by another 3 to 4 points, and his whole body has become full of angular muscles. His whole mental outlook has also undergone earth-shaking changes. God rewards those who work hard. There will be success. A small success in the Tongarm Kung Fu, 705 1,000ths, a small success in the Tongarm Fist, 601/1000. As for the progress of the Tongarm Kung Fu, it is much faster than in the previous months. In addition to Chen Qing's hard training, he also had to eat a lot of meat for nourishment. As long as you eat well enough and supplement with blood and energy powder, you can increase your progress by 2 in 1 practice. As your martial arts improve, your expenses are like water. Song Tai's windfall has long since bottomed out, and he sees salary is not enough to even buy Xingqi powder. What's even more troublesome is that as qi and blood become increasingly strong, the nourishing effect of ordinary meat is minimal, and although medicinal supplements are significant, they are beyond his ability to afford. On this day, in the Zhou courtyard, Chen Qingjing was competing with He Yan. Drink. He Yan was the first to attack, with a cloud-cracking stone directed towards his face. The wind of the fist roared, and there was a faint sound of breaking through the air. Chen Qing, however, was unhurried. He leaned slightly to the side and moved his right hand like running water. It was the swipe the boat with the flow in the through-arm boxing. He easily turned the attack away. At the same time, he swept out his left leg like a whip and hit the opponent's lower body with a tiger down the mountain. The fists and feet intersected, making muffle-d sounds. After several moves, Chen Qing suddenly changed his moves and stabbed his hand like a poisonous snake, spitting out a message, hitting He Yan Jianjing acupoint right in the middle. Tap, tap, tap. He Yan stepped back a few steps, smiled wryly and held his hands in his hands. Junior brother Chen, I'm willing to accept the defeat. At the beginning of the year, he could still hold Chen Qing steady, but now he can barely parry. In addition to the continuous deepening of the tempering strength, the most important thing is that the moves are more thorough than his. Chen Qing wiped the sweat from his forehead, clasped his fists and said, I agree. At this moment, Zhou Liang's hearty laughter suddenly came from the backyard. What's going on? All the disciples stopped what they were doing and looked at the moon door leading to the backyard. I saw a disciple stumbling out and shouting with a red face, Senior brother Qin, he has broken through the dark power. What? These words were like thunder on the ground, and all the disciples present were dumbfounded. Although Ming Jin and En Jin are one word different, their strengths are worlds apart. The so-called dark energy is the strength that penetrates the 2 meridians of Ren and Du by exercising the mind and skin, penetrating the outer membrane of the muscles and bones of the whole body, and emerging. Moreover, the status of Ming Jin and En Jin in Zhou Yuan is also very different. Everyone was in a daze. They didn't expect that Qin Lai would break through to En Jin within less than a year of becoming his disciple. Many disciples sighed inwardly, with complicated expressions. They are both disciples of Zhou Yuan, but the gap between them is huge. He Yan showed a wry smile. Those of us have endured for so many years. Junior brother Qin only spent less than a year. As one of the oldest disciples in the academy, his energy and blood not only stagnated, but even began to decline. Over the years, he has spent all his money and practiced hard day and night, but he has never been able to reach the threshold of En Jin. At this moment, a feeling of frustration came into his heart, and He Yan couldn't help but ask, Junior brother Chen, is it a joke that God rewards hard work after all? Chen Qing pondered for a moment and said nothing. At this moment, Zhou Liang came out with Qin Lai, Sun Shun, Zhou Yu, Luo Qian, Xing Ziqiao and other disciples. The whole yard was silent. Zhou Liang's face was flushed, and the hands stroking his beard were trembling slightly, while Qin Lai's expression was also somewhat energetic. After all, a year ago he was just weaving mats and selling shoes on the street with his sister, but now he is a master of dark energy. Sun Shun and other En Jin disciples had complicated expressions. Zhou Yu looked at Qin Lai with a smile, his eyes full of relief. Zhou Liang glanced at the disciples, stroked his beard and said with a smile, from today on, I have decided to accept Qin Lai as a close disciple. Master is going to accept a close disciple. This sentence is like a huge stone thrown into a calm lake. Chen Qing noticed that although Sun Shun standing in the front row was smiling, his hands were shaking. The other senior brothers in Jin had different expressions, some were envious, some were jealous, and more were indescribably complicated. In Zhou Yuan, the hierarchy of disciples is very clear. Disciples who have not yet reached Ming Jin are apprentices. They basically just have a name and cannot use it when they go out. When I arrived at Mingjin, I was considered a registered disciple. I could show my name when I went out, and I could also stay in Zhouyuan to practice martial arts. This type of disciples is the most common in Zhouyuan. As for Anjing disciples such as Sun Shun, Xing Ziqiao, Luo Qian, Lu Xiaolu, Ji Wenhan, etc., sometimes they would receive individual guidance from their master and become disciples. The last category is closed disciples, W. Who are the focus of training by old martial arts masters. In the future, they will not only inherit the mantle, but also block punches for the master's retirement. It is no exaggeration to say that the relationship between a closed disciple and his master is closer than that of a biological son. Qin Lai will not only gain what Zhou Liang has learned throughout his life, but he will also inherit all of his network resources. How can this honor not make people jealous? Zhou Liang has been searching for these years, and his position as a closed disciple has never been settled. Now that I saw Qin Lai, I finally made up my mind. Disciple, please obey the master's orders. Qin Lai excitedly clasped his fists and saluted. At noon, Qin Lai's sister came. Her sister was dark-skinned and average-looking. She seemed to be an honest person. When she heard that Zhou Liang was going to accept Qin Lai as his disciple, her eyes filled with tears and she almost knelt down in front of Zhou Liang. Everyone present sighed with emotion. From now on, the Qin family has completely turned over. This realistic interpretation of one person attains enlightenment, chickens and dogs ascend to heaven makes many poor children's eyes brimming with tears. When can I be successful like this? He Yan looked at this scene and clenched and unclenched his fists unconsciously. He thought of his sick father at home, the ancestral farmland that had been pawned, and the countless dons sweating in the martial arts training ground. Afterwards, Zhou Liang took Qin Lai and his family to the apprenticeship banquet. Although the other disciples returned to their respective positions to continue practicing, they were all absent-minded and whispering one after another. Only Chen Qing remained as usual, practicing hard without any distractions. The proficiency of Zhuang Gong has steadily improved with his persistence day after day. In the early morning, it was just dawn. Chen Qing simply washed himself and was getting ready to go to Zhouyuan. Aching, something bad has happened. Han hurried over, his face turned pale. My uncle was beaten. Chen Qing was slightly stunned and said, what's going on? Yang Taizhu has always been honest and never argued with others, how could he suffer such a misfortune for no reason? Han said anxiously, I went to Lushui City in the morning. I heard from Aunt Wang in Baihua Lane that your aunt and uncle are at your grandfather's house now. I'm going to have a look now. Chen Qing quickly got off the boat, his steps speeding up unconsciously. When I turned into Chaiyu Feng, I could hear suppressed sobs coming from the old house in the distance. The courtyard door was wide open. Yang Taizhu was sitting on the stone steps with his knees bent. His left eye was swollen and he could not open it. There were bloody scabs at the corners of his mouth. His aunt Qin Jinhua was holding a handkerchief and wiping away tears. The second aunt was applying medicine to her uncle's forehead, muttering what a sin. The old man squatted beside the millstone and smoked dry cigarettes. In the smoke, a face wrinkled like old tree bark, Grandpa, Aunt, second aunt, Chen Qing stepped forward to say hello. Mr. Chen glanced at Chen Qing and said nothing. Chen Qing walked up to Yang Taizhu and said, Uncle, what is going on? Yang Taizhu's eyes were a little dodgy. The people from the Blackwater gang took a fancy to Huanyang and said they would pay her to go to Nuanyufang in Fuching to learn skills. They said she could make a lot of money after completing her studies. He hesitated to speak and subconsciously touched the wound on his face. My mother and I didn't agree, so they made a move. It's just that they didn't agree this time? Chen Qing remembered that he had seen Yang Taizhu with someone before injured. He asked, Uncle, have they caused trouble before? Yang Taizhu stiff. Ned, his lips trembled a few times, and finally lowered his head dejectedly. It was in Lushui City a few days ago, when Madame Hui went to collect the fish money for me, and Heishui helped Brother Bao come over and said some inappropriate words. I couldn't get angry, so I pushed one of them. I was kicked a few times at that time. The neighbors were all there at that time, and there were so many people that I stopped talking. I thought it would be fine if I just hid. I didn't expect them. He couldn't continue, and his voice became smaller and smaller. As his thoughts flashed through his mind, Chen Qing felt enlightened. If it had been before, Uncle Yang Taizhu would have definitely chosen to swallow his anger and not dare to say another word. But since Chen Heng started practicing martial arts, Aunt Qin Jinhua and her uncle have quietly gained some confidence in their hearts. In their words and deeds, the fear of being bullied for a long time has inadvertently faded away, replaced by a trace of toughness that no longer wants to be pinched. And this just stung the sensitive nerves of the Blackwater gang. How could their move this time be just to retaliate against Yang Taizhu for pushing him last time? Please remember the 101can.com website to watch the fastest chapter updates. He clearly smelled this weak sign of resistance from the Yang family, and wanted to use this thunderous means to establish his power in front of everyone in Cheifang. We must completely trample the Yang family's newly emerged bones back into the mud. What kind of art are you learning? You're obviously going to be sold into a brothel. Chen Jinhua suddenly screamed, then covered her mouth and broke down crying. Where's my cousin? Chen Qing looked around but didn't see Yang Huanyang. The second aunt lowered her voice, I'm hiding in Buzhuang. I haven't eaten or drank since yesterday, and my eyes are crying like peaches. Just as she was talking, there was a noise outside the yard. Dad, Xiao Heng and I are back. I saw my second uncle Chen Wen and Chen Heng coming in a hurry. Ah Heng, Chen Jinhua rushed over like grabbing a life-saving straw and grabbed Chen Heng's sleeve. You know a lot of people, can you think of a way? If Madame Hui is taken away by them, her life will be ruined. Sister, you get up first. The second aunt quickly helped up the shaky Chen Jinhua. The second uncle straightened his back. Xiao Heng has been practicing martial arts in the martial arts school for so long, so he still has many connections. Chen Heng felt the hot gazes of everyone, and his Adam's apple rolled a few times. This matter. I want to think of a solution. Many martial arts brothers are working in big gangs. I will ask more. His voice became lower and lower, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. Those senior brothers who usually drink flower wine together may not be able to hide in time when encountering such a thing. As for himself, the desperados of the Blackwater gang are not something that can be dealt with in a martial arts gym. Old Man Chen finally spoke, banging the pot on the millstone. Ah Heng, this is not a child's play. Those people from the Blackwater gang. Don't worry, Grandpa. Chen Hengqiang calmed himself, his voice unconsciously raised, and said, the senior brother of Guangcheng Martial Arts School is a master of knocking 3 times, so they must give him this face. He stood up and said, I'm going to find someone now. When he turned around, Chen Qing found that the hands in Chen Heng's sleeves were shaking uncontrollably. After Chen Heng left, the hospital fell into silence. The second aunt forced a smile and said, Sister, please relax, Xiao Heng will definitely be able to. Chen Jinhua nodded numbly, tears rolling down silently. Chen Qing frowned secretly. He always felt that Chen Heng might not be reliable. Guangcheng Martial Arts School. Chen Heng dragged heavy steps back to the martial arts hall. Hi. S face full of sadness. Junior brother Chen. A stalwart young man in brown training uniform walked up to him and hugged his shoulders affectionately. There are a few new girls on the Nanha flower boat tonight, their figures. Senior brother Mao winked and drew ambiguous curves in the air with his fingers. I heard that he can also dance the Hu Xian dance. Chen Heng reluctantly tugged at the corner of his mouth. In the past, he should have laughed along with him, but now the laughter was like a knife piercing his eardrums, and his throat was dry. Brother Mao, do you know the Blackwater gang? The Blackwater gang? This name sounds unfamiliar to me. I'm afraid it's new to me. The Loach gang is showing up, right? Senior brother Mao scratched his beard and spat. There are gangs showing up in Gaolin County every day, and they might be feeding the bastards tomorrow. Chen Heng's Adam's apple rolled, and he told the difficult story. This matter, senior brother Mao suddenly lowered his voice, looked around and then dragged him to the old locust tree. Senior brother Lin, isn't he working in the Blood River gang? Let me ask for you, seriously? Chen Heng's eyes lit up. Senior brother Lin is an elite disciple of the martial arts school, with a great level of secret strength. With Chen Heng's strength, it is difficult to integrate into this kind of circle, so there is no way to talk to him. Senior brother Mao patted him on the shoulder and went to find senior brother Lin. About half a stick of incense, senior brother Mao came back. Junior brother Chen, senior brother Mao rubbed his hands and frowned. Senior brother Lin said that although the Blackwater gang is new, there is a big tree behind it, big tree. Cold sweat broke out on Chen Heng's back. But senior brother Mao changed the topic. Since we are brothers in the same discipline, senior brother Lin is willing to take you on a trip. You only need to pay some tea money. As he spoke, he gently rubbed his index finger and thumb. How much? Chen Heng's voice was tight. Senior brother Mao stretched out 2 fingers, 20 taels. A master like senior brother Lin, ordinary people can't even bring money to pay for it. 20 taels? Chen Heng almost bit his tongue. Senior brother Mao's smile faded a bit. Don't want to part with money? The threshold of Nuanyufeng is more than this. I have to go home and discuss it. Chen Heng said dryly. Senior brother Mao snorted softly. Senior brother Lin is very busy. I will give you the letter before noon tomorrow. We will not wait if it is late. After saying that, he turned around and left. When Chen Heng saw the figure leaving completely, he collapsed on the ground like a deflated ball. How to explain this to Grandpa and Aunt? Chen Heng said with a sad face, don't go home tonight, it's only a moment if you can delay it for a while. In the afternoon, Chen Qing found Su Chingfeng from the Tiger Gang. Su Chingfeng said enthusiastically, Brother Chen, why are you looking for me today? The Chen Qing in front of me is a master who has reached Mingjin, and he can be the leader of a small gang like them. Chen Qing said straight to the point, I want to inquire about the details of several nearby gangs. Su Qingfeng paused slightly while pouring the tea, and the tea soup rippled in the cup. Oh? Which gangs are Brother Chen interested in? Chen Qing casually reported a few names, Blackwater Gang, Giant Bear Gang. Su Qingfeng introduced them like a treasure trove. When he mentioned the Blackwater Gang, Chen Qing didn't show it on his face, but secretly noticed it in his heart. This Blackwater Gang is a new member of Baihua Lane. There are about 20 people. There are 3 Mingjin masters in charge. The gang leader Jiang Hui is a master of Mingjin. It is said that he is not far from Anjin. It is said that he got a connection in the inner city, and now he is doing this dirty business of robbing women and selling tea. He's stolen goods to the capital? Is he really worthy of making such dirty money with a big backer? This background is not deep. Su Qingfeng suddenly lowered his voice. Is it possible that Brother Chen is looking for a job in a gang? He rubbed his fingers and showed a knowing smile. It is too common these days for martial artists and gangs to each seek what they need. Chen Qing waved his hand. Brother Su is overthinking, so I just asked him casually. Su Qingfeng obviously didn't believe Chen Qing's words, and whispered, if Brother Chen wants to find a gang to work for, why not come to our Tiger Gang? This offering will definitely be richer than theirs. Chen Qing nodded and said perfunctorily, I will consider it. Su Qingfeng chuckled and said no more, just stop talking. After a few more pleasantries, Chen Qing stood up and left. From Su Qingfeng's mouth, Chen Qing found out the secrets of gangs in the outer city. More than 20 gangs are intertwined, and behind them are powerful dignitaries from the inner city. Among them, the Blood River Gang and the Iron Hand Gang are the well-deserved leaders. However, for newly established gangs like the Blackwater Gang, even if there are people behind them, their foundation is very shallow. It seems that we need to be more careful this time and not reveal any flaws. Deep in Baihua Lane, outside the dilapidated earthen house, Chen Qing clung to the cold wall, breathing extremely low. His eyes penetrated the alley ahead and locked onto the 2 figures who had just walked out of the earthen house, Wang Ying and Duan Yi. Both of them are Mingjin masters of the Blackwater Gang. They are tall and have domineering and impatient expressions on their faces. Wang Ying rubbed the back of his neck and cursed, damn it, I missed it again. That little widow is a mouse, she ran away so fast. Duan Yi spit out thick phlegm and glanced at the deep in the alleyway. Don't worry, as long as that old thing is here, she won't be able to run far, sooner or later she will be in our pocket. At this moment, the 2 of them were defenseless, unaware of the dormant murderous intention. Just when Wang Ying finished cursing, she raised her feet to walk. Who? Chen Qing moved. He shot out from the shadow in the corner, his feet soundless, and his speed was so fast that only a blurred afterimage was left behind. I don't know when the ordinary waist knife at my waist has been held in my hand. The blade does not reflect a trace of light in the dim light, it is cold and restrained. 3 steps. In just 3 steps, he covered a distance of several feet. The target was Wang Ying's unprotected nape. Chen Qing's arm muscles instantly tightened like a bowstring. Without any fancy, the tip of the knife accurately penetrated the gap between Wang Ying's cervical vertebrae, and his wrist twisted and slashed. Pfft. There was a heartbreaking sound of a sharp blade cutting flesh and bone. Wang Ying didn't even have time to react. She felt a chill on the back of her neck, and then hot liquid spurted out. He made a gurgling sound in his throat, and his body suddenly fell forward. The ferocity in his eyes was instantly replaced by horror and deathly silence, and he fell heavily on the blue stone covered with sewage. The sword has not stopped yet. Almost at the same time Wang Ying fell, Chen Qing used the momentum of forward motion to twist his waist and spin. His movements were smooth and not jerky at all. The waist knife drew a fatal arc, from bottom to top, straight up Duan Yi's jaw. This is the variation of wind-rolling clouds in the gale blade technique, which turns chopping into thrusting, with faster speed and more tricky angles. Duan Yi caught a glimpse of a black shadow coming from the corner of his eye. He had just turned half of his body in horror when a biting chill hit his throat. Huh? His pupils shrank suddenly, and he subconsciously wanted to draw his sword to block, but it was too late. The spatula was as fast as lightning, accurately cutting from the corner of his slightly open mouth, diagonally upward along the mandible, and penetrated straight into the skull cavity. Crack! The tip of the knife was filled with blood, which came out from near Duan Yi's temple. Duan Yi's body seemed to have had all the bones removed. He twitched violently and then collapsed softly, stacked on top of Wang Ying's still warm body. No more than 2 breaths before and after. The alley was extremely quiet, only the sound of blood flowing. Chen Qing quickly groped for the bodies of the 2 men and put several pieces of broken silver and copper plates into his arms. My eyes were like ice, sweeping over the 2 corpses that were still twitching slightly. After destroying the corpses with several knives, they left quietly. The night is like ink, so thick that it cannot be dissolved. The brightly lit courtyard deep in Baihua Lane is particularly dazzling. This is the temporary headquarters of the Blackwater gang. In the main hall, oil lamps cast several figures on the mottled wall. The gang leader Jiang Hui is tall and tall, wearing an open silk shirt, revealing a ferocious old scar on his chest. He put the wine bowl on the table irritably. Damn it, where are those two bastards Wang Ying and Duan Yi? What are you trying to do? Gee. Ong Hui's voice was full of drunkenness and impatience. We agreed that we would discuss important matters tonight. Where did they go? The next one was a lean man, nicknamed Skinny Monkey. He quickly bent down and said, Brother Hui, calm down, Brother Li and Brother Bao. I just met a pretty widow at the entrance of the alley. I guess. Hee, I want to come here to eat meat and delay for a while. He winked, and the meaning was self-evident. Open meat? Jiang Hui slammed the table, son of a bitch. Playing with women is more important than the business I told you, right? I wonder how valuable this batch of goods sent to Fuqing Nuanyufang is. Yes. The following boys were silent and nodded repeatedly. Jiang Hui took a deep breath, thought of something, and said, that girl from the Yang family is a good thing. I heard that her mother is the daughter of the Chen family in Chaiyufeng. The father is an old fisherman, his second son Chen Wen is a big worm, and his grandson Chen Heng hangs out in the Guangchong Martial Arts School. Hey, that kid is just a showman. He only knows how to brag with his brothers all day long. As for the Chen family, he is not even good at martial arts. The son of the boss, his name is Chen Qing, someone next to him looked disdainful, he has a name in Hesse and is just an errand boy. How capable can he be? The gang leader is about to touch the threshold of Anjin, are you still afraid of him? Besides, we are behind our backs. Jiang Hui interrupted Shouho's words, a little soldier from the He division, a trash from the martial arts school, and a few mud-legged relatives are also qualified to block my financial path? If the Chen family knows what's going on, they should just accept the money and send this girl here. Don't know what's going on? Humph. A flash of fierceness flashed in his eyes, and he drank the remaining wine in the bowl. It's just a good time to establish their power and let everyone in Chaiyufeng see. What will happen if they offend me, the Blackwater gang? Before he finished speaking, the hall door was knocked open with a bang. A man covered in mud and in ragged clothes staggered in. His face was covered with blood and mud, and his face could not be seen clearly. He covered his waist and abdomen with one hand. He seemed to be seriously injured. He shouted in a short breath, Brother Hui. It's not good. Something happened. The hall was silent for a moment. Jiang Hui frowned and said sternly, Why are you panicking? The injured man gasped, Brother Hui, Brother Bao, and the others were blocked at the old Sephora tree. Ideas it's pricking. Brothers can't hold it anymore. Brother Duanyi asked me to call for help. If it's too late, he almost fell down and managed to stand still by holding on to the doorframe. Old locust tree? Blocking Duanyi? Jiang Hui stood up suddenly, his face full of anger. Who the hell dared to touch my Blackwater gang after eating the bear heart leopard? Copycat. With me, something's wrong. Jiang Hui's footsteps stopped abruptly. He was born by licking blood from the edge of a knife, and he is extremely alert. How could a little guy who was stabbed and ran for help in a panic still subconsciously maintain this kind of stable foot position that is almost like practicing Jia Zizhuang Kung Fu? Moreover, this man's voice was hoarse, as if he was deliberately suppressing his throat. The hairs all over Jiang Hui's body instantly stood up. He turned around suddenly, his eyes fixed on the face of the reporter man. Wait. Who the hell are you? How come I haven't seen your face? And your knife? Where did the blood come from? This violent shout was like thunder. Several boys in the hall were stunned by the yelling, and subconsciously followed Jiang Hui's gaze to look at the man and his knife. This person is none other than Chen Qing. The moment Jiang Hui yelled out the last word, the last trace of disguise in his eyes completely odded away, replaced by a frozen murderous intent. You'll find out when you get down there. Chen Qing's voice was bone-chillingly cold. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly released his left hand from covering his waist and abdomen. What was exposed at the wound was not flesh and blood, but a long knife. At the same time, his whole body suddenly released like a powerful bow. Chi. The sword at his waist was unsheathed like a poisonous dragon, bringing out a shrill cold light. It was not a direct attack on Jiang Hui, but a lightning-fast attack on the skinny monkey who was closest to him and was in a daze. Poof. The blade penetrates the flesh, and blood bursts out. The thin monkey didn't even have time to scream, and its head flew into the air with an expression of incredible shock. Do it. He is an assassin. Jiang Hui's eyes were about to burst. There is an enemy. The remaining people suddenly woke up from their drunkenness and shouted quickly. Since killing the leader of the Jinhe gang last time, Chen Qing no longer has any worries. At this moment, he has killed Duan Yi and Wang Ying. His fighting spirit is raging, his killing intent is boiling, his body is bursting with energy and blood, and his whole body is terrifyingly calm, like a beast with its hair blown off. I saw the long knife in his hand slashing continuously at strange and tricky angles, and extremely fast. The remaining 3 members of the Blackwater gang were also hit in the throat. They instantly fell to the ground and twitched, falling into a near-death state. "Who are you?" Cold sweat broke out on Jiang Hui's back, and he was no longer drunk. Chen Qing did not answer. He rose up and slashed at Tian Ling with his long knife. Jiang Hui turned sideways in a hurry, and the sharp wind of the knife hurt his face. Boom! The wooden table exploded with a loud sound, and pieces of the wine jar were scattered everywhere. Jiang Hui took the opportunity to counterattack with his knife, and the 2 sharp blades intertwined with dazzling sparks under the moonlight. At this moment, Chen Qing's spirit was tense to the extreme, because actual combat is different from sparring competitions. Once he loses, he will become a dead soul under the sword. Although Jiang Hui drank a lot of alcohol and his nerves were numb and his speed was slightly slower, he was still at the peak of his power and a master with rich practical experience. Clang! The sound of gold and iron makes people's eardrums hurt. Chen Qing narrowed his eyes and, spirit snake turned over, directly avoided the frontal collision. The long knife in his hand whirled and struck towards the soft ribs of Jiang Hui's waist. Jiang Hui felt a sudden chill and instinctively retreated back. Then he stretched out his sleeves and several flying needles appeared on his calloused palms. Boo! The flying needle shuttled through the dark night, flying towards Chen Qing's eyebrows. Jiang Hui has overcome countless dangers by relying on the flying needle hidden weapon, which is also his special skill. It is night again at this moment, which is the best time to use hidden weapons. Choke! The sword flashed. Chen Qing exerted all his strength, and a crisp sound erupted. He saw the dilapidated courtyard wall in front of him burst into pieces under the sharp wind of the knife, and turned into rubble, directly submerging the flying needle. Bang bang bang. Then the rubble collapsed towards Jiang Hui. This kid is a tough guy. Jiang Hui was horrified and turned around to run away. Seeing this, Chen Qing raised the tip of his knife, and the fragments of the wine jar on the ground shot out like sharp arrows. Swish, swish. The sharp pottery fragments tore the air, making a sharp whistle. Jiang Hui dodges hastily, but still feels a chill on his back, as warm liquid snakes down his spine. The next moment, a powerful punch struck. Through-arm punch. Jiang Hui's pupils shrank suddenly, and he recognized the way out the moment the wind from his palm struck. He didn't have time to think, his survival instinct urged him to take the palm forcefully and try to use the force to escape. But he really underestimated Chen Qing's murderous intention. This palm almost used all his strength, his energy and blood had reached the extreme, and the crisp sound echoed in the courtyard. Boom! The explosion of palms hitting each other caused the snow on the eaves to fall. Jiang Hui's entire right arm instantly lost consciousness, and his body flew upside down like a kite with its string cut off, collapsing the adobe courtyard wall. Chen Qing was also pushed more than 10 feet away by the force of the earthquake, and the soles of his boots plowed 2 deep grooves in the frozen soil. Ahem, Jiang Hui climbed up from the pile of bricks and rocks, blood foam spilling from the corner of his mouth, and then staggered into the dark alley. Chen Qing stabilized his body and quickly chased after him. He knew that Jiang Hui was seriously injured at this time and it was the best time to kill him. The old man shouted fiercely, quickly closed the courtyard door, bolted it, then turned around and stared at Chen Heng. His voice was very low. Tell me the truth to Grandpa, the whole Blackwater gang was slaughtered, is it you? There was a boom in Chen Heng's head. The Blackwater gang was wiped out, how could he have that ability? But seeing the expectant looks in his family's eyes, he straightened his back out of nowhere. I have been looking for senior brother Lin. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Jinhua rushed to hug him and cried, Xiao Heng. You saved Huin Yang's life. He did not dare to implicate the murder case on himself. Everyone present looked at each other. I didn't expect Chen Heng's senior brother to be so ruthless. Chen Jinhua burst into tears and said, Xiao Heng, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, Huan Yang's life would be ruined. Yang Taiju was also full of gratitude. Thanks to Xiao Heng this time, the second aunt was so proud that her eyebrows almost flew up, and she tugged on the second uncle's sleeves and shook them. Mr. Chen was also very pleased, feeling a bit proud for the first time. Chen Heng felt excited and waved his hand pretending to be relaxed. Auntie, this is just a simple effort. Chen Jinhua wiped away her tears and said, Auntie, I didn't expect you to be so capable. Listen to everyone. Suddenly, Mr. Chen said with a serious face, this matter will be kept in the stomach. No one is allowed to tell the outside world. The next afternoon, Chen Heng was still immersed in his family's gratitude and admiration for his ability. Not long after he came out of the Guangchong Martial Arts School, he was blocked by 2 government officials with cold faces. Chen Heng? The leader's gaze was like a hawk, scanning him up and down. It's me, what do you want me to do? Chen Heng's heart skipped a beat and he forced himself to calm down. Come with us. Mister, he has something to ask you. The officer's tone was unquestionable, and he clamped his arms left and right. Chen Heng's face instantly turned pale, and he struggled and said, Master Cha, what did I do? I am a disciple of Guangcheng Martial Arts School, stop talking nonsense. You will know when you go. The Yamen officer put more force on his hands, and Chen Heng did not dare to resist. Soon he was taken to the execution room by two people. A secluded execution room in the county government office hall was dimly lit, and the air was filled with the smell of blood and mold. Hikai had his back to the door and was slowly wiping an oxtail knife with a piece of white cloth. The blade shone coldly in the dim light. Head catcher, someone brought it. The officer pushed Chen Heng forward. Chen Heng staggered a few steps, almost falling, and raised his head to meet Hikai's slowly turning face. There was no expression on that face, and his eyes were fixed on Chen Heng, cold, cruel, and with unabashed scrutiny. Why arrest the head? Chen Heng's voice trembled, and his calves shivered uncontrollably. Chen Heng, Hikai's voice was low and hoarse, the Blackwater gang in Baihua Lane was slaughtered last night. Do you know this, right? Boom. Chen Heng's mind went blank. He instinctively wanted to deny it, but his lips were trembling and he couldn't utter a single word. Speak. Hikai slammed the wooden table next to him, which made the torture instruments on the table jingle and shook Chen Heng out of his wits. I don't know, captor. Chen Heng almost cried, the Blackwater gang, they bullied my aunt's family. I just want to find someone to intercede. Intercede? Hikai sneered and approached slowly, each step was like stepping on Chen Heng's heart. Who are you looking for? Lin Chong from Guangcheng Martial Arts School? Did you spend 20 taels of tea money? Chen Heng froze. Then what? Hikai leaned close to his ear, then your senior brother Lin showed off his power and wiped out the entire Blackwater gang for you? Huh? No. No. Chen Heng was so frightened that he shook his head desperately, senior brother Lin. He just agreed to ask, not to do it. Really? I don't know who did it. I couldn't hand over the 20 taels yesterday. I didn't see senior brother Lin at all. I was hiding outside all night. Mingcha? Hikai's eyes were filled with anger. You think I'm a fool? The front leg asked someone to inquire about the Blackwater gang, and the back leg was uprooted. You tell me this is a coincidence? Before he finished speaking, Hikai suddenly raised his foot and kicked Chen Heng hard in the chest. Poof. Chen Heng's whole body felt as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. He screamed and flew backwards, hitting the cold stone wall hard. His throat felt sweet and a mouthful of blood spurted out. He didn't even see clearly how the other party made the move. An angry attack from the master of Njin was not something that a martial arts disciple like him, who had just touched the threshold of Mingjin, could withstand. Trash. Hikai spat, his face full of contempt and anger. He looked at Chen Heng with a hint of doubt in his heart. This kid was shaking like an autumn leaf in the wind. He couldn't even catch a move of his own. His breath was empty and his steps were light. He was just a kid who had just touched the threshold of Mingjin. Not to mention killing Jiang Hui, even the other two leaders of the Blackwater gang could take him down. Hikai came to the conclusion that this waste was not a murderer, and he was not even qualified to be a murderer. Who is the real murderer? Is it Lin Chong? He takes money to do things? But for a mere 20 taels, is it worth destroying a gang that has 3 Mingjin masters and may also involve other forces behind it? The elite disciples of Guangcheng Martial Arts School are not that stupid. Other enemies? The Blackwater gang has just been established, what kind of hatred can there be? Or is it some master who just does it casually? Not to mention whether it can be found out, even if it is found out, since the other party dares to do it, he may not be afraid of him being arrested by the county government. What if the opponent is a fierce dragon crossing the river, or simply the scavenger of a big shot in the inner city? My skin is worthless in front of real masters or dignitaries. If you continue to dig deeper, you may not only get burned and expose yourself and the Blackwater gang's dirty deeds, but you may also offend people you shouldn't offend. Set up your future and even your life for a dead Jiang Hui and a group of minions? Hikai calculated this account clearly in an instant. The hand holding Chen Heng's hair unknowingly loosened a bit. The violence in his eyes receded quickly like the tide, leaving only calculation. This waste is, after all, a disciple of Guangcheng Martial Arts School. Guangcheng Martial Arts School has deep roots in Gaolin County, and the owner of the gym is even a guest of some big shots in the inner city. Humph. Hikai shook Chen Heng's head away as if throwing away a dirty rag. Chen Heng's head hit the ground hard, his vision went dark, and he almost fainted. I'm sorry you don't dare to trigger the king's law. He paused, and his casual tone contained a hint of warning. The affairs of the Blackwater gang will be investigated by the government. You are a waste, go back to your place. Practice your boxing well in the martial arts gym, and don't cause trouble outside, let alone, try to be smart and put money on your own face. Let this boss know that you are interfering in things that you shouldn't be interfering with. Kai did not finish his words, but just gave a cold hum. Get out. This word is like a pardon. The two government officials next to him understood immediately, stepped forward and roughly picked up the limp Chen Heng, dragged him out of the cold execution room like a dead dog, and threw him directly on the cold stone steps outside the back door of the county government office. The turmoil of the Blackwater gang passed quickly. The destruction of a small gang like this was a trivial matter not worth mentioning in Gowlin County. The discussion in the streets only lasted for 2 or 3 days, and then the peace returned to the past. After all, in this huge Gowlin County, new gangs rise and old gangs die out every day, and people have long been accustomed to it. 3 days later, in the Zhou courtyard. The sun shines through the branches and leaves of the old locust tree in the courtyard, casting mottled light and shadow on the ground. Zhou Liang hurriedly left the yard early in the morning. With the master away, the atmosphere in the courtyard is much more relaxed. Some are working on improving their energy, while others are exchanging ideas. The most conspicuous ones are Zhou Yu, Qin Lai, Sun Shun, Luo Qian and other Anjing disciples. After holding small meetings, several people often exchanged ideas with experts from other colleges and gained a lot. Nowadays, they regularly select outstanding disciples in the academy to participate in small gatherings. Seeing that they are getting better and better, other brothers and sisters can't hold back, and they are all gearing up to integrate into their circle as usual. He Yan is practicing boxing silently in the corner alone. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and his coarse clothes were already soaked with sweat, but he still tirelessly repeated the basic moves. During this period, several new disciples came to the academy, full of energy. A few old disciples also left. These people knew that there was no hope of breakthrough in martial arts, and finally chose to go out to make a living before their energy and blood were exhausted. For he has seen too many scenes like this. There are fewer and fewer familiar faces, and more unfamiliar faces. Day after day, year after year, he was the most diligent disciple in the academy, but God never meant to favor him for this. Chen Qing put a towel soaked in cold water on his face and leaned on the wicker chair on the sidelines to take a nap. The early summer heat has begun to show its signs, and even the stone bricks on the sidelines are getting hot from the sun. He Yan came over and sat next to him, and whispered, "Junior brother Chen, my qi and blood have been accumulated to perfection. I will try to knock on the pass for the second time in a few days. The second knock on the pass can reach in Jin. This is a qualitative leap. If Ming Jin is said to be quenched into flesh and blood, then Dark Jin is to be quenched into the bone marrow, and its power is even more incomparable." Zhou Yuan came in and out, and there were at least hundreds of disciples in the past few decades. Only a dozen or so people could reach in Jin. These people were all elites in the courtyard, and they were also the ones most valued by Zhou Liang. Whether they are practicing in the academy or making a living outside, masters of Ming Jin and masters of Dark Jin have very different treatment. Chen Qing took off the towel and showed a sincere smile. "Then I wish brother he immediate success." He Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I hope so." He has stayed in Ming Jin for more than 2 years. During this period, he tried to break through 3 or 4 times, but ultimately failed. "If we fail again this time, I'm afraid it will be difficult to reach the threshold of Jin for the rest of my life." Thinking of this, he couldn't help but clenched his fists. The two chatted for a few words, and He Yan continued to practice. Chen Qing raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, took out a blue cloth package from behind, walked to Sun Shun and said with a smile, "Brother Sun, congratulations on your son. These are tiger head shoes made by my mother. Although the stitches are thick, they are thoughtful." Sun Shun's wife gave birth to Linner the day before yesterday. This gift came at the right time. Sun Shun put down his movements, and a smile broke out on his dark face. "Junior brother Chen is interested. You must come to the full moon wine, let us two have a good drink." Chen Qing responded with a smile. "One word." Sun Shun rubbed the tiger toe shoes in his palms twice and suddenly lowered his voice. "Speaking of which, junior brother, you are not young yet. Do you have a girl you like? Do you want senior brother to help you look at her?" Chen Qing waved his hand. "I haven't had this idea yet. You spend all your time practicing martial arts." Sun Shun shook his head and laughed. "Look at junior brother Qin. The matchmaker is almost over the threshold. I heard that many young ladies from wealthy families have asked someone to give them a message." Chen Qingdao, "Brother Sun is joking. How can I compare with junior brother Qin?" Sun Shun scratched his head. As Chen Qing said, the two are indeed different. Qin Lai has already succeeded in knocking on the gate for the second time, and it is very likely that he will hit the gate for the third time in the future. Such a young talent is naturally attracted by major families. Suddenly remembering something, Sun Shun took half a step closer and whispered, "By the way, junior brother, I'm afraid the county is not peaceful these days. Please be more careful when practicing martial arts." He knew that his junior brother was immersed in martial arts training all day long and knew very little about the outside world, so he couldn't help but remind him. Chen Qing frowned slightly. What happened? Captain Peng is returning to his post. Sun Shun looked around and lowered his voice. He was transferred from outside and has never dealt with the 5 major local families. Last year, Ding Yu returned to his hometown, and now the period of filial piety is about to expire. He did not continue, but the meaning was already obvious. Chen Qing's brows knitted into a knot. The captain commanded 500 county sold Ayers and was responsible for city defense, suppressing bandits, and arresting theft. It can be said that they are truly powerful. Even the county magistrate must be courteous. Needless to say, the 5 major clans are out-and-out local snakes, and they have many disciples and guardians, so they are very powerful. If there is friction between these two forces, it will be difficult for the entire Gaolin County to be at peace. No one knows whether they will be affected by the collision of these two behemoths. Chen Qing thought to himself that he hoped to have a stable environment to concentrate on practicing martial arts. If you have fame, it will be much easier to protect yourself wisely. Sun Shun sighed. Guiji's business has not been good recently, and his funding has been cut by most. If I fail in martial arts this year, I'm afraid I will have to find another one. He's got a job. Suddenly woke up in the middle of the conversation, Sun Shun rubbed his hands awkwardly. I'm just saying frustrating things. Junior sister Zhou is waiting for me to discuss and exchange ideas. Sun Shun's face turned red, a little embarrassed. Chen Qing nodded. Okay, then I won't disturb senior brother. Then he returned to his seat and continued to practice Shuang Kung Fu. His pile skills have almost reached the limit, and it is just around the corner to break through the second knock pass and reach Injin. Only by reaching Injin can you have the possibility of being in Wushu High School. On the other side, Sun Shun came to a few people. Luo Qian raised her eyebrows and asked, "What did that kid say to you?" Sun Shun replied, "Nothing, just chat." Xing Ziqiao shook his head and smiled. "In my opinion, this kid is I regret it and want to join, shall we?" Sun Shun quickly shook his head. Junior brother Chen didn't say anything. Qin Lai said, "I saw him giving you a gift with my own eyes. What he saw just now was real." Chen Qing handed Sun Shun a package. Hearing this, Zhou Yu frowned. Ned slightly. Sun Shun's face turned red, and he hurriedly explained, "It's just a pair of tiger head shoes." Senior brother Sun, you don't have to explain for him. Luo Qian interrupted Sun Shun. It was because he didn't know how to praise himself at the beginning. Her tone was a bit disdainful. Xing Ziqiao shook his head and said, "It's too late now." Qin Lai reminded, "Senior brother Sun, it is a complete waste of time you spend on him. He never paid attention to the overtures of those poor children, and never got too close to them." Luo Qian nodded in agreement. In her opinion, disciples like Chen Qing are simply not worth the effort to make friends with. Sun Shun opened his mouth slightly, not knowing how to explain. Zhou Yu glanced at the package and said, "Stop talking about these insignificant things, let's continue." When Sun Shun put away the bundle, she clearly saw that it was just a pair of tiger head shoes. After eating a lot of meat and supplementing with blood and energy powder, Chen Qing's physical strength has improved significantly, and the number of times he practices Tongjiquan every day is also increasing. God rewards those who work hard. There will be success. A small success in Tongarm Pile Kung Fu, 871/1000, a small success in Tongarm Fist, 781/1000, Half-Wind Sword Technique, 66/1000. In 1 month at most, we will be able to break through to the Dark Power Realm. Chen Qing secretly made some calculations, and then headed to Qinghe Pier after simply packing up. I have been practicing diligently recently, and the consumption of blood energy powder has also been extremely huge. This blood energy powder not only increases blood energy, but also has a miraculous effect in relieving fatigue, allowing him to maintain high-intensity training. As soon as Chen Qing stepped into the gate of Hesse, Lao Li hurriedly greeted him. "Ah Qing, we have gathered urgently." Lao Li and Chen Qing both belonged to Qingming and had served in Hesse for more than 20 years. Due to their strength, they were never promoted to the rank of river envoy. "Gather?" Chen Qing was a little confused. Lao Li lowered his voice, "Don't ask, just follow me." Soon, all the river patrols in the He division were present, including temporary officers like Chen Qing. I saw a middle-aged man with extraordinary bearing approaching, surrounded by Qingming and other river envoys. This man was the chief river envoy Ku Yunqi. Ku Yunqi scanned the crowd with lightning eyes and said in a deep voice, "Captain Peng will arrive at the Nanha Pier at noon. Each team must strictly guard their respective river channels. If there is any small disturbance at night, they will be arrested on the spot." Hearing this, Chen Qing suddenly realized. No wonder the entire He division made such a big move. It turned out to be to welcome the return of Peng Dui Dingyu. As the order was issued, the 9 teams quickly dispersed to various important roads in Nanha to set up defenses. Houses are lined up on both sides of the Nanha River, forming a unique alley landscape. Boats are coming and going on the river, and the waves are sparkling. On one side is the hustle and bustle of the outer city, and on the other side is the bright lights of the inner city, a bustling scene that lasts all night. The inner city is the real place of freedom, Qing Ming said with emotion. The restaurants, flower boats, and gambling houses here stay up all night long. As long as you have enough money, this is a paradise on earth. There are so many people in the outer city who want to move in, even if they can only settle on the edge of the inner city. After hearing this, several old patrolmen showed longing. Qing Ming looked at Lao Li. Based on your savings, you should be able to buy 2 houses in the inner city next year, right? Old Li smiled bitterly. It's the next year, and the house prices in the inner city have risen a lot. Chen Qing looked at the inner city not far away, and was thinking to himself. The outer city slums are rampant with gangs and the environment is harsh, while the inner city is the paradise that everyone yearns for. In this world, the class gap has already penetrated deeply into everyone's bones. It is really difficult for poor people to cross the class ladder. Because the real way to make a fortune has long been monopolized by aristocratic families. Only martial arts can break away from the shackles of class. But training a martial arts student is not something ordinary people can afford. There is an old saying that it is difficult to produce a noble son from a poor family. Actually, they don't know what a poor family is. This kind of declining family is considered a poor family. As for Qin Qing, who has no house, no land, and only 2 boats, he can only be considered half a commoner at best. It is difficult for a poor family to produce a noble son, and it is even more difficult for ordinary people to reach the sky. At this time, a patrolman whispered, that man seems to be the deputy gang leader of the Blood River Gang, Wind Chaser Ho Huayu. Looking at the fingers, they were 4 or 5 strong men wearing uniforms of the gang, with various patterns embroidered on their arms. Old Li narrowed his eyes. People from the Iron Hand Gang are here too. Not far away, another group of gangsters with extraordinary momentum were watching. The Blood River Gang and the Iron Hand Gang are the 2 largest gangs in Gaolin County. There are many masters in the gang and they have their own industries. They are not comparable to small gangs like the Jinha Gang and the Blackwater Gang. Qing Ming said slowly. When the captain was here, he cracked down on these gangs very harshly. The Chao Gang, which was once the largest gang, was uprooted by him. Now that the captain is back, the Blood River Gang and the Iron Hand Gang will naturally want to explore the truth. In addition to the 2 major gangs, Wangyuan Escort Bureau, Blacksmith Shop and other forces also sent people. What is even more eye-catching is that the disciples of Guangcheng martial arts and Hongyun martial arts are all full of energy and blood, and they are obviously good players. Qing Ming reminded from the side, you should be familiar with Mr. Wu from the Wangyuan Escort Bureau and Mr. Chow from the Blacksmith Shop. These forces must not be offended. Lao Li hesitated for a moment. The senior brother of Guangcheng Martial Arts School, GouBecameASaint, has great strength. If you encounter him in the future, you must be careful. This person has a very strong temper. Several young patrolmen have obviously heard of GouBecameASaint's vicious reputation, and they all nodded solemnly. Chen Qing felt a chill in his heart and wrote down the faces of the masters present one by one. This is the first time he has come into contact with so many forces and so many masters. After all, the captain might not be able to remember who came, but he would definitely know who didn't come. At this moment, there was a commotion on the river. Zhu Qing. He is the master of energy transformation in the Zhu family. He is not an easy person to talk to. The 5 major clans asked him to take over the captain's duties. Could it be? Everyone followed the sound and saw a gorgeously decorated cruise ship slowly approaching, with an extraordinary middle-aged man standing on the bow. Zhu Qing is not only a master of energy transformation, but also has 5 major clans standing behind him. His appearance immediately made the atmosphere tense. Here it comes. The captain is back. A commotion suddenly broke out in the crowd, and the entire river boiled instantly. The experts from all sides who had been watching leisurely stood up one after another, all looking towards the river in the distance. I saw an awning boat approaching slowly, with a middle-aged man in a green shirt sitting on the bow. This man's face is calm, and there is a bit of alienation and indifference between his eyebrows. He is Peng Qinghai, the captain of Gaolin County. The moment Peng Dui appeared, the voices of discussion around him started one after another and never stopped. He is Captain Peng. Qing Ming couldn't help but exclaimed. It is said that he was a high school martial arts scholar at the age of 15, won the martial arts examination at the age of 18, and learned the Golden Seal technique. The leader of the Chao Gang was killed by his hand. The leader of the Chao Gang was a master of energy. Chen Qing looked intently, and Zhu Qing, who had been so imposing just now, walked towards him quickly. The two chatted happily, without any tension at all. Everyone voluntarily moved out of the way and watched the group of people heading towards the inner city. Until Peng Duwei's figure disappeared on the street corner, the discussion around him continued for a long time. Chen Qing's mind kept replaying the scene where the heroes gathered just now, and he was shocked. The captain deserves to be from the Wutai sect. Lao Li was full of emotion. Even the 5 major clans must show courtesy. A trace of doubt appeared in Chen Qing's eyes. The Wutai sect. The responsibility is to protect the cities and common people in various places, and to eradicate heretics and rebellions. We have 4 major sects in Yunlin Mansion, and the Wutai sect is one of them. It is said that the sect contains profound and mysterious martial arts, secret techniques, and even, Jing Ming lowered his voice, there are masters above Hua Jing sitting in charge, which is why Captain Peng has a transcendent status, beyond Hua Jing. Chen Qing was shocked when he heard this. Ming Jin is already beyond ordinary people. What about the transformation state? Are there really people who are cultivators of immortality in this world? He is too weak now and has too few contacts. Boss, how can I join the Wutai sect? A young guard's eyes lit up with desire. Qing Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. First of all, you have to stand out in the martial arts, and then go through the selection at all levels in the city. High school martial arts. The young guard clenched his fists. Chen Qing remained silent and did not speak. Still too young, Lao Li looked at the young man with passion and shook his head secretly. Don't think so much, these are too far away from us. Qing Ming glanced at a few people. It is still necessary to calm down at the moment. The most important thing is to get through the hurdle in front of you first. The night is getting darker. Hesse patrol officers shouted and dispersed. Some went home, while others met to have flower wine. Chen Qing walked towards his home, feeling the coolness of the early autumn evening breeze. When we arrived at Yazi Bay, we saw fishermen gathering in 2s and 3s at the door of Aunt Suewa's house, shaking their heads and sighing, feeling gloomy. Chen Qing stepped forward and said, Uncle Dachuan, what's going on? Uncle Dachuan sighed heavily and said, Old Lu's family got up early to sell pickled fish in Lushui market. When they came back, they were gangstered and all the fish money was robbed. Not to mention, my legs have been damaged, and I haven't woken up yet. There are too many plague gods attacking Sap these days, so be careful. I don't know how many pairs of greedy eyes are hidden in this outer city. There are gangs of thieves and many desperados among them. When Chen Qing heard this, he frowned slightly, then turned around and walked towards his awning boat without saying anything more. Among the reeds on the shore, several waterbirds flapped their wings and flew into the dark night. Mom, I'm back. Lifting the tarp, Chen Qing took off his sweaty short shirt. Han was mending a fishing net under an oil lamp, his rough fingers moving flexibly between the meshes. There is some fish soup in the pot, Han said without raising his head. Chen Qing scooped up a bowl of fish soup with a clear bottom. There were a few small fish floating in the soup. He took a sip and said, We have enough fishing nets at home, Mom, you should take a rest. If you can't sell it now, there will be a good day. Han sighed and rubbed his temples with his knuckles. At this time in the past, it was the fishing season. During the peak flood season, the port should be crowded with fish merchants, but this year, the fish in the river seem to have been taxed by the Dragon King and are sparse. Now the fishermen can't afford to eat, and the fishing nets can't be sold. Speaking of this, Han's eyebrows also showed a trace of sadness. The sound of waves lapping against the hull came from outside the canopy, causing the hull to sway slightly. Chen Qing put down the bowl and said solemnly, Mom, you've heard about Aunt Suewa's house, right? You should be more careful. As long as there is some way, who wouldn't want to move into the inner city to live in peace? But the housing price in Gaolin County is 50 taels to several hundred taels of snowflake silver for an ordinary house in the outer city. As for the residents in the inner city, it is a symbol of status, and ordinary people have no chance of getting involved. Even a seemingly ordinary place to live in the outer city will take half your life savings, and may not even be achievable in your lifetime. In the final analysis, the family background is too thin. The next day, Chen Qing stepped into Zhouyuan after patrolling as usual. As soon as you enter the courtyard gate, you feel that the atmosphere is strange. A few glances glanced at him vaguely. The disciples gathered in several groups, and the whisper suddenly dropped as he approached. Chen Qing was confused in his heart, but his face was calm as usual, and he walked towards the place where he was practicing. At this time, he found that He Yan, who used to be diligent in the past, was sitting alone on the stone pier in the corner. His face was as pale as blood loss, and his eyes were looking at the ground distractedly. Seeing your brother Chen Qing walked over and called softly. He Yan slowly raised his head, with an extremely forced arc at the corner of his mouth, and said in a dry and hoarse voice, "Junior brother Chen, my breakthrough failed." Chen Qing's heart sank, and he forced a smile and said, "The qi and blood are scattered, and it is necessary to accumulate them again. Senior brother has a strong foundation, the knocking failed, and the qi and blood accumulated previously were also consumed, so he had to accumulate qi and blood again." The foundation was hurt this time. He Yan shook his head and said, "Maybe there will be no chance again." Chen Qing had a lump in his throat, and words of comfort were stuck in his chest. Ming Jin, Dark Jin, Hua Jin, each of the three realms of martial arts is a hurdle, and some people cannot get over it in their entire lives. It is extremely rare for a disciple like He Yan, who is not outstanding and whose family background is average, to be able to break through to the Ming Jin. Now, if he wants to go one step further, it is extremely difficult to step into the Dark Jin. Among the Zhou Academy, the Ming Jin disciples are considered the registered disciples, while the Yin Jin disciples are the core. In the next few days, He Yan still appeared in Zhou Yuan. He became extremely silent, no longer the He Yan who got up at dawn and rested late at night. Most of the time, he just sat under the old locust tree in the corner of the yard, staring at the gray sky in a daze, his eyes scary and empty. Many senior brothers in the courtyard shook their heads and sighed when they saw this, and more people just turned away numbly. Such scenes are not uncommon in Zhou Yuan. Naive. On the other side, Qin Lai saw all this in his eyes and sneered. If God's reward for hard work was really useful, then Zhou Yuan would have been secretly all over the place. The meaning behind the words seemed to explain that Qin Lai was different from them. Luo Qian said with deep understanding, "In the past few years, I have seen too many such disciples. After all, martial arts training is all about talent." Sun Shun opened his mouth, but in the end it just turned into a deep sigh without saying anything. This day, in the evening, Chen Qing had just finished punching twice and was sitting on a bench panting. At this time, He Yan came over carrying a baggage. Chen Qing was slightly startled when he saw this. "Are you leaving?" He Yan nodded slightly, his voice a little hoarse. Well, wait, it's boring." Chen Qing pondered for a moment and whispered, "Brother He, have you really thought about it clearly?" "I have thought about it clearly," He Yan replied calmly. His tone was very light, as if he was describing a trivial matter, but his heart was like an overwhelming ocean, with turbulent waves. Chen Qing said no more. He Yan breathed out gently and looked into the distance. "In the past 2 years, I have always believed that God rewards hard work, and I also believe that destiny can be changed through martial arts. Therefore, if I practice martial arts hard, even if others look down on me, I will not take it seriously, but regard it as encouragement." He smiled, but the sadness in that smile was only known to him. Chen Qing looked into He Yan's eyes. He tried his best to hold back the tears in them, but in the end he could not completely cover them up. "In the past few years," He Yan's voice was hoarse, "I always comfort myself that everything will be fine, but what about the reality? Not only is it not getting better, it is getting worse." He could no longer restrain himself, lowered his head, and his shoulders trembled slightly. "My dream is broken, completely my heart is broken. I have worked hard for so long, but still have nothing. Junior brother Chen, do you know that feeling? Every day when you open your eyes, you can't see any hope, the top of your head is completely black, there is no light at all. That kind of depression, that kind of despair, makes me breathless." The disciples around me noticed the movement here and cast their eyes. "Senior brother He." Chen Qing reached out and patted He Yan's shoulder gently. "How many people in this world are not like this? I came with dreams, but in the end I could only leave sadly. I still don't understand what I am obsessed with." He Yan wiped the corners of his eyes. "Do you really want to practice martial arts, or do you just want to prove yourself?" He smiled bitterly. He sighed. Now that I think about it, it's not that practicing martial arts is useless, it's that I'm useless." He took a deep breath, stood up, and patted Chen Qing on the shoulder. "I'm leaving, and I can't practice martial arts with you in the future. But you must persist. I can't give up." "Junior brother Chen, you are very diligent. Before you appeared, I didn't believe that anyone in this world could be more diligent and harder than me. Until you appeared, your family was poor and you ate cereals and beans every day, but you still worked hard. Practicing, I really admire you. I think if God has eyes, He will definitely make you succeed. Although senior brother is a failure, I really hope you can succeed." "Senior brother He." Chen Qing's throat tightened. "You must remember my words," He Yan finally said. "Which sentence?" "Any sentence will do." After saying that, he packed up his baggage and turned towards the back door of Zhou Yuan. His back looked extremely thin in the morning light, like a fallen leaf, floating quietly into the distance. On the 3rd day of June in the 28th year of King Sejong's reign, it was a sunny day, but in Chen Qing's heart it rained heavily. The day He Yan left Zhou Yuan, the leaves fell silently in the courtyard. Zhou Yuan is still the same as usual, with new faces entering the hospital every month with longing, and there are also many disciples who know that their future is cut off and leave sadly. The departure or stay of a Ming Jin disciple is like a dead leaf falling in autumn, causing no ripples. The ones who can truly take root in Zhou Yuan will always be those core disciples who have reached dark strength. Since He Yan left, Chen Qing has practiced even harder. The first person to come to Zhou Yuan every day and the last one to leave. He wants to complete the progress as soon as possible and reach Anjin as soon as possible. I heard it was because of He Yan's incident, Ming Jin can barely break through, so what can he do if he tries his best? The disciples in the courtyard shook their heads secretly when they saw this. Chen Qing ignored the gazes of the disciples in Zhou Academy and continued to practice hard. On this day, Zhou Liang walked around the hospital and left in a hurry. Who? Chen Qing practiced the Zhuanggong again, feeling full of energy and blood, and his brain became ethereal. God rewards those who work hard, there will be success. Small success in the Tongmu Zhuang Kung Fu, 951 1/1000. He looked at his palms and thought to himself, now my energy and blood have been filled up and reached a peak. In a few days, I will be able to knock on the pass for the second time. Every time I knock on the pass, my strength will undergo earth-shaking changes. As the sun set in the west, Zhou Liang dragged his exhausted body back to the Wu Yuan, and immediately summoned Zhou Yu, Sun Shun and others to come inside to discuss matters. Remember the fastest novel site on the internet 101. Not long after, Sun Bian hurried out and gathered all Ming Jin disciples into the courtyard. Senior brother Sun, what happened? Some disciples couldn't help but ask. Sun Shun looked around at the crow. Dian said in a deep voice, the water bandits have been rampant in Beilongbo recently. The captain wants to go out of the city to suppress the bandits and is recruiting experts from the county. Ming Jin warriors will be paid 5 taels of silver and will be given 5 pieces of blood energy powder. Dark Jin masters will receive 20 taels of silver. 3 blood energy pills. This bandit suppression is led by the captain, and the 5 major clans have also recruited 3 energy-changing masters. Do you have any ideas? As soon as this statement came out, the whole hospital was in an uproar. You must know that the monthly salary of an ordinary Ming Jin warrior is only 2 or 3 taels of silver, let alone precious training resources. Besides, this time the captain personally led the team, and there were 3 Huajin masters sent by the 5 major clans to hold the formation, so it was absolutely foolproof. Suddenly, many disciples were ready to make a move. After some discussion, disciples soon signed up. Senior brother Sun, I will go too, at this moment, Qin Lai said. Of course he wanted to suppress the bandits not for money, but for actual combat. Sun Shun was slightly startled and said, Junior brother Qin, do you really want to go? Practicing martial arts is never about hard training, and fighting skills are not about beating wooden stakes, Qin Lai said loudly. To practice martial arts, you need to be bold. Zhou Yu looked at Qin Lai with beautiful eyes, with a hint of surprise. Then, many disciples responded one after another. Sun Shun asked, Junior brother Chen, what about you? Chen Qing bowed his hands and said, Junior brother is of low strength, so he won't join in the fun, suppressing bandits? The sword has no eyes, who knows if a hidden master will suddenly appear? It's better to practice in the courtyard. Sun Shun did not force himself, nodded and said, disciples who want to go will come to my place to register later, the Chen families. Old residents. Mr. Chen was sitting on the steps with his back bent. The smoke in the copper smoke pot was clearly extinguished, and wisps of blue smoke were rising in the dusk. Squeak. The courtyard door was pushed open, and Chen Heng stepped into the threshold sweating profusely. The back of his training clothes was already soaked through. The old man quickly put down his cigarette bag, his wrinkles filled with distress. You're practicing so late again? Take a break, sir, I'm not tired, so this little bit of hard work is nothing. Chen Heng wiped the sweat from his head, and then said, I have something to tell you. The old man took a puff of cigarette and knocked the ashes on the steps. What's the matter? Tell me. Chen Heng glanced at the old man and said, now that I have almost accumulated qi and blood, I need to break through the secret energy. My senior brother said that you need to use blood qi pills to supplement the pass. The old man subconsciously asked, how much is this blood qi pill? As for the blood qi powder, he remembered 1 or 2 silver per pack. Aren't these blood qi pills more expensive? Chen Heng hesitated for a moment, but he still had the courage to say, 5 taels of silver, what? The old man's hand shook and his pipe almost fell to the ground. 5 taels of silver. Enough to feed Chen's family of 4 for half a year. Grandpa, don't worry. Seeing the old man's reaction, Chen Heng said quickly, I can buy it for 3 taels of silver through my connections. For 6 taels of silver, I can buy 2 of them, which will last for 2 months. The old man's brows knitted into knots. 3 taels of silver is not a small amount. In these years of frugality, I pawned everything I could, borrowed everything I could, and the favors I owed to my neighbors have not yet been repaid. The second aunt hurriedly came out of the kitchen. Dad, Xiaoheng is at a critical moment, we can't save this money. But at home, the old man sighed heavily. I really can't afford the money, Chen Heng whispered from the side. Grandpa, all the brothers in the martial arts school use this, if not. Halfway through the words, he sighed heavily. This sigh weighed on the old man's heart like a stone. Mr. Chen took a heavy drag on his cigarette, his cloudy eyes showing a hint of exhaustion. Why doesn't he want his grandson to succeed? Xiaoheng. The old man took a deep breath and sighed. The family has this little foundation, why don't we wait? Or go around with the senior brothers in the martial arts school? Didn't you mean that they, Grandpa? Chen Heng was in a hurry, he couldn't help but raise his voice. Senior brothers also need to practice martial arts and take supplements. How can you lend me any money? Besides, at this critical moment, wait? Can you afford to wait? The more he spoke, the more excited he became, as if his future was really strangled by these a few taels of silver. When the second aunt saw this, she immediately stood up, walked to the old man's side, and lowered her voice. Dad, Xiaoheng is trying his best, and we can't hold him back. She rolled her eyes and came closer. Look, eldest sister's house? And, old man's house? Mr. Chen's hand holding the cigarette rod shook suddenly, and the ash fell. He raised his head suddenly, his cloudy eyes full of surprise and resistance. Looking for them? How do you want me to open this door? Why can't I open this door? The second aunt's tone was natural and urgent. Xiaoheng has done something about the Blackwater gang. Dolly, besides, our Xiaoheng is going to be a martial arts scholar, so won't they have to take advantage of the fame in the future? It's a help in times of need. As for the boss, the second aunt paused and said, isn't it because they are orphans and widowed that they are saving money for a Qing? But a Qing's qualifications, how can it compare to our Xiaoheng's future? Lend the money to Xiaoheng and use it wisely. It's better than squandering it on a Qing. Mr. Chen hesitated, they are orphans and widowed, and their life is already difficult. Grandpa. Chen Heng couldn't help but interject, crying, can you bear to see my efforts go to waste? If I fail to knock on the door, our Chen family will really have no hope. Think about it, when I win the Wu Scholar Award and have my tax reduced, won't my family's life be comfortable? I can pay them back then, even double. Double the repayment. Mr. Chen smiled bitterly, his wrinkled face wrinkled in pain. In the end, the old man seemed to have been drained of his last remaining strength, and leaned back in his chair slumped. That's it, you two mothers go to my aunt's house to be more polite. As for the old man, I will go there myself. A smile immediately appeared on the second aunt's face. Hey. Dad, don't worry, I know what's appropriate. Xiaoheng, pack up quickly and go to your aunt's house. She pushed Chen Heng, her eyes flashing with a sure-win attitude. Mr. Chen arrived at Yazi Bay with faltering steps. Old man's, a Qing, the straw curtain was opened, and Han poked his head out. Seeing that it was the old man, a hint of surprise appeared on her face, and then a hint of vigilance. Dad? Han smiled and said, why are you here all the time? Come in and sit down. She turned sideways to let go of the narrow entrance, her movements a little stiff. Mr. Chen hunched over his waist and got into the cabin. A strong smell of rice bran mixed with damp would hit his face. He subconsciously took out his pipe, but looking at the cramped boat, he stuffed it back silently. Dad, please drink water. Han brought over a cracked stoneware bowl with turbid cold water in it. The old man took the bowl, his fingers trembling a little. Old man. The old man finally summoned up the courage and whispered, I came here this time because of something. Han didn't say anything, she had already vaguely guessed something in her heart. Mr. Chen avoided Han's gaze and spoke with difficulty, it's about the kid Xiaoheng. He said that he was at the critical moment of breaking through Anjin and was in urgent need of blood and energy pills, Sweki pills? Han exclaimed, I heard that thing is extremely expensive. I know it's expensive. The old man interrupted hastily, his face burning, but Xiaoheng said, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He is the only hope for our old Chen family. The only hope? Han repeated these words, his voice trembling. Years of grievance, bitterness and injustice are like floods bursting out of a dam. She stood up suddenly and pointed at the dilapidated cabin. Dad. Look. Look at what kind of life we two are living. In your eyes, only Xiaoheng is the hope of the Chen family. What about Qing? Isn't Qing your grandson? His father was arrested to build the canal, and he doesn't know whether he is dead or alive. He left us orphans behind. My widowed mother was living on a broken boa. In Yazi Bay, weaving nets until my eyes were almost blind, so I could barely make ends meet. Qing also tried his best to learn martial arts from his master, but we couldn't even afford a decent meal. The sweat from his practice was mixed with rice bran. Her tears flowed slowly, rolling down her rough cheeks. Do you know how we two got through it? In order to save a few copper coins to buy salt, We even had to lick the oily stars in the vegetable soup. The money Qing paid for Shiwawu's apprenticeship was hui that girl secretly saved up the dowry money. How can we pay back the debt? Now, what are you going to do for Xiaoheng, so you come to our broken ship to borrow money? How can we get money from this leaky ship? Or can this rice bag pour out gold? Mr. Chen's face turned pale, his lips were trembling, and he couldn't say a word. The old man stood up tremblingly, as if he had aged 10 years again in an instant. Mom, I'm back. At this moment, there was a sound from outside the boat. Grandpa. As the curtain opened, Chen Qing saw Mr. Chen at a glance. I'm leaving first. When Mr. Chen saw Chen Qing, he suddenly felt guilty and staggered out of the cabin. Before Chen Qing could react, Mr. Chen had already left. Looking at Han's red and swollen eyes, he quickly asked, Mom, what's going on? It's okay. Han wiped the corners of her eyes slowly and calmly with a piece of cloth. Although her red and swollen eyes were still a little moist at the moment, her eyesight was clear. Come and borrow money to buy those Sweki pills for your brother Heng, and I will cry myself out of poverty. She then walked to the small stove in the corner, opened the lid, and the earthy aroma of grains and beans filled the air. It's hot, eat it quickly. The tearful cry just now. I'm almost blind from the weaving of the net. I even have to lick clean the oil stars in the vegetable soup. I owe Huinyan the dowry money. Every word is tearful, and every sentence is heart-wrenching. It is not an out-of-control catharsis, but a knife that accurately stabs the old man's guilty weakness. She knew this eccentric old man too well. Harding up would only lead to accusations of ignoring the overall situation. Only by tearing open her own bloody wound could she shut up the mouth of asking for her little grandson. Chen Qingrua nodded with understanding. Han placed a bowl of hot multigrain beans on the table, sat back down to weave the net, and picked up the shuttle. She snorted softly. You want to dig money from the teeth of our mother and father to fill the path of wealth for his precious grandson? There is no way. Don't even think about it. The next day, Hesse. As soon as Chen Qing finished ordering the order, Qingming came over. Ah Qingming got straight to the point. Seeing as you have been practicing more and more diligently recently, how is your qi and blood accumulation? Can you touch that membrane? He was referring to the bottleneck between Ming Jin and Dark Jin. Chen Qing said with a smile, it's still accumulating, but I always feel that it's a little short of heat. When the energy and blood have almost accumulated, you can tap the door. Qingming nodded, with the emotion of someone who had been there before. This second time knocking on the gate requires not only water grinding work, but also real firewood. A large amount of meat supplements, high-quality blood energy powder and even blood energy pills, all of which are piled up with a lot of money. The age you are now is the golden period for passing the test. If you miss it, it will be difficult. The martial arts department is about to come. With Hesse's salary and your family's salary, the Qing family maybe can help you again. During this period, he observed carefully and found that Chen Qing's skills were far superior to his peers, and he was by no means comparable to ordinary Mingming. With diligence and perseverance, if you have good luck and knock on the door twice, you may not be unable to become a good player, and its potential cannot be underestimated. Chen Qing's heart moved, and he raised his eyes to look at Qingming. Boss, what do you mean? Tonic medicine can speed up the progress, and he really needs it. I'll go back and discuss it with my family. Qingming didn't say anything, but his eyes showed seriousness. Let's see if I can spread the blood more evenly for you. But I can't make the decision. I have to ask my eldest sister. The Qing family has rules, and the head of the family must approve the matter of sponsoring the seedlings. Thank you, boss. Chen Qing solemnly clasped his fists, feeling a warm feeling in his heart. Qingming treated him sincerely. That night, in the inner hall of the Qing family, the lights flickered, reflecting Qing Huan's slightly serious face. After listening to Qingming's story about Chen Qing, she frowned slightly and tapped her fingers on the table unconsciously. Ming, Qing Huan said, it's not that the eldest sister is stingy. Funding a Ming Jin disciple, 10 pounds of meat, and 1 tael of blood energy powder every month, is already for your sake. Now you want to add more? Our Qing family is not a charity. Didn't all the money invested go to waste? The 1 tael in a bag of blood was not brought by the strong wind. The family has 2 boats to raise, 100 acres of land to pay rent, and dozens of people waiting to eat. Where is the money? Qingming was a little anxious. Sister, this time is different. Chen Qing, what's the difference? Qing Huan interrupted him, with a hint of reprimand in his tone. It took me nearly 3 months to break through Ming Jin. This kind of qualification can be found in many martial arts schools. Do you expect him to open up in Jin? Even if he succeeds by luck, what can he do? Martial arts is so good? Look at the old guards in Hesse, there are a few within Jin. Isn't it still a waste of half of his L? Ife? Our Qing family is a small family, we can't stand you throwing money into the water again and again. She stood up, walked to the window, looked at the dark night outside, and said in a slower tone, Ming, our Chung family needs to gain a foothold and climb up, and every penny of money must be spent wisely. Sponsors, you must either cast a wide net to catch big fish, or you must find someone who has real potential and can bring returns. This Ching. I can't see where his blade is. Qing Ming opened his mouth and looked at the few strands of white hair that were faintly visible on the temples of his eldest sister. Thinking of the eldest sister's hard work for the Qing family over the years, he swallowed the words that came to his lips. Is the eldest sister's concerns unreasonable? A small family like the Qing family really cannot afford too much trial and error. He sighed and whispered, Sister, I know. After saying that, he turned around silently and walked out with heavy steps. Qing Huan's heart softened as he looked at his younger brother's disappointed back. This younger brother of hers values love and righteousness, and he works as an errand in Hesse just to provide another avenue for the family. But in this world, how can one support a family with just loyalty? Just when Qing Ming's hand touched the doorframe, Qing Huan's voice sounded again, Wait, Qing Ming paused and turned back in surprise. Qing Huan did not look at him, but still looked out the window. His tone was calm but full of determination. If you really think this guy is good, he is worth 3 melons and 2 dates, and his family is not bad enough. Qing Ming was stunned for a moment, and then a huge surprise came to his heart. Sister. You promise? Qing Huan turned around, with no expression on his face, and just waved his hand. Go ahead, it won't happen again. Hey. Thank you, sister. I'll tell a Qing now. Qing Ming swept away the gloom and rushed out of the inner hall with brisk steps. It's just a few taels of silver, that's all. Qing Huan breathed a sigh of relief silently, as if to convince himself. She sat back at the table again and picked up the account book, but her mind was already far away. The next morning, after Hesse Dianmao, Chen Qing was sorting out the patrol badges and sabers. Qing Ming walked over and pulled him to the shadow of the pillar on the side. Qing Ming glanced left and right to make sure no one was paying attention, and then whispered, I went back home last night and mentioned your matter to my eldest sister. Oh. Chen Qing looked up and saw Qing Ming's expression was different, and his heart moved slightly. It's done. A relaxed smile appeared on Qing Ming's face. She promised to give you 2 extra blood energy pills every month from now on. Chen Qing clasped his fists heavily and said, Boss, thank you very much. 2 blood energy pills cost at least 5 taels of silver, and they are available every month, which is already rare and valuable for Chen Qing. Go ahead. Qing Ming patted Chen Qing on the shoulder and said with a smile, practice hard, maybe you will get lucky and knock off the door a second time. Martial arts is approaching, and the atmosphere in Zhouyuan is as tense as a fully drawn bowstring. Zhou Liang paces back and forth in Zhouyuan every day, mostly focusing on the disciples who have cultivated in Jin. After all, they are the main force of this martial arts. Chen Qing just practiced hard in the hospital inconspicuously. With the Xueqi pills funded by the Qing family, and the Xueqi powder he purchased himself, the progress of the Tongji Zhuang Kung Fu can be seen with the naked eye. This evening. It's almost time to try to activate the dark energy. The qi and blood in Chen Qing's body surged and roared, like earth fire churning and burning deep in his blood vessels. Every breath carried a scorching breath, and his exposed skin was abnormally red, with a faint white steam steaming. In a moment, the clothes were soaked with sweat. If you observe carefully, you can see some clues. Unconsciously, the sun began to set. The Zhouyuan disciples packed up their utensils in 2s and 3s. It's almost dark. But he is still practicing. The second He Yin. No, he works harder than He Yin. Hey, just relying on dead training, what's the use? The discussion was accompanied by sighs, and quickly dissipated in the dusk. Chen Qing was the only one left in the huge martial arts training ground. He stood on the wooden stake with his eyes closed. At this moment, he felt as if a fire was burning in his chest, spreading to all parts of his body. That was the energy and blood flowing through the soles of his feet, shoulders, forming a backflow. And this is the sign of Ming Jin's perfection. The breakthrough has officially begun. The night was falling and the courtyard was quiet. Chen Qing stood on the wooden stake, the energy and blood in his body boiled, rushing towards the limbs and bones. Everywhere he went, he felt like fire was burning. Fish, flesh, sinews, and bones turned into ashes at this moment, and then these ashes turned into a breath. Ming Jin arises from the flesh and blood, resounding through the bones and muscles. Dark Jin needs to sink into the bone marrow, penetrate Rondu, and the strength is restrained, like a poisonous snake spitting out a message, silent but deadly. At this moment, Chen Qing was experiencing this feeling. Qi and blood were quenching the muscles and bones. This was naturally much more difficult than quenching the flesh and blood, and it also carried a hint of pain. At first he just felt hot all over his body, and soon the heat spread, like a ball of fire burning on his skin. Then the flame invaded again, burning within his muscles and bones. The night is all round, and everything is silent. Only his heavy and suppressed breathing was particularly clear in the empty courtyard. At this moment, Chen was as if he had been fished out of the water, his whole body was soaked. This pain continues. But the longer you persist, the more powerful the dark energy is. Chen clearly felt that his muscles and bones had become tug. And his pores began to shrink violently. This is the performance after the muscles, bones, flesh and blood are connected. Time passed minute by minute. Chen was like an old monk in meditation, with even breathing sound only at the tip of his nose. The pain is gradually dissipating, and the skin, flesh, muscles, and bones are intact. Obviously he persisted until the end, which was considered a success. Boom. I don't know how long it took, but the burning pain finally began to subside. A strange sense of penetration arises spontaneously, as if the blocked river channel has been completely opened, and the qi and blood are no longer stagnant, flowing smoothly between the skin, flesh, muscles, and bones, and reaching the limbs and bones. The pores all over the body seem to be awake, opening and closing greedily, sucking in the cool night air. Boom. Something in the body seemed to explode completely, and then fell silent instantly. God rewards those who work hard. There will be success. The great accomplishment of arm-strengthening Kung Fu, January 2000, Who? After about half a stick of incense, Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. Is this the dark power? The body has never been lighter, and the control of qi and blood is exquisite. Wherever the thought reaches, a concise, restrained strength, but containing more terrifying explosive power, has quietly dormant between the muscles and bones, ready to go. Chen jumped down from the wooden stake and muttered to himself, it took Qin Lai almost half a year to reach Anjin. He is considered the best disciple of Zhou Academy, and he is only a few months behind him, which is very good. Look for an opportunity tomorrow and report it to Master. It is also necessary to show your own strength appropriately so that others can see the value of investment. Hiding oneself is to protect oneself, and showing strength is to seize opportunities. In addition, Zhou Liang needs to be asked about FO. Low-up training techniques, etc., and maybe he can get some resources. It can be said to be 100 benefits without any harm. Then, Chen left Zhou Yuan and walked towards his home. It was late at night and the streets were very empty. In Gaolin County, except for the prosperous areas in the inner city, pedestrians on the streets disappeared as soon as it became dark. 2 dilapidated awning boats were moored quietly at the pier, swaying gently in the night breeze and making a squeaking sound. Chen skillfully untied the hemp rope tied to the stern of the neighboring boat, stepped on the slippery planks, and got into his own boat from the back cabin. In the cabin, oil lamps are like beans. Miss Han was mending the fishing net in the dim light. When she heard the noise, she raised her head, with a look of tiredness and worry on her face. Why did you stay up so late? Are you hungry? The paste in the pot is still warm. Mom, go and heat it up. She put down her work and hunched her back to move to the inner boat connected to the stove. I forgot the time while practicing. Chen took off his dagger, which was wet with sweat and still smelled of river smell, and casually placed it on the dilapidated oars of the boat. Now my chest is touching my back. Mom, boil some more water. I need to wash myself off. I'm all smelly and sweaty. I got it, Han responded and got into the small inner boat. By the way, your aunt came here today and stood at the bow of the boat for a while. Listening to what she said, the Yang family wants to raise some money to set up a small shop in Baihua Lane. Chen scooped up half a ladle of cold water and drank it, and wiped his mouth. My uncle has been idle since his leg injury. It would be good to open a shop and do odd jobs. Han sighed and said, in this world, I don't know if I can stand up. Chen thought for a while and said, there should be no problem. He knew that since the Blackwater gang was uprooted by him, the Tiger gang took over Baihua Lane and took good care of the Yang family, so opening a small shop should not be a big problem. You don't understand. Han curled his lips and said, it must be a lot of money to open a small shop. If you lose it, you will be in trouble. The next morning, after Chen finished the through-arm punch, his whole body was steaming with heat, and his muscles and bones made subtle crackling sounds. Senior brother Chen, wipe your sweat. At this time, a disciple came over carrying a basin and a towel. Thank you. Chen took the towel and wiped the sweat from his forehead. This man's name is Song Yufeng, who entered Zhou Yuan half a month ago. His father is a traveling doctor, and his mother works as a handyman in Sun's restaurant. His family is poor. According to the tradition of Zhou Yuan, he practiced boxing behind Chen an old disciple. Song Yufeng smiled naively and said, Senior brother Chen, you're welcome. Chen put down the towel and asked casually, how are you doing with the through-arm boxing practice? Back to senior brother, I have memorized all the moves, but Song Yufeng answered quickly, then scratched his head. I feel like something is wrong, but I can't put it clearly. Chen Qingdao, hit me again and let me see. Song Yufeng did not dare to neglect, and immediately started practicing. The essence of Tongarm Fist lies in the change of strength. He has not yet reached Mean Jin, and the Tongarm Fist at this moment seems extremely weak. Chen Qing looked at it carefully, and then pointed at Song Yufeng a few words. When doing this, ape arms to the sky, the shoulders should be loose, the elbows should be dropped, the intention should be at the fingertips instead of the fist surface, and the iron lock crossing river move uses the force on the waist and back, not the arms. You are weak now and have insufficient qi and blood, so you should accumulate qi and blood first. He said it in very detail, just like Sun Shan did at the time. Song Yufeng nodded repeatedly when he heard this, with a face full of gratitude. Thank you, senior brother Chen, for your guidance. I will go and practice Shuang Kung Fu now, so I won't disturb senior brother's practice. After saying that, he quickly returned to his corner and stood attentively. Chen Qing rested for a while and continued to practice Tongjiquan. Small success in Tongarm Fist, 963 1/1000ths. If Tongarm Fist reaches Deshang, his strength will undoubtedly increase to another level. There are currently 7 or 8 Jin disciples in the academy, but none of them have reached Deshang in Tongjiquan. When Tongjiquan reaches Deshang, it emphasizes that one move can be transformed into multiple moves, and the strength softens the rigid hair. Changing one stance to multiple moves requires extremely proficiency in the through-arm boxing moves, and muscle memory must be formed. This requires not only understanding, but also years of practice. As for the strength to soften stiff hair, you need to master the strength. Achieve the state where the strength comes from step to step. Chen Qing practiced the through-arm boxing twice more before heading to Hesse. Hesse patrols 3 times a day when busy and once a day when not busy. When he returned to Zhouyuan again, it was already afternoon. Chen Qinggang walked into Zhouyuan and found that the courtyard was very lively. I saw Qin Lai surrounded by a group of disciples in the center, like stars holding the moon. Zhou Liang, who was always serious, stood opposite him with a smile on his face. Junior brother Qin is back from suppressing the bandits. When Chen Qing saw the scene, his heart moved. Qin Lai took a deep breath, cupped his fists and said, Master, the disciple is back. Okay, very good. Zhou Liang looked Qin Lai up and down in front of him, and he couldn't help but feel a hint of relief on his lips. He could tell that Qin Lai was completely different from before. He had obviously seen blood. Sun Shan's mood was a little complicated. Just when the two of them looked at each other, he clearly felt the hair on his back. He knows that junior brother Qin has improved in strength after this bandit suppression, and I am afraid that he is no longer his opponent. Come in, let's talk slowly. Zhou Liang patted Qin Lai on the shoulder, with a gentle tone, turned around and led him towards the backyard. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Qin Lai's return has put a lot more smile on Zhou Liang's face. Senior brother Feng, please tell us about this bandit suppression. Junior brother Qin really killed 3 water bandits. Master Captain, is it time to take action? Seeing Qin Lai follow Zhou Liang into the backyard, everyone looked at the disciples who were also going to suppress the bandits. The captain's marksmanship is really amazing. Shen Tong, the head of Beilongbo, has never been through Sanha under the command of the captain. That scene, TSK. A senior brother who went with him said with a proud tone, this trip has you all. The captain and the masters from the 5 major clans were in charge, and we just followed behind to eliminate some remaining bandits, gained knowledge, and got to know many masters from other colleges. Hearing this, many of the disciples who were hesitant at first showed a trace of regret on their faces, missing an opportunity. If I had known this was the case, they would have signed up to participate. Chen Qing didn't think much and calmly returned to his seat to continue practicing boxing. Now that Master has no time, he can only find another opportunity to report to Master. As the night wore on, the courtyard gradually became calmer, and the voices discussing the suppression of bandits became much less frequent. The disciples simply cleaned up and left one after another. Zhou Yu saw that Chen Qing was still practicing boxing and couldn't help but ask, Junior brother Chen, it's so late, why don't you go back? At this moment, she had changed out of her training clothes and was wearing a white skirt, with a hint of gentleness and touchingness in her eyebrows. Chen Qingdao, thank you, senior sister Zhou, for your concern. I will go back after practicing for a WHI. Zhou Yu smiled slightly and said, okay, don't be too late. After saying that, she returned to the backyard. The night is getting darker, Zhou Yuan. Zhou Liang sent Qin Lai away from the back door and said to himself, go to the kitchen to get some food. He needs to replenish a large amount of food and meat every day, so as to keep the decline of qi and blood slow and prevent his strength from declining too quickly. After all, once a person gets older and cannot reach the level of internal refining, his qi and blood will eventually decline. Zhou Liang came to the door of the kitchen and suddenly heard a crisp sound. The voice is sonorous and powerful, full of energy. Zhou Liang frowned and said to himself, who hasn't gone home this late at night? In Zhou's courtyard, Chen Qing is practicing the through-arm boxing. At this moment, his whole body is boiling with energy and blood, and the through-arm boxing in his hand is reaching its extreme. I saw that the wind of my palm rolled up the soil, like a giant dragon cracking the ground with a terrifying force. This is exactly the sign of Enjin. Enjin? When Zhou Liang heard the voice and came over, his eyes lit up when he saw Chen Qing's punch. He has practiced the through-arm pile kung fu for decades, so he can naturally see at a glance the state that Chen Qing has reached at this moment. The success of the through-arm pile skill means that you have reached the dark strength. You can't go wrong with this. What a boy. Zhou Liang said happily, I didn't expect you to reach Enjin, master. Chen Qing heard the sound and quickly stopped his movements to salute. His goal was achieved. Zhou Liang asked quickly, when did you arrive at Enjin? Chen Qing replied, just yesterday. Zhou Liang calculated secretly and nodded slightly, you came to Zhou Yuan in November last year, which means it has been almost a year, but you haven't arrived yet. Chen Qing's ability to cultivate to Enjin was beyond his expectation. After all, he knew that Chen Qing's family background was not good, and he was not outstanding among the Zhou Yuan disciples. So I am very surprised by Chen Qing's current performance. Chen Qing nodded and said, yes. It's a pretty good idea. Looking for yourself alone obviously doesn't want to be public. It is very rare for a young man to be able to remain calm. Qin Lai's biggest problem is that he can't bear his temper and can't keep calm. But this cannot be regarded as Qin Lai's fault. After all, he was born in poverty. Once he gains wealth, few people can completely control it. What a pity, Zhou Liang secretly thought that if there was no Qin Lai in the Zhou Academy, he would definitely focus on cultivating Chen Qing. But there is already Qin Lai in the Zhou courtyard, so Chen Qing can only be wronged for the time being. Zhou Liang pondered for a long time and said, in the next period of time, you first consolidate your qi and blood, and quench the dark energy in your body to all parts of your body, first from the trunk, and then to the internal organs. Remember not to be discouraged. If there is anything you don't understand, come and ask me again. Chen Qing felt a little disappointed. Disciple understands. He originally thought that Zhou Liang would be like Qin Lai, focusing on taking care of him and giving him some cultivation resources. With resources, cultivation speed can be much faster. After all, it took less than a year to reach Enjin. Although it was not as good as Qin Lai in terms of time, it was still pretty good. But when he thought about it carefully, Chen Qing felt relieved. Qin Lai was his master's disciple, and he would inherit the mantle in the future and support himself in old age. I'm not busy now. I'll explain to you the techniques of quenching dark energy. Zhou Liang explained it in detail, then patted Chen Qing on the shoulder and encouraged, practice hard. You can participate in this martial arts class. If you don't succeed, it's time to gain experience. Chen Qing nodded and said, yes. Zhou Liang greeted, go back and rest early. Disciple, please leave. Chen Qing clasped his fists and prepared to stand up and leave. Wait a minute, Zhou Liang looked at the disciple's back and couldn't bear it, so he still called him. Is there any powerful person who has funded you now? Chen Qing replied, the Qing family in Gilanfang. It's just a small household, and it's not easy to get through twice. Zhou Liang secretly said, come with me. Chen Qing followed Zhou Liang to the study, and the latter took out a small celadone bottle from the cabinet. Here are 3 blood coagulation pills. Zhou Liang's voice was low and steady. The effect of the medicine is similar to the blood energy pills on the market. It is very helpful for stabilizing your dark energy and invigorating your qi and blood. From now on, come to me on the 5th day of every month and I will give you 3 more pills. Qin Lai has received financial support from the Luo family, so he has no shortage of resources. But Chen Qing is different. Just give him your share. Chen Qing bowed deeply and said, disciple, thank you master. The world price of 1 blood qi pill is 3 taels of silver, and 3 pills are 9 taels. This is currently worth a lot to Chen Qing. Zhou Liang waved his hand and said, go. Chen Qing nodded heavily and then walked towards home. The sky is filled with stars and rivers, randomly embellishing the vast twilight, and curling up the new moon in deep summer with a touch of deep vastness. On the way, Chen Qing kept recalling Zhou Liang's words. There is a big difference between Ming Jin and Dark Jin. Ming Jin only needs to accumulate qi and blood and polish the skin and flesh, but Dark Jin needs to penetrate the muscles, bones, skin and flesh. Huh. Suddenly, Chen Qing frowned slightly and paused slightly. Now that he has knocked on the gate for the 2nd time, his 5 senses are extremely sharp, and he can clearly hear the movement within 5 feet. It is extremely unsafe at night. Desperados often rob passers-by and then brutally kill them. This kind of thing is not uncommon. Meow. At this moment, a wild cat jumped out from the eaves, and then a tile slipped to the ground. Crack! Only a crisp sound was heard, and the tile shattered in response. It's too late to say it, but it will be soon. I saw a black shadow rushing directly towards him. The strong wind was fierce and vicious, attacking him. Capture Kung Fu. Grabbing is an extremely advanced martial art that specializes in attacking the weaknesses of joints, acupuncture points, and vital parts of the human body. It is divided into many schools. The system includes kicking the crotch and lifting the arm, blocking, holding the wrist, small wrapping, big wrapping, holding the lamp, holding the sheep, crossing the legs, rolling the wrist, and breaking the arm. It is mainly divided into 3 types of fighting methods: bone grabbing, tendon grabbing, and pulse tapping. The core key is to hit the clumsy skillfully and overcome the hardness with softness. As I write this, I hope readers will remember our domain name. As long as the hand is twisted, the tendons will break and the arm will be torn apart. The leader of the Chow Gang, once the largest gang in Gaolin County, integrated this grappling technique to form a muscle-splitting and bone-splitting technique, which was very famous. Chen Qing used spiritual ape escape to directly avoid this grapple. The attacker's moves were extremely ferocious, and his attack was like a tidal wave. His 5 fingers formed into claws like 5 steel spears, aiming towards Chen Qing's throat. Whoosh! There was a sharp whistling sound in the air. Chen Qing's body bones paused slightly, and then his RMS and spine exerted force at the same time. He avoided the sharp claw and hit the person hard at the same time. Bang! This spiritual ape offers longevity is extremely subtle. It not only avoids the attack of the attacker, but also fights back. Chen Qing groaned, and used the force of the impact to slide back half a step to relieve the force of the shock. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and he locked eyes instantly. A short, stocky man wearing black night clothes, with a black cloth covering his face, revealing only a pair of eyes that shone with ferocity and greed. The opponent obviously didn't expect Chen Qing's reaction to be so quick and his moves to be so exquisitely connected. When he hit him, he felt severe pain in his chest and his breath was suffocated. Have you met a sap guy? Chen Qing's heart moved and he frowned. The idea is prickly. Get on shoulder to shoulder. The short and stocky man growled. Before he finished speaking, 2 other strong winds sprang out from the darkness like poisonous snakes. A slender figure from the left came close to the ground. A cold light flashed in his hand, and a short blade about a foot long was seen, silently piercing Chen Qing's waist and ribs. This stab was insidious and at a sharp angle. It was obviously aimed at destroying Chen Qing's ability to move. On the right side is a relatively stocky figure, rushing out like a bull, with muscles in both arms, and with a dull sound of wind, a powerful and heavy double peak pierces the ear. 2 casserole-sized fists slammed into Chen Qing's left and right temples. If this is done, the iron head will blossom. 3 people. As expected by Chen Qing, this was a gang crime, and they cooperated tacitly, so they were obviously repeat offenders. The 3 of them formed a deadly net that instantly enveloped Chen Qing. In the flash of lightning, Chen Qing stamped his left foot on a broken tile on the ground. The tile was ejected by the force, with a sharp sound of breaking tea. Rough the air, directly hitting the face of the tall and thin man on the left. At the same time, his body moved forward instead of retreating, facing the sturdy man's fists. His spine suddenly bounced like a dragon, and his upper body fell backward at an incredible angle, narrowly avoiding the heavy punch hitting his temples. Pfft. Although the broken tiles were small, they were extremely fast under Chen Qing's kick. The tall and thin man obviously didn't expect it, so he had to give up the thrust in a hurry and put the short blade in front of his chest. Dang. The tiles were shattered instantly, but it also caused a gap in the 3 people's nets. Chen Qing leaned back, not only avoiding the double peaks piercing his ears, but also causing the stocky man's fists to miss, and the huge inertia carried him forward. At this moment when his body was almost parallel to the ground, Chen Qing's right foot was like a poisonous scorpion's tail hook that had been dormant for a long time, lifting up like lightning from bottom to top. Woo! This kick is tricky and cruel. It is the variation of spiritual monkey treading branch, aiming directly at the viscera of the stocky man. Fuck. The stocky man's moves failed and his center of gravity was unstable. He watched the fatal kick coming. He was so frightened that he screamed strangely and turned around to avoid it. TSK. The tip of Chen Qing's shoe brushed against the stocky man's crotch, tearing his crotch and bringing up a piece of cloth, which immediately soaked his back. Third brother, be careful. The short and sturdy man reacted very quickly. While Chen Qing lifted his legs, he suppressed the pain in his chest and pounced on him again. This time he no longer used pure grappling, but with 5 fingers like hooks and sharp wind, he directly grabbed Chen Qing's left ankle that was supporting his body. As long as this claw is grasped firmly and the hand that separates the muscles and bones is activated, Chen Qing's Lu Ji can be crippled immediately. Chen Qing's body was still leaning backward at this time, his old strength had just been exhausted, and his new strength had not yet been generated. His left foot was acting as a support point, and it seemed that he could not escape. At the critical moment, the core strength of Chen Qing's waist and abdomen exploded, his body twisted violently as if he had no bones, and his supporting left foot instantly lifted off the ground. Whoosh dash. The whole body completed an incredible volley rotation in midair. Not only did it avoid the stout man's poisonous hand grabbing his ankle, but the strong wind caused by the rotation forced the opponent to dodge sideways. This is exactly the spiritual ape turning over in Tongjiquan. Chen Qing rolled over as soon as he landed, putting a little distance between himself and the three of them, and finally got a moment of breathing space. He quickly stood up and performed the starting position of the spirit ape fist, monkey watching the moon. Come together. Kill him. The stocky man also recovered from the fright, and with a mixture of shame and anger, he roared and charged again. This time he learned to be smart. Instead of piercing his ears with his double peaks, he clenched his fists like two heavy hammers, blocking the space for Chen Qing to dodge left and right. The short and stocky man on the side stared closely at Chen Qing's lower body and joints. The fingers of his hands were slightly bent. He was obviously ready to attack. As soon as Chen Qing showed a flaw, he would use the killer move of splitting muscles and bones. The three surrounded them again, and their attack was more fierce and cautious than before. They knew that the young man in front of them was difficult to deal with and they had to fight quickly to avoid attracting others. Chen Qing narrowed his eyes and tensed up. Just when the blade was about to reach his body suddenly dwarfed, and his right arm was like a spiritual ape. Reaching out, pecking at the Shenmen point on the inside of the opponent's wrist quickly and accurately. This style of ape gathering fruits turns fists into fingers, specifically hitting acupuncture points, as fast as lightning. The tall and thin man felt his wrist go numb, as if he had been stung by a poisonous bee. The short blade almost fell out of his hand, and his attack suddenly stalled. Chen Qing gained the upper hand and was unforgiving. His left leg was like a whip, and with a low sweep of spiritual ape wagging tail, it hit the tibia of the opponent's supporting leg hard. Crack! The sound of cracking bones sounded. The tall and thin man screamed, losing his balance and falling forward. Chen Qing's kick contained hidden strength. His tall and thin calf looked fine, but the bones were broken. Second brother. The short and sturdy man's eyes were splitting. He never expected that Chen Qing's counterattack would be so swift and precise. Taking advantage of the moment when the center of gravity of Chen Qing's kick shifted, he pounced on him like a predatory wolf. He reached out with both hands, grabbing the knee joint of Chen Qing's kicked left leg with one hand, and stabbing Chen Qing's waist and Mingmen point like a poisonous snake with the other hand. This is the extremely vicious locking the knees and breaking the waist in the hands of the people who split the muscles and bones. If this claw holds firmly, Chen Qing will either die or be disabled. However, Chen Qing seemed to have expected it. The left leg he kicked out did not retract. Instead, it sank down suddenly, stamping on the ground like an iron stake. At the same time, with the force of the sinking, his body stopped the inertia of forward thrust, and a flexible rotational force broke out again in his waist and abdomen. This move is one of the variations of Tongjiquan, Lingyuan Panjin. His whole body was spinning sharply on the spot like a top, and the tip of his right elbow, rely ing on the centrifugal force of the rotation, struck backwards like a heavy hammer with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. The target was the short and sturdy man's wrist that was poking at his Mingmen point. The timing, angle, and force of this collision were all very subtle. Bang! Click! There was another muffled sound accompanied by the crisp sound of broken bones. The short and stocky man felt as if his wrist had hit a sledgehammer. Severe pain instantly spread throughout his body, and his wrist bones were instantly shattered. He let out a shrill howl, covered his wrists and staggered back. Brother! Seeing the two brothers being severely injured in an instant, the stocky man was filled with shock and anger, blood filled his pupils, and he completely fell into madness. He didn't care, like a mad bull, he wanted to hug Chen Qing with brute force, and then strangle the latter to death. Faced with this collision of pure brute force, Chen Qing's eyes flashed coldly, and he advanced instead of retreating. The moment the opponent was about to embrace him, his body shrank suddenly, and like a frightened ape, he actually slipped under the stocky man's open arms. At the same time, his hands turned into claws and reached out like lightning. One hand clasped the opponent's thick right wrist joint, and the other hand locked the gap between the opponent's shoulder blades like an iron pliers. Separate muscles and bones? I know how to do it. Chen Qing's cold voice sounded in the ears of the stocky man. The next moment, Chen Qing's waist and horse merged into one, and his whole body's strength exploded instantly. His wrist-locking hand suddenly twisted outwards, and the shoulder-locking hand pressed down. At the same time, his right leg and knee were like a battering ram, pressing hard against the weak point of the opponent's lower back and spine. "Aha!" The stocky man let out a howl that didn't sound like a human voice. He felt that his right arm had lost all feeling in an instant, and there was a sharp tearing pain in his shoulder joint. At the same time, his lower back felt as if he had been struck by an iron awl, and his entire lower body was paralyzed. Plop! The huge bod. Y was like a wild dog with its backbone removed, and it suddenly fell forward and fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The stocky man's right arm was twisted at a weird angle. It was obvious that the shoulder joint had been forcibly detached and even the tendons were torn, and the spine was also severely damaged. The rabbit rises and the falcon falls, but only 10 breaths of time pass. The three of them who were aggressive and cooperative just now have fallen to the ground. The tall and thin man was rolling on the ground and wailing while holding his broken leg, while the stocky man lay limp on the ground like a dead dog. Only the short, stocky man with his broken wrist was left, covering his deformed wrist, his face as pale as paper, looking at Chen Qing in front of him in horror. The night wind blew by, picking up the dust and the smell of blood on the ground. At this moment, Chen Qing's spirit was in a strangely excited state. After the second knock on the pass, it is strengthened, and the strength has undergone a qualitative change, and the strength has naturally also undergone a qualitative change. Master of Anjin. The short and stocky man saw that the strength in his brother was clearly a sign of Anjin. He looked into Chen Qing's eyes, as if he was being stared at by a wild beast, and a chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to Tianling Gai. Spare my life. The short and sturdy man knelt down with a thud, ignoring the severe pain in his wrist, and cowed out repeatedly, "Sir, spare my life. We are blind and have offended you. I beg you to be kind and give me a way out. I will give you all the money we have." While begging for mercy, he used his left hand that could still move to fumble in his arms. "Even if you die, the money will still be mine." Chen Qing looked at him expressionlessly, his eyes cold and without any fluctuation. The short and stocky man stiffened, and the last trace of luck in his eyes was extinguished, leaving only complete madness. He knew that Chen Qing would never let him go. "Then go to hell." The short and stocky man suddenly raised his head, and what he took out from his arms with his left hand was not money, but a short, poison-quenched sleeve arrow. Boom! Whoosh! A poisonous arrow with a faint blue luster, at such a close distance, shot into Chen Qing's heart like a poisonous snake. This vicious blow is almost inevitable. But Chen Qing was already alert. He jumped up, landed in front of the strong man, and then held his wrist firmly. Ah! The short and stocky man's wrist was restrained again, and the pain was excruciating. Chen Qing didn't hesitate at all. He clasped the opponent's wrist and twisted it violently. Crack! The crisp sound of bone cracking sounded again. The stocky man's left wrist was completely disabled. Chen Qing punched out, the wind roared, and with a fierce momentum, it hit the short and sturdy man's defenseless chest. Bang! A loud noise as dull as a drum exploded in the silent night sky. The short and stocky man seemed to have been hit by a running wild bull. He flew off the ground and flew backwards. Blood spurted out of his mouth, mixed with fragments of internal organs. His chest collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the clothes on his back were even torn open by the force of the fist. He fell heavily to the ground a few feet away, his body twitched violently for a few times, and then became completely motionless. Only his wide eyes still retained the fear and disbelief before his death. Kill with one punch. Chen Qing walked up to the tall and thin man, raised his foot, aimed at the other man's throat, and stepped down hard. Crack! With a soft sound, the tall and thin man's throat bone shattered, his body stood up suddenly, and then collapsed. He walked over to the stocky man again. The man seemed to still want to struggle, but his lower body was completely paralyzed and he could only twist in vain. Chen Qing also stepped down and he ended his life. Then, he targeted the fatal points of the three corpses and struck the final blow without mercy. The fingertips were like iron awls, piercing the temples and cervical vertebrae heavily, the toes exploded with force, kicking the pit of the stomach and the vagina. Infusing every blow with all your strength ensures that life is completely cut off, eliminating any possibility of accidental awakening. Then the money bag was quickly searched, and after careful inspection there was nothing left, the traces of the scene were quickly cleared, and then the body was dragged to a tributary of the Nanha River. In order to prevent the body from floating up and being accidentally discovered by others, Chen Qing moved heavy, sharp-edged stones from the shore and tied them tightly around the waist and ankles of the body with strips of cloth torn from the body. Plop! 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 The body sank instantly, and the whirlpool swept away without leaving any trace. After doing all this, Chen Qing walked back home. When Ms. Han saw Chen Qing pushing open the door and coming in, she let go of her worries. Qing, why did you come back so late tonight? My mother is so worried. There was a hint of fear in her voice. Chen Qing said in a flat and perfunctory tone, Master has something to explain, and the delay made my mother worried. That's good, Ms. Han breathed a long sigh of relief, and her tense shoulders relaxed. The food has been prepared a long time ago, and it is warm on the stove. Eat it while it's hot. As she spoke, she carefully put away a few sticks of incense placed on the simple wooden board. The River God Festival will be held in a few days. Han's voice became lowered. Although your father is no longer here, we and I still rely on this boat to eat, and we must pay no less incense. Chen Qing nodded silently. The River God Festival is the largest sacrificial event in Gaolin County and the most lively event of the year. After a hasty meal, the tired Han took a rest early. Chen Qing was the only one left in the cabin, and the dim yellow light of the oil lamp swayed. He then took out what he had gained tonight from his arms and placed them one by one in front of his knees. There are 20 taels of broken silver in total, and in addition there are 4 blood energy pills. You must know that Chen Qing's temporary job in Hesse Hall only earns 2 or 3 taels of silver a month, but for killing 3 people tonight, he got more than 60 taels of silver, which is equivalent to more than 3 years of regular money. These 3 brothers specialize in killing sap, and it seems they are targeting me, who is alone. Chen Qing's eyes were cold, and he instantly understood the cause and effect. He lowered his head and looked at his inconspicuous old clothes. In the dim night, he looked like a soft persimmon. Next time, a very clear thought occupies Chen Qing's mind. I must never walk at night again. Can I run into 3 desperados who cooperate tacitly and attack ruthlessly this time? What if I encounter a more cunning, cruel, and even a ghost and snake god next time? The next morning, Chen Qing came to Zhou Yuan as usual, as if nothing happened last night. Other disciples also arrived one after another, busy packing up their practice equipment. Have you heard? Senior brother Qin has been invited by the captain. A disciple whispered in excitement. Really or not? Lord Captain's banquet? The people next to him immediately came over, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. It's absolutely true. It's at Linjiang Restaurant. It is said that the people who are accompanying them are all the top figures of the younger generation in Gaolin County. Zhang Chen, the senior brother from Yudianja Martial Arts School, Ding Yiyang from Hongyun Martial Arts School, which one is not a well-known character? The well-informed disciples were salivating, as if they themselves had been present at the scene. When the disciples in the courtyard heard that Qin Lai attended Lord Commander's celebration banquet, they immediately lost their focus on practicing martial arts and started talking about it. Oh my god, senior brother Qin can actually get into the relationship with the captain's mansion? Song Yufeng was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth, and his eyes were full of shock and envy. In Gaolin County, the Dewey Mansion is the sky that weighs on everyone's heads. Even the 5 local snake clans and the 2 major gangs can only bow their heads. Chen Qing said lightly, don't envy others, seize the time to practice boxing. In his opinion, this is not a good thing. The big tree in Dewey Mansion has lush branches and leaves, providing shade. You can certainly enjoy the scenery for a while by climbing on it. However, the taller the tree, the stronger the wind. Peng Qinghai has a high position and is the king of Gaolin County, but he is also the target of countless open and covert attacks. The tighter you cling, the easier it is to be sucked into the whirlpool of a storm that is unimaginable to ordinary people. Song Yufeng quickly calmed down, suppressed his impatience, and followed Chen Qing to practice Shuang Kung Fu. In the evening, Qin Lai came back drunk, but there was unconcealable pride and excitement in his brows. But before he stayed in the courtyard for long, Zhou Liang called him to the backyard. It was dark at night, and the lights in the Qing family hall were brightly lit, but they could not hide the depressive feeling in the room. Qing Huan sat at the main seat, the teacup in his hand had already cooled down, and a thin layer of tea stains had condensed on the rim of the cup. She frowned and tapped her fingers on the sandalwood handrail unconsciously. Several children of the Qing family in the hall were standing or sitting, each looking uglier than the other. Squeak! The door was pushed open violently, and Qing Ming walked in quickly, panting and asking, Sister, how is the situation? What did the merchants say? Qing Huan's eyes were tired, and she slowly put down the cold tea cup. Li Ji Trading Company, Mo Xiangjai, have chosen the Ning family ship. When Qing Ming heard this, he immediately became furious. These are a bunch of ignorant white-eyed wolves. Our Qing family treated them well in the past. How often did we not protect the merchant ship with all our strength when it was in danger? Now how dare you eat everything in and out? The wharf business is the lifeblood of the Qing family, and the Nyangnyang Temple Pier is a hub that the Qing family has spent generations of hard work to develop, repair, and operate from a barren beach and reed marsh. Now the Wu family has forced its way in by bribing the water transport department. Not only did the freight cost half of the Qing family's, but they also spread vicious rumors that the Qing family's ships are old and decaying and are prone to shipwrecks and loss of cargo, stealing away the small and medium-sized merchants who relied on the Qing family. Every bustle in the world is for profit, and all the hustle and bustle in the world is for profit. Remember our website. Qinghuan sighed deeply. It is the nature of others to seek benefits and avoid harm, so I cannot blame them. Be or greater than a young Qing family member could not hold back and stood up suddenly, his face full of anger, masked. R. The Nyangyang Temple Pier is the hard work of generations of our Qing family and is the foundation. How can we allow troublemakers like the Wu family to get involved? We must drive them out. Go. Hurry. How to rush? Qinghuan's eyes swept over everyone, with a hint of weakness. Master Liu of the Water Transport Department has made it clear that this matter will be handled according to the rules of the dock, and the fist will determine the ownership. She paused and said in a deep voice, if what I expected is correct, the one the Wu family invites to step up the battle this time must be Tian Yaozong, the Broken Mountain Hand. As soon as the name came out, the hall was filled with suppressed exclamations and whispers. This man has a great reputation and is definitely not a kind person. The year before last at the Floating House Gambling House, he beat Liu Hao, the secret master of the Liu family, to death. Afterwards, the Liu family did not even dare to say a word. According to it is said that he has reached the great level of dark strength, and the 27th level of Mountain Breaker is unparalleled. He once defeated 3 dark strength masters without losing. The anger on Qing Ming's face was instantly replaced by solemnity, and even showed a bit of bitterness. His voice was low. Tian Yaozong is in his prime, his vitality and blood are at the peak, and his mountain breaker training has reached the point of proficiency. Let alone now, even if I were 10 years younger and my muscles and bones were intact, I would have no chance of winning against him. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes. If Jiang Yang is not injured, maybe we can still deal with him. Hearing the name Jiang Yang, everyone present was filled with regret. Jiang Yang was once a martial arts seedling who was fully supported by the Qing family and had high hopes. He was born in the Hongyun Martial Arts School and achieved Dongjin at a young age. After 5 years of hard training, he was as expected to reach a higher level and become the true pillar of the Qing family. Unfortunately, the previous knocking at the pass failed to transform the energy, and the energy backfired, causing serious injuries and vomiting blood. He is still lingering on the bed today, like a useless person. Qinghuan's fingers unconsciously traced the list of names sponsored by the Qing family, his eyes wandering around, trying to grasp a glimmer of life between the lines, which eventually turned into an almost inaudible sigh. Beside him, the third master of the Qing family, Qinghuan's uncle, who had white beard and hair, spoke hoarsely. Tian Yaozong is a man of great secret power, deep foundation, experienced, and a tough and cunning attacker. In the realm, there are very few people who can definitely beat him. The old turbid eyes scanned the crowd. If you are a master of transforming energy, you can definitely beat him. A master of transforming energy. These 4 words were like huge stones thrown into stagnant water, and the hall fell into dead silence. Invite a master of strength to fight? Just thinking about the cost makes people feel nervous. What is needed is not only a huge amount of money, but also a huge amount of human kindness. That's it. Qinghuan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was only fatigue in his eyes. Send a message to the Wu family, the Nyangyang Temple Pier. We will give up half of it, and we only hope that the 2 families can harmony and make money in the future. She said the last 4 words with extremely difficulty. Qing Ming sighed. This is the only way. If half of the dock is given up, the Qing family's future business will be greatly affected and their vitality will be severely damaged. But if we desperately fight against the mad dog of the Wu family, the outcome may be that both sides will suffer losses and be devoured by other covetous forces. The next day, Nana Pier, Hesse Dianmao's room. Chen Qi Ying finished the routine and was about to rush to Zhouyuan to practice boxing when he bumped into Qing Ming, who was frowning and worried at the door. Chen Qing asked, "Boss, what's the matter?" "Ah? Oh, it's okay." Qing Ming looked up and saw Chen Qing, forced a smile and said, "It's nothing big, just some family matters. It's all trivial and annoying. Are you going back to Zhouyuan?" Chen Qing nodded and said, "Well, martial arts is coming soon. Go back and practice more boxing and kicking, and you'll be happy if you're not happy." Yes. Martial arts is important." Qing Ming seemed to have just remembered this, and nodded quickly, with a tone of relief from someone who had experienced it before. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, focus on participating, and gaining experience is also good. He paused, with a hint of apology on his face. By the way, a Qing, this month's subsidy, it may take a few days to arrive. Chen Qing smiled heartily. The boss's words are serious, it doesn't matter. He could see that Qing Ming was mentally and physically exhausted at the moment, so he couldn't ask any more questions, so he clasped his fists and saluted, turned around and left Hesse with a quick stride. Not long after, Qing arrived at Zhouyuan. Everything in Zhouyuan is as usual, some people are practicing pile skills, and some are practicing palm skills. At midday, it is inevitable that some people will slack off and gather in twos and threes under the shade of the trees to chat. Laziness is a human nature that is difficult to overcome. This year's martial arts course, I heard, is more difficult than in previous years, which year is not difficult. Thousands of troops squeezed for the 50 places, and most of them went to study with the prince. I don't know if there will be high school students in our Zhou Academy this year. Senior brother Qin Lai is extremely talented and has reached the darkest level. He has the best hope. If we can improve a little bit more in these last days, we will have greater confidence. The River God Festival will be held in a few days. Brothers, do you want to go shopping together? It's only such a busy time in a year. Qing had just finished a set of through-arm punches, and was wiping the sweat on his forehead with a cloth, and walked to the sidelines to take a rest. Sun Shan walked over and asked casually, Junior brother Chen, will you participate in this year's martial arts class? Qing nodded and said, it is good to participate to accumulate experience. Yes, knowledge is capital. Sun Shan thought deeply, and his eyes could not help but drift to Qin Lai in the distance. His tone was filled with emotion. Junior brother Qin is extremely talented. Now that he has developed his secret strength, what he lacks is the real experience of life and death fighting. Qing followed his gaze and said, how exactly do you take the exam for this martial arts subject? With junior brother Qin's current level of cultivation, how confident are you of being a high school martial arts scholar? Sun Shan looked away. His face there was an unexplainable complex expression on his face. To select a scholar in martial arts, the first priority is courage, followed by strategy. The process is not complicated, and there are two main tests, one is vigor, and the other is technical courage. The test of vigor mainly depends on the bow and the stone bow and sword riding. There will be 10 hard bows with different stone numbers in the examination room, ranging from 1 stone to 5 stones. When you draw your bow like a full moon, you will show your strength. This test is about the foundation of your muscles, bones, energy and blood. As for skills and courage, it is about the ability to fight in actual combat. The specific method of the test is different every year, and it all depends on the examiner's thoughts. It may be skills in the ring, it may be breaking through barriers. Or it may even be hunting beasts in the mountains. In short, it is dangerous and unpredictable. In the end, the top 50 will be awarded the title of martial arts scholar based on the comprehensive scores of these two assessments. Sun Shan sighed and said solemnly, but this ranking depends not only on your own ability, but also on how many people are competing in the same field. According to the rumors I have found out, there are only a lot more martial arts students who signed up to take the exam this year than last year. Br Qing asked, how many people were there last year? Sun Shan smiled bitterly and said, 713 for Ming Jin and 152 for Dark Jin. Many people failed to pass the exam every year, so the number fluctuated every year. The year when they failed to pass the exam was the most difficult year. When Qing heard this, he frowned slightly. During the period when Wuku arrives, he should try his best to improve his strength. After all, it's not like you can sit back and relax once you reach on Jin. At this moment, there was a commotion on the other side of the yard. Huh? What happened? Sun Shan saw this and walked over quickly. On the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, the River God Festival is held. Today is an annual event in Gaolin County. In front of every house, mugwort and calamus are hung to ward off evil spirits and pray for blessings. The shouts of vendors and the faint sound of gongs, drums and strings coming from the stage in the distance are even more continuous. Temporarily set up stalls are like mushrooms popping up after the rain, densely packed on both sides of the street. The crowds were like a flood, pouring from the river bank into the narrow streets and alleys of the city, making it very lively. As a river patrolman, Qing naturally has no time to spare. At the moment, he is patrolling the Nanha Pier with a knife. Be prepared for possible stampedes or trouble caused by the huge crowds. We visited an old tea house next to the river. The hustle and bustle seemed to be somewhat separated by a bamboo shed. Qing opened the door curtain and walked in. He found an empty seat in the corner and sat down. He said, hello, waiter, a bowl of scented tea, okay. A bowl of scented tea. The waiter with a cloth towel on his shoulders responded quickly, and after a while, he brought a bowl of scented tea. Qing picked up the bowl and heard a familiar voice, Junior brother Chen. Senior brother Sun? He looked around and saw Sun Shan and Zhou Yu standing at the door of the tea house. Sun Shan had taken off his training clothes and was wearing a navy blue shirt. Beside him, Zhou Yu put on a simple and elegant light pink skirt. Only a simple wooden hairpin was inserted diagonally between the waterfall-like blue silk stockings, which made her face even more delicate and beautiful. Following closely behind Zhou Yu is Li Rongrong, another female disciple of Zhou Yuan. She is wearing a brand new gouache yellow skirt with exquisite makeup. Although she is pretty, her light is hidden when she stands next to Zhou. Li Rongrong has been in the hospital for more than a year. She is very good at cultivation. She is usually on good terms with Zhou, but Chen Qing has no interaction with her. Senior brother son, senior sister Zhou? Are you here too? Chen Qing put down the tea bowl, stood up and greeted with a smile. Come in and sit down, I'll treat you to tea. Sun Shun sat down. Today's River God Festival. The brothers in the courtyard didn't have time to practice boxing, they all ran out. Junior sister and I don't like to join in the fun, so we just stroll around casually. Zhou nodded slightly to Chen Qing, with a gentle smile on his lips. Thank you, junior brother Chen. Li Rongrong also nodded reservedly, her eyes briefly lingering on Chen Qing's simple Hesse uniform. Chen Qing asked the waiter to add 2 more bowls of scented tea. The tea house was bustling with people, but their corner was very quiet. Li Rongrong picked up the stoneware bowl and sipped the tea. Her eyes turned to Chen Qing and asked, Junior brother Chen, are you working in Hesse? Yes. Chen Qing responded. Li Rongrong put down the tea bowl and said with a casual inquiry, have you ever thought about changing your job? Hesse Qingxian is Qingxian, and with this salary. I'm afraid he can't even buy blood energy powder, right? Chen Qing smiled and said in a calm tone, with my strength, the places I can go are limited, and Hesse is stable, so it is suitable. There is a good opportunity now. Sun Shun smiled and said, Junior brother Chen, have you not paid attention recently? All the major forces in the county are robbing people, and the threshold has been lowered a lot. Oh? A trace of doubt flashed in Chen Qing's eyes. Sun Shun whispered, have you heard about the celebration banquet held by the captain a few days ago? On the surface it was a celebration, but in fact it was to win over people's hearts and recruit many young talents. There are rumors that the captain's mansion has plans to expand the army. It's hard to say whether it is true or not. But as soon as news came out, he paused, and his voice became even lower. Other forces panicked, especially the 5 major clans, who reacted the fastest, and offered higher prices one by one, and they are all trying their best to recruit good players from all walks of life. It's not just the 5 major clans. Li Rongrong interjected, with a tone that showed off that he was well informed. Old brands such as Wang Yuan Escort Bureau, the forging shop in the inner city, and Renatang are also competing for people. Now the market for temporary positions in the county has been rising. The monthly salary of a Mingjin warrior has reached 8 taels of silver. As for Jin Gao, hand, she deliberately emphasized her tone and glanced at Chen Qing, the starting price is 30 taels, which is just the salary on the surface, and the additional supplies such as medicine, weapons, and armor are even more generous. Chen Qing was secretly shocked when he heard this. Jin Master starts with 30 taels of silver. How can he get 30 taels of silver by doing nothing in a month? You must know that Hans weaving fishnets is exhausting and he only earns 5 or 6 taels of silver a year. Zhou warmly advised, Junior brother Chen, this is indeed a rare opportunity. With your vigorous cultivation, it shouldn't be difficult to get a position with some small forces. Her voice was soft and sincere. Chen Qing took a deep breath, nodded and said, thank you, senior sister, for reminding me. I will think about it carefully. There is no pie in the sky. The major forces are willing to spend such a large amount of money to recruit people, and what they want is certainly not small. What kind of risks and responsibilities are hidden behind this seemingly generous reward? Is it to look after the home or to protect the home, or is it necessary to fight with real swords and guns? He needs to weigh things calmly. Although Hesse doesn't have much money, the advantage is that the risks are control. Able. At this moment, Li Rongrong's eyes glanced at the door inadvertently, and her face changed slightly. Senior sister Zhou. Look over there, it's Goldman Sachs from Songfeng Martial Arts School. Songfeng Martial Arts School? After hearing this, Chen Qing and Sun Shun immediately looked in the direction indicated by Li Rongrong. At the entrance of the tea house, 4 or 5 burly men with bulging temples were opening the curtain and entering. The leader is about 35 or 16 years old, with a rugged face and sharp eyes like a falcon. He is wearing the signature dark green outfit of the Songfeng Martial Arts School. This man is none other than Goldman Sachs, one of the younger generation of Songfeng Martial Arts School. It's really him. Zhou's beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly, and her expression became solemn. Sun Shun's face also became a little ugly, and he explained to Chen Qing in a low voice, Junior brother Chen, you may not be aware that you are a latecomer. Master had just established Zhou Yuan back then. In order to make a name for himself, he kicked out several martial arts schools, one of which was Songfeng Martial Arts School. The friction has been constant. In the past 2 years, the master has been strict and our Zhou Yuan has gradually gained a foothold, so it has calmed down a bit. He paused and said with a reminder, Songfeng Martial Arts School is not weak. It is one of the 6 martial arts schools in the inner city and has a much deeper foundation than our martial arts academy. If you meet people from Songfeng Martial Arts School, try to avoid it, so as not to suffer a loss. Chen Qing nodded silently and kept the name of Songfeng Martial Arts School in his heart. Grudges between martial arts are often more face-conscious than gangs, and are more difficult to resolve. At this time, Goldman Sachs also noticed this. He took a look and led people to sit down in the depths of the tea house, but did not immediately come to provoke. See. Hen Qing withdrew his gaze and picked up the tea bowl, but his vigilance did not relax. The hustle and bustle in the tea house seemed to be diluted by this small episode, and an invisible tension filled the air. However, this short-term depression was soon completely overwhelmed by the turmoil that swept over like a tsunami. Something happened. Something big happened on the riverside. Run. Murder. Like water droplets thrown into boiling oil, a huge commotion suddenly erupted from the riverbank and spread into the city at an unprecedented speed. The sound was no longer a festive noise, but a scream of panic, confusion, and disbelief. The originally noisy chatter, laughter, and shouts in the tea house were instantly cut off, and everyone looked at the door and the window in shock. The flow of people on the street was like a colony of frightened ants, starting to flow in the opposite direction crazily. What's going on? What's going on? The guests in the tea house stood up one after another, stretched their necks and looked out, their faces full of surprise and uncertainty. In the chaos, a panicked man squeezed through the door of the tea house from the street and said in a voiceless voice, "Master Due. Master Due was assassinated at the sacrificial ceremony." Boom. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in the small tea house. What? The captain was assassinated? How is this possible? Oh my God. Who did this? Something big is going to happen. Gaolin County is going to change. The discussion flooded the tea house instantly like a tide, and everyone's face was filled with disbelief. Captain Peng Qinghai, that is the sky of Gaolin County. He was a ruthless man who once killed the leader of the Chao gang with a single shot and was powerful in the world. Such a figure was assassinated at the much-anticipated River God Festival ceremony? This is simply beyond everyone's imagination. Sun Shun was stunned. How is this possible? Zhou Yu's beautiful face was also full of shock and solemnity. Li Rongrong was so frightened that her face turned pale and her whole body was trembling. Chen Qing was also shocked. Assassination of the captain? This is by no means an ordinary vendetta. The deep involvement and huge influence behind it are enough to plunge the entire Gaolin County into a bloody storm. Scenes of Qin Lai participating in the suppression of bandits, clinging to the Due mansion, and attending the celebration banquet flashed through his mind, and a chill crept up his spine. At this time, Lao Li Tu from Hesse stood on the chaotic street and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Aching, something big has happened. Come with me." His voice was hoarse and full of unprecedented panic. The night is dark. The disciples in the courtyard gradually dispersed. Chen Qing, Qin Lai, Luo Qian, Xing Ziqiao and other core disciples stood respectfully in the hall. Zhou Liangduan was sitting in the chair, holding a teacup in his hand, his brows furrowed and silent, as if he was thinking about something heavy. "Dad, everyone is here," Zhou Yu reminded softly. Zhou Liang then raised his eyes and glanced at the several disciples present. "I have called you here for two things. The first one is the attack on Captain Peng." As soon as these words came out, everyone looked stern. This matter has already caused a storm in the city. The county government was shaken. Peng Qinghai's confidants were frantically tracking down the murderer. The entire Gaolin County was shrouded in a tense atmosphere of imminent rain. In particular, whether Peng Due is alive or dead has not yet been determined, which makes the atmosphere even more delicate. Zhou Liang took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I know a little bit about Captain Peng's strength, and it is by no means unusual. It was not possible for one person to succeed in the eyes of everyone, and it also involved water bandits such as Vulture Beach and Reed Marsh. There must be a detailed plan behind it. Lieutenant Peng's life or death is now unclear, the situation is still unclear." When he said this, he glanced at a few people and said, "You must remember that at this juncture, you must not choose the wrong path, express your position or act rashly, you will only cause death for yourself." Although these words are a warning, they also point out the pros and cons. Xing Ziqiao and Luo Qian have their own family decisions behind them. Zhou Liang's remarks are mainly aimed at Chen Qing, Qin Lai and other disciples. Everyone's hearts were heavy, each made their own calculations, and nodded in agreement. Chen Qing listened silently, secretly thinking that his master was experienced, and what he said coincided with his own judgment. "The second thing is your top priority right now, martial arts." Zhou Liang changed the topic and raised his voice a bit. "For those disciples who are not even stable in Mingjin, this time is just to make up the numbers and accumulate experience, and as core disciples, you all have the potential of high school." His eyes are on several Jin disciples. A flash across his face, "If you become a high school martial arts scholar, you will gain fame. Not only will you enjoy the benefits of tax exemption, but whether you are employed or working in the future, your weight will be completely different. The door to the city is also open for you. It can be said that studying martial arts is enough to change your lifelong destiny. When Qin Lai heard this, he clenched his fists in his sleeves unconsciously, and the blazing light in his eyes could not be concealed. Sun Shun, Ji Wenhan, and Lu Xiaolu looked nervous and dignified. Next, I will tell you in detail the specific process of the martial arts examination, as well as some points that must be paid attention to. Zhou Liang stopped talking and began to analyze every aspect of the martial arts examination in detail until all the precautions were finished. Looking at the group of disciples with promising futures in front of him, he was also weighing and comparing in his heart. Qin Lai was naturally his most proud disciple. He trained him personally and had the best understanding of his strength. He had great hopes in high school and even made it to the top of the list. My daughter Zhou Yu has good qualifications, but she is not yet at the top. Sun Shun. If he had the talent in high school, he would have won long ago. Xing Ziqiao and Luo Qian were originally members of the family. They were not entirely focused on martial arts and did not consider him as a priority. Ji Wenhan and Lu Xiaolu failed last time, and it will probably be difficult this time as well. As for Qin Qing, Zhou Liang's, I stayed on him for a moment. The time for this child to break through the dark power was too short, and the accumulation was ultimately insufficient. If we can give it time and teach carefully, there may be a glimmer of hope for the next martial arts course, but unfortunately no. But I should participate this time to gain experience. He waved his hand. It's getting late, let's all disperse. Everyone bowed and saluted, and filed out of the main room. Junior brother Chen, I have something to do at home, so I'll take the first step. Sun Shun said hello and left in a hurry. The other people also had their own concerns, bowed their heads and left silently. Chen Qing returned to the practice ground, simply packed up his usual sandbags and stone locks, and prepared to leave for Hesse. During this extraordinary period, the frequency of river inspections has been increased to 3 times a day, and there is no room for slack. Senior brother Chen, a voice came from behind and stopped him. Chen Qing turned around and saw Qin Lai standing in the shadow of the corner of the courtyard, not far away. Junior brother Qin? What's the matter? Since that day, the two of them seemed to have never had a separate conversation. Qin Lai looked Chen Qing up and down at this moment, with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. Senior brother, you were admitted to the hospital for a year before entering the dark power. Chen Qing raised his eyebrows slightly. What do you mean? Qin Lai originally thought he could catch a hint of humiliation or sadness in the other person's eyes, but Chen Qing's eyes were as calm as an ancient well, without any ripples. Senior brother, don't get me wrong. Qin Lai shook his head and his tone became deeper. I'm not making fun of you, but I'm happy for you. In this Zhou courtyard, you and I are both from poor backgrounds, unlike those rich and well-off families. They rely on medicine and meat. And he looked out at the dark night outside the courtyard. With a trace of deep contempt in his eyes, it depends on life. It is the blood and sweat that has been worked hard day and night. Chen Qing looked at him and sighed silently in his heart. How can people become so fast? Then, Qin Lai put on a sincere attitude and said, although your qualifications are not great, I admire your determination and perseverance. Being able to break through the dark energy depends entirely on your own strength. It's just about martial arts. Hard work alone is not enough. Resources, connections, and backing are all indispensable. Otherwise, Njin may be the end of you. What do you want to say? Chen Qing asked again, with a calm tone. Senior brother, a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of Qin Lai's lips. You are an honest person and you are willing to work hard, which I appreciate very much, but in this world, honest people tend to suffer losses easily. He paused, and finally revealed his true intention. His voice lowered. With your qualifications, it is too difficult to make a career on your own. Why not? Consider it and stay with me. Chen Qing was startled, as if he didn't hear clearly. Following you. Exactly. Qin Lai smiled and said, the higher you go, the colder it is at high places. You always need a few people who can be dispatched with confidence and know your roots. A well-informed confidant. Senior brother, you are a person of the same sect and origin, so it is perfect. Chen Qing shook his head. Sorry, not interested. After saying that, he raised his feet and walked towards the courtyard door. Brother, what's the hurry? Qin Lai's eyes flashed with a sharp look. Before he finished speaking, his body moved suddenly. His right arm came out of the hole like a poisonous snake, and his sleeve exploded with an air explosion. His 5 fingers were pressed together like an iron mace. The wind was fierce and he went straight to the Jianjing point on Chen Qing's left shoulder. He was so fast that he wanted to force him to stay. The hair on the back of Chen Qing's neck stood up. He turned quickly, his spine was like a big dragon, and his left arm was stretched out like a spiritual ape, suddenly raised from bottom to top. The muscles of the forearm are knotted and the fascia is bulging. and they also face it bravely with the unique whip-tip force of Tongjiquan. Fist and arm fight. Pa! A loud blast, as clear as an iron whip striking a stone wall, suddenly tore through the silence. Both bodies were shocked at the same time. Qin Lai felt a violent burst of force coming at him, causing his finger bones to tingle and numb as if they were being pricked by needles, and the concentrated force was suddenly shattered. Chen Qing also felt a cunning and violent force coming at him, and his blood could not help but surge up. Kick! Kick! In the electric light and flint, the two people's feet sank, but their bodies involuntarily took a step back. Haven't you gone back yet? Zhou Yu's gentle voice came from the side corridor at the right time. She was holding a tea tray with a bit of confusion on her face. Nothing, the stern look on Qin Lai's face instantly faded away, and he put on a gentle smile. He said first, I am sparring with senior brother Chen. He has just entered dark power, and I am giving him some tricks. He adjusted his cuffs and nodded to Zhou Yu. Okay, it's getting really late, I'll take my leave first. After that, Qin Lai stopped looking at Chen Qing, turned around and strode out of the courtyard. The moment he turned around, the gentle smile froze and his eyes became completely cold. Chen Qing looked at the departing figure until it blended into the night, then slowly looked back. A cold chill quietly spread in my heart. Junior brother Chen, are you okay? Zhou Yu took a few steps closer and asked with concern. Senior sister Lao is worried, it's okay. Chen Qing's expression returned to normal, and he cupped his fists and saluted Zhou Yu. I'm leaving too, th. The figure quickly disappeared into the dark night at the entrance of the hospital. Recommended above, please read and vote, thank you. Chen Qing came to Hesse. He happened to see Qingming and immediately told him the news that he had broken through in Jin. After Qingming was startled for a moment, his eyes flashed with surprise and he patted Chen Qing on the shoulder, okay. Ha ha ha, what a good boy. He looked at the increasingly calm young man in front of him. How long has it been? This entry is really rare. You still have a few days to go from Mingjin to Injin, right? Qingming counted the time on his fingers. Well, there is still some time. Chen Qing nodded. Amazing. Qingming praised repeatedly, with genuine joy on his face, with such speed, he is an excellent disciple in a martial arts school. He then said seriously, Qing, you are in Jin, the subsidy will naturally increase. In the future, it will be increased to 30 kilograms of refined meat and 5 blood energy pills per month. If the situation of my Qing family improves, I will give you more. His tone was slightly awkward, with a trace of imperceptible embarrassment. After all, the Qing family has too much to take care of themselves at the moment. What did the boss say? Chen Qing said without hesitation, when I first arrived in Mingjin, only the boss supported me, I always kept it in my heart. Qingming was touched by these simple words, his heart was hot, and he squeezed Chen Qing's shoulder hard. Come on, follow me. He led Chen Qing back to his slightly messy single room. Chen Qing was puzzled and slowly opened the lid of the box. A strange fish that is only as long as the palm of your hand lies quietly among the pliable water plants. Its whole body is pale golden in color, especially the slightly raised corner of its head, and its fine scales glow warmly under the candlelight. The fish's eyes are black and translucent, its gill covers are moving, and it's still alive. Chen Qing's pupil shrank. Could this be a treasure fish? He grew up in Yazuan, where boats are his home, and he naturally knows the secret's eye. And rivers and lakes. In the depths of this water, there is a strange thing called treasure fish. The size of this fish is related to the age of its gestation. The older it gets, the bigger it gets. Its rarity is comparable to panning for gold in the sand. Because it is extremely difficult to capture, its value is astonishingly high. Old Chu, a fisherman in Yazuan, had great luck a few years ago. He actually hid a treasure fish in his net, which made him dance for joy. The steward of the fish farm was barely a decent person and gave him a full 20 taels of silver. At that time, this was a fair price after being severely squeezed. Qian Biao got the news from somewhere and tried his best to trick Lao Chu Tu into entering the floating house. After a black bet, the 20 taels of snowflake silver soaked in Lao Shitu's blood, sweat and ecstasy instantly fell into the pockets of Qian Biao and his gang of villains, without even a sound being left behind. Yes, it is the precious fish golden horned carp. Qingming lowered his voice, with light in his eyes. Qing, you are from a fisherman's family. You should know that there are countless rare treasures in these rivers and swamps. This fish is a rare thing that nourishes the muscles and bones and condenses qi and blood. He took a deep breath and continued, the world's rare treasures are all used for martial arts. What people crave. The sweki powder and sweki pills we use are just mixed with the powder of the 1-year-old treasure medicine Yuzakeo. The older the treasure, the more amazing the effect. 7 years ago, the Huang family bought a 10-year-old gold scale. 100 gold. Chen Qing was shocked. This is not a small number for ordinary wealthy households, let alone ordinary people. I don't know how the Huang family takes the golden scales, Qingming said slowly. The nourishing effect of the treasure fish and the treasure medicine is very powerful, and it is generally difficult for people who practice martial arts to bear it. Once, a mountain man got a treasure medicine, and after swallowing it directly, his qi and blood it swelled, and the cultivation level increased by leaps and bounds. He reached the level of energy overnight, and died the next day. The cause of death was that the medicine was too strong, and the qi and blood were reversed, causing bleeding and death. So the best way to take this precious medicine is to make it into medicinal soup, elixirs, etc. Qin answered thoughtfully. I heard old fishermen mention that it is difficult to reach the sky to catch this kind of treasure fish. The treasure fish is as slippery as satin in the water, and it is so fast that it only has a shadow. The most terrible thing is that there are often seaweeds lurking in the waters where it appears. 9 of the 10 fishermen who met it, 9 he paused and asked, are the treasures in the mountains so difficult to deal with? Seawing does not refer to a specific type of fish, but is the collective name given by fishermen to those dangerous alien species that are huge and extremely ferocious lurking in the deep water. Their mountain-like shadows are every fisherman's nightmare. Qin has heard of his name for a long time, but has never seen him in person. That's right, Qingming said with a solemn expression, the same goes for treasure medicine. The natural treasure medicine is so picky about the environment that it is almost harsh. If there is a slight difference in the earth's veins, water sources, and weather, it will not grow. Those of a lower vintage may be able to worry about it. Transplanted, but once they are 5 years old, it is almost difficult to cultivate them. Most of them are hidden in inaccessible mountains and forests, cliffs and valleys. The older the age, the more terrifying the dangers around the treasure. There are often terrible exotic beasts guard the company, and their ferociousness is far beyond that of ordinary beasts, tigers and leopards. The sea weavers you call are such existences. There are some capable sword hunters in the city who sometimes venture into the mountains to search for medicine, betting on the one that has been used for decades. It would be enough to enjoy wealth and honor, but it's a pity. Qingming shook his head. 9 out of 10 medicine seekers have thrown their bones in the unknown barren mountains. When Qin heard this, he shook his head secretly. It seems that although the treasure medicine of this treasure fish is good, it is not so easy to get. Qingming said slowly, this is a 1.5-year-old goldhorn treasure fish. It can survive without water. It is very suitable for cultivation below Huajin. You can keep it. Qin hesitated and said, is this too expensive? A treasure fish that is 10 years old is worth 100 gold, and a treasure fish that is 1.5 years old is not cheap. You have just established a foothold in Anjin. Taking supplements at this time will get twice the result with half the effort. Qingming said with a serious face, what others can produce, my Qing family will naturally have no shortage of. From now on, there will be 1-year-old golden horn treasure fish every month. If Qingming was half supporting Qin before, then now it is the full support of Xing'er Jing. The 5 major clans will be divided into upper, middle and lower levels based on the talent of the seedlings. 1 golden horn treasure fish per month, plus meat and blood energy pills, which is not even weaker than the top-notch funding from the 5 major clans. Thank you, Qin solemnly cupped his fists. Master's focus has always been on Qin Lai, and the resources given to him are limited. As for Qingming, he is undoubtedly the leader. This year's martial arts is not easy, Qingming said earnestly, you started late, just try your best, don't worry too much. There is still a long way to go. Br Qin said with a smile, let's give it a try, what if it works? Well, that's right. Qingming patted his shoulder, looking more relaxed, take this treasure fish back and use it, stew it in a clean earthen pot with water, remember to use low heat. When it becomes a thick soup and the fish bones are crispy, divide it into 3 times and take it every other day. Qin carefully put away the wooden box and said, I know. Martial arts is approaching. You don't have to patrol during this period. I will arrange for someone to concentrate on practicing martial arts. Thank you for your trouble, boss. Qin said no more and withdrew. When he walked to the door, he paused slightly, looked back at Qingming's figure in the room, and said solemnly, thank you, boss. Qingming was stunned, and smiled and cursed. Go back and make fish soup. Qin said no more, turned around and blended into the night, walking towards home. The boat area of Yazi Bay has gentle waves. Qin pushed open the creaking ship door. The dim oil lamp reflected Han's rickety profile, and his skinny fingers were rubbing his sore shoulders and neck. Mom, the old injury on your shoulder has occurred again? Qin stepped forward quickly, put his palms on Han's thin shoulders and kneaded them. It doesn't matter, Han shook his head tiredly, it's all an old injury, just rub it, don't weave that web in the future, it's too tiring. Qin said slowly, after a while, we will move off the boat and find a real place to live. Han was anxious when he heard this and grabbed Qin's wrist, what's wrong with living on the boat? It's clean. The house outside, no matter how dilapidated it is just a waste of money. Chen Qing held Han's hand back and said, Mom, you don't have to worry about this. Han looked at Chen Qing's determined eyes, and finally said nothing, just patted the back of his hand gently. Okay, mother, I will listen to you. After Han was settled down to sleep, Chen Qing quietly started busy at the small stove in the corner. Carefully scrape off the fine scales on the golden horn treasure fish to reveal the delicate fish flesh with a light golden color inside. The fish is not big, but extremely heavy. He put the cleaned fish into the earthen jar and filled it with clear river water. The fire was licking in the stove, and soon an indescribable and strange fragrance began to fill the air, covering up the usual fishy smell and water vapor in the cabin. The aroma is sweet and mellow, penetrating into the skin and reaching the heart, causing people's energy and blood to stir slightly. The color of the soup in the earthen pot quickly became milky white and thick, like nectar and jade liquid, with a few slender golden threads flowing indistinctly. Chen Qing scooped up a small spoonful and took a sip. A scalding heat burst out and swept through the whole body. Qi and blood throughout the body surged and agitated like boiling water. As expected of Baoyu, the effect is more than 3 times better than the blood qi pill. A gleam appeared in Chen Qing's eyes. With his strong qi and blood now, he will definitely get twice the result with half the effort, or even 3 times the result, when practicing Zhuang Kung Fu tomorrow. Cultivation once is equivalent to the previous 3 times. Chen Qing thought to himself, if there are enough fish tubes, I may be able to knock on the gate 3 times in less than a year. Of course, he was just thinking about it. This precious fish is worth a lot of money. If you take it every day, even the direct descendants of the 5 major clans in Gaolin County will not be treated like this. Huh. Chen Qing slowly exhaled a hot breath. The cabin fell into silence, with only the river waves gently lapping at the side of the boat. He walked to the bed, leaned over and took out a blackened book from the deepest part of the bedboard, and spread it out. In the new folds. Chen Qing's eyes were filled with emotions, and then he picked up the brush and wrote Qin Lai's name. On top of Qin Lai's name, there were several names with crosses in red pen, and the words Qian Biao, Song Tai and other words could be vaguely seen. It's 2 days before the martial arts exam starts. In the low main room of the Chen family's old house. There were 3 white flour steamed buns and a bowl of pickles on the table, which the second aunt squeezed out through gritted teeth, in order to recharge Chen Heng's energy for the last moment. Chen Wen stared at the steamed buns eagerly, his Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably, and his fingers unconsciously stretched out. Pa. The second aunt's slap fell unceremoniously. You are seeking death. This is for Xiaoheng. She couldn't help but put all the steamed buns into her son's hand, and rubbed Chen Heng's wrist distressfully. Son, look at how hard you have been practicing these days. You have lost weight, eat quickly, eat more to make up for it. Chen Wen, he mumbled and complained in a low voice, I haven't seen the smell of oil for a few months, and my intestines are about to get knotted. Mr. Chen's dry wood-like fingers rubbed the cold cigarette rod over and over again, and his muddy old eyes were fixed on Chen Heng. Stay with it. When Xiaoheng has achieved fame, he went to work and received a monthly salary. The burden on the family is lightened. What do you want to eat? Chen Heng lowered his head and felt uncomfortable all over. Dad. Second brother, younger brother, and sister. The door curtain was opened with a crash, and Chen Jinhua rushed in, carefully holding a small basket covered with blue cloth in her hand. She opened the cloth as if offering a treasure, and there were 5 or 6 eggs lying inside. Xiaoheng. Come and see what aunt has brought you. She stuffed the basket into the second aunt like a treasure and looked at Chen Heng eagerly. This thing has the longest strength, you have to use your strength. Eat, Chen Heng said with a guilty conscience. Thank you, Auntie, we are all from our own family, why are you so polite? Our family's hopes, Auntie's little fortune, all depend on you. The pleats on Chen Jinhua's face blossomed into a SM. When you get the title, my aunt will give you a good marriage, the second aunt said with a smile. Sister, don't worry, martial arts school. The master said that Xiaoheng is the material for martial arts training. At this time, Chen Heng remembered his senior brother's instructions in the corner of the martial arts hall yesterday. In the martial arts field, ability is one, and luck and accidents on the spot are the key. If you don't win, it's not because you can't do it, it's because God is blind. Heng, mister. Chen rubbed the cigarette rod with his withered fingers over and over again, looking at Chen Heng with his eyes. Everyone in the family who can pull him out is clinging to you. Back then, your father was incompetent. I can't bear the hardship of practicing martial arts. You are different. Grandpa hopes that you can give a voice to my old Chen family. Mr. Chen's rickety back straightened up a bit, and his withered chest rose and fell rapidly. He spent almost everything he had, even depriving his eldest son Chen Wu of a share of his family fortune, before he could barely provide for Chen Heng. Guangzhou Yaozu, these 4 words are the only thoughts that supported the old man through countless hard days. Senior brother's surprise theory gave Chen Heng the confidence. He tried to straighten his back and meet his grandfather's eyes, with an almost bluffing certainty. "Grandpa, don't worry, my grandson will do his best this time in martial arts. As for the result, the plan is up to people, and the success is up to God, but you have to have a clear conscience and live up to the family's hard work." He specially emphasized that the success is up to God, as if he had laid the groundwork in advance. A smile finally appeared on Mr. Chen's wrinkled face, and his cloudy old eyes became a little brighter. He subconsciously started rubbing the cigarette rod again, and he had already begun to make plans in his mind. When Xiaohun won the prize of Wu Xiaocai, he would definitely have several banquets. Zhou Yuan. The martial arts department is approaching, and the atmosphere in the courtyard is tense. The disciples are all immersed in training, and the shouts and the sounds of fists and feet are intertwined. Qin Lai stepped into the courtyard, glanced vaguely in Chen Qing's direction, and then walked towards his seat expressionlessly. Chen Qing felt the gaze, but seemed unaware of it, still focusing on guiding Song Yufeng to practice pile skills. "Junior brother Chen," a soft call sounded, and Lu Xiaolu walked over slowly. Hearing the sound, Chen Qing jumped down steadily from the wooden stake, picked up the towel on the side and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Senior brother Lu, what's the matter?" People like Lu Xiaolu and Qi Wenhan were good at secret power when Chen Qing first entered Zhou Yuan, and they were called the mainstays of the hospital. It's just that Chen Qing has never had a close relationship with them. Lu Xiaolu coughed lightly, lowered his voice, and moved closer. "Junior brother Chen, I heard, you are still working in Hesse?" Chen Qing nodded and said, "Yes, we are all our fellow juniors, so let's open the skylight and speak frankly." Bier Lu Xiaolu held out 5 fingers and a glint flashed in his eyes. "The steward of the Li family has found me, and the price is not low. 50 tales of secret strength and 10 tales of Ming Jin. I, junior brother Wu Lin, and junior brother Zhang Song all plan to go there. There are many people to take care of. What do you think, junior brother Chen?" "Li family." When Chen Qing heard this, he immediately understood the meaning. Wu Lin and Zhang Song, he naturally recognized, were both old disciples of Ming Jin who had not made any progress for many years. It seemed that they felt that there was no hope of breakthrough and were eager to find a backer. The taking care in Lu Xiaolu's words is nothing more than forming a gang to build up moment. And seek some extra benefits. With the current situation in turmoil, Chen Qing does not want to join the Li family, one of the 5 major families. He smiled and declined politely. "Envoy Qing, he treated me well, so I'd better stay in Hesse. Everyone has his own ambitions, and senior brother will not force me." Lu Xiaolu put a smile on his face and patted Chen Qing's arm. "If there is any need for my senior brother in the Li family's territory in the future, just ask, and I will definitely help you." The two of them said a few more polite words. After all, the days are still long, and no one knows when this relationship will be used. Looking at Lu Xiaolu's leaving figure, Chen Qing understood that disciples like him and Wu Lin were by no means isolated. He took a deep breath, suppressed his distracting thoughts, and concentrated again. "The power of the Baoyu fish soup that I just took is still there. At this moment when every second counts, not a single bit can be wasted." Zhou Yuan, backyard. Zhou Liang was sitting in the study, looking out the window in a daze. He recalled how high-spirited he was when he first came to Gaolin County and came with dreams in mind. "It has only been 10 years, and I don't know where the original dream was lost." The high-spirited young man now has gray hair on his temples. "Dad." Zhou Yu walked in with a tea tray and gently placed the teacup in front of his father. "This year's martial arts, do you think I have a chance?" Zhou Liang took the teacup, his eyes fell on his daughter, and his tone was plain but to the point. "You have too little actual combat experience and have never experienced a life-or-death fight. The first strength test in the martial arts competition, and the second round is an actual combat confrontation, and you can't get half the advantage." Zhou Yu was silent for a moment after hearing this. She obviously understood that what her father said was true. She turned to ask, "Apart from junior brother Qin Lai, who do you think has the greatest hope? Senior brother Sun Shun?" Zhou Liang took a sip of tea. His eyes seemed to penetrate the wall and fall to the front yard. "Sun Shun's foundation is quite solid. There is a chance or two, but not big." "Where are senior brothers Jing Ziqiao and senior brother Qi Wenhan?" Zhou Yu asked. "Jing Ziqiao is too utilitarian, and Qi Wenhan will be content with a small fortune." Zhou Liang shook his head slightly and commented, "The two of them are not bad in qualifications, and their families have enough money to support them. If they have that kind of fate, it was supposed to win last year, but it didn't happen because it lacked the tenacity to break through." Zhou Yu thought, "Junior brother Chen Qing is diligent and hardworking, but it's a pity that he broke through the dark power not long ago, and his foundation is still shallow. It's too difficult to stand out among so many good people." She paused. "It seems that junior brother Qin Lai is indeed the most promising high school student in this martial arts department." Zhou Liang stood up slowly, walked to the window, looked at the hard training figures of the disciples in the courtyard, and said solemnly, "Qin Lai's talent and perseverance are all excellent, and most of the burden of this martial arts course falls on his shoulders. It was the 9th day of July in the 28th year of King Sejong's reign. Daolin County Changwankian Square is lined with flagpoles like a forest. Today is the official start date for the martial arts exam. Wuka High School, with the reputation of Wu Shoucai, can not only reduce taxes, but also enjoy privileges that are difficult for ordinary people to achieve. Therefore, the opening of the martial arts examination has become a major event in Daolin County. Despite the glory and hustle and bustle of this event, it actually has little to do with the countless ordinary faces outside the venue. On the judging platform in the north of the school grounds, the examiner and invigilator are sitting, and there are also a number of clerks with pens and swords standing around. Their official uniforms are of different colors, red and green, neatly arranged, silently indicating the strict official rank. Below are the martial arts students who were added to the martial arts department this year. They have already lined up according to their place of origin and number to stand in silence. There is a dark atmosphere, and there are hundreds of them. All of them are tall and muscular, wearing various high-end outfits, with belts on their waists and thin-soled fast boots. Some are young and energetic like an unsheathed sword, while others are calm and mature like a rock and an ancient pine. Everyone's eyes are fixed on the general stage, with eagerness, nervousness, eagerness to try, and determination to burn the boat. Under the corridors on both sides of the school grounds are the wealthy businessmen and wealthy families of Daolin County. Ordinary people are not even qualified to step into the school gate. If a wealthy family supports a scholar, although he needs a bunch of books, pens, ink, paper, and inkstones, if he grits his teeth, saves on food and clothing, and gives up fine food and tea, it will still be enough to support him in a few years. But people who practice martial arts are completely different. Their consumption is like a whale sucking water, and it lasts forever. Eating meat and refined grains every day is essential, otherwise how would you have the strength to hit the wooden stakes thousands of times? This is just daily cereal chewing. What is even more expensive is the medicinal supplements. One pill is the cost of several months for ordinary people, and it is difficult for ordinary wealthy households to maintain this kind of expenditure. In the school grounds, 90% of the martial arts students are either from aristocratic families, or have martial arts passed down from their families, and have some family wealth. The remaining 10%, even if they have good qualifications, have exhausted the accumulation and hard work of several generations of their families before they have the opportunity to stand here. Those who can stand out today are very rare. Most of them are just joining in the fun and gaining experience. Chen Qing is very clear that when it comes to the world of calligraphy, the scholarly family has a monopoly on pen and ink classics and the lineage of teachers. So in the world where martial arts flourished, those aristocratic families and wealthy families who dominated one area controlled martial arts money, meat, and unparalleled martial arts. Chen Qing. Su Feng's eyes suddenly focused on a figure in the crowd, her eyes full of disbelief. Xiaofeng, what's wrong? A well-kept woman wearing a fine light blue silk shirt asked next to her. She is Su Feng's sister-in-law Su Shouhua. Su Feng came back to her senses and said with a complicated expression, "It was beyond my expectation to see an acquaintance here. Since she came to the Huang family, she often saw the carefully trained and strong children in the mansion sweating like rain under the training of martial arts masters. There is also the expensive meat, nourishing medicinal diet, and equipment and chains." She knew very well what a huge support this meant. How could a wild loach from Yazibei be qualified to stand here? Su Shouhua glanced at her direction, her eyebrows furrowed imperceptibly. Oh? From a place like Dizibei? Su Feng bit her lower lip, nodded vigorously, and followed Chen Qing through the crowd with complex eyes. I wonder how sure he is of his fate later. Confirmed? Su Shouhua sneered. Xiaofeng, you have to understand that in this martial arts, what is refined by the fire is real gold, and what is washed away by the running water is the dregs. 99% of the people are just the gravel rolled up by the huge waves. When a wave hits it, there is no way to tell whether it is sand or sand. He was able to squeeze into this occasion because his ancestors' graves were filled with smoke. A wealthy family, a child of a wealthy family, has been taught by martial arts masters since he was a child. He eats meat every day, and supplements with medicine are indispensable. A fish farmer from Yazuan wants to win over them? Save yourself the trouble. Obviously Su Shouhua is not optimistic. Su Feng nodded and said no more. Boom. 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 Suddenly, 3 earth-shaking drum beats sounded. Then, the heavy and slow drum beat rolled up like muffled thunder, one after another, getting denser and more urgent, hitting everyone's heart, pushing the already tense atmosphere in the venue to its peak in an instant. After a while, the drumming gradually stopped, and the lingering sound still echoed in the open field. The examiner stood up slowly and walked steadily to the front of the stage. His eyes were like lightning, and he slowly swept across the crowd. This year's martial arts department selects talents. In the examination room, speak based on your true ability. You have no eyesight for swords and guns, and you are responsible for life and death. If there is fraud or forgery, military law will severely punish you and you will never be lenient. He suddenly raised his voice and yelled like thunder, "The time has come. The course begins." The martial arts course officially began, as the junior officials sang the report. I saw groups of martial arts students walking into the school grounds, each choosing a bow with a different number of stones from the shelf. The first round of assessment tests strength. The assessment is based on the number of times the bow is pulled. It takes 120 kilograms of force to fully pull a stone bow, and the bow string is considered effective if it exceeds half of the string. The power of the bows in the square ranges from 1 stone to 12 stones. The results are clearly divided. Those who draw the bow with 3 or 4 stones will be awarded the D grade, those with 4 to 6 stones will be awarded the C grade, those with 7 to 9 stones will be awarded the B grade, only those who draw the bow with more than 10 stones will have the chance to win the A grade. There are only 2 rounds in total. The actual combat variables in the second round are too great. We must get a good result in the first round. While observing the performance of the martial arts students on the stage, Chen Qing was secretly calculating in his heart. Coupled with the hard training day and night and the nourishment of Baoyu, the strength is now quenched into the internal organs. Although there is still a long way to go before the perfection of Njin, his through-arm boxing has reached greatness. This is his advantage. More and more wuxing came to power, including Zhang Qian and Sun Shun. Ding Lu, Sun Shun, in the second grade, Ding Shiwu, Luo Qian, in the second grade, both of them drew the 7-stone bow. Sun Shun drew it 5 times, and Luo Qian 3 times. Hey, Sun Shun shook his head and sighed, feeling a little depressed. He knew that he had little hope of high school this year. B middle school is a hurdle. If you fail to reach B middle school or above in the first round, unless you are strong enough to win A in the second round, your high GH school hopes will be slim. Luo Qian looked as usual. She had already known whether she would be able to go to high school this time when she participated in martial arts. Her eyes have long been set on those martial arts students who are promising high school students, and she is secretly wondering if she can find an opportunity to make friends. This is true for the elite disciples of Zhou Yuan, but it is even more difficult for ordinary disciples. Most of them are out of breath after barely pulling out 3 or 4 stone bows. They are eliminated in the first round of the assessment, with almost no suspense. At this time, the martial arts team that Zhou Yu was in came out. Women were rare, and Zhou Yu's face was beautiful, so she immediately attracted a lot of attention. Seeing the performance of his senior brothers earlier, Zhou Yu took a deep breath. He must fight hard and not embarrass Zhou Yuan. Hey! This woman actually challenges the 8-stone bow? Someone whispered. I saw Zhou Yu walking slowly towards the 8-stone bow, concentrating his strength, and unstringing the bow. In an instant, her face was red and her ears were red, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. The bowstring moved slowly, and the expressions of everyone around him also changed accordingly. Open! Zhou Yu shouted, and his strength exploded instantly. The bowstrings opened in response. Buzz! Finally exhausted, she loosened her fingers, and the bowstring made a crisp buzzing sound. It's a pity, Zhou Yu couldn't hide his frustration. He originally wanted to pull twice, but his arm had no strength. G15, Zhou Yu, ranked second. This result can only be said to be good, but far from top-notch. At this moment, it is Qin Lai's turn to play. The disciples of Zhou Yuan looked at him one after another, with expectation in their eyes. Zhou Yu said seriously, Junior brother Qin Lai, this time it's up to you. Qin Lai said solemnly, Senior sister, don't worry, I won't let you down. After saying that, he stepped to the square. Zhou Liang, who was watching the battle from a distance, also looked at it intently. Beside him, Shen Zhenzhong smiled and said, Brother Zhou, I see that Qin Lai's energy and blood are strong, and his secret strength is not far away. I believe he will be able to try the third knock pass soon. With this kind of strength, high school should be a sure shot. Lu Zhe, a master of mantis boxing next to him, twisted his beard and said, It seems that Brother Zhou spends a lot of time on this closed disciple. Zhou Liang also has 3 or 5 confidants among the Martia L art students, and they usually look after each other. In addition to 7-star Palm Shen Zhenzhong, Mantis Fist Lu Zhe is also one of them. Both of them have met Qin Lai several times. In this world, which martial artist doesn't have a few enemies? It has long been commonplace to accept a closed disciple not only to provide for old age, but also to ward off disasters. Zhou Liang's eyes were filled with satisfaction, but he immediately shook his head and sighed, knocking on the gate 3 times. It is still too difficult after all. He still needs to accumulate energy and blood before he has a chance to try. But Brother Lu's beloved disciple has a better chance. What chance is there? After failing 3 times, I think there is no chance opportunity? Bitterness appeared in the corner of Lu Zhe's mouth. My evil disciple has failed 3 times. How can there be any chance? He let out a long sigh and lamented, this third knocking pass, after all, it depends on fate. Ming Jin, Dark Jin, Hua Jin, the 3 levels are distinct. Although the first 2 passes are full of dangers and obstacles, there are still opportunities. This third pass is like a deep chasm across the sky, and only a handful of people can cross it. The roots, resources, and luck are all indispensable. Many people's attention was attracted to Qin Lai, who was also considered a well-known young elite. Qin Lai walked straight towards the 9-stone gong. He took a deep breath, clasped the bowstring with his palm, and exerted force suddenly. Buzz. The heavy 9-stone bow was pulled open by him. Qin Lai's facial features were distorted by the exertion of force, his eyes scanned the audience, and a roar burst out from his throat. Buzz. 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 He pulled 5 times in one breath, and finally stopped when his strength was exhausted. Jijijio, Qin Lai, my subordinate. The clerk shouted loudly. There were exclamations all around, and the disciples in Zhouyuan were excited. Only Z. Heng Ziqiao's expression changed slightly, but then quickly returned to normal. Looking at the energetic Qin Lai, Luo Qian felt mixed feelings in her heart. Sun Shun also nodded and said, Junior brother Qin is now stable. Zhou Liang looked relieved in the distance, and a huge stone finally fell to the ground in his heart. Our team exits. The Gung team comes out. The clerk's order sounded. One person in Team Gung looked nervous and almost bumped into Wu Xing in front of him. He hurriedly apologized, sorry. Sorry. This person was Chen Heng. At this moment, his palms were covered with sweat, and his heart was uneasy. He repeated silently in his mouth, it's up to people to plan things, and it's up to heaven to make things happen. It's up to people to plan things, and it's up to heaven to make things happen. The next team was Chen Qing. When he saw Chen Heng's lips twitching and mumbling words, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and asked, are you still practicing metaphysics? This works. I saw the martial arts students from the Dingjia team beginning to measure their strength. Chen Heng took a deep breath, and then grabbed a 4-stone bow. He used all his strength, his arms shook violently, and he pulled the bowstring inch by inch with difficulty. Buzz. The bowstring sounded softly, and Chen Heng was ecstatic. When tested in the martial arts hall on weekdays, he can draw a 3-stone bow at most, which is an extraordinary performance. Dingjia 15, see in the middle. The clerk's cold report was like a basin of cold water being poured down on the head. Chongzhong? Chen Heng opened his mouth to argue. Thinking of his senior brother's words, he finally swallowed his words and silently walked off the stage with the team. He happened to pass by Chen Qing, who was about to take the stage. Chen Heng puffed up his chest and said in an experienced tone, don't be nervous, just do your best, there will be another chance next year. Chen Qing didn't hear any tea. And walked straight to the center of the school field. In the field, various stone bows are arrayed and waiting, 3-stone bows. 4-stone bow. 5-stone bow. 6-stone bow. The martial arts students from Team Ding and he stepped forward to select longbows to test their strength. Chen Qing did not stop and walked straight in front of Shishir Gong. Once the energy is exhausted, it will be difficult to pull the bowstring again, so most martial arts students play it safe and do not try their limits. Xing Ziqiao saw Chen Qing coming on the stage and whispered, what is junior brother Chen going to do? 10-stone gong. Luo Qian sneered, isn't this guy trying to please everyone? Junior brother Chen is too pushy. Zhou Yu was worried, if you run out of energy at the beginning, how will you be able to perform later? Qin Lai saw Chen Qing walking towards the 10-stone bow that he had never tried before, and his eyes involuntarily locked on that figure, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. He had also tried the 10-stone bow before, and only managed to pull it open once out of 10 times. Although there is only 1 stone difference from the 9-stone gong, that slight gap is extremely difficult to break through. So to be on the safe side, Qin Lai chose the 9-stone gong. No one believes that Chen Qing can pull this 10-stone bow. Even those old disciples dare not try this 10-stone bow. How long did it take for him to break through the dark power? Not only the people from Zhouyuan, but also most of the people present looked over. After all, the person who dares to challenge the 10-stone bow is not a simple person. Looking at his clothes, that man is just a jerk. Whether it is just sensationalism or real strength, you will know in one try. Under the gaze of everyone, Chen Qing grabbed the 10-stone bow, the blood in his body boiled, and then he began to exert force on his arms. Click. Click. The force exploded, and crisp sound suddenly came out, and th. And the veins on the whole arm popped out, like a horned dragon. Buzz. Buzz. I saw that the bowstring, which could only be pulled with a tension of 102 kilograms, was trembling, and the bow string and the bow body made a series of sounds. Boom. The sound turned into substance and continued to spread in all directions. Suddenly, everyone's expressions changed. Please give me a vote. Please read more. As Chen Qing exerted his strength, his body leaned back slightly, and he slowly pulled the string of the 10-stone bow, stretching it into a full arc, like the full moon hanging in the night sky. The bow is like the full moon. The tight bow string seems to contain explosive power. As long as the fingertips are loosened, it can shoot straight into the sky. Oh my God. A woman was so shocked that she covered her red lips, fearing that she would lose her voice. The young man from a poor family in front of him, his bow-drawing posture was even more shocking than that of the young man from aristocratic family just now, and he felt a sense of power. The Zhouyuan disciples exclaimed, "Junior brother Chen actually pulled the 10-stone bow. This is Chen Qing. Chen Qing, who usually only works hard in the hospital." Zhou Yu's face was full of astonishment, and he rubbed his eyes vigorously. How is this possible? The scene in front of him was like a dream. That fish farmer from Yazuan. Junior brother Chen, Sun Shun was also stunned on the spot. Luo Qian's eyes were also full of disbelief that seemingly inconspicuous country bumpkin actually had such amazing strength. Xing Ziqiao was also deeply shocked. When Qin Lai saw this, the smile that originally hung on his face gradually disappeared. Fortunately, no one noticed him, so he immediately forced himself to calm down. On the other side, Zhou Liang had a smile on his face. Chen Qing's performance far exceeded expectations, and he was pleasantly surprised. Xin Zhenzhong said in a low voice, "If you can pull a 10-stone bow, your boxing skills are probably close to perfection. Brother Zhou, I'm afraid your school is going to be a blockbuster this year. If you can pull a 10-stone bow, as long as you can perform normally in the future, you will have great hope in high school. One martial arts academy can have 2 high school students, which is the same as the Chinese New Year." Lu Zhe took a deep look at Zhou Liang'an. Di couldn't hide his envy. "Brother Zhou, apart from Qin Lai, there is such a raw jade hidden under the door, you hid it so well." Zhou Liang explained, when this boy was admitted to the hospital, his bones were only average, but his perseverance was amazing. After 3 months of hard work, he barely stepped into Mingjin. It is an unexpected blessing to be here today. When the two heard this, the envy in their eyes diminished slightly. The root bone is the foundation of martial arts practice. The further you go, the more critical it becomes. It is also the decisive factor in reaching the level of energy through knocking off the pass. There is no shortage of Injin disciples. What is really scarce are the young ones who have the potential to impact the Hua Jin and who can support their family and protect themselves in the future. Zhou Liang quickly calmed down and returned to normal. School field. Whoosh. As Chen Qing loosened his fingers, the bowstring slowly loosened. Boom. The full moon-like bow recovered instantly, and the accumulated strength turned into an invisible air wave and suddenly dispersed. Buzz. The bow trembled violently, making a harsh buzzing sound that caused pain in the eardrums of the warriors on both sides. The clerk also came to his senses and sang the report, 13 Xinjia, the first one. Who is this person? Can he actually pull a 10-stone bow? What an amazing arm strength. Many people in the audience began to talk. In the distance, Su Shouhua's eyes flashed with surprise. She is well aware of the weight of a 10-stone bow. A master at the peak of dark strength can only shoot about 10 stones at most, unless his boxing skills are perfect. Looking at Chen Qing's age, if he works harder, he might be able to go further. Su Fang was amazed when she saw Chen Qing's skills. Chen Qing was born in a poor family. If I offer my kindness and guidance, I am unlikely to get a loyal dog, Su Shouhua secretly thought. Xiaofeng, are you familiar W? It's Chen Qing? I think we are familiar. His boat and mine are parked together. Su Fang was slightly startled. My sister-in-laws. What do you mean? Su Shouhua smiled calmly. In the process of practicing martial arts, network resources are indispensable. After all, he is a loach in the wild river. I can give him a good opportunity, and it depends on whether he can seize it. The first round of assessment continues, and elites from martial arts schools and elite families emerge one after another. The 10-stone bow has been shaken several times, and 2 of them are particularly eye-catching. One is an elite disciple of the Tianju Martial Arts School, and has perfected the dark energy tempering chain. The other is a young master of the Li family who is born with supernatural power, and he fired 3 10-stone bows in a row. There were exclamations and comments from the sidelines. Chen Qing watched from a distance and made some calculations in his heart. According to the current situation, there are definitely no more than 10 people with better results than me. The first round results are very good, and the second round is a real battle. As long as the performance is not bad, there should be no big problem. Higher qualifications are easy to be remembered and guarded by others, while those with average qualifications will be bullied. both of them are just inviting trouble. Only moderation is the safest. In the evening, the first round of martial arts assessment ended. Chen Qing squeezed out of the crowd, and a plump steward with a smile on his face came forward and said, "My second steward, the Zhu family, has met Brother Chen." "The steward is very polite," Chen Qing returned the greeting calmly. The Zhu family is one of the 5 wealthy families in Gaolin County. They control most of the county's rice, grain, cloth, and other businesses and have strong financial resources. The second manager of the Zhu family smiled and said, "I wonder if my little brother is willing to submit to me as a disciple of the Zhu family? In terms of treatment, the Zhu family will never treat me badly." Immediately reported the conditions: 30 taels of silver per month, and 2 blood energy pills. If you sign a 10-year contract, you will be given a 2-entry house on the edge of the inner city. Chen Qing's heart moved slightly. This condition is really generous. Even the house on the edge of the inner city is worth a lot of money. He cupped his fists and said, "This matter is of great importance. Let me think about it for a few days, okay? Brother Chen, if you are interested, you can come to Zhu's house to find me at any time." Manager Zhu agreed with a smile. The success of the recruitment is secondary. If you become familiar with each other and form a good relationship, it will be more convenient in the future. Then, many wealthy businessmen from aristocratic families came to try to win over Chen Qing. After all, the potential he showed today, the probability of high school is very high. These wealthy businessmen are far inferior to the Zhu family, but the conditions they proposed are not much worse than the Zhu family. One wealthy businessman even asked Chen Qing if he was married, and said that as long as he nodded, he would promise his little daughter to Chen Qing. In addition, there are also forces such as the blacksmith shop and the Iron Hand gang who came forward to talk. All parties offered attractive offers, but Chen Qing remained calm and declined them all. He knew very well that once he accepted these resources, he would be tied to these forces. "Brother Qing." As soon as Chen Qing sent away the steward of the forging shop, a clear female voice sounded behind him. He followed the sound and saw that it was Su Fang. Long time no see, she was dressed in lavender clothes, clean and decent, and brought out a faint fragrance when she approached. Since the last gathering, the two of them have not seen each other for many days. "Yes. I haven't seen you for a long time." Su Fang's eyes lingered on him, and her tone was a bit sad. "Your change is amazing. If it weren't for the vague outline, I would hardly recognize it. The last time we met on the tea boat, Chen Qing had not changed so completely." Chen Qing smiled and said, "Just kidding, that's right. Su Fang seemed to have just remembered the business. My aunt wants to see you, come with me quickly." Before she finished speaking, she took Chen Qing's wrist and walked away without saying anything. "Oh? Your aunt?" Chen Qing was slightly confused. "My aunt is very nice, please wait a moment." Su Fang explained with a smile as she walked. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of Su Shouhua. Chen Qing raised his eyes and looked at her. She was not 40 years old, well-maintained, and very charming. A suit of brocade is stacked up to create a decent frame, and the delicately painted brows have a graceful air that exudes pampering. "You are Chen Qing, I have often heard Xiaofeng mention it," Su Shouhua said with a gentle voice and a smile. "You are really heroic and talented." Chen Qing clasped his fists and said, "Madam, you are so complimentary, but your skills are so low. I might make a joke. Su Fang will definitely not mention him often. This is just a polite word. It is not easy to produce a decent person in Yazuan, so I will tell you straight away." Su Shouhua suppressed her smile and got straight to the point. "You have great potential, and my courtyard is lacking a leader of the nursing home. Although the Huang family is not a martial arts family, it has deep roots and well-connected people here. Meat, tonics, and even martial arts in the future. As long as you nod your head, the Huang family will make preparations for you." She paused and emphasized, "You just need to concentrate on practicing martial arts and serve me. With me supporting you, your martial arts road will be 100 times smoother than struggling alone." Head of the nursing home. If it had been anyone else, my heart might have been pounding. When Chen Qing heard this, an almost imperceptible smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The Zhu family and the Iron Show gang invited him as a retainer, which was considered a courtesy. This madam of the Huang family in front of me actually wants him to submit to the head of the nursing home? No matter how nice the name is, it is still a servant status. No matter how many resources the Huang family has, will they really invest them in him? Does Su Shouhua really have such weight in the Huang family? "Brother Qing, this is a rare and good opportunity, you have to." Su Fang's eyes lit up as she listened, and she felt that her aunt arranged it thoughtfully. The Huang family is one of the 5 wealthy families in Gaolin County, far from being comparable to ordinary wealthy families. Please remember the 101. Website to watch the fastest chapter updates. Thank you, madam, for your love, and thank you for Miss Sue's kindness. Chen Qing clasped his fists again and said calmly, right now, I just want to focus on practicing boxing without any distractions. Su Feng was stunned, never expecting that he would refuse. The smile on Su Shouhua's face remained unchanged, but her voice became a little weaker. In this world, it is difficult to move forward with just one ambition. I disappoint my wife. Chen Qing said no more, cupped his fists and saluted. I take my leave, brother Qing. Su Feng subconsciously wanted to chase after her, but when she caught a glimpse of Su Shouhua's darkening face, her footsteps stopped. She knew that everything she had today was tied to this aunt. When Chen Qing walked away, the smile on Su Shouhua's face completely disappeared and turned into a hint of indifference. I don't know how to appreciate it. A loach in a wild river is just a loach after all. It won't make a difference. There will always be a day when he regrets it. Chen Qing walked out of the venue and was about to go home, and happened to catch a glimpse of Qin Lai. Qin Lai was chatting and laughing with 4 or 5 people. They were all wearing martial arts training uniforms. They were full of energy and blood, and they were obviously good at secret strength. The 2 people's eyes briefly met in the air, and then they moved away and walked in different directions. Someone recognized Chen Qing and whispered, Brother Qing, is that Chen Qing from your courtyard just now? After all, Chen Qing pulled the 10-stone bow today, which was impressive. Well, it's him. Qin Lai looked a little unnatural and paused, but he is usually in the courtyard, immersed in training, and his temperament is also a bit withdrawn. The people next to him were a little curious. Oh? Lonely? Brother Qin is in the same hospital with him, so he must know him better? Qin Lai said calmly, I can't say I know him well. He has always been alone in the PR. Act ice room, dining hall, residence, 3 points, and 1 line, and he really has nothing to do with us. His basic skills are very solid. Today's first round of assessment is strength, which is his strong point. Tomorrow's second round of assessment is about actual combat. At this point, Qin Lai stopped speaking appropriately. The eyes of the people around him moved slightly, and they understood and echoed a few words without asking any more questions. The next day, the second game of Wuke actual combat, the gong started. The atmosphere in the school grounds was extremely intense. Many people who failed in the first round are eager to change their fate in this round. The sounds of shouting, stretching of muscles and bones, and whispers of discussions were intertwined. The stands not far away. Su Shouhua sat among them and pointed at Chen Qing in the distance. Did you see that kid? Yes, Lin Xing, a guest of the Huang family next to him, bowed his head and responded, the one who drew the 10-stone bow yesterday. He is so young and has great potential, Lin Xing tentatively said. Madam, are you interested in cherishing your talent? A hint of coldness appeared on the corner of Su Shouhua's lips. Cherishing your talent? If you have a chance later, knock him off the ring. Martial arts competitions are mostly done until the point is reached. If you are knocked off the ring in full view of the public, not only will you lose face, but it will also affect the evaluation of the invigilator. When Lin Xing heard this, he narrowed his eyes and said, Madam, don't worry. Although this boy has strong energy and blood, he is still immature and the intensity of a life-and-death fight is far from the best. If he falls into my hands, he will definitely have a taste of the Huang family's methods and understand what the world is like. He relies on his experience, having gone through several life-and-death situations, so he doesn't care much about Chen Qing's sharpness yesterday. On the other side, this time Chen Qing's number plate was in the front and he was the first to take the stage. The opponent was a burly man. Seeing that it was Chen Qing, a wry smile appeared on his face. Forging shop, Yuan Tong. Please advise. Chen Qing's performance was amazing yesterday, and he even saw it with his own eyes. Encountering such a powerful enemy in the first battle, I was inevitably frightened, but with my own strength, I took a deep breath and calmed my mind. Yuan Tong didn't expect that he would meet such a strong opponent in the first round, but he was also a master of dark power after all, and he quickly calmed down. Through-arm fist Chen Qing cupped his fists in return. Yuan Tongqing screamed, stamped the green bricks with the soles of his feet, and rushed toward him like an angry arrow from a string. The blacksmith shop is the leading weapons workshop in Gaolin County, and its secret thunderbolt palm is extremely powerful. I saw Yuan Tong flying with his palms, and the wind of his palms tore the air, causing a dull roar, which was the stunt 8 strikes in a chain. This attack is like a raging wave crashing on the shore, continuous and continuous. Once caught in it, it is easy to be exhausted. Chen Qing's expression remained unchanged. One hand seemed to be lifting a mountain, and the other hand seemed to be exploring the sea to find pearls. This is a wonderful variation of the spiritual ape climbing a branch in the through-arm boxing technique. This move not only avoids the fierce palm wind with agility, but also turns the defense into an attack in the lightning and stone fire, taking straight to the middle palace. Yuan Tong's heart was shocked, and he had to raise his palms to shake hard. Bang! The fists and palms clashed, and there was a crisp sound like gold and iron. What a domineering force. Yuan Tong felt a huge force rushing straight down his arms. Half of his body was instantly numb, and he staggered back several steps. Chen Qing was unyielding when he gained the upper hand. He tapped lightly on his toes and stepped forward like a spiritual ape crossing a stream. The 8 consecutive attacks that Yuan Tong became famous for were broken in the first confrontation, and he was suddenly on the defensive. The two figures intertwined, and their fists broke through the air. After more than 30 moves, Chen Qing took a moment to catch Yuan Tong's breath, and struck his shoulder with a punch that seemed slow but was actually fast. As soon as the force of the punch was released, it was immediately withdrawn. Yuan Tong felt his energy and blood surge, and he groaned and took a few steps back. Concession. Thank you for showing mercy. Yuan Tong stabilized his figure, with a complex expression on his face, knowing that Chen Qing had left some room, otherwise he might not be able to survive 20 moves. After Chen Qing won, he did not leave the field. Instead, he stood not far away, carefully observing the competition in other arenas, and secretly guessing how he should control it. At this moment, a burst of exclamations suddenly broke out in the direction of a distant arena. Huh? Chen Qing frowned slightly and looked towards the source of the sound. The crowd seemed to be attracted and quickly gathered in that direction, forming a vortex of human walls. The whispers spread like a tide, with shock, fear, and a complex emotion of watching the fun. Songfeng Martial Arts School is so ruthless. This Jin Lai is finished. What a pity for that talent who let him meet Goldman Sachs. Zhou Liangke is in a big way. He has lost face. I heard that the two families have been feuding for decades. This time the Liangzi is even deeper. Get out of the way, everyone. Sun Shun's roar came from the crowd. Crash. Crash. The crowd instantly split a passage in the middle. Zhou Liang walked at the front. The usual smile on his face had long since disappeared, leaving only the panic and anxiety that could not be concealed. Sun Shun and several Zhouyuan disciples followed closely, carrying a simple stretcher. The person paralyzed on the stretcher was Jin Lai. At this moment, how can he still be as high-minded and high-spirited as before? The whole person is like a puddle of mud, and the body is twisted in unnatural arcs, especially the arms and legs. The tragic situation is definitely not an ordinary contusion and dislocation, it is clearly a sign that the muscles and bones have been deliberately broken. The expensive practice clothes were stained with mud, blood, and even had a few dazzling shoe prints clearly printed on them. Looking at the backs of Zhou Liang and others hurriedly leaving, a deliberately low but malicious sneer came from the Songfeng Martial Arts School. Who did this? Chen Qing was confused when he saw this moment. Isn't this a martial arts competition? How could Qin Lai be ruined like this? Without allowing him to think about it, this round of competition ended and a new round of drawing lots began. After the lottery was distributed, Chen Qing stood on the sidelines and watched the actual battle attentively. Martial arts is related to the future and destiny. On the field, all the martial arts students give their best and fight extremely fiercely. In addition to gaining experience by going into battle personally, you can also benefit a lot from watching the masters' moves and trying to figure out their moves. Even Chen Qing was shocked to see several of them. In particular, Mo Ziyu from the Blood River Gang had achieved great success in his secret power 3 years ago. He has been concentrating on polishing the foundation and gathering momentum to attack the transformation power. It can be said that it is difficult to find an opponent in the transformation realm. Everyone who drew him sighed and had an earthy complexion. My little brother's skills are neat, which is admirable. At this time, Lin Xing came over with a smile on his face. Today there are many martial arts masters. I am Lin Xing, who used to practice martial arts at Jinghong Martial Arts School. I wonder what your little brother's surname is. We are destined to be together, how about making friends? Chen Qing glanced at him and said with a smile, I'm Chen Qing. Seeing that Chen Qing took the bait, Lin Xing immediately got to the point. It turns out to be brother Chen. I'm so glad to meet you. Today's draw is really all about luck. Angry. I wonder what lottery number brother Chen got. Let me tell you, if we are against each other, please be merciful, haha. He smiled coquettishly and leaned forward slightly, looking like he was eager to know the answer. When Lin Xing saw Chen Qing's lottery number, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes, and he left after chatting for a few words. When Lin Xing walked away, Chen Qing whispered to escort Hong who had just met him and asked him in a low voice, Master Hong, where is that person from? It is common for conversation and exchanges in the martial arts field, and escort Hong behaved quite normally when greeting Chen Qing, but Lin Xing's excessive enthusiasm made Chen Qing suspicious. Border Master Hong glanced at Chen Qing. And he said calmly, I used to be from the Jinghong Martial Arts School, and my skills were not weak. Then, something happened. I left the martial arts gym, and now I am a retainer of the Huang family. Buttership Master Hong's tone was subtle, and he hesitated to speak. Chen Qing knew in his heart that Jin was leaving the embassy either to seek a better future or to be kicked out after having done some dirty deeds. 3 more competitions followed, and Chen Qing passed the test with a narrow victory every time. Almost, Chen Qing thought to himself. Winning 4 games in a row, the record is already good. Most of the people I encountered later were experienced and fierce experts who had been famous for several years in the county. In order to gain a ranking in the Boke Academy and make a name for themselves, these people all go all out and use all their killer moves, which is extremely dangerous. 2 of them were seriously injured and disabled on the spot and were carried out on stretchers. The top 50 in the martial arts department are all martial arts scholars, and their rankings have no real benefit. Are you risking your life for a mere false name? Moreover, Qin Lai was deposed, which set off alarm bells in Chen Qing's heart. Brother Chen, you are so handsome. Lin Xing walked over again, with a smile on his face. If you have better luck, there is a good chance of getting on the top list, right? As he spoke, his eyes glanced at the lottery number in Chen Qing's hand as if casually, but he was secretly cursing this kid for his bad luck. He met several opponents with mediocre strength, but he actually won 4 rounds in a row. Chen Qing's expression was indifferent. Brother Lin is overly praised. This time I got the A6. A6. Lin Xing's eyes lit up, and he suppressed the ecstasy in his heart for a moment, and left quickly with a few perfunctory words. He asked several times, and this time he finally met Chen Qing, so he hurriedly reported to Su Shouhua. Patting his chest and promising to humiliate Chen Qing to the last bit in the ring. Soon, the clerk sang loudly, Jialio, come on stage. Lin Xing couldn't wait to jump onto the ring, and then shouted sharply in the direction of Chen Qing, why are you dawdling? Come up quickly. Are you afraid? I heard that you have some ability, let me weigh you today, let's see if you are the real deal, or if you are just a talker. He deliberately emphasized the word waste, which attracted the attention of the surrounding audience, and then humiliated Chen Qing and gave his master a bad breath. Chen Qing looked at Lin Xing like a fool. Lin Xing sneered, what? Are you scared to death? However, it was not Chen Qing who stepped onto the ring. I saw a tall man with a stern face slowly walking onto the stage. The chill radiating from his body almost made the air stagnant. It's Mozu, the young leader of the Blood River Gang. Is Lin Xing crazy? How dare he insult the young leader of the Blood River Gang like this? He has a bad temper. The smile on Lin Xing's face froze in an instant. From ecstasy to shock, his expression changed wonderfully, and his face suddenly turned pale. He suddenly turned his head to look at Chen Qing in the audience, and saw that Chen Qing was crossing his arms, with a faint, theatrical smile on his lips, and even raised his eyebrows at him slightly, as if to say, are you surprised? Are you surprised? Lin Xing's head buzzed, and he understood, he had been tricked. Chen Qing simply made up a random number. In other words, that guy Chen Qing saw his lottery number clearly and then deliberately reported this number. But I actually screamed crazily for a long time at my real opponent, the evil star of the Blood River Gang. Come on, Mozu's face was so gloomy that it could drip water, and his voice was bone-chilling. Don't you want to weigh me, young master, to see if it is the real thing? It's over. Lin Xing's liver and gallbladder tray bled, a chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and he waved his hands hurriedly, Master M.O. Misunderstanding. There is a huge misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Mozu smiled coldly, and suddenly rushed forward, tearing the air with an iron fist, carrying a suffocating wind, and hit Lin Xing's face. Before the punch came, the overbearing wind had already made Lin Xing's breathing stop and his cheeks hurt. Master M.O. Lin Xing's liver and gallbladder were split, and he only shouted half a sentence of begging for mercy before he was swallowed up by the strong wind. How dare he hesitate at all? Quickly move out to meet the enemy. Drink. Lin Xing screamed strangely, and his body suddenly leaned back. At the same time, he crossed his arms in front of him, trying to relieve his strength and retreat. However, it was too late, Mozu's fist had already rushed towards him. Bang! A loud, heart-stopping sound exploded in the ring. Lin Xing's seemingly solid crossblock was as fragile as rotten wood in front of Mozu's punch. At the moment of contact, an indescribable force slammed into his arms. Click! Click! 2 clear and harsh sounds of bone cracking sounded almost at the same time. Lin Xing let out a shrill howl. The bones of both arms were broken and twisted into strange angles. Then the whole person's feet lifted off the ground and flew out like a broken paper kite. Poof! In midair, Lin Xing could not restrain himself from spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Boom! The body hit the edge of the ring hard and rolled 2 more times before stopping. His arms were limp and hanging down. The severe pain caused his whole body to twitch, his face was like gold paper, and his clothes were instantly soaked in cold sweat. Master Mo, what a misunderstanding, Mozu ignored him and bullied him in stride. This time the speed was faster, and he rushed in front of Lin Xing in an instant. Lin Xing's pupils shrank suddenly, and regardless of the severe pain in his arms, he rolled sideways with only the strength of his waist. At the same time, the remaining strength of the intact right leg was poured into it, like a scorpion tail barb, kicking Mozu's vaginal vitals hard. Scorpion tail needle. This was his last desperate counterattack. Humph. WH. At a trick. A hint of disdain flashed in Mozu's eyes, and she stepped slightly sideways to avoid the vicious twitching of her vaginal leg. The 5 fingers of her right hand were pressed together, and the knuckles were as protruding as iron. Chi. A slight but scalp-numbing sound broke through the air. Mozu's hands were as fast as lightning, and he stabbed Lin Xing's waist and eyes exposed in the roll with great precision. Pfft. The fingertips were like red-hot irons, easily penetrating flesh and blood and piercing the waist. At the same time, a vicious dark force penetrated into the body like a tarsal maggot in an instant. Lin Xing's body stiffened suddenly, like a snake with its backbone removed, and all his strength dissipated instantly. Then he convulsed violently several times and became completely limp, leaving only weak painful moans. At the waist, a shocking blood hole gurgled with blood, quickly staining a large area of the ground red. Everyone around him was shocked by Mozu's viciousness, and shook their heads secretly. Is this Lin Xing really ignorant and fearless? How dare he be so arrogant without any strength? Waste. What a waste. In the distance, Su Shouhua's face turned pale when she saw the scene. Lin Xing's beating was a trivial matter. The key was that she lost the face of the Huang family and harmed her relationship with the Blood River Gang. This was a big deal. As the clerk sang the newspaper, the Huang family hurriedly carried Lin Xing down. Under current circumstances, let alone high school martial arts, it would be great if people can remain intact. When Chen Qing saw this, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was a cautious person to begin with, and Lin Xing's repeated inquiries had already aroused his vigilance. Soon it was Chen Qing's turn to take the stage. Han family Han Ro. Across from her was a young woman. She wore a training uniform that was of a suitable width. She could vaguely see her soften. Elastic skin, her cheeks were bright red, her eyebrows were slender, she had a natural sense of heroism, and her eyes were clear and bright. Through-arm punch Chen Qing. Chen Qing responded with cupped fists. Please. Chen Qing shouted lowly, and suddenly made a whip mountain pose with his right arm to take the lead. The wind of the fist exploded, the sleeves were hunting, and the fierce wind pressed directly against Han Ro's face. Han Ro's footwork was swimming and changing positions, sliding against the wind of the fist, and her left hand's green dragon exploring claw had already been placed on Chen Qing's right wrist, and she was secretly breathing out the strength of the silk. Chen Qing's right arm trembled and he retracted, and his left arm was lifted up like a poisonous dragon. His 5 fingers were like knives, and he cut Han Ro's ribs fiercely. Han Ro bent her waist flexibly and narrowly avoided it. She made a circular motion with her palms and pushed the window to look at the moon. Her softness was like a tide, forcing Chen Qing away. Agitation flashed deliberately in Chen Qing's eyes, and he roared and swung his arms. This move is exactly double whip shake the mountain. 2 arms are roaring like steel whips and rolling towards Han Ro with a fierce momentum. This kid is still too young. Han Ro's heart moved, the opportunity has come. She stepped quickly on the lotus step, using the 9 palace step to the extreme, like a fish swimming through the violent whip shadow, constantly releasing her strength and guiding her, and deliberately approached Chen Qingzhong's gate. Just when Han Ro turned around and tried to cut in again, she spread her arms and the door under her armpits opened. Chen Qing was about to change his move when an extremely strong, sweaty, and indescribable fishy smell hit his face like real substance and went straight into his nose. Ugh. Chen Qing took advantage of the situation and suddenly stopped. Han Ro didn't notice anything strange about Chen Qing, she just said that she found an opening with her exquisite footwork. Seizing this flaw, she dwarfed her delicate body and pressed forward like a civet cat. She pointed her right hands together like swords, and pointed her wandering dragon finger straight at Chen Qing's chest with a soft and sharp finger wind. With this finger, she still only used 7% of her strength, intending to force him back. Now. Chen Qing secretly thought in his mind. He shrunk his chest slightly to get out of the way. His right arm seemed to be hastily blocking, facing Han Ro's finger, but his movements were stiff and his strength was weak. Seeing Chen Qing block, Han Ro instinctively changed her fingers into a brush, and brushed Chen Qing's wrist with a soft force. She only used 3/3 of her strength for this brush stroke, which was as light as catkins. However, at the moment when the two people's arms were about to touch bang. A collision sound was heard so softly that it was almost blown away by the wind. Chen Qing seemed to be hit hard by an invisible and overwhelming force. He let out an extremely painful groan, His face instantly turned as white as paper, and his whole body seemed to have been hit by a battering ram, staggering backwards. After stabilizing his body, he clutched his uninjured right arm tightly, his body was shaking violently, and his forehead was instantly covered with large beads of sweat. This? Hanro was completely confused. Her brush could not even blow down a leaf. Chen Qing's reaction was too fake. It was so exaggerated that she felt a little ridiculous. She suddenly thought of something, her eyes inadvertently glanced at her armpits, and her nose twitched slightly subconsciously. Hanro was struck by lightning, and a hot feeling of shame instantly rushed from the soles of her feet to Tianling Gai. She understands. Absolutely understand. He was not repelled by his own str. Inf at all. He couldn't stand the smell of his own armpits. Chen Qing stabilized his body with difficulty, his voice trembling as if he was frightened. Miss Han is so good, Chen has learned from me, I am willing to give in. He covered his injured arm and walked quickly off the ring with stumbling steps. The main reason is to escape from the killing range quickly. The outcome is decided. The clerk sang the report, and in the end Chen Qing got a grade above B. The audience was instantly in an uproar, and then heated discussions broke out. What a powerful Bagwazang Rojin. It seems so light and fluttery, but it is so powerful? Yes. Look at Chen Qing's reaction. His face is pale, he is sweating like rain, and his arms are shaking like this. This is definitely a sign of dark energy entering the body and damaging the meridians. Femininity penetrates the bones. This is the essence of Bagwazang. This Hanro hides everything. Chen Qing is so careless. When Hanro gets close to her, her feminine palm strength can only defeat the fierce technique of the through-arm fist, making her hard to guard against. The Han family's Bagwazang is well-deserved. The voices of discussion came like a tide. Everyone thought that Hanro relied on her exquisite body skills and feminine and domineering Bagwazang to hit Chen Qing hard with a thunderous force at close range. Only Hanro herself was like being roasted on a fire. Her cheeks were so hot that they were about to burn. Hanro stood there, biting her lower lip tightly, almost bleeding. As she listened to the praises from the audience and looked at Chen Qing's back, who ran away in a hurry, but his acting skills were explosive, an indescribable anger and grievance surged in her chest. She won, but she won disgracefully. The second round of martial arts was over and the candidates filed out. Some people are happy and others are worried. The strength and performance of each other are already weighed in their hearts. Chen Qing, Luo Qian, Xing Ziqiao and others hurried back to Zhouyuan. As soon as I stepped into the courtyard, a heavy feeling of depression hit my face, and the air seemed to freeze. Where is junior brother Qin? Luo Qian frowned and was the first to ask, looking at everyone in the courtyard, how are they doing now? Not only Luo Qian, but also other disciples who had just returned from the martial arts department cast inquiring glances. Qi Wenhan looked heavy and shook his head. Junior brother Qin met Gao Sax from Songfeng Martial Arts School in the first round. He was seriously injured and is still unconscious. Junior sister Zhou is taking care of him, and the master also invited Dr. Fu from Rinhe Hall, Dr. Tang from Jiuhua Hall, several famous doctors are there. What? Luo Qian exclaimed, her face turned pale instantly. Updating is not easy, remember to share the website. All the disciples in the academy took a breath of cold air, especially those who were new to the school, they were even more shocked. Who is Qin Lai? That is the most dazzling genius in Zhouyuan today, a close disciple of Master Zhou Liang, a successor of the mantle that he devoted all his efforts to cultivating. Within less than a year of entry, I have entered the realm of dark power, and my future is limitless. Such a character was so severely injured in the martial arts field? Failed, and it was a disastrous defeat. This means that the evaluation of martial arts must be extremely low, almost declaring that this time there is no hope of success. What is even more worrying is that with such a serious injury, how can we recover in a short time? Will the opportunity to attack the energy be ruined? A new disciple couldn't help but asked in a low voice, then, what is Goldman Sachs' background? D? What kind of person does he have to be to defeat Qin Lai? This is so surprising. Qi Wenhan sighed, this boy is also a genius. He has only been practicing martial arts for a year, but now he has perfected his secret strength. He had been training hard at Songfeng Martial Arts School before, but was suppressed by Songfeng Martial Arts School, so his reputation is not obvious. Sun Shan pondered for a moment and said in a solemn tone, Shi Wenshan, the master of Songfeng Hall, has a deep grudge with his master. The talent of Goldman Sachs is probably half as good as that of junior brother Qin. His heavy attack this time is no accident. He must be targeting me, Zhou Yuan. More powerful than senior brother Qin? How is this possible? Senior brother Qin is such an unreasonable disaster. Why did he just hit Song? The people of Feng Pavilion, the hatred between Shi Wenshan and Master, now, the disciples whispered to each other, talking about it, and they were shocked and worried. Every mountain is higher than the other, and there are more geniuses than geniuses. Chen Qing's brows were furrowed and thoughts were racing in his mind. This move by Goldman Sachs saved him trouble. However, was it really such a coincidence? Goldman Sachs drew lots, why did it happen to be Qin Lai? Others might think it was luck, but Chen Qing smelled something different. In previous years, the martial arts department was presided over by the captain, but this year the county magistrate was changed. And this county magistrate is very close to the Zhu family and the Luo family among the 5 major clans. It seems that the big tree of Duwei has attracted too much wind, and Qin Lai will not be able to block the wind after all. Amidst the lightning and flint, a deeper thought flashed through Chen Qing's mind. What if this Goldman Sachs came for him? When he thought of this, Chen Qing's heart rang with alarm bells. Although he has now stepped into the dark strength and reek head the great level of Tongjiquan, the more he climbs up, the more eyes there are in the dark. One wrong step and you will be shattered into pieces and become a stepping stone for others. There is no time to waste in accumulating strength. The trump card must be kept at 100 million points. Hold on. Chen Qing secretly warned that he would never allow himself to follow in Qin Lai's footsteps. Luo Qian's face changed, and she pursed her lips and said nothing. The expressions of the Zhouyuan disciples were different, some were gloating over misfortune, some were shaking their heads and sighing, and their hearts were floating. Xing Ziqiao, who had been watching with cold eyes, folded his arms at this moment, and the corners of his mouth moved upward uncontrollably, trying hard to squeeze out some sympathy, but he couldn't hide the pleasure deep in his eyes. If he were not in the courtyard, he would almost laugh out loud. Qin Lai, this bastard, made him lose face, and now he finally got his comeuppance. Junior brother Xing. Sun Shun frowned and hesitated to speak. Xing Ziqiao glanced at the backyard, and his voice contained a hint of schadenfreude. Junior brother Qin, as the master's close disciple, should block the master's punches and suffer, so it is natural. He lost to Goldman Sachs. In the final analysis, his skills are inferior to others. He paused and said, I'm worried, he continued, master is probably very angry this time. So much hard work, all. Haha. I'm afraid our days in the future will be difficult. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a huge stone thrown into stagnant water, instantly arousing deeper panic and whispers among the disciples. At this moment, Zhou Liang's figure appeared at the door leading to the backyard. The disciples scattered like frightened birds, lowering their heads and pretending to practice, not daring to express their anger. A very forced smile appeared on Zhou Liang's face. Wuka, is it over? Yes. Chen Qing and others responded in a low voice. Okay, it will take some time to publish the results, so just wait and see. Zhou Liang nodded slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end it just turned into a deep sigh, turned around and disappeared into the backyard again. In just a short period of time, he seemed to have aged 10 years, and there was an indescribable tiredness and discouragement in his steps. The disciple who had high hopes was hit hard by this, and he was injured by his enemy. This blow was really too big. Not long after, a fierce quarrel was faintly heard from the backyard, the voices of Zhou Liang and his wife. The focus of the argument was that Zhou Liang insisted on taking the seriously injured Qin Lai back to the backyard and taking good care of him. The disciples in the courtyard were absent-mindedly making famous fist and kick gestures, and the atmosphere was more solemn than before. Chen Qing calmed down silently, found an open space, lowered his waist and immediately waved his fists and feet again. He had no other thoughts but one thought, to break through the power as soon as possible. Only with stronger strength can we truly stand firm in this storm. After Wuku, the atmosphere in Zhouyuan completely changed. Although Qin Lai has woken up, he seems to be a different person. He had a gloomy face and was taciturn. He didn't want to say much to anyone, and there was only cold depression in his eyes. Luo Qian has not shown up for several days, nor has she visited Qin Lai, as if she has disappeared from the world. Xing Ziqiao became a frequent visitor to the martial arts gym. He often got together with a few of his followers and laughed at Qin Lai. Zhou Yu was still gentle and calm. While taking care of ordinary disciples who were injured during martial arts training, he also took on the responsibility of taking care of Qin Lai. Chen Qing has become the most special existence in the hospital. The attitude of all the disciples towards him quietly changed drastically. In the first round of assessment, Chen Qing's bow opened 10 stones. The bow was like a full moon and the string was like a thunderbolt. The audience was already shocked. The performance in the second round was equally good. The high school martial arts scholar is almost a sure thing. Wu Xiaocai. In the eyes of ordinary people, he is a real big shot. Even in the eyes of the major families in Gaolin County, he is enough to become a backbone. Everything is different. When Chen Qing stepped into the inner courtyard, the disciples who were practicing would stop in unison, respectfully greet senior brother Chen, and take the initiative to give him the most spacious and best-lit position. When he was practicing boxing, there were always people with quick eyes and hands who handed him water and sweat towels. Even when he needed a basin, there were people who eagerly rushed to bring it to him. When you are weak, if you don't like to talk, you are dull, if you have a bad temper, you have low emotional intelligence, and if you are not big or small, you are uneducated. But when you are strong, if you are not talkative, you are deep, your bad temper is your personality, and if you are not big or small, you are easygoing. Human nature is like this: when you are strong, you will be surrounded by good people. On this day, Chen Qing practiced boxing several times, and beads of sweat suddenly rolled down his forehead. He wiped it casually and walked to Sun Shun, with just the right amount of concern on his face. Senior brother Sun, has junior brother Qing's injury got better? Sun Shun was wiping the weapon rack, and when he heard this, he made a move after a pause. He sighed heavily. People are awake, but the situation, well, it's not optimistic. He frowned and lowered his voice. Then Goldman Sachs clearly made a killing move. Junior brother Qing is lucky to be able to save his life. Those big tendons are broken. Not to mention recovering as before, it's extremely difficult to even get out of bed and walk. It's so serious? Chen Qing's face was filled with regret and sadness. Believe it, didn't you say that master has already said that he must cure junior brother Qing at all costs? Zhou Liang was deeply affected by Qin Lai's serious injury. His self-blame and guilt were beyond words, and he indeed vowed to devote all his efforts to save his beloved disciple. A hint of bitterness appeared in the corner of Sun Shun's mouth. That's what I said, but this broken tendon can be cured by an unusual decoction. It must be the great medicine spirit fish that is more than 20 years old. Such a treasure is worth more than 1,000 gold? He shook his head, his tone as heavy as a stone. Hearing the word 1,000 gold, Chen Qing's hanging heart quietly settled down, but his face still remained heavy. Sun Shun seemed to be comforting himself or telling Chen Qing to listen, and murmured, maybe junior brother Qing Jiren has his own destiny, and one day, no way, unless a big medicine can grow in the soil. Chen Qing sneered secretly. He knew that he had to pay more attention to Qin Lai's injury. Senior brother Chen. Hit. You are in high school. A breathy, almost broken cry sounded at the entrance of the hospital, instantly tearing apart the dullness in the hospital. The disciples stopped suddenly, and their eyes were directed at the out-of-breath reporting disciple who was holding on to the doorframe. The disciple's chest heaved violently, his face flushed with ecstasy, and he looked at Chen Qingdao, 39th. Senior brother Chen is ranked 39th. The official. The official has sent someone to your home to report the good news. Senior brother Chen, you have been hit by Wu Xiaocai. Wow. The entire Zhouyuan was boiling instantly. Although everyone had already had a premonition, at this moment when the dust settled, the impact of the 3 words Wu Xiaocai was still unparalleled. Congratulations to junior brother Chen. Congratulations to senior brother Chen. What a great joy. Whether it was true or false, congratulations immediately surrounded Chen Qing like a tide. From this moment on, Chen Qing's identity is completely different. Sun Shun patted Chen Qing's shoulder heavily and laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Okay. Junior brother Chen, congratulations. From then on, he became a man of great fame. Glorious lintel. Outside the crowd, Zheng Ziqiao's face instantly became extremely ugly, and a huge wave of regret surged into his heart, almost turning his intestines green with regret. If I had known that Chen Qing had such potential as he does today, Ji Wenhan and several other old disciples who had failed the exam for many years had complicated expressions, mixed with disappointment and envy, and stood silently outside the hustle and bustle. For them, Wu Xiaocai's fame was already beyond their reach. Chen Qing responded to the compliments pouring in from all directions with a smile, but his heart was as clear as a mirror and alarm bells were ringing. The ranking is not far from what he expected. If he goes all out in the second round, the ranking may be higher, but what will follow will be more turbulent waves and prying eyes. The running water does not compete for the first place, but the continuous flow. The low P. Profile at this moment is for the longer term. Junior brother Chen, Zhou Yu's gentle voice sounded at the right time, with a sincere smile on her face. Father, please come over. Yes, senior sister. Chen Qing calmed down, responded, and followed Zhou Yu calmly towards the backyard under the gazes of everyone, either eager or complicated. At the same time, at the gate of Gaolin County Government Office. The sound of gongs opened the way, and several government servants wearing red official uniforms looked solemn, holding scrolls in their hands, and filed out of the county government gate. The results have been released. The WUCA results have been released. With a shout, it was like pouring boiling oil into cold water, and Yakian Street instantly exploded. Look. The list is out. Let me see. Don't crowd. Don't crowd. You're stepping on my toes. Among the chaotic crowd, Xiao Hai, who makes a living by selling firewood in Chai Yufeng, is carrying an empty load and preparing to go home. He is carried by the surging crowd and involuntarily pushed to the front of the list. His father is a poor teacher, and his family has fallen into ruin after a stroke. Xiao Hai has a naive temperament, is often bullied, and is not very bright, but he can at least recognize a few hundred words and can occasionally write letters for others to make a living. He stood on tiptoes, squinted his eyes, and struggled to search for familiar faces among the densely packed names. Suddenly, his eyes froze and he stared at a name on the list. He blinked hard and confirmed the place of origin under that name, Yazuan. A huge, indescribable ecstasy suddenly rushed to his Tianling cap. Hit. Mr. Chen's grandson went to high school. Xiao Hai roared fiercely, no longer caring about his load of firewood, and threw it on the ground. Like a crazy calf, he pushed aside the crowd and ran towards the firewood farm with all his strength. He wanted to be the first to tell Mr. Chen the great news. After running for who knows how long, his legs felt like lead, and his lungs were on fire, he finally rushed into the intersection of Cheifeng. Sister-in-law Lin, who was collecting shoe soles at the door of the clothing store, was startled by his helter-skelter appearance, and asked loudly, Xiao Hai. Your butt is burning? Why are you running so fast? Xiao Hai held his knees, breathing heavily, and his chest heaved violently for a long time. She just managed to squeeze out 2 words, hit. Sister Lin's heart tightened and she quickly stood up. What? Your dad had another stroke? No. Xiao Hai waved his hands repeatedly and finally accepted it. In one breath, an excited and distorted smile broke out on his face, and his voice was hoarse but extremely loud. It's Mr. Chen's grandson. The results are released. He won the Wu Scholar Award. He's in high school. What? The sole of the shoe in Mrs. Lin's hand clicked. It fell to the ground, her eyes widened, and she screamed uncontrollably, Really? Mr. Chen's family has a martial arts scholar? She subconsciously identified it as Chen Heng, the grandson who Mr. Chen said practiced martial arts hard and had the best hope of honoring his ancestors. Old He of the coffin shop reacted the fastest. He stepped out of the shop and spoke loudly over the noise on the street, Quick. Don't be stunned. Hurry to old Chen's house to announce the good news. Mr. Chen, hurry up and get ready to receive the good news. Happy money. Return the good news. If you have a cook, hurry up and hire a cook. Don't waste time on this running water mat, it's a huge honor for our Chai Yufeng. Boom. Lao He's words were like igniting a powder keg, and the whole Chai Yufeng instantly boiled. Let's go. Go to Lao Chen's house. It's incredible. A scholar is born in Lao Chen's family. God is open. We haven't had a Wu scholar in Chai Yufeng for many years. Chen Heng has a bright future. He has made a fortune for our neighbors. Chen Heng is in high school. The good news spread like wildfire across the prairie fire, spreading quickly through the entire Chai Yufeng. For this neighborhood where poor people live together and have been exploited by gangs all year round, the emergence of a martial arts scholar is tantamount to auspiciousness from heaven. This means that the neighbors will be able to straighten their backs a little in the future. Wu Shoucai on Chongqing Street is a living example. Even the gangs who collect incense money have to be polite. The excited crowd formed a torrent, rushing towards Lao Chen's house with uncontrollable excitement and expectation. I sent it in advance, please read it and vote for it, thank you. The entire backyard of Lao Chen's house suddenly fell into a suffocating silence. Even the sound of breathing is clearly audible. All the busy action came to a standstill. The smiles on the faces of the neighbors were frozen, stunned and unbelievable, and their eyes were all turned to Mr. Chen and his second aunt. The red light on Mr. Chen's face faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The cheerful smile seemed to be frozen on his face, leaving only stiffness and confusion. His lips were trembling and he made a ho-ho sound in his throat, but he couldn't utter a single word. The second aunt's face was even more colorful. In an instant, it turned from flushed with pride to pale with shock, then from pale to livid with shame and anger, and finally turned as purple as pig liver. She felt a rush of blood rushing straight to her forehead, her ears were buzzing, and she wanted to dig a hole in the ground on the spot. Xiao Hai. Lao He was the first to react and grabbed Xiao Hai's arm, his voice changed tone, did you see it wrong? Or did you remember something wrong? The high school student is Chen Heng. Chen Heng. Xiao Hai was frightened by this battle and was at a loss. He argued aggrievedly, no. That's right. I saw it really. The name written on the list is Chengqing, his native place is Yazuan. I was afraid of being dazzled, so I asked several people next to me, and they all said it was Mr. Chengqing. His mind was already slow, so how could he understand these twists and turns of worldly feelings? He only knew that Mr. Chen's grandson was Chen Heng, but he didn't expect that the high school martial arts scholar was actually another grandson named Chen Qing who lived on a broken ship. Boom. Xiao Hai's decisive answer was like the last heavy hammer, completely shattering the dream that had just arisen in the old Chen family. Wrong. The high school martial arts scholar was not Chen Heng, who had high hopes, but Chen Qing, who was forgotten on the broken shore. P. in Yazi Bay. Wow. After a brief moment of dead silence, there was uncontrollable commotion and whispers. The eyes of the neighbors looking at Mr. Chen and his second aunt suddenly became extremely complicated, with sympathy, surprise, embarrassment, and even a hint of indescribable ridicule. The second aunt felt as if her face was being pricked by countless needles, it was burning, and the few copper coins she gave out became the most dazzling mockery. She turned her head sharply, not daring to look at anyone anymore. Mr. Chen seemed to have been drained of all his strength in an instant. His straight waist stooped again, and he stared blankly at the cigarette pole on the ground. He seemed to have aged 10 years again. He never imagined that the old Chen family did have a Wu scholar, but in such a way, he gave him the loudest slap in the face. Ahem. Lao he cleared his throat awkwardly and said in a dry voice, let it go, let the old man, be quiet. The neighbors of Cheifeng woke up from a dream, and suddenly the birds and beasts dispersed, and their footsteps hurried, as if they were escaping from some embarrassing whirlpool. But the low voices of discussion still floated back along the wind, like cold needles, pricking into Mr. Chen's ears. Alas, Mr. Chen is too partial, who says it's not the case? It was because I was a little nicer to the two girls in Yazuan. I heard that the child lived in a broken boat and ate one meal without finishing a meal. Xiao Hai didn't realize it, and followed the crowd happily with the few copper coins in his pocket. In the blink of an eye, the backyard of Lao Chen's house, which was noisy, festive and crowded just now, was left with nothing but mess and a chilling desertion. Mr. Chen stood blankly next to the pot of golden soybeans, unconsciously grabbing a handful of beans with his skinny hands, and letting them slip from his fingers, as if the blessing he had just grasped had also flowed away. The rare warm sunshine shines on the dirty water of Yazi Bay, and there is a false golden light. It's a hit. It's really a hit. Wu Xiaocai. Chen Qing is hit by Wu Xiaocai. The man who reported the news screamed with his voice broken, and ran barefoot on the muddy pier, as if the good news was his own. The news is like a drop of water thrown into boiling oil, and the pot explodes instantly. The entire Yazi Bay was like a hornet's nest that had been stabbed hard, boiling instantly. The curtains of the shabby boat were suddenly opened, and the faces that had been numb and covered with weather all year round were filled with only shock and disbelief. Bang! 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 The clear and loud sound of the gong came from far and near, overwhelming all the noise. Two official servants wearing official uniforms and wearing red feathers on their hats, led by a small official holding a red lacquered wooden plate, came with their heads held high. They looked arrogant, but their steps carried a deliberate dignity, which was incompatible with the dilapidation of the slum. Good news, Mr. Chen from Yazuan, Daolin County, is celebrating. He is a high school martial arts scholar in the county, ranking 7th on the C list. Congratulations to Mr. Chen. Congratulations to Mr. Chen. The clerk's long drawl and loud voice penetrated every corner. The crowd exploded with a buzz, and then there was a deathly silence, leaving only heavy breathing and suppressed exclamations. All eyes are focused on that broken boat. Han's rickety back straightened instantly. She held on to the hatch, her lips trembling violently, tears gushing out and rolling down her cheeks. The clerk stood on the narrow bow of the boat, just waiting quietly for the reaction of the mother of the new scholar. Han trembled suddenly and woke up from the huge impact. A huge fear and an unprecedented awe gripped her. She hurriedly bent down and was about to salute, her voice was crying and trembling, yes. Thank you for your help, noble officials. People's women. People's women. Oh my. The old lady has broken the villain. You must not do it. The arrogance on the young official's face instantly turned into a flattering smile, and he stooped even lower than the usual tax collectors. He respectfully presented the red news with both hands. Master Chen, a young talent, has soared to the sky, and his future is boundless. The young people came here to report the good news and bask in the master's joy. The surrounding neighbors just woke up from a dream. Oh my god, Ah Qing has really passed the exam, Wu Xiaocai. We have a scholar in Dizzy Bay. Uncle Gao was so excited that his beard trembled, and he was the first to kneel down in the direction of Han, kowtow to Mrs. Chen. You have done a great job. His kneeling was like knocking down dominoes. On the pier and on the adjacent boats, people fell to their knees with cheers and cheers. Looking at Chen Qingcheng's uncle and aunt, their faces were filled with incredible awe, envy, and a hint of excitement that was beyond honor. Master Shotsai. Aunt Han, you've done a great job. Aunt Suehua had the loudest voice, with a cry in her voice and extremely excited. I've said that this kid Qing has been extraordinary since he was a child. As she spoke, she pinched her thigh secretly, fearing that she was dreaming. Aria's heart felt as if something had grabbed it hard, and then suddenly let go, leaving an empty shock. In the blink of an eye, he became the superior Master Chen? The member she was serving, Zhao, also had to salute the scholar when he saw him. Ms. Han finally regained her breath. She wiped away her tears, and her voice was choked but had never sounded louder than before. We are all happy. We are all happy. All the neighbors are happy. Please come in and sit down. She was in a hurry, turned around and rushed back to the cabin. After a while, she brought out a stoneware bowl, which was filled with a bowl of snow steaming white batter. She trembled and held it up to the official. You have worked hard, please. First, the clerk looked at the bowl of white batter and did not dislike it at all. Instead, he took it with a smile. Oh. Thank you, old lady, for the generous gift. This bowl of blessed noodles has a fragrant aroma. I hope you guys can enjoy it. Good luck. The official cleared his throat and said loudly, according to the grace of the court. Mr. Chen, a high school scholar, will be exempted from the tax and corvée for this and next 2 years. From now on, the tax will be only 40%. This is the emperor's great grace, which has benefited the scholar. Hearing this, everyone present was envious. They fishermen have been burdened with taxes, corvées, and incense money all their lives. With mixed feelings in her heart, Mrs. Han fumbled out a small, heavy cloth bag hidden close to her body, and handed it to the leading clerk tremblingly. Master Cha, thank you for your hard work. I would like to thank you. Please have tea with Master Cha and your brothers. The broken silver inside was left to her by Chen Qing. The clerk took the bag and weighed it. The smile on his face became even brighter, almost overflowing. Old madam, you are so polite, so polite. I wish Mr. Chen a great career and a high school martial arts exam soon. Please take your leave and come back another day to pay your respects to the master and the old lady. After that, he took the 2 official servants and beat the gong amidst the odd eyes of the neighbors and the hustle and bustle that had not subsided, and left with great satisfaction. Backyard. As soon as I stepped into the backyard, a strong and pungent medicinal smell hit my face. Chen Qing walked outside the practice room, cupped his hands and said, Master, come in. Zhou Liang's voice came from inside the room. Chen Qing pushed open the door and entered, seeing various equipment, sandbags, and weapon racks displayed in the practice room. Zhou Liang was wearing a white bund and was wiping the sweat on his forehead with a towel. He looked at Chen Qing with approval in his eyes. Yes, this is the first time I have participated in this martial arts subject this year, and I have become a high school martial arts scholar. Your arm-through boxing has reached great success, right? Chen Qing cupped his fists and said, Master Mingjian, this disciple has indeed achieved great success some time ago. Not bad. Zhou Liang nodded with satisfaction. Although the disciple in front of me is slightly inferior, his understanding is far from ordinary. Later, he checked Chen Qing's progress in tempering in Jin. Zhou Liang said solemnly, there are still 1.5 years left for the martial arts examination. Next, you have to polish your qi and blood so that the dark energy can penetrate the whole body. Pay special attention to Baihui Point and Yongquan Point. These 2 acupuncture points are the most difficult to penetrate. The sooner you reach the perfection of dark energy, the easier it will be to combine the light and dark energy into one, and you can increase the probability of breaking through to transforming energy. Speaking of this, Zhou Liang said earnestly, the essence of my Tongjiquan is Ming Jin, dark Jin, and transforming Jin is the most difficult. Ming Jin is a newbie in martial arts, and he can find a way to make a living in the county. But Jin is already extraordinary. He can be regarded as a small leader among some big forces. In the eyes of ordinary people, he is already superior. Please remember the 101. Website to watch the fastest chapter updates. As for Hua Jin, he can be called the top master in Gaolin County. Even the 5 major wealthy families, the 2 major gangs and other forces will treat him as a guest of honor and try their best to win over him. Chen Qing seized the opportunity and asked, Master, my disciple is stupid and doesn't understand how to integrate the light and dark energy? What is the secret of transforming energy? This was a good opportunity, and he naturally asked the questions in his mind. Studying art means taking the initiative to learn it. You must know that there are still many people who steal their studies. Ming Jin is strong and powerful, and the momentum is overwhelming. Dark Jin is soft, but can penetrate the heart. Hua Jin takes its essence, integrates it thoroughly, pays attention to harmony, and sends and receives from the heart. Zhou Liang took a deep breath, his eyes sharpened suddenly. Look carefully. Before he finished speaking, he turned his wrist lightly and punched a wooden stake in front of him in the air. The punch was silent, but it made Chen Qing's hair stand on end instantly, and a biting chill penetrated his bones. I saw that the surface of the wooden pile was intact, but the inside was broken into pieces and turned into powder. Smashed wood in the air. Chen Qing's pupils shrank and he was shocked. Such methods are indeed much smarter than Ming Jin's fierceness and In Jin's destructiveness. Transforming energy is complicated, and there are many ingenuities. If you have the opportunity to reach it, you will understand it yourself. Zhou Liang glanced at Chen Qing and reminded, the most important thing for you right now is to temper the dark energy to perfection. Yes, disciple, please remember. Chen Qing responded solemnly. Zhou Liang turned around, took out a dark-colored cowhide scroll from the cabinet on the side, and handed it over. Put this away. If you have any questions, you can ask me at any time. This. Chen Qing took it with both hands and held it lightly. The basic diagram of strength of Tongjiquan, Zhou Liang said slowly, it details the fundamentals of the flow and change of strength in the boxing technique, as well as the unique key to tempering strength. Chen Qing heard something in his heart. Zhou Liang didn't say much, but he understood the importance of this fundamental plan of strength. This picture records the essence of the transformation of power between moves, which has unimaginable benefits for actual combat applications. There were a few moves that I didn't understand during the previous practice. Now that I think about it, they have a lot to do with the fundamental diagram. Sure enough, Chen Qing had already predicted that Zhou Liang must have hidden secrets at the bottom of the box. How much taels of silver tuition do you pay each month to learn the true teachings? After reading this diagram, although my Tongjiquan is not a superior skill, it is still worthy of being ranked among the intermediate martial arts. There was a hint of pride in Zhou Liang's tone. Chen Qing took advantage of the situation and asked, I dare to ask Master, what is superior martial arts? Superior martial arts, Zhou Liang's eyes condensed slightly, revealing longing. Its principles are extremely subtle, and its power is super. Fan involves the method of internal training, which is the skill beyond transforming strength. Ordinary people do not have family traditions. If they want to learn the method of internal training, they can only go to high school martial arts and enter the sect. When the word inner training is mentioned, Zhou Liang's expression is complicated. High school martial arts exam, enter the sect. Chen Qing also felt excited after hearing this. He has also heard the saying about internal training. It is mysterious and mysterious. It can warm and nourish the body and prolong life. Only then can one be exposed to the true mystery of martial arts. Master Sima from Qingnong Hall is here. Chen Qinggang wanted to ask about the internal training in detail, but disciple Sun Shun's call came from outside the door. Zhou Liang waved his hand and said, you should go back first and study the fundamental map of this power. The sooner you reach the perfection of the dark power, the greater the chance of the third knock. Chen Qing resigned. When he exited the room, he saw Sun Shun leading an old man carrying a red sandalwood medicine box and wearing a black robe into the backyard. Zhou Liang hurriedly greeted him and respectfully invited him into the room. King Nangtang? The premier medicine hall in Gaolin County. It seems that the master really did not hesitate to save Qin Lai at any cost. Chen Qing returned to the front yard with an expressionless face and continued to practice. He should seize all the time to practice as much as possible and reach the stage of energy transformation as soon as possible. Evening. The disciples in the courtyard dispersed one after another. Chen Qing wiped the sweat off his body, walked out of the Zhou Family Martial Arts Academy, and headed to Hesse. The Hesse Yamen was deserted, with few people. Old Li, what happened? Chen Qing stopped Old Li, who was walking in a hurry. Oh, something big has happened in the martial arts department these days. Old Li looked around and lowered his voice. Chai Gang leader Ningshi died suddenly. A heavy escort from Wang Yuan Escort Bureau was also robbed. There were heavy casualties and great loss of vitality. He leaned closer, his voice was barely audible. Before the captain returned from injury, gang leader Ning and Mr. Liu of the Wang Yuan Escort Bureau were the most diligent. The captain was injured, and then he eliminated his subordinates. The connection is obvious. There are only a handful of people in Gaolin County who can use this interlocking thunder method. Let's fight, as long as it doesn't affect me, Chen Qing thought. Oh himself, then asked, where's the boss? Chung boss? Old Li shook his head, I haven't seen anyone for several days, I don't know what I am busy with, in the wing room. The strong medicinal smell almost condensed into substance and was unbearably pungent. Qin Lai was lying on the bed, his face as pale as paper, and the bandages wrapped around his body oozed dark red. Zhou Liang pushed the door open and said in a deep voice, Mr. Sima has left. He prescribed a prescription and said there is hope. Hope? Qin Lai wanted to hold himself up excitedly, but severe pain hit his forehead. He was covered in cold sweat, but he endured it and held Zhou Liang's sleeves tightly with his hands. Master. I want to get better. I want to stand up. I want to practice martial arts again. Master, you must have a way, you must think of a way. I can't be crippled, I can't. You are injured. The situation is too serious, please rest peacefully first. Zhou Liang held him down and said in a deep voice, take the medicine on time, and the chance of recovery is not low. The chance? Qin Lai's eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was crying, Master, look at me. Look at what I look like now. A waste lying waiting for death. He stared at Zhou Liang, as if grasping the last straw. Master, I am your hope. I am your only hope. Please save me. No matter what method you use. How much it costs. Who are you looking for? As long as it can make me feel better and make me clench my fists again, I am willing to do anything. Master, please. These heart-wrenching pleas were like a heavy hammer, hitting Zhou Liang's heart hard, suffocating his breathing. Don't worry. Zhou Liang held Qin Lai's hand with his backhand and said with firm eyes, as a master, I will do my best. This medicine is the thread of life. Even if there is only a glimmer, I will never give up. Qin Lai looked at the determination in his master's eyes and nodded heavily. Okay, master, I will drink. I will definitely get better, I will. Chen Qing finished his patrol and went straight back to his home in Yazuan. Pushing open the creaking hatch, you can see the coarse cloth, rice noodles, pork, pickled fish and other items piled in the corner. Seeing his doubts, Mrs. Han explained with a smile, it's all the kindness of the neighbors. The coarse cloth is from Lao Gao's family, the 5 kilograms of noodles are from your second uncle, the pork is from my aunt, and the pickled fish is from Aunt Suehua. I remember them all. I will pay you back later. She paused and lowered her voice. A steward of the Qing family sent 10 taels, and someone from the Tiger Gang also sent 5 taels of silver. Chen Qing nodded. Although Su Chingfeng is a small gang leader, he is very smart and smooth in his conduct. Knowing that he was a martial arts major in high school, he gave me a generous gift just to leave a good impression on him. And Qing Ming sent someone to send 12 taels, obviously he valued the relationship between the two very much. Chen Qing thought of something and said, Mom, let's go check out the house in 2 days. Yazi Bay is a mixed bag of fish and dragons. It is far less safe and convenient than the vicinity of the Zhoujia Martial Arts Academy. Many senior brothers and their families in the academy have settled there. Okay, it's all up to you. Han nodded in agreement, then hesitated for a moment and said, do you want to go to the old house? Chen Qing narrowed his eyes and said softly, I want to go and bring the rice noodles prepared by my second uncle, as well as these 2 pickled fish. He mainly went there to do some shopping, so as not to find him in the future. Please remember the website to watch the fastest chapter updates. The next day, Chen Qing carried the portion of rice, noodles, and pickled fish, walked through the streets and alleys, and soon arrived at the old house of the Chen family in Cheifeng. Not long after, he arrived at the old house of the Chen fam. Ili. Squeak, the old courtyard door was pushed open. I saw Mr. Chen sitting on the step smoking a cigarette with a sad face. When he saw Chen Qing, his cloudy eyes instantly burst into ecstasy. Xiao Qing. You are here. The second aunt was choosing vegetables when the dishes in her hands fell to the ground with a clatter. Her face was as white as paper and her eyes were evasive. Grandpa. Chen Qing greeted calmly. Quick. Come in the house. Mr. Chen stood up excitedly and shouted into the house, boy. Boil the water quickly. Make tea. Second Uncle Chen ran out after hearing the sound, with a trace of panic on his face, and then he squeezed out an extremely ugly smile. Qing, come on, what are you still doing? Go quickly. Mr. Chen urged, and enthusiastically invited Chen Qing into the main room. My ancestors bless you. Mr. Chen's voice trembled, and he held Chen Qing's hand tightly. My old Chen family, finally a successful one. Ah Qing, you are promising. Really promising. He said progress several times in a row, bursting into tears, and the gloom that had accumulated for many days was washed away by this huge surprise. At this moment, this eldest grandson who had been ignored by him seemed to have become the glory and reliance of the Chen family in the future. Everything has changed. Mr. Chen's attitude was unprecedentedly polite, with a hint of cautiousness in his joy. The second aunt had already quickly served hot tea without any instructions, and she also made an exception and brought out a plate of sprouted sugar that she was usually reluctant to eat. Chen Wen also changed from his usual meanness and was full of flattery. After chatting for a while, Chen Qing stood up and left. Mr. Chen hurriedly persuaded him to stay. Xiao Qing, can you stay for a while? Grandpa hasn't been with you for a long time. No, there is something else. Chen Qing interrupted him with a distant tone. Please take care of yourself. A trace of disappointment appeared in Mr. Chen's heart. Looking at his determined back, the second aunt couldn't help but whisper, Dad, why don't you let Ah Qing help Xiaoheng? Shut up. Mr. Chen scolded sternly, his eyes were sharp. If you have any difficulties in the future, don't look for Xiao Qing. He will lend a hand if he wants to help. If he doesn't want to, don't blame anyone. He looked at the rice noodles and pickled fish that Chen Qing sent back intact, and he felt clear in his heart. This was a clear boundary. Relying on this layer of blood, the Chen family can still have some lingering influence. If they don't know how to advance or retreat anymore and anger Chen Qing, everything will be over. Looking at the dejected and desperate faces of the second son and daughter-in-law, a huge feeling of loss and regret surged into my heart. Mr. Chen took a staggering step and slumped down on the stone steps. The tobacco pole in his hand rolled to the ground with a clang. Sifang Street, Wangji Buzhuang. It was hot and pungent in the dyeing workshop. Yang Huanyang gritted her teeth, leaned half of her body into the rinsing pool, and struggled to drag the cotton cloth up the stone trough. Sweat mixed with dye water dripped into her eyes, and she didn't bother to wipe them. Bang! Bang! Picked up the heavy wooden pestle and beat the wet cloth, making a dull sound. What are you rubbing against? Your hands and feet are slower than a turtle. The stewardess came over and poked at the cloth with her fingers. Look, the color has not been beaten evenly, and it is wrinkled like old tree bark. Yang Huanyang's heart tightened, but she did not stop moving her hands and just whispered. Said, Steward Wang, this piece of cloth is heavy. I just fished it out and I am beating it hard. What a sin. An old weaver in the corner stopped the shuttle and whispered, Huanyang is such a good girl, she is nimble with her hands and feet and willing to work hard. Mrs. Wang is deliberate. Why trying to force her to death? That's right. Who doesn't know about that idiot grandson? I can't hold back my saliva. Huanyang will jump into the fire pit when she gets married. Mrs. Wang's heart is too dark. But who made her not have a strong mother-in-law to support her? Let's take care of ourselves. As soon as these words came out, several female workers around fell silent, leaving only the monotonous clicking sound of the loom, and the atmosphere was depressing. Wangpa has a silly grandson. She has long been eyeing Yang Huanyang, hoping to get her home as a free servant girl and childbirth tool. Yang Huanyang refused, so she was transferred to the most painful and tiring dyeing workshop by Wangpa to learn from it. Look at these miserable days, why are they so hard? The housekeeper approached Yang Huanyang and whispered, accept my offer, marry me, and I will keep you fed and clothed, clothes for all seasons, 10 pounds of white flour, my wife you keep what you say. Her voice suddenly turned cold, like a poisoned needle, but if you don't know how to show appreciation, this Buzhuang kiln, you are ready to die. Yang Huanyang's face suddenly turned pale. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps outside the dyeing workshop. I saw an extraordinary young man wearing an indigo satin gown walking in. It is Wang Ji, the young master of Wangji Buzhuang. Young master. Young master. The female workers stopped their work one after another and bowed their heads respectfully. Wang Po's face changed instantly, and she went up to her with a lot of flattery. Oh. Master. How come you have time to come to this dirty place today? But what are your orders? Wang Ji's gaze he coldly glanced at Wang Po's smiling face, and said in a deep voice to the two guards behind him, drag her out. Yes. The two tall and round guards stepped forward in response, and without any explanation, they lifted up Wangpa and dragged her out. The smile on Mrs. Wang's face instantly froze. And turned into horror. Young master? Why is this? Ah. The questioning voice was immediately replaced by a muffled sound from outside the door and a pig-like wailing and begging for mercy. There was a dead silence in the dyeing workshop, and the female workers were as silent as a cicada, not daring to express their feelings. Wang Ji looked around and said, immediately, I will remove Wangpa from her position as the manager. Get out of the Buzhuang and never be hired. He turned to the frightened Yang Huanyang and said in a gentle tone, from now on, Miss Yang will take over the post of Buzhuang's housekeeper. If there are any difficulties in the future, please report to me directly. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience was shocked. The female workers were stunned and looked at Yang Huanyang in disbelief. Yang Huanyang's mind went blank, as if she had been shaken out of her mind by the sudden change. Wang Ji nodded slightly to Yang Huanyang. Please, Miss Yang, say hello to Brother Chen on my behalf. After saying that, he turned and left. As soon as Xiaodong's figure disappeared at the door, the dyeing shop exploded instantly. The female workers cheered and gathered around, chattering like sparrows bursting into flames. Huanyang. Congratulations. You still call me Huanyang? It's time to ask Yang to take charge. Manager Yang. Could it be that the Brother Chen my young boss is talking about is your cousin who practices martial arts and boxing? Starting tomorrow at 18:00. Chongping Street. The afternoon sun shines on the alley paved with bluestone slabs. Master Chen, please come over here. A lean and capable middle-aged man wearing a half-worn blue cloth jacket led Chen Qing through the crowded neighborhoods. After coming out of the Chen family's old house, Chen Qing looked for Zhao Laosan to look at the house. After twists and turns, at the end of the deep alley, a courtyard suddenly appeared in front of me. The wooden door is thick and the paint is heavy. Please take a look, Mr. Chen. Zhao Laosan paused, pointed at the door and smiled. This door latch is made of a whole piece of old camphor wood, very hard. Do thieves usually touch it with a crowbar? Hee, want to break it? Unless it is gold. Freshly drilled hands. He tapped the bluestone tiles on the small steps in front of the door. The bottom tiles are paved, which is clean and refreshing even in rainy and snowy days. As he spoke, he took out the key, opened the lock with a click, and pushed hard. Squeak. The front yard is open and flat, with green bricks on the floor, and a few traces of light moss peeking out from between the bricks. An old locust tree has lush branches on the east side, and a stone well on the west side. Zhao Laosan introduced diligently, it is best to enjoy the cool under the locust tree. The east room is quiet and facing the sun, the west room is convenient for housing the old lady or entertaining guests. The main room is right in front. Chen Qing glanced over, this was the third place he looked at. The location and environment of this yard are the most satisfactory. With this small courtyard, I have a place to practice Qigong on weekdays. The well is even more convenient. Zhao Laosan continued, the well water is clear and sweet. Look, the rope marks are still new. My predecessor was a wealthy businessman who just moved out of town not long ago. He was in a hurry to sell it, so he sold it at a low price. Chen Qing asked, what's the price? If you satisfied, it won't be too late for us to discuss it in detail. Zhao Laosan smiled and led Chen Qing to the backyard kitchen. He took a closer look. Although the sparrow was small, it had all the internal organs. Chen Qing pondered for a moment, who are the neighbors on the left and right? To the east is the Yamen, Mr. Mo, and to the west is the manager he of the Yuelai Inn. Zhao Laosan answered neatly. Although Chongping Street belongs to the outer city, it is only separated by a river from the inner city. Those who can live here are already either rich or noble in the eyes of ordinary people. I am satisfied with this house. Chen Qing made up his mind, let's make a price. In addition to being able to practice boxing, it mainly has a well, which is very convenient for drinking water. The most important thing is that it is very close to Zhouyuan, and there are many Zhouyuan brothers living around, so Baiazawan is definitely much safer. My master is happy, I only need this number. Zhao Laosan held out 3 fingers. 30 taels? Chen Qing nodded, it's not expensive. Zhao Laosan was stunned and hurriedly smiled, Master Chen, you are joking, it is 300 taels. 300 taels. Chen Qing raised his eyebrows. 30 taels is indeed not expensive, but 300 taels is not a small amount for him. Qing family, Zhou Liang's help mostly came from cultivation resources. He sees monthly salary for his temporary job was extremely scarce, and he didn't have much money on him at all. Chen Qing pondered for a moment and asked, the delivery, can it be postponed? Other people can't do it. But Mr. Chen, Zhao Laosan lowered his voice and said, over at the master's house, I, Zhao, am brave enough to make peace. So, you pay 100 taels in advance, and after signing the contract, you can move in and move in. There are 200 taels of paper left, plus 210 taels of profits, written in black and white, and I will be the guarantee. If you don't pay by then, the jujube trees and stoves in the courtyard, as well as your new Kong, will be credited to the owner. He had already found out that Chen Qing is a new talent with a good future and will not worry about money in the future, so he dared to guarantee it. After all, 10% commission is 30 taels of snowflake silver. Okay, when will the deed be signed? Chen Qing made a decision. After becoming a martial arts scholar in high school, many wealthy families and powerful people gave gifts. Adding on what they had accumulated before, I scraped it together and it shouldn't be a big problem to come up with 100 taels. Zhao Laosan said quickly, Master Chen, please be happy. I will draw up the paperwork and visit you personally tomorrow, in the evening. Chen Qing returned from practicing martial arts in Zhouyuan and walked towards Yazawan. The basic picture of strength is still swirling in his mind, and the flow of light and dark strength between moves makes him understand the Tongjiquan deeper. I'm afraid there aren't many disciples in the Zhou Academy who can get this picture, he thought to himself. Unconsciously, Yazi Bay is in front of you. Different from the hustle and bustle on weekdays, there was total silence today. Fishing boats of all sizes were crowded on the shore, with their hatches closed, giving off an unusual sense of depression. Chen Qing's heart skipped a beat, he jumped onto the deck of his ship and pushed open the hatch. Mom, I'm back. There was a dim light in the cabin, and Han was sitting in the corner, her face was a little ugly, and her eyes were filled with panic. Aching, Han saw Chen Qing returning and grabbed his arm. Chen Qing asked in a deep voice, "Mom, what happened?" Han said in shock. "Something big happened. The Tiger Gang." "The Tiger Gang." She paused, the fear in her eyes deepened. "I'll have you uprooted." "Yeah." Chen Qing's pupil shrank and asked, "When did it happen?" "Who did it?" "It may have been last night, not long after you went to your grandfather's house. Lao Gao first saw the bodies of the Tiger Gang floating on the river." Han swallowed his saliva and said, "Later, some brave people quietly rowed over to have a look," and returned. His face turned pale with fright, and he said that several of the big boats of the Tiger Gang moored at the pier had been burnt to charcoal racks, and there were many things floating on the water. Their shacks on the shore had also collapsed, and there was blood everywhere. Not a single person was alive, and no one was seen doing anything, and they left cleanly after the killing. Han finished speaking in one breath, his body trembling slightly. Chen Qing's brows knitted into a knot. The Tiger Gang has been entrenched in Yazuan for a year, and Su Chunfeng has always been cautious in his actions, and the relationship between light and dark is spotless. Who on earth uprooted it with thunderous means? Who did he offend? Han said with a hint of worry, "How long have you said that the Jinha Gang has been down?" "For a long time, and the Tiger Gang has also been uprooted. The world is changing too fast, which makes her uneasy." "Mom, don't think too much." Chen Qing took a deep breath and said with relief, "The house is ready, we will move in 2 days. It's okay to move." Han nodded and then he touched the hull of the boat and said with emotion, "Your father almost lost half his life because of these 2 boats. If he knew you were so promising now, to make a life on the water, a boat is a home and a hope of survival. Get 2 boats? How can it be so easy?" Speaking of this, Han sighed and said no more. Early the next morning, Zhao Laosan brought good news, still holding the deed in his hand. "Master Chen, the master has agreed and is waiting for you to sign your name." If Chen Qing had never been in high school, this would naturally not happen. But now that the identities are different, everything falls into place. Chen Qing nodded and said, "Okay, let's sign it now, and we will move in the afternoon." Zhao Laosan's face was full of smiles. "Put it on me." Chen Qing waved the deed, and then took out his own money and handed it to Zhao Laosan. Not long after Zhao Laosan left, Chen Qing was about to return to the ship when he suddenly heard a greeting from not far away. "Is it brother Chen Qingchen?" Chen Qing followed the call and saw the man with broad arms and round waist, bulging temples, and neat grey shorts, revealing 2 muscled arms, and a long knife hanging on his waist. Behind him were 2 sturdy young men, both with powerful physiques. Chen Qing responded calmly, "Who is your excellency?" The burly man cupped his fists and saluted with enthusiasm on his face. "I am Song Hu, who just moved not far away and is now taking over the fish farm affairs here. I heard that brother Chen was a martial arts scholar in high school, so I came here to congratulate you. I hope you will accept your small gesture." As he spoke, he waved his wrist slightly, and a young man behind him immediately handed over a heavy red purse. "How does this make?" Chen Qing said politely, but his hand took it neatly and weighed it. It weighed about 5 ounces. "Brother Chen does not need to see anyone outside." Song Hu waved his hands, then his face turned worried. "I am ashamed to say that when I first arrived in your place yesterday, I heard that the Tiger Gang was wiped out. I wonder if brother Chen knew the inside story?" Chen Qing shook his head. "I'm not sure." Song Hu sighed heavily. "Oh, how long ago was the Jinha Gang that had been sitting here for 3 years been wiped out?" In the blink of an eye, the Tiger Gang ended up like this again. His eyes glanced at Chen Qing's face as if inadvertently. The two exchanged brief greetings, and Song Hu said goodbye, then go ahead. "Brother Chen, if you have leisure, you can always come to the fish pen to find me." "That's SY to say." Chen Qing also returned the gift. Watching Song Hu and the others go away, Chen Qing weighed the purse in his hand, but frowned slightly. He always felt that the name Song Hu was strangely familiar. In an instant, a flash of inspiration occurred. He remembered the name Ahu that Song Tai mentioned before he died. Not long after this person arrived, the Tiger Gang was wiped out in blood. Is there such a coincidence in the world? Giving money is fake, testing me is real? Chen Qing's eyes suddenly turned cold. He no longer hesitated, stretched out his body, and quickly chased Song Hu in the direction he left. Song Hu led 2 of his men into a secluded alley. One of them couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Brother Hu, is that boy named Chen really related to this matter?" "I can't tell for the time being." Song Hu's face was as gloomy as iron. He was raised by his uncle Song Tai since he was a child, and Song Tai also provided all the resources for martial arts training. After 2 years of practicing martial arts in a martial arts school, but with no hope of breakthrough, he left his hometown and became a knife hunter. Unexpectedly, when he returned this time, he was shocked to hear that his uncle had been murdered. In grief and anger, he broke into the Tiger Gang that night and killed the gang leader Su Chunfeng with his own hands. What chilled him even more was that Su Chunfeng revealed the shocking truth before he died. The Tiger Gang learned that Song Tai's hiding place had been leaked, and the fatal blow was not caused by the Tiger Gang. There was someone else who killed his uncle Song Tai. Killing with a borrowed knife, cleaning up the scene, framing the crime, the person behind this series of methods not only knows Mazawan well, but is also a thoughtful and ruthless character. Who has the motive to kill his uncle? Is it a personal grudge? Or is it for the sake of advancement? Being able to attack and kill a seriously injured Ming Jin master in an alley, the murderer's own strength was at least as good as Ming Jin's. It was during this period that Chen Qing, a fish farmer in Yazuan, practiced martial arts and became famous. All of this made Song Hu have to pin a trace of suspicion on Chen Qing. Another person said, "Brother Hu, what are we doing now?" A ruthless look flashed in Song Hu's eyes. "Stand still for the time being, so as not to alarm the enemy. When I get back, I will pay a lot of money to ask Mr. Liu to come out and investigate." Old Mr. Liu to go out and investigate. When the two of them heard this, their eyes flashed. This man is a well-known master of solving crimes, and is well-known in Yunlin Mansion. But the person next to him hesitated and said, "But Brother Tiger, Mr. Liu's capture fee, as I write this, I hope readers will remember our domain name 101. I got this treasure from Tiger's helper this time. Are you still worried about a mere amount of money?" Song Hu pressed his bulging chest hard, gritted his teeth and said word by word, "No matter who killed my uncle, I will make him pay with blood and pay 1,000 times the price, yes. I will make sure that guy dies without a burial." The words of the person next to him stopped suddenly. Bang! A muffled sound, like a heavy hammer hitting flesh. The person who spoke flew out like a thunderbolt and hit the brick wall on the side. At the moment of impact, a dull echo shook the alley. Blood spurted out from his mouth, splashing a dazzling scarlet plum blossom on the mottled wall, and then he collapsed like soft mud. Who? Song Hu was so shocked that the alarm bells rang in his head. However, before he could turn around and react, a figure as fast as lightning came towards him with the force of thunder. It is Chen Qing. I saw his left foot slamming against the bluestone, his waist and hips driving his spine to twist like a millstone, and his joints made a series of thrilling crackling sounds. The right arm instantly became as flexible as a snake, but it contained enough penetrating power to collapse a mountain. Pass. A low-pitched blast in the air suddenly exploded in the narrow and dark alley. Chen Qing's fist was wrapped in a terrifying strong wind. It did not go straight. Instead, it was like a steel whip filled with thunder, drawing a strange and tricky arc, from bottom to top, from back to front, and whipped hard at the other person. The other person only felt the overwhelming strength penetrate into his torso, and he didn't even have time to feel the pain. Crack! A heartbreaking sound of bone cracking suddenly sounded, which was the sound of several ribs being shattered instantly under the violent dark force. His body was thrown away like a broken sack, and he hit Song Hu less than 3 steps in front of Song Hu with a bang, and there was no sound again. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were dead. Song Hu is a master who has experienced life and death after all, and the sense of crisis has long been engraved in his bones. The moment the explosion sounded in the air, a bone-deep chill rushed straight to Tian Ling Gai. He forcibly twisted his body, and the short knife at his waist came out of its sheath with a clang. A cold light suddenly appeared, like a poisonous snake spitting a message, and it cut straight behind him with a scream that rent the air. Gee! The light of the knife passed by. But Chen Qing seemed to have expected it. While sideways to avoid it, his arms were like snakes wrapped around vines, twisting Song Hu's knife-wielding wrist. A dark force that was feminine, treacherous, and extremely penetrating instantly erupted from the pores of Chen Qing's skin, drilling hard along his arm toward Song Hu's wrist bone. Not good. Song Hu's face changed drastically. He knew the horror of Njin, and in desperation, he suddenly abandoned his knife and drew his arm. Clang! The short knife fell to the ground. Song Hu took advantage of this gap and used his right foot as a pivot. He spun around like a ghost and got behind Chen Qing. His left palm was like a knife, and it pierced Chen Qing's heart with extremely vicious force. After retreating and advancing, murderous intent suddenly appears. But Chen Qing seemed to have a clear understanding of his intentions. With just one wrong step, the fatal palm grazed his back and missed. At the same time, Chen Qing has been following Song Hu like a shadow, once again grabbing Song Hu's front. Without any hesitation, the blood in Chen Qing's body boiled instantly, and the ultimate move of the through-arm fist, the collapse mound Tane style, was smashed down with the force of a roaring mountain and tsunami. Both fists came out, like a dragon out of the sea, the strong wind roared, completely covering Song Hu. The moment the arm was stirred up and punched, the joints crackled like thunder. The ferocious aura was like a man-eating tiger breaking free from its chains. Shameless! How shameless! Song Hu was roaring in his heart. Chen Qing, who was far more powerful than him, still wanted to sneak attack. How could there be such a shameless person? However, if you lose the opportunity with one move, you will lose the opportunity step by step. Chen Qing's blood was surging, and his strength exploded, hitting Song Hu hard on the arm. Bang! Song Hu only felt soreness in his arms, and his muscles and bones were shattered by the powerful force, and he was sweating heavily. This isn't Jin's tyranny. Chen Qing naturally would not let go of this great opportunity. He opened his door directly with both hands, and if spiritual ape Wish's birthday was firmly imprinted on Song Hu's chest. Crack! Poof! A dull sound came from Song Hu's mouth. It was the sound of a broken sternum and shattered internal organs. Chen Qing hit him with a punch and retreated backwards. I saw Song Hu's face was as golden as paper, and he immediately turned red. There was a gurgling sound in his throat, his eyeballs protruded, his body was shaking as if he had been hit hard, and he suddenly spurted out a large mouthful of blood. The final struggle for survival and unwillingness erupted in his pupils, but all struggles were in vain. The body twitched twice and fell down suddenly, without a trace of breath. Chen Qing's eyes were cold and he quickly groped around the three bodies. When his hand touched Song Hu's arms, his fingertips touched a tough leather scroll. Chen Qing stuffed the body into his arms without hesitation, and then used his inner strength to hit the vital parts of the body's joints, muscles, and bones with heavy punches, destroying it so that it no longer looked like a human being. After doing all this, he glanced around vigilantly, his figure flickered, quietly disappeared into the shadow of the alleyway, and disappeared. Chen Qing opened the door and said, "Mom, the deed has been signed. Let's pack up and move." Han nodded and agreed, "Yes, I'll pack now." Han only brought a few packages, which contained a change of clothes and some old things that he couldn't bear to throw away. Aunt Gao from next door heard the commotion and poked her head out. "Sister-in-law of the Chen family, are you really going to move?" Hearing this, Mrs. Han couldn't help but straighten her back a little, with a smile on her face. "Yes, it will be easier to move to the yard where a Qing practices martial arts. Xiao Qing, this kid, is really promising." Aunt Gao's eyes were full of envy. "Among the dozen or so children in Yazuan, Chen Qing is the most capable and has made my mother live a good life." Mr. Han smiled and said, "Come and sit at your new home when you have time." Aunt Gao nodded and said, "That's for sure." The mother and son quickly packed up, and Zhao Laosan asked someone to bring a cart. The cart creaked all the way through the noisy market on Chongping Street and turned into the deep and quiet alleys. Push open the heavy camphor-wood door, and the afternoon sunlight passes through the lush branches and leaves of the old locust tree, casting tiny spots of light on the blue brick floor. Han stood in the courtyard, looking at the open courtyard and the solid well platform, and murmured, "This place is nice." Her rough hands carefully stroked the cold edge of the well, and then touched the heavy door latch, with a sense of solidity in her heart. Chen Qing silently put his mother's package into the east room. He turned around and walked to the well, put down the barrel, and the rope rubbed against the deep rope marks, making a rumbling sound. As the cool well water came up, he scooped a ladle and handed it to Han. "Mom, drink some water." Han took the water float and looked at Chen Qing's tall figure, with a relaxed smile on his face. Even the days when the boat was swaying with the waves finally set. Led in this stable world. After taking a short nap, Mr. Han could no longer sit still and quickly started to clean up the yard. Chen Qingza returned to his room and took out the things he got from Song Hu, 70 taels of silver, most of which were broken silver, 9 blood energy pills, and a leather scroll. He unfolded the leather scroll and read the writing on it in a low voice, "The secret technique of inner strength. Diaochan Jin?" This leather scroll impressively recorded a secret martial arts technique, Diaotou Jin. There are many categories of martial arts, among which the distinction between hard work and internal strength is particularly clear. In addition to hard skills, the muscles, bones and skin are trained, and the attack method is also extremely simple, with strong and direct strikes. The force used is mostly Ming Jin, which is mostly inferior martial arts. The most famous ones are Iron Shirt and Golden Bell. Of course, there are also a very small number of exquisite and profound hard skills. Nei Zhuang is an extremely precious martial arts secret technique. It is based on the unique breathing method and specializes in the hammer chain of the internal organs. So general internal strengthening methods belong to superior martial arts. Chen Qing looked at the leather scroll carefully. There are 3 realms in Diaochan Jin. The first stage is swallowing air and distending the abdomen, swallowing air through the mouth and nose into the abdomen, inflating the intestines and stomach, and making a sound like a frog. Initially strengthen the internal organs to resist the impact of ordinary fists and feet. The second stage is inner vibration of the Zongfu, where the breath sinks and shakes the dantian, affecting the internal organs. It makes the internal organs as tough as cowhide, and can withstand heavy blows from Ming Jin masters. Generally, iron fists to the abdomen will not hurt, and it can also resolve 30% of Jin's penetrating strain. GTH. The third stage of marrow cleansing with thunder sound uses the breath to pull the bone marrow to vibrate, producing a buzzing thunder sound. It can wash the essence and marrow and remove impurities from the body, making qi and blood as strong as a furnace. Cold and heat will not invade. This is really a good thing. Chen Qing looked at Diao Changjin in his hand, and his heart moved. Not to mention that the third realm can wash away essence and cut marrow. The first two realms have unimaginable benefits. Normal attacks are ineffective, and fatal injuries become heavy hits. This undoubtedly adds a huge layer of protection to oneself. Chen Qing picked up the scroll and studied it carefully, and soon a golden light appeared in his mind. Introduction to Diao Changjin, 1 out of 100. Chen Qing clenched the scroll in his hand and said to himself, this Diao Changjin can protect the internal organs. If it can be practiced, it will be a better way to save life. After all, during a fight, the internal organs are considered to be vital points and are also places that are extremely vulnerable to attack. However, this fishing toad strength was obtained from Song Hu after all. It cannot be practiced in Zhouyuan, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble, it is better to practice it at home. In the afternoon, Chen Qing carefully checked to confirm that the Sweki pills were in good condition, swallowed one and then set off for Zhouyuan. It was midsummer now, the weather was unbearably hot, and the earth was like a furnace. Some of the disciples in the courtyard gritted their teeth and continued to practice boxing, while others hid under the shade of trees to catch their breath and enjoy the coolness. Senior Brother Chen. Senior Brother Chen. Seeing Chen Qing's arrival, many disciples stood up to greet him. After Chen Qing responded one by one, he came to his place and prepared to practice. He stood calmly on the wooden stake, his feet were rooted, his shoulders were slumped and high. His elbows were slumped. His arms were stretched out like an ape, slowly stretching forward, and his fingertips were slightly stretched as if there was infinite tension. The spine is loose and heavy, the tail is drawn in, and the breath is long and deep in the dantian. After completing the arm threading pile skill once, the progress will be 3 times higher than usual. This is due to the power of Sweki pills. Medicine and food supplements are of great benefit to him and can increase his progress very quickly. Chen Qing practiced the through-arm boxing twice more, and then sat aside to rest. At this time, he noticed that the disciples in the courtyard were whispering, and the word Qin Lai appeared frequently in their words. Chen Qing's heart moved, and he called Song Yufeng and asked, what happened? Senior Brother Chen, you don't know yet? Song Yufeng glanced around and lowered his voice. Master spent a lot of money. Mr. Sima from Qingnong Hall was invited, and he gave Senior Brother Qin a secret recipe. His tendon actually began to heal. Chen Qing narrowed his eyes. Oh? He was not surprised that Zhou Liang tried his best to heal Qin Lai. After all, Qin Lai is Zhou Liang's close disciple, and their relationship is very close. Even in the eyes of some old martial arts masters, this relationship surpasses that of ordinary father and son. Moreover, Qin Lai was injured by Goldman Sachs of Songfeng Martial Arts School. This does not rule out his own problems, but a large part of the reason was because of Zhou Liang. However, the news that the broken tendon could be healed really surprised him. Mr. Sima is worthy of being the sage of the Xingling Forest, Song Yufeng said with emotion. I heard senior sisterly guess that if Qin Lai can recover, break and then stand, he may directly reach the perfection of dark power, and hopefully try to knock the past 3 times. Chen Qing nodded slightly, and immediately asked Sun Shun for confirmation. When talking about Is matter, Sun Shun's brows relaxed, and there was joy in his brows. He was really happy for Qin Lai. Looking around, many disciples had complicated and subtle expressions. Only Jing Ziqiao stood alone, his brows furrowed and his eyes scanning the depths of the backyard from time to time. Let's wait and see what happens first. Chen Qing always felt that something was a little strange. Is it okay to just agree to this big muscle break? After martial arts ended, life returned to calm. Chen Qing's life is still 3.1 line, practicing, patrolling, and returning home, with no trace of ripples. On this day, when he arrived at Hesse, Qingming hurriedly greeted him. Ah Qing, come with me to see the chief river envoy. I will sign the deposit in front of you and ask to see you by name. Meet me? Chen Qing was slightly surprised. Qingming smiled and patted him on the shoulder. It's a good thing to be energetic. Qingming led the way, and the two of them soon arrived at the signing room in the core of Hesse. Chen Qing straightened his back and strode across the high threshold. The room is spacious and slightly dark. After the sandalwood case, Ku Yunqi, wearing a blue official uniform, sat and read the files. Chen Qing clasped his fists and said, Chen Qing, a humble official, pays homage to the chief river envoy. Hearing this, Ku Yunqi raised his head, his eyes fell on Chen Qing, and said with a smile, not bad, I didn't expect that there would be a talent in our He division. Chen Qing said humbly, my lord, you are ridiculous. The humble position is just a fluke. Remember our website. If you have no real ability, can you high school in martial arts just by luck? Ku Yunchi waved his hand, his eyes with appreciation. You don't have to be self-effacing. I heard from Qingming that you are a disciple of Master Zhou and Zhou Yuan. You have performed your duties faithfully during your temporary appointment. Now our Hesse is short of talents like you. He changed the topic and said, I would like to officially serve as the Hesse inspector. Inspector? Responsible for patrolling dangerous sections of the river, supervising the fort soldiers along the river, assisting with water hazards, and arresting river bandits. If you can get rid of the hidden danger in Black Rock Beach, I will be rewarded. If other people in the He Division hear this, they will definitely be moved. The Hesse inspection tour is a military position with a formal official status. For a child from a poor family, it is like a fish jumping over the dragon's gate. When Qingming heard this, he frowned. This is to turn your temporary job into a full-time job. The river patrol seems to hold a certain amount of authority. Not only does it have many more responsibilities, but it is also much more dangerous than ordinary river patrols. The most important thing is to face the river bandits head-on. 10 times the monthly salary is only 20 or 30 taels, so there is no reason to work hard for it. Thank you, sir, for your support. Qingming clasped his fists and said in a sincere tone, although I was lucky enough to pass the examination for my humble position, my foundation is shallow and my martial arts skills are crude. I am afraid that my incompetence will cause trouble and damage the safety of the canal. He paused and observed Ku Yunchi continued with an expression on his face. Secondly, the stakes in the dangerous work at Black Rock Beach are very important. If anything goes wrong, it's not a big deal and my humble job is shattered to pieces. If it affects my reputation, I will be blamed for my death. That's okay. After a long while, Ku Yunchi finally said, it's not sweet to force yourself. Since you think you are not very talented and knowledgeable, and you are not qualified for the heavy responsibility, I will not force you. Qingming felt slightly relieved. However, Ku Yunchi changed the subject. It would be a disgrace to your ability to serve as a patrol officer now that you are strong enough. Then be promoted to a temporary river envoy, with 3 times the monthly salary. Don't let me down again. As a temporary river envoy, you will be exempted from even daily patrol duty in the future, unless there is another major incident such as the assassination of the captain, and you will have a very leisurely life. Qingming clasped his fists and said, thank you for your grace. Qingming, who holds a humble position, will do his best to live up to your cultivation. Well, let's go down. Ku Yunchi waved his hand, his tone returned to calmness, and he no longer looked at Qingming. I resign from my humble position. Qingming saluted respectfully and slowly exited the pledge room. How is it? Qingming walked over quickly and asked with a smile. Qingming briefly described the second half, and Qingming nodded repeatedly. Qingming clasped his fists and said, thank you for your kind words, boss. Qingming said a lot of good things for him in front of the chief river envoy. It's a small thing. Qingming waved his hand and then looked embarrassed. Aching, this month's subsidy. I'm afraid it will be later, Qingming asked in a low voice. Boss, are you having trouble? It is impossible for a family's operation to be repeatedly delayed due to sesame and mung beans. Is there something wrong with the Qing family? It doesn't matter, Qingming waved his hand, business is difficult to do, and the family's expenses are also high. Let's wait until we get through this. Qingming saw that Qingming didn't want to say more, so he didn't ask any more questions. The two chatted for a while, and Qingming left in a hurry. Qingming also tidied up and walked towards home. It is close to the inner city, so the streets are also very lively. In the distance, disciples from 2 martial arts schools, Tianjiu and Guangchong, were beating gongs and drums and holding up plaques to recruit students. Qingming glanced at them and saw that they were led by Jin disciples and several Ming Jin disciples, which attracted passers-by to stop and watch. It seems that competition among martial arts schools is becoming increasingly fierce. There are many medicine halls and weapon shops on both sides of the street. The medicine hall not only practices medicine, but also sells sweki powder, sweki pills, and other martial arts supplies. The price is not cheap, and ordinary people can only stay away from it. It is said that Wanbao Tang in the inner city specializes in selling precious fish and precious medicines, and even entering the door requires verification of qualifications. At this moment, the medical center is crowded with people. In addition to those buying tonics, there are also many martial arts practitioners coming in and out. It seems that studying medicine is not bad in this world. Seeing this, Qingming was thinking about ways to make money. Funding and temporary employment are all in a steady stream. In Gaolin County, the way to make a lot of money has long been controlled by wealthy gangs. The fastest remaining method is to kill people and steal goods. But this is not the right path, and the risk is extremely high. If you kick the iron plate, it will be a dead end. He turned his attention to another place where people gathered, the wanted notice board. All kinds of people gathered in front of the railings, including burly men and jocks with bamboo hats covering their faces. They are the ones who are responsible for catching the bounties posted on the wanted notice boards. If they can pay a high price, they will sometimes take private jobs. The ones on the list are all the most wanted criminals of the dynasty, such as bandits in the flower garden, gangsters in the green forest, and even ruthless people with a lot of crimes. The bounty is set by the court, and some victims may also offer additional bonuses. If it can be made into a big ticket, it will be enough to provide food and clothing for several years. There are many fierce people among them, and their hands are both stained with the lives of officials and the blood of knife catchers. This knife hunter is also very dangerous. Chen Qing shook his head secretly. Those who are on the wanted list are by no means mediocre, they are all desperados who lick blood from their swords. Of course, in addition to hunting down murderers, knife hunters also look for treasures in the mountains and treasure fish in the Great Swamp. Both are guarded by strange beasts, which are extremely dangerous. How many people have worked hard to find a treasure, but in the end they became a meal in the belly of a strange beast? Chen Qing was wandering around and thinking. Small vendors gathered on both sides of the street, selling all kinds of things: chipped coarse porcelain bowls with missing glaze, thread-bound books with burnt pages, weird-shaped wood carvings and stones, and even old belly bands. Chen Qing squatted down and took a look. The stall owner, a lean old man, saw Chen Qing stop and immediately put on a smile on his face. "Oh, sir, look, they are all old things left by our ancestors. Maybe one of them is an heirloom, hiding a mystery." He knelt down and his eyes fell on a booklet with a torn cover. What an eye-catcher. This man knows the goods right away. The stall owner suddenly said with a stern expression. Don't look at it because it is shabby. These days, what is shabby does not necessarily mean that it is old. Old. Hey, the knowledge is profound. As the stall owner said, he brought the book close to Chen Qing, and the words in his mouth were like hooks covered with honey. You take a closer look at this paper? How can ordinary rotten paper be kept for so many years without turning into slag? And this thread is still tough. Maybe there is something, lost something hidden in it? He deliberately spelled out the words lost something. I just took a look. Chen Qing stood up and left. Some people really believe that if they just buy a broken object on the roadside, there is a peerless martial arts hidden inside. He didn't believe it anyway. Please give me a vote at the beginning of the month. In the days that followed, Zhou Yuan returned to apparent calm. Chen Qing's life has become a rigid 2-point and 1-line routine. During the day, he works hard in the Zhouyuan to practice the Tongji Zhuang Kung Fu and sharpens his muscles and bones. When he returns home at night, he concentrates on practicing Diao Toad strength and sharpening the Gale Wind sword technique in the small courtyard. Except for necessary meals and sleep, he devoted almost all his time to cultivation without any distractions. This almost masochistic practice lasted for more than 2 months. Destiny, God rewards those who work hard, and they will surely achieve success. The great success of Tongarm Pile Kung Fu, 952/2000, the great success of Tongarm Fist, 815/2000, the great accomplishment of Swift Wind Sword Technique, 21/1000, Diachan Jin Xiaocheng, 287/500. The progress bar of the Tongarm Pile skill moves forward slowly but firmly with the blessing of Tiandao rewards Jin. Everything seemed to be in order. Master Zhou Liang initially had some expectations for Chen Qing, a newly promoted martial arts scholar, and would pay attention to Chen Qing's progress from time to time to see if this middle to lower resource in the rough would really have a chance to open the door to the third transformation of strength. However, Chen Qing's speed in tempering his strength is not amazing after all, and the limitations of his bones are undoubtedly revealed in the day after day of practice. If he did not have the fate of Tiandao rewards those who work hard, his fate would probably be the same as that of Guodachui who left sadly. Gradually, Zhou Liang checked less and less. In addition to Chen Qing's entry failing to ignite hope, what worries Zhou Liang even more is that Zhou Yuan's hematopoietic ability is declining rapidly. There used to be an endless stream of new faces coming through the gate every month, sometimes reaching double digits. But in the past 2 months, there have been only a handful of new disciples, only 3 or 5 in total. The fact that Songfeng Martial Arts School abolished Qin Lai in martial arts had an impact far beyond his personal appearance, and also dealt a heavy blow to Zhou Yuan's reputation. Coupled with the rumors spread secretly by Songfeng Martial Arts School, many people who originally intended to become disciples were deterred from Zhou Yuan. The Sichuan pattern between Zhou Liang's eyebrows is getting deeper and deeper, and his mind is wandering. He often looks over the courtyard wall, not knowing what he is thinking. On this day, Chen Qing had just finished performing 2 arm threading exercises. He was sweating through his clothes and was sitting on the stone bench in the corridor wiping his forehead. With all his hands, he stood without any mistakes. His eyes turned to the guest room deep in Zhouyuan. A distinguished guest came to the door today. Zhou Liang personally welcomed him in, accompanied by Zhou Yu. The visitors were a middle-aged man with a calm demeanor and a young man with sharp eyes. The disciples in the courtyard have already been whispering and discussing. Who are those two people? It's Master Lu Ziliu of Mantis Boxing. Next to him is his only son Lu Nianbua, the 9th Wu scholar on the second list. 9th on the second list? Is it higher than senior brother Chen? I heard that Njin has been perfected, and I will try to knock off the gate for the third time at the end of this year. Lu Zhe is not only a master of Mantis Boxing, but also a martial arts expert, and is well known in Daolin County. Xing Ziqiao approached Sun Shun, who had just come out of the guest room, and asked in a low voice, "Brother Sun, what are you doing, Master Lu?" Other disciples also pricked up their ears. Sun Shun looked complicated and said slowly, "I'm here to propose marriage." Xing Ziqiao's eyes suddenly widened. Proposing marriage? To whom? Could it be junior sister Zhou? As soon as these words came out, the faces of the surrounding disciples changed, and their hearts seemed to be clenched tightly by invisible hands. Senior sister is really going to get married? Master, has you agreed? Who knows, sigh. The sigh could not hide the loss and unwillingness. Zhou Yu, the flower that blooms in the hearts of all Zhouyuan disciples, is about to be taken away by outsiders. How can we not make people feel heartbroken? Sun Shun nodded, yes, but junior sister Zhou declined on the spot. She said, "We will wait until Lu Nianbua successfully breaks through the third knock." After everyone heard this, their tense heartstrings relaxed slightly. Xing Ziqiao frowned and murmured, "The third time knocking on the door, it's easier said than done." Having said that, he also knew in his heart that Lu Nianbua was a genius, and his father, who was a martial artist, devoted all his efforts to cultivate him, and his certainty of success was by no means comparable to ordinary secret strength. Chen Qing wiped away his sweat silently, his eyes darkening. The marriage proposal was made in person when Zhou Liang's close disciple was deposed. The timing was intriguing. After all, this is the only woman Zhou Liang has on his knees. The atmosphere in the Qing family was as solid as an ice cellar. In the center of the lobby, two bodies covered with white cloth were placed side by side on the cold ground. When the white cloth was lifted, it was revealed to be Jiang Han and Pang Shuhua, guests of the Qing family. Two secret masters stationed at the Empress Temple Pier all year round. Qing Huan stared at the corpse, forcing the surging anger back into his throat. Who is the murderer? Qing Ming on the side looked livid, and struggled to spit out 3 words, Tian Yaozong. The lobby fell into dead silence for an instant. The faces of several young disciples were as white as paper, and their bodies were shaking slightly uncontrollably. The Wu family. Why, goes too far to bully others. Qing Huan clenched his fists. After the Qing and Wu families equally divided the Nyangnyang Temple Pier, not long after the Wu family was settled, they began to encroach endlessly. Qing Huan, taking the overall situation into consideration, endured again and again, but in exchange for the other party's intensification of persecution. The Wu family sent someone to send a message. An elder from the Qing family broke the suffocating silence with a dry voice. They said, half a month later, it is the deadline. Either the Qing family will completely get out of the Nyangnyang Temple Pier, leaving no inch behind, or, according to the old rules of the world will be determined by fighting fists. The loser cleanses himself and leaves the house. The air is solidified, and even breathing becomes difficult. The Wu family is going to kill them all. Qing Huan took a deep breath, with a desperate determination in his eyes. We have no way out, only fight with fists. She knew very well that even if they gave up at this moment, the Wu family would never let go of the Qing family. Qing Ming's face was full of bitterness. The few remaining masters of Anjin in the Qing family were either killed or old and frail, and their energy and blood were withered. Don't say that against a master of dark power like Ueda Yaozong, who is at his peak. Even with ordinary dark power, it is difficult to win. He had previously gone to the Shui family to ask for help from his old friend Shui Gaojian, but he was rejected. Avoiding anything at this juncture, his attitude is already clear. No one is willing to offend the Wu family, who is at the peak of their power, for the sake of the Qing family, who is in the sunset. The world is hot and cold, and people's hearts are cold and warm. Nothing is better than this. The Wu family has been planning this for a long time and is coming with force. It is clear that they want to swallow up the last territory of the Qing family. Alas. Qing Ming sighed heavily. It really can't be done. I can only ask Jiang Yang to take action. Jiang Yang is the seedling that the Qing family has worked hard to cultivate. He failed to knock on the gate for the 3rd time before and was injured. However, every time he asked about the recovery situation, Jiang Yang's answer was always vague. Qing Huan nodded tiredly, and the last glimmer of light in his eyes dimmed. As of now, it can only be treated as a living horse doctor. The next day, Qing Ming hurriedly rushed to Jinghong Martial Arts Hall to find Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang put down what he was doing, and seeing Qing Ming's solemn look on his face, asked, Brother Ming, Are you looking for me in such a hurry? Qingming got straight to the point, with a heavy tone. It's about the Empress Temple Pier. The Wu family forced us to fight to determine life and death. Fight? Jiang Yang's eyelids suddenly opened. He jumped, and his face was instantly filled with embarrassment. Brother Ming, you also know that the injury I sustained during my last attack on Koguan was never healed. He sighed heavily, as if he was extremely distressed. Even if I risk my life to force myself to play, I'm afraid the odds are against Tian Yaozong. Jiang Yang has long known about the grievances between the Wu family and the Qing family, and understands Tian Yaozong's strength better. This excuse has been prepared for a long time. Qingming's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. Looking at Jiang Yang's evasive expression, a chill mixed with disappointment surged into his heart. Even if the precious medicine spirit fish provided by the Qing family at all costs could not bring him back to his peak, he should never be in such a shirking state. He never expected that the Qing family's full support would be rewarded with such cold heartlessness. Qingming returned to Hesse in despair, his face full of despair and anxiety. Boss Chen Qing, who had just come over from Zhouyuan, saw something was wrong with Qingming at a glance. What happened? Qingming raised his eyes to see Chen Qing, smiled bitterly, and told the Wu family's ultimatum and Jiang Yang's rejection in full. He added with deep apology, Qing, I'm afraid my support for you will be reduced in the future. If the foundation of the Qing family is taken away, it will naturally be difficult to sustain the support. Hearing this, Chen Qing was silent for a moment. He secretly waited in his mind, with his current strength, coupled with the significant improvement brought about by the improvement of Diachun Jin, the chance of winning against an ordinary master with great secret strength should be more than 98%. Qingming patted his shoulder and turned to leave, his back looking bleak. Boss, Chen Qing said, I will fight this time. Qingming suddenly turned around, his eyes full of disbelief. Are you really willing? Chen Qing's mouth smiled slightly. Yang nodded. After receiving support from the Qing family for so long, I should do something. You can't just take it for free, right? Since arriving in Mingjin, Qingming has unconditionally supported him, giving him meat and cheese supplements every month, and doubled it when he arrived at Anjin. Qing, Qingming's heart felt hot and his eyes felt a little astringent. After all, the Qing family is weak, and the resources given to Chen Qing are not generous. The original funding was mainly due to his diligent and down-to-earth nature, and did not expect him to become the martial arts scholar he is today. According to common sense, Chen Qing's meager support was mostly to maintain human feelings, and he could have just stood aside and watched things like boxing. Okay. Qingming nodded heavily and suppressed the excitement in his heart. I will tell you about Tian Yaozong in detail. You must know yourself and your enemy. Chen Qing nodded. Tian Yaozong is majoring in the 17th path of Mountain Breaker. It is said that he has reached the realm of dark power. Qingming told all the information he knew. According to what he said, Tian Yaozong has quenched the dark energy to all parts of his body, leaving only the two most difficult places, Baihui and Yongquan, that have not yet been penetrated. Once the success is achieved, the dark energy is complete, and it is only one step away from the state of energy transformation where a feather cannot be added, a fly cannot fall. Of course, a real life and death fight is not only about the degree of strength quenching, but also about the understanding of boxing techniques, experience and body skills, adapting to the enemy and understanding the opponent. After hearing this, Chen Qing frowned slightly and said, Boss, can you get Pashancho's fighting techniques? You don't need basic diagrams, just fighting methods. This is the fastest way to understand the opponent's moves. That's no problem. Qingming immediately agreed, I'll look for it right away. Soon, Qingming handed Chen Qing a book of boxing records recording the basic moves of Pashancho. Chen Qing immediately immersed himself in it and studied it with concentration. Thungarm boxing emphasizes strength, domineering, and flexibility, while Shanshanshu is completely different. It pursues the concentration of the whole body's strength on one point to form a highly penetrating line or point, striving to break through the defense with one blow, rather than pressing the person with the face. Chen Qing repeatedly figured out the secret of condensation and explosion. Time passed with concentration, and in the blink of an eye it was the morning 2 days later. A simple carriage stopped at the entrance of Chen's courtyard. Seeing Chen Qing walk out, the steward of the Qing family saluted respectfully, Master Chen, please get in the carriage. Thank you. Chen Qing nodded slightly, got on the carriage, closed his eyes and concentrated. The carriage sped along smoothly, and after about half a stick of incense, it stopped steadily at the pier of the Empress Temple. Master Chen, we're here. The steward whispered. Chen Qing lifted the curtain and got out of the car. I saw that a clear space had been cleared in the center of the pier and a temporary arena was set up. There are awnings on both sides, and under the awnings are full of shopkeepers dressed in silk. The outcome of the dispute between Wu and Cheng's docks is directly related to their future livelihood, and no one dares to ignore it. Qing. Qingming stepped forward quickly, with a solemn expression, and pointed to the opposite shed in a low voice. That's the Wu family over there. The woman is Wu Manqing, the Miss Wu family, and the person next to her is Tian Yaozong. Today's boxing, be extremely careful. Chen Qing's eyes were like lightning, and he looked in the direction. Under the shed opposite, Wu Manqing, a young woman wearing a goose yellow dress, has exquisite facial features but a hint of coldness. Next to her, Tian Yaozong, whose body was like an iron tower and whose muscles were clearly defined by the short blow, was looking back coldly at this moment, his eyes as sharp as knives. At this time, they also looked at Chen Qing. Wu Manqing picked up the teacup and took a sip. Her voice was low but with unquestionable pressure. Master Tian, today is of great importance, so don't let me down. Tian Yaozong twitched the corner of his mouth. He made a cold arc and kept his gaze locked on Chen Qing. Mrs. Wu, don't worry, I'm just a martial arts scholar on the B list. I know what to do, and I will definitely satisfy you. The contempt in his words was undisguised. Qingming whispered a few more words before he returned to Cheng's shed and sat down worriedly. The life and death contract for boxing had been signed long before Chen Qing arrived. The winner today will have exclusive control of the dock, the loser will never get involved again. Boom. A gong sounded. Tian Yaozong stood up first and stepped onto the center of the ring like a dragon and a tiger, with an overwhelming momentum. Chen Qing, with a calm face, walked up to him slowly and stood opposite Tian Yaozong. I heard that the Wu family sent out a disciple of Zhou Liang, who practices Tongjiquan. There is no one in the Qing family? Why send him? Tian Yaozong is a master who has been famous for many years. I think it is an illness. Seeking medical attention in a hurry. That's not necessarily the case. This kid is a martial arts scholar this year, so he must have some skills, right? A subdued but excited discussion suddenly sounded under the shed. Cheng Huan sat in the main seat, his palms already soaked with sweat, and his nails dug deeply into his palms without even noticing. The survival of the Qing family depends entirely on the young man on the stage. The young children of the Qing family looked at Chen Qing's young face, and their hearts were full of surprise and uncertainty. Is he Tian Yaozong's opponent? Tian Yaozong looked at Chen Qing, who was a few steps away, and suddenly grinned, with a loud voice. Brother Chen, you and I have never met each other, let alone have any hatred. Today, we have to fight with each other on this ring. It is really a fate that makes people unpredictable. Things are unpredictable. Although his words seemed to be sighing, his eyes were somewhat dignified, without any contempt. Everyone knows that fists and feet have no eyes, and it is common for warriors to fight each other, especially in this kind of fighting involving huge interests. Killing and wounding are common. Martial arts is a killing technique. At a critical moment of life and death, who can hold back? Chen Qing said calmly, the road in the rivers and lakes is narrow, and you can't help yourself. Hearing this, Tian Yaozong's eyes moved slightly, and his solemn undertone seemed to be darker. He nodded slowly and subconsciously, and the hint of regret at the corner of his mouth completely disappeared, leaving only concentration. He understands these 8 words very well. This is not a sentiment, it is clearly a tacit declaration from each other. Once in this ring, only fists and feet can speak. Fighting, start. With a clear shout, the entire noisy dock instantly fell into dead silence. Only the river wind whined across the empty river surface, rolling up a few dead leaves, adding to the chill. On the ring, the two people's eyes were like lightning, and they collided in the air, and the invisible energy suddenly tightened. Tian Yaozong's spine suddenly pressed down like a tight bow, and his right knee almost touched the ground. The left palm is bent upside down and pressed to the ground, the right fist is brought to the side of the ear, the veins on the edge of the fist are coiled like earthworms, and the joints rub against each other, making a crunching sound. He was like an eagle attacking from the front. One hand seemed to be locking Chen Qing's throat, and the other hand was guarding his chest, both for defense and for waiting for opportunities. This is exactly the falcon beak sinking into the abyss stance of the Pafong hand. Chen Qing's right foot took half a step back, and his heel dug 3 inches into the soil. His knees were slightly bent like an arch, but his spine was hanging like a lazy python, and his shoulder blades were slowly spreading to both sides. The two faced each other for several breaths, and everyone around them watched intently. The next moment, Tian Yaozong stamped his left foot violently, the mud exploded, and his body shot out like a compressed machine spring. The fingers of his right palm were like a knife, stabbing straight into Chen Qing's throat. Before the fingertips could reach him, the strong wind had already caused fine pimples to appear on Chen Qing's skin. Chen Qing's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. His left arm suddenly trembled, his 5 fingers were held together like a poisonous snake raising its head, and with a move of spiritual snake pathfinder, he quickly hit the opponent's wrist vein acupoint. Chi! There was a sharp hissing sound when the fingertips broke through the air, and the cold dark energy penetrated 3 inches of the flesh first. Updating is not easy. Remember to share the website. Tianyao felt as if his entire right arm had been pricked by ice needles, and his energy and blood suddenly stagnated. The anger in his eyes surged, and the knife he stabbed into his throat turned into claws and clasped hard, the knuck. Clees of his 5 fingers crackled like fried beans, and his nails turned iron gray. This is exactly the killer move of the Pafeng steel hook splitting silk. This move is similar to the split tendon and bone hand. Once grasped firmly, the tendons will be broken and the bones will be broken. Even if you don't die, you will be crippled. Tianyao has relied on this trick repeatedly, and Pang Shuhua of the Qing family was tricked by this trick before. Chen Qing had studied the windbreaker and was already prepared for this move. His arms seemed to be boiled with oil. His forearm sank and twirled. The softness of the ape around the branch caused the steel claws to slide away against the skin, only tearing 5 rips in the coarse cloth sleeves. Using the force of the rotation, Chen Qing kicked off his right foot fiercely, spinning his whole body like a top. Then he raised his right arm back up with the force of centrifugal force, and pointed it like a sword straight into the Tanzhong point in Tianyao heart. This move is exactly the reverse arm whip hand. Before the finger reaches it, the sharp energy stabbing Tianyao heart is numb. One wants to separate life and death in an instant, and the other wants to be flexible and turn into thunder. Tianyao hurriedly avoided the blow and hurriedly retreated to the rear. Chen Qing naturally would not let go of this good opportunity. Chen Qing followed him like a shadow and swept in. His arms were spread out like steel whips and he pressed down with a thunderous sound. Bang! Tianyao crossed his arms like iron door bolts. Their arms clashed, and a harsh sound broke out. The veins on his forehead protruded like earthworms, but a cold light flashed across his eyes. It's too late to say it, but it will be soon. Tianyao crossed arms opened their mouths like poisonous snakes, and his sleeves exploded into pieces with a chi sound. The muscles of his forearms were as knotted as iron, and his dark energy suddenly erupted. His palms were pointed together like awls, and they penetrated directly into Chen Qing's double ribs. This blow is sinister and cunning, with hidden power, and it will definitely kill you if it hits a vital point. Chen Qing's body flashed, and he forcibly opened the vital point of the fatal point, while at the same time using his toe-drawing strength. Tianyao windbreaking hand stabbed with 2 awls, like hitting a skinned war drum. Huh. Tianyao was shocked. But he was not allowed to think too much at the moment. He saw Chen Qing not retreating but advancing, using the power of stabbing his ribs with both palms to slam into the middle door. His right fist hit the sky from bottom to top like a heavy cannon. This spiritual monkey offering his longevity hit Tianyao's jaw directly. The strong wind passed by and made a crackling sound. Chen Qing not only resolved his killing moves, but also turned against his clients. His sophistication and ruthlessness make all viewers gasp. This Chen Qing is definitely more powerful than the top 3. Wu Manqing was surprised in her eyes. Tianyao leaned back like a bridge and narrowly missed the punch. But the hole from the throat to the lower jaw was completely exposed. Chen Qing turned his fist into a peck, flipped his right wrist like a snake and raised its head. His 5 fingers were together like an iron awl, and pecked at the Yifeng point of Tianyao's left ear with a piercing scream. The peck was faster than lightning, and the wind cut through the air, causing several twisted air currents. Tianyao was unable to avoid it, and his left arm instinctively raised his elbow to block. Pa, pa, pa. In an instant, the 2 of them exchanged dozens of punches, and the force of their feet broke through the ring, causing it to collapse. Such a fierce fight sent chills down the spines of many people present. Obviously, this is different from a normal sparring contest. The 2 of them devoted themselves wholeheartedly to it from the beginning. Every move contained murderous intent. The slightest carelessness would cause damage on the spot. Chen Qing did his homework, and so did Tianyao. The onlookers would have been having a one-sided battle, but now they are becoming anxious. Bang! After another fight, the 2 of them took 7 or 8 steps back at the same time, and then gasped violently. At the same time, the strength in their bodies was penetrated, clearing the numbness and blockage in the muscles caused by the collision. The physical exertion of a life-and-death fight is huge. Tianyao shouted loudly and rushed towards him like an arrow from a string. Quick! Too fast. Tianyao's sudden burst of speed brought up a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Chen Qing and struck Chen Qing's face with his 5 fingers and claws. This claw is so strong that the eyeballs will be gouged out. At the same time, the other hand is ready to go. Just wait for Chen Qing to change his move, and it will be the final kill. This is exactly 2 dragons going to the sea by the windbreaker. A series of killing moves, the attack is fast and fierce, endless. Chen Qing's waist and horse sank sharply, and he narrowly avoided the fierce claw wind. Tian Yaozong formed a fist with his left palm and pushed his elbow hard towards Chen Qing's chest. When this elbow struck, the muscles and bones rang together, making a crackling sound, and the power was extremely shocking. Tian Yaozong fired several moves in succession, fierce and domineering, pushing his strength to its peak. Chen Qing was forced to retreat continuously by the continuous offensive, and his momentum was dampened. Seeing that Tian Yaozong's next offensive will be like a stormy sea, he seems to be in a desperate situation and has no way to retreat. It's broken. Qin Huan's heart was in his throat. Some of the Qing family children closed their eyes tightly and couldn't bear to look anymore. The entire audience's breathing was stagnant, and their eyes were fixed on the broken arena. Chen Qing's body unexpectedly shrank into a ball, like a spiritual ape escaping from the ground, slipping under that fatal elbow with dangerous risks. Want to leave? Tian Yaozong's eyes were gleaming with cold light. He clenched his fingers suddenly, the blood in his body was boiling, and with a powerful punch, he chased through the air. Faced with the fatal punch that was coming at him, Chen Qing had no intention of evading, but his body subtly tilted to the side. The angle is tricky and the timing is precise. Tian Yaozong's scalp was instantly numb, and a chill rushed straight to Tian Linggai. Not good. He instinctively wanted to withdraw his fist and retreat, but the force of his fist was like an arrow leaving the string, and it was difficult to recover. Bang! The heavy fist with a huge force hit Chen Qing's shoulder blade hard. Fortunately, most of the strength was removed from that side of the body, and the sound of bone cracking was not heard. Crack! The moment the fists touched each other, Chen Qing's left hand was raised like an iron hook, and his 5 fingers were like steel claws, tightly latching onto the anti-joint of Tian Yaozong's right elbow. Spin your waist. Kick the ground. Shen Kueo. The brute force of the through-arm fist splitting muscles and bones exploded. Tian Yaozong's entire right arm was twisted into a twist, the big tendons made a muffled sound like a bowstring breaking, and the white arm bone stubble pierced the flesh. Ah! The scream was strangled as soon as it broke out of the throat. The right claw of Chen Qing's white apecut's throat was like a poisonous snake, and it clasped the tin to point of his throat fiercely. The 5 fingers were tightened like red-hot iron pliers, and dark energy penetrated along the gap between the throat bones. Pfft! There was a crisp sound, and his Adam's apple shattered like a rotten date. Tian Yaozong's eyeballs bulged, and bloodshot eyes instantly filled them. A desperate sound of air leakage came out of the broken throat, mixed with thick blood foam, and spattered on the back of Chen Qing's slightly bulging hand. Chen Qing's eyes were cold and he let go and backed away. He knew that Tian Yaozong had completely lost his fighting power and his life was hanging by a thread. The moment when the rabbit rises and the falcon falls, life and death are reversed, is so fast that the minds of most onlookers go blank. Tian Yaozong made 3 killing moves in a row, and his attack was like a raging wave. He demonstrated the ruthlessness and fierceness of Pafeng to perfection, and he was worthy of the name of a master of dark power. However, Chen Qing was even more ruthless and sophisticated. In this murderous intention, he accurately captured the fleeting flaw and defeated the enemy with one blow. The throat was severely damaged, and Tian Yaozong's voice was as weak as a gnat, leaving only a hissing sound. Quick, call the doctor. Wu Mangqingliu frowned and shouted sternly. 2 Wu family nurses rushed forward in a hurry and hurriedly lifted the limp Tian Yaozong. Tian Yaozong's distracted eyes turned to Wu Manqing with difficulty, his throat rolled, and he tried his best to squeeze out a few words. 3-year-old, son, 5-year-old, female, take care of, I understand. Wu Manqing took a deep breath, suppressed her turbulent emotions, and said urgently, send him to the hospital quickly. At any cost. The Wu family nursing home carried the bloody Tian Yaozong and hurriedly disappeared from the crowd. Chen Qing shook his head secretly, the possibility of Tian Yaozong's survival was not high. In the duel just now, neither side held back. His last move, white ape cutting throat, was a real killing move. And Jean had completely destroyed the vitality of his THR. Oh bones. Even if you are lucky enough to survive, you will be no different from a useless person. But Wu Manqing must do her best to save her. Tian Yaozong is the master she hired with a lot of money. If he shows the slightest bit of heartlessness and unrighteousness at this moment, the Wu family's face and credibility will be lost. It was only at this moment that the frozen air around the ring seemed to flow again, and the crowd broke into a long-suppressed uproar. Tian Yaozong was defeated by Chen Qing. Everyone in the Qing family seemed to be in a dream, and then ecstasy surged up like a tide. This incredible scene in front of you is actually real. Win? Chen Huan's eyes widened and his voice trembled with excitement, as if he was still confirming this illusory fact. Qing Ming was even more happy and slapped his thigh hard. What a victory! Ah Qing! Well done! He originally only had a glimmer of hope for Chen Qing and never thought about making a comeback. Contrary to the joy and excitement of the Qing family, the faces of everyone in the Wu family were ashen, as if they were mourning for their heirs. Tian Yaozong's disastrous defeat meant that the layout they had carefully planned for a long time completely collapsed. This loss can be said to be a traumatic loss. Remember the fastest novel site on the internet? Even though the Wu family has grown in power in recent years, it has suffered a serious setback today. Failed in a fist fight in front of everyone, even if the Wu family was unwilling to do so, there was no way to regret it. When doing business in Gaolin County, there will inevitably be bumps and frictions. In order to avoid fighting and killing, it has become an iron rule to win or lose by fighting fists. It is rare to find a top fighter like Tian Yaozong who is willing to fight with each other. His fall was a heart-wrenching pain for the Wu family. The shopkeepers and wealthy people around looked at the direction where Tian Yaozong was being carried away, and they all sighed. Looking at Chen Qing, the young man with a calm face on the stage, there was a trace of unconcealable fear in his eyes. This young man looks tender, but his methods are so ruthless. Although Tian Yaozong has not yet reached the level of strength, he is still a well-known master. Today he was defeated by Chen Qing. Fighting Qingjiao wins. A high-pitched declaration, like gold and stone falling to the ground, resounded throughout the dock. Ah Qing! Qing Ming rushed up to the collapsed arena and quickly supported Chen Qing, who was swaying slightly. How are you injured? It's okay. Chen Qing's voice was a little deep. Fortunately, he had practiced Diao Chongjin, otherwise he would have been unable to withstand Tian Yaozong's punch. However, Chen Qing naturally would not expose himself and simply pretended to be weak in energy and blood. It's not a good time to stay here for a long time, let's go, Qing Ming said solemnly, helping Chen Qing to step down. Stop. Don't go. A clear but angry scolding suddenly sounded, pointing directly at Chen Qing. Chen Qingshuan called out and the voice came from the Wu family camp, but the speaker was not Wu Manqing, but a girl wearing plain white clothes behind her. This woman has an ordinary appearance and a pair of shining eyes, and she is fixated on Chen Qing at the moment. Huh? Chen Qing's eyes narrowed. The girl took a step forward and asked sternly, it's just a fist fight, but your attacks are so vicious. Every move is fatal, and in the end it's a deadly move. Now you want to slap your butt and walk away? How can anything be so cheap in the world? Chen Qing sneered in his heart. Martial arts training is a killing technique. If you are serious about boxing, there is no need to sign a life or death sign, because the boxing is all done with all your strength, and death and injury are common. After all, there is a thin line between life and death, and whoever dares to hold back is seeking death. It is not uncommon for people to be beaten to death or maimed in the martial arts arena. Didn't Goldman Sachs of Songfeng Martial Arts School just want to beat Qin Lai to death in the arena? It's just that it was just a hair's breadth short of it. Fighting for one's life in this boxing ring, life and death are determined by one's destiny, it is nothing more than ordinary. Chen Qing's face was calm, but his voice had a hint of coldness. The rules of boxing are life and death, what's wrong? The Wu family can't afford to lose, and they want to take this opportunity to seek revenge? Xiao Lian. Don't be so presumptuous. Come back. Wu Manjing's face darkened, she shouted low, then turned to Chen Qing and clasped her fists with a bow. Brother Chen, please forgive me, Xiao Lian is not my Wu family. She is young and energetic, and speaks unscrupulously. Our Wu family wins openly and can afford to lose. Manqing admires Brother Chen's skills today. We will see you soon. After saying that, Wu Manqing said no more, and turned around and left quickly with the Wu family members with different expressions. Until the Wu family figure disappeared from sight, Qing Ming lowered his voice and said with a hint of fear, the woman just now is called Zhu Lianer, and she is a disciple of Songfeng Martial Arts School. She jumped out just now, and she was definitely not just complaining about Tian Yaozong. I think she wanted to take advantage of you when you were injured in the battle and still breathing, to provoke you and make a name for yourself by stepping on you. Songfeng Martial Arts School. When Chen Qing heard this, he frowned secretly. The director of Songfeng Martial Arts School had a deep grudge with Zhou Liang, and Qin Lai was deposed by Gold Sachs of Songfeng Martial Arts School. When he learned that Zhu Lianer was a disciple of Songfeng Martial Arts School, he understood everything. Wu Manqing seems to be a smart man. He will definite. Oh, why not suddenly get angry because he punched Tian Yaozong to death? This will only embarrass himself and the Wu family. Chen Qing studied martial arts in high school and defeated Tian Yaozong, so he has gained a certain reputation. Coupled with the grievances between Songfeng Martial Arts School and Zhou Yuan, if the disciple named Zhu Lianer can defeat him by even one move, it will undoubtedly become a stepping stone for the latter. Especially when he is injured at this moment and is weak. Chen Qing felt a sneer in his heart. I really thought I was injured and wanted to pick it up. If Zhu Lianer really has such a plan, it's okay. He Qing is not a pity person. Qing Ming pondered for a moment and said with a solemn expression, Qing, I heard that Gao Shang from Songfeng Martial Arts School has been practicing hard behind closed doors since martial arts. It is said that he is going to try knocking for the third time. You must be more careful, so fast? A trace of surprise flashed in Chen Qing's eyes, but he was relieved immediately. Goldman Sachs has a stronger foundation than Qin Lai, and now the leader of Songfeng Hall, Shi Wenshan, is working hard to cultivate it, and it is reasonable to make rapid progress. It is natural that cultivation progresses so quickly. The thoughts in his mind were racing. The old and new grudges between Songfeng Martial Arts School and Zhou Yuan have long been a stalemate, and there is absolutely no possibility of resolving them. Goldman Sachs can destroy Qin Lai in the martial arts arena. Once he seizes the opportunity, he will not be merciful to himself. Zhu Lianer's provocation just now is proof. This is undoubtedly a latent threat to him. Be more careful in the future and don't leave any opportunity for Songfeng Martial Arts School to make the same mistake as Qin Lai. No one knows what the people at Songfeng Martial Arts School will do. At this time, Jing Huan walked over quickly and said in an urgent tone, Qing Ming. Why are you still writing? Immediately go to the best orthopedic doctor in the city. No. Go directly to the Huichun Hall and pay a lot of money to hire Mr. Sun who is sitting in the hall. Hurry up. Qing family master, there is no need to work so hard. Chen Qing waved his hand to stop him, just send me back to rest. In the end, at Chen Qing's insistence, Jing Huan had to call a carriage to take Chen Qing back. Qing Ming said solemnly, Qing, I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. The Qing family will remember this kindness in our hearts. His voice was low and full of gratitude. Chen Qing smiled and said, Boss, you are going to get angry if you say this. He had received a lot of funding from the Qing family before, which is why he took action today. Qin Huan originally wanted to have a few polite words with Chen Qing to deepen the relationship, but seeing the fierce exchange of fists just now and knowing that Chen Qing's injury was not serious at the moment, he immediately ordered the coachman, be careful. The carriage slowly drove away from the noisy dock. Ming, thanks to Chen Qing this time, Qin Huan had mixed feelings in his heart. While secretly glad, he couldn't help but sigh. When Qing Ming funded this young man, he was interested in his character. Now it seems that this is simply the most correct investment the Qing family has made in these years. Chen Qing is not only extremely talented, but also rare is his ability to repay kindness and kindness. Amidst the turmoil of the Qing family, he stood up resolutely, shouldered the burden of life and death, and saved the lifeblood and foundation of the Qing family with a fist fight. This responsibility and this friendship are 100 times more precious than any gold and silver treasure. Qing Ming was also quite emotional, yes. Ming, Qin Huan said decisively, Chen Qing Chongyi, save my Qing family from fire and water. How can our Qing family be stingy? You go to your third uncle immediately and withdraw 300 taels of cash, plus 20 high-grade blood energy pills, together with send it to Chen Qing. From now on, the monthly subsidy for him will be tripled. Qing Ming nodded solemnly, understood, I will do it now. Jinghong Martial Arts Hall, Inner Hall. Deng Feihu is testing the admission of elite disciples of the school one by one. When his eyes fell on Jiang Yang, he asked in a deep voice, how is the recovery of qi and blood? Jiang Yang bowed and replied, Master, this disciple is stupid. The hidden wounds left by the failure of the previous attack to transform the barrier are far more stubborn than expected. It will take half a year at the fastest to accumulate qi and blood. Perfect, Deng Feihu nodded slightly, the most important thing when polishing the foundation is impatience. You must be fully prepared this time. Yes, Jiang Yang nodded heavily. The opportunity to try to break through is very rare. If you are not careful, you will damage the foundation and there will be no possibility of improvement in the future. After chatting for a while, Deng Feihu waved to several disciples and said, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Let's go back now. Disciples leave. Jiang Yang clasped his fists and slowly exited the inner hall. As we walked to the front yard, a figure hurriedly came up to us. It was Su Jing, his follower who usually followed him. Senior brother Jiang. Something's wrong. Su Jing looked anxious. Jiang Yang frowned slightly, why are you so panicked? Su Jing lowered his voice and spoke very fast, the Chen Qing invited by the Qing family beat Tian Yaozong to death in the sparring ring today. I heard that he died before he was carried to the hospital. Oh? Jiang Yang's eyes flashed, and he could not hide his surprise. He is very clear about Tian Yaozong's strength. He has great hidden strength and experience. He dare not say that he will win if he fights against him. How could this Chen Qing be so capable? Su Jing was worried, senior brother, this boy Chen Qing is stepping on Tian Yaozong to make a name for himself, which is very detrimental to you. Those gossips outside may be arranged. Originally, Jiang Yang's refusal to fight for the Qing family had already attracted criticism for being ungrateful and timid. Now that Chen Qing is trying to turn the tide, it makes Jiang Yang look like a human being. Jiang Yang was silent for a moment, his thoughts surging. Su Jing asked tentatively, "Seeing your brother Jiang, right now?" "Tomorrow," Jiang Yang suddenly spoke in a calm tone, "prepare a generous gift for me and send it to Chen Qi." To Chen Qing? Su Jing was stunned and couldn't believe it. In his opinion, Jiang Yang should hate Chen Qing to the core at this moment. "What do you know?" Jiang Yang glanced at him with a deep look in his eyes. "If I am jealous of this and use hidden methods, it will only be a villain's behavior and only make people laugh." Chen Qing defeated Tian Yaozong and solved the crisis of the Qing family. In a sense, he did me a favor and preserved my relationship with the Qing family. He paused and his voice became colder. "I gave him the gift to thank him for helping the Qing family. This confirms that the relationship between me and the Qing family is still close, and it also proves that my failure to take action in the past was really due to my injury and my inability. Failure to fight for the Qing family has damaged his reputation in the Gaolin County martial arts circle. In this world, a person who is labeled as emotional and unrighteous is destined to be unable to move forward. Now is a good opportunity to save the situation." Su Jing suddenly realized, admiration flashed in his eyes. "Hi. It's really high. Seeing your brother has thought carefully." Jiang Yang's mouth curled up slightly, showing an elusive smile. "Besides, taking the opportunity of giving gifts, it can also be considered as a good relationship with this newly promoted high man. It's better to have more friends than to have more enemies, isn't it?" Su Jing nodded repeatedly. "Brother, you are wise. I will do it right away." The next day, early morning. Chen Qing sat cross-legged in meditation, closing his eyes and concentrating. Suddenly, his breathing became long and strange. Inhaling slowly and deeply, the chest and abdomen sink deeply. Exhaling for a long time, there is a faint tremor in the throat, making a low hum, like the low hum of an ancient toad in a deep pool. This is the foundation of Diao Toad Jing, toad breath. A hot inner breath rises from the dantian and winds its way up a secret path along the spine. Wherever he passes, the bone seams make a slight sound, and the sleeping fascia quietly wakes up like rain. The muscles under the skin tremble slightly, the hairs stand on end, and the numbness and burning sensation are intertwined. When the inner breath reaches the intersection of the chest and abdomen, Chen Qing's muscles all over his body suddenly become as tight as iron. Buzz. A dull toad cry oscillated from the skin between the bone seams. The chest and abdomen were beating like giant drums, suddenly bulging outwards. The skin membrane was tightened, and it had a jade-like luster. Pei Ran Moyu's strength instantly filled his limbs and bones, and then quickly receded like a tide, and his bulging chest and abdomen collapsed and shrank. Between a bulge and a collapse, the qi and blood are like invisible heavy hammers, repeatedly beating the inner walls of the organs. Chen Qing slowly opened his eyes and said to himself, "I still feel that the meaning of fishing toad Jin is not complete. Is there any follow-up mystery?" As a master of Njin, he has his own understanding of martial arts. The feeling of unfinished learning while practicing made him vaguely feel that this skill was more than the current third level. Chen Qing thought in his heart, the most important thing at the moment is to improve his strength. There is a lot of room for improvement in the through-arm pile skill and fishing toad strength, Zhou Liang once told him. Martial arts examination is a way for the imperial court and major sects to jointly select talents. Those martial arts sects that have been passed down for hundreds of years and have profound foundations have mastered secret techniques that far exceed those of martial arts schools, including superior martial arts. Superior martial arts includes internal training methods, which are the skills above the transformation of strength. This is also the reason why so many people participate in martial arts. The martial arts competition held every 3 years not only includes the current geniuses, but also the masters from the past. How difficult it is to stand out. If you cannot reach Huajin, it is basically difficult to have hope of high school. Chen Qing got up, pushed open the door and walked to the well in the courtyard, where he got a bucket of cool well water and prepared to wash up. Amidst the sound of water, Mrs. Han walked in from outside the courtyard with a vegetable basket on her arm. "Aching, 2 groups of people came this morning, and they all said they were bringing things to you." As she said that, she took out a heavy package and a white bag from the basket. A small porcelain bottle. Well, this package was sent by the steward of the Qing family. This small porcelain bottle, the person who sent it said it was Jiang Yang's junior brother. Oh? Chen Qing was slightly surprised, took the things, and turned back to the house. Unlocking the package, there was a thick stack of silver notes inside, totaling 300 taels. There were also 20 round and plump blood energy pills stacked next to it. Chen Qing was heartbroken. This was the Qing family's deep gratitude for his hard work yesterday. After all, it is true that the Qing family is kind to me, but the kindness will eventually run out. In the future, the Qing family will definitely pay more attention to him. As for the white porcelain vial, open the cork and there are 3 blood energy pills of the same quality lying inside. This Jiang Yang is a smart man. Chen Qing looked at the porcelain bottle in his hand and immediately understood Jiang Yang's intention. He carefully put away the banknotes, and the Sweki pills needed to be verified before they could be taken. After everything was packed, Chen Qing went out and came to Zhou Yuan. Good morning, Senior Brother Chen. Senior Brother Chen. Along the way, the disciples I met greeted each other warmly, and their tone of voice was a little more sincere and close than before. Chen Qing nodded in agreement and walked to his seat. Senior Brother Chen. Song Yufeng quickly approached, lowered his voice, and his face was full of admiration. The news about your fist fight at the Empress Temple Pier yesterday was spread throughout the courtyard. Tian Yaozong is also known to be a tough guy, but I didn't expect that he would be beaten by you. He was knocked down. He looked up and down with concern. You didn't hurt your muscles or bones, right? Chen Qing said calmly, it's okay, it's just a small injury. No wonder the brothers in the hospital were so enthusiastic about him. All this is because Chen Qing helped the Qing family yesterday. Who doesn't want to have someone who stands shoulder to shoulder without hesitation at the critical moment when life and death is at stake? That's good, that's good. Song Yufeng breathed a sigh of relief, then looked around and lowered his voice. But senior brother, something big happened in the courtyard yesterday. People from the Zhu family came to visit Master, and there was a lot of movement. The Zhu family. When Chen Qing heard this, he was moved in his heart and asked, what are the people of the Zhu family doing to see Master? The Zhu family is the head of the 5 powerful families in Gaolin County, with deep roots. It is said that even the county magistrate is closely connected with it. Recently, they have attracted a lot of disciples, and they are in the limelight for a while. Song Yufeng shook his head, with a confused look on his face. I don't know the details. I was practicing boxing at the time, and I only heard a bang on the table in the master's room. There was a lot of movement. Later, the Zhu family left, and the master's face didn't look good. Chen Qing frowned slightly. The Duwei mansion originally maintained a delicate balance in this pool of water in Gaolin County. Now that the captain is seriously injured, the balance has tipped. The purge of the captain's forces a while ago was an act of uniting the party and defeating those who were different. Could it be that the Zhu family came here to win over the master to join the gang, but the master was unwilling to do so and this caused a conflict? Forget it, I can't understand it even if I think about it. He thought for a moment, suppressed his doubts for the time being, and then asked, what about you? How are you practicing? Song Yufeng took a deep breath, fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. I have enough energy and blood. In the past few days, I'm going to knock on the door for the first time. Chen Qing patted his shoulder, okay. Stay calm and go all out. Thank you, brother. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Song Yufeng clenched his fist hard. The days passed like running water. Chen Qing practiced the through-arm pile technique in Zhou Yuan during the day, and went home at night to practice fishing toad strength. 3 months passed before I knew it, and it was early winter. Because the new year is approaching, the situation in Zhou Yuan has become slightly better. Several new disciples have come, and many old disciples have also left. Even Qi Wenhan, an old disciple, packed his bags and left. It is said that he was recruited by Lu Xiaolu and joined the Li family together. The courtyard seemed increasingly empty. Chen Qing's progress has never stopped, especially in fishing toad strength. After hard training, he finally reached the 2nd level. Destiny, God rewards those who work hard, and they will surely achieve success. The Great Success of Tongarm Pile Kung Fu, 1615/2000. The Great Success of Tongarm Fist, 1501/2000. Great Wind Sword Technique Success, 214 out of 1000. Diacheng Jin Desheng, 171 out of 500. For Chen Qing, as long as everything is done step by step, it is only a matter of time before he can cultivate his strength. There are 3 realms of Diacheng Jin, and perfection is the 3rd realm. The cold wind was biting, and the disciples in the courtyard put on their clothes to keep out the cold. Chen Qing stood on the wooden post as steady as a rock, breathing white air as if from practice. Big news! Big news! A disciple rushed in from outside the courtyard like a whirlwind, shouting out of breath, Songfeng Martial Arts School. Goldman Sachs. He is going to knock on the door to change his strength. Wow! The entire Zhou Yuan exploded like boiling water. The faces of all the disciples were instantly filled with shock and disbelief. Build strength. That is the pinnacle of martial arts that they look up to and cannot reach. Once they succeed, they will be like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. They will immediately become the honored guests of all the major forces, and they will have a lifetime of glory and wealth at their fingertips. That Goldman from Songfeng Martial Arts School? He is so talented? How long has it been since martial arts? Oh my God! If he succeeds, wouldn't Songfeng Martial Arts School be a 3-level martial art? Can it be done? I heard that Huahua the Gene level is extremely dangerous, and many geniuses have failed. There are many people who have succeeded after 3 or 4 attacks. The whisper spread like a tide, and the disciples exchanged glances, with worried expressions difficult to conceal. Songfeng Martial Arts School and Zhou Yuan have a deep hatred, and Qin Lai fell into the hands of Goldman Sachs. If this person really breaks through the energy, to the disciples of Zhou Yuan, it will be like a sharp sword hanging above his head. Sun Shun continued to drive the pile in silence, but his movements were a bit heavier than usual. Zhou Yu frowned and looked solemn. Jing Ziqiao reluctantly joked with the follower, but the envy and jealousy in his eyes could not be concealed, and then he lost interest in the conversation and seemed a little absent-minded. Luo Qian quickly called the disciple who reported the message to him and whispered to him to inquire further. Transforming strength, on the wooden stake, Chen Qing slowly exhaled a long breath of white air. He is not far from the threshold. Throughout the afternoon, Zhou Yuan was enveloped in a depressing and anxious atmosphere. It wasn't until the sun turned to the west that the disciple who was inquiring about the news ran back panting, with a strange look of relief on his face. We have faith. Goldman Sachs, he tried to challenge the energy and failed. Phew. As if an invisible boulder had been removed, a suppressed sound of relief sounded in the courtyard. The failure of Goldman Sachs is undoubtedly temporary good news for Zhou Yuan disciples. However, this short-term relief was fleeting, and deeper worries crept into everyone's minds. The first time I knock on the pass, I have little hope. With the experience accumulated this time, what about next time, and the next time? Maybe he succeeded that time? Sun Shun looked a little melancholy. This transformation energy is not so easy to reach. He also tried knocking the pass for the 3rd time before, but it failed in the end, and his energy and blood were damaged, so he was unable to practice martial arts for 2 months. Not only Sun Shun, but also several other Onjin disciples had complex expressions on their faces. They are more worried about their future. Goldman Sachs, which is more talented than Qin Lai, has failed to break through. Do they still have a chance? Lu Yuan. Lu Zituan was sitting on the chair with a cup of tea between his fingers, and steam was swirling in the air. Dad. Lu Nianhua held back his mantis fist and walked over while wiping his sweat. I heard that Goldman Sachs failed to attack the energy? Is this level really so difficult? There was a hint of disbelief in his tone. That's natural. Knocking on the pass is like ascending to the sky. There are 3 major realms. Each pass is difficult and the other is difficult, Lu Zhe said with a calm gaze. I heard that he didn't hurt the foundation, and there should be a chance to try again. Lu Nianhua was deep in thought. After a moment of silence, a trace of desire flashed in his eyes. Dad, do I have a good chance? There is a chance, Lu Zhe put down his teacup and said bluntly, but the chance is not big. Lu Nianhua's eyes darkened. He is the son of Lu Zhe. He is soaked in medicinal baths since he was a child and has learned boxing. After practicing martial arts, there has never been a shortage of meat and blood pills. He also has the guidance of his father, a master of energy transformation. Even so, he is still stuck at the bottleneck of perfect dark energy. Without such favorable conditions, I am afraid Ming Jin would still be wandering around today. As we grow older, it may become more and more difficult to knock the pass. Lu Zhe said slowly, you are only on the B list in martial arts this year. If you have the strength to be on the A list, you will have much greater hope. He looked at the courtyard and spoke solemnly. Now there is a turbulent undercurrent in Gaolin County. The foundation of our martial arts academy is not as good as that of the martial arts school. Sooner or later, you will be ostracized and suppressed. If you can advance to Huajin, Dad will not have to worry so much, and you will be able to support the family. Only a master of Huajin can maintain his reputation in Gaolin County. Lu Nianhua sighed. He knew this well. At present, the martial arts academy relies entirely on his father's reputation to maintain it. Once Lu Zhe gets old and weak, the martial arts academy may collapse. Lu Zhe sighed softly. Of the 3 old guys, old Shin Yundao is the best. The old Shin he mentioned was none other than Shin Shinzhong, the master of 7-star palm. Lu Nianhua took a deep breath, his face full of determination. Dad, I will do my best to knock on the door of energy. Don't force it, just do your best. This book was first published in 101. Providing you with a reading experience with no wrong chapters and no out-of-order chapters. Lu Zhe stood up slowly and said, in the past, I didn't talk about energy in detail with you because I was afraid that if you knew too much, it would become a shackle. Today I will make an exception and explain it to you. Come on, punch me with all your strength. Yes. Hearing this, Lu Nianhua's figure was like electricity, and he tore the air with a tricky and fierce mantis punch, hitting Lu Zhe's chest. Bang! The wind of the fist surged and made a muffled sound. Lu Zhe did not move or block. The fist was firmly stamped on his chest. However, the expected dull impact did not sound. Lu Nianhua felt that the punch he had gathered all his energy was like hitting a large ball of cotton soaked in water. The feeling was extremely weird, the unparalleled strength surged out, but could not find any solid point of strength, nowhere to explode, and nowhere to vent. Dad, is this turning energy? Lu Nianhua was stunned. Crack. Where Lu Zhe stood, countless fine cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the hard and thick green brick, as if being hit by an invisible giant hammer, it instantly spread into a ferocious spider web. Hua Jin is not a hard blocker, it makes people unable to find the focus. Like a wave hitting a rock, the rock is firm and the waves break away. Lu Zhe's eyes remained calm. This is Hua Jin. As the dusk faded, the disciple dispersed in twos and threes. Junior brother Chen, Sun Shun walked to Chen Qing who was packing up the equipment and lowered his voice. Master asked us to go there, I understand. Chen Qing put down his movements and followed Sun Shun to the backyard practice room. Wearing a black short shirt, Zhou Liang stood beside the wooden stake with his hands behind his hands. His figure looked a little sluggish in the dim light, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. Master. Chen Qing and Sun Shun saluted with clasped fists. Zhou Liang seemed to have been summoned back to his mind, and turned around. It's been a long time since I took the exam. You two have entered the country. Let's take a look today. Chen Qing, you come first, yes. Chen Qing accepted the promise with his hands, and then opened his stance. A set of through-arm punches made the tiger furious. The strong wind blew, and the sound of the muscles and bones crackled like fried beans. Zhou Liang observed carefully and frowned slightly. Bai Hui and Yongquan points haven't been penetrated yet? Yes, there is still some heat left. Chen Qing stopped and replied. The two acupoints Bai Hui and Yongquan are the last pass to penetrate the Anjin. Once the Anjin is penetrated, the Anjin is complete and you can try knocking the pass for the third time. Well, proceed steadily, the foundation is the most important. Zhou Liang nodded, feeling that he had acted too hastily before. Chen Qing's bones are not very good, but he is already extremely good at breaking through the dark power. How can he demand so much from him? Then he checked on Sun Shun's progress. Sun Shun's previous attempt to tap the guan for the third time failed. The meridians were damaged and blocked, and it would take at least 3 years to unblock them. A hint of disappointment flashed across Zhou Liang's eyes. Sun Shun asked in a low voice, Master, has junior brother Qin's injury gotten better? The person in the courtyard who had the greatest hope of attacking the energy was Qin Lai, and Zhou Liang also had high hopes for him. Chen Qing's heart moved slightly, but his face remained calm. Alas, Zhou Liang sighed long and loudly. Qin Lai took the secret medicine. At first, his tendons did show signs of healing, but then there was no progress. I asked Mr. Sima, I'm afraid it will be difficult. Can he return to a normal person? It's already a blessing. Sun Shun's pupils shrank sharply and said in shock, could it be that junior brother Qin will? Chen Qing's face also showed shock at the right time. Zhou Liang sighed heavily and stopped talking. Qin Lai was his close disciple, but he was deposed by his enemies because of him. At this moment, he had mixed feelings in his heart, regret like a knife, guilt like a mountain, mixed with deep loss. Which martial arts master in the world doesn't have a few enemies? Most martial arts masters will start cultivating disciples before their vitality and blood decline, in order to support them in old age and protect them from punches. In the past few years, he has searched hard and finally harvested Qin Lai, a good seedling. Although Zhou Liang can still support it for a few years, what will happen in a few years? Who should I entrust with this hatred and this family? Sun Shun sighed secretly, unable to hide his regret. Chen Qing also looked very sad. Zhou Liang thought of something and looked at Chen Qing. When you go back later, remember to go to the master's wife to get the blood pills. He knew that it was impossible for his own blood to increase, so he simply stopped taking medicine and barely maintained his current strength. Chen Qing quickly clasped his fists and said, Thank you, master. When Zhou Liang was about to speak, Qin Lai's angry voice was heard. What's going on? Zhou Liang's face suddenly darkened, his body swayed, and he rushed out of the practice room. Chen Qing and Sun Shun looked at each other and then followed. Wing room. Qin Lai sat stiffly on the wooden bed, his head slightly lowered, and his messy black hair covered most of his face. The hands on his knees were clenched into fists, trembling slightly. Luo Qian's cold and ruthless words were like poisonous thorns, stirring in his heart repeatedly. Qin Lai, recognize the reality. To be honest, you are not even qualified to guard my Luo family now, so don't pester me again in the future. The humiliation was like hot magma, rolling and burning in his chest. Once upon a time, when he was accepted as a close disciple by Zhou Liang because of his outstanding talent, Luo Qian was so eager and attentive that she even made secret glances at him. Now he puts aside his dignity to look for her and swears, but what he gets in return is naked humiliation and cut-off funding. This breath of grievance is about to burst his life. Junior brother Qin, take your medicine, a soft call broke the dead silence. Zhou Yu slowly walked in carrying a steaming pot of medicine. Qin Lai forced down his grievance and forced a smile on his face. Thank you for your troubles, senior sister. Zhou Yu placed the medicine jar on the skewed wooden table and said with a smile, Junior brother, you're welcome. She picked up the chipped porcelain bowl and skillfully poured the dark brown concoction into the bowl. Qin Lai took the medicine bowl and accidentally touched Zhou Yu's fingers with his fingers. Zhou Yu's face remained calm, and he moved his fingers smoothly and naturally, as if he was just avoiding the heat from the edge of the bowl. This slight dodge was like a needle piercing Qin Lai's sensitive heart. Since the martial arts department was abolished, everything has changed. The looks of pity or alienation from the senior brothers, the subtle barriers between words, and even the senior sister in front of him who had spoken softly to him had built an invisible high wall. He put the hot medicine bowl down heavily and whispered, Senior sister, I always feel that you have become a lot more distant and cold towards me recently. Zhou Yu paused for a moment and then returned to his natural state. Junior brother Qin, you are overthinking. Am I really overthinking? Qin Lai stared at her eyes that she was trying to avoid, and he grabbed Zhou Yu's sleeve that was about to be withdrawn. Senior sister Zhou. Junior brother Qin. Zhou Yu's eyebrows were raised, and his voice was a bit stern, and he suddenly pulled back his sleeve. It's time for you to rest. After that, he turned around and left. Senior sister. Qin Lai hissed to her, his voice trembling with excitement, is it because of my family background? Or because I was crippled and there is no hope of recovery? Zhou Yu stopped at the door, turned around, trying to maintain a look of relief on his face. Junior brother Qin, don't think too much, take good care of yourself, your injury may not be improving. Recovery? Qin Lai smiled miserably as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. His eyes were bloodshot instantly, and the anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. I don't know if I can recover. I can't recover. How long will you? And master? How long are you going to lie to me? Crash. A harsh crackling sound exploded, the medicine splashed, and the fragments flew away. Zhou Yu was startled by the sudden violence and took a step back. Looking at the mess on the ground, a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. She has been studying medicine for many years, so why doesn't she know what Qin Lai's injury means? The so-called secret recipe was just a vague hope that my father had in his heart. Now it seems that there is no way to save it. Junior brother Qin, she sighed, her voice filled with deep weakness. Senior sister, Qin Lai panted heavily, like a wounded trapped animal, his red eyes staring at Zhou Yu. Do you also look down on me? Do you also think I am a burden? A waste? Zhou Yu shook his head and said in a sincere tone, no, yes, clearly there is. Qin Lai roared, pressing closer and closer, you were not like this before. You used to. Zhou Yu's gentle care in the past was in sharp contrast with the alienation at this moment, and the huge gap completely destroyed his last sanity. As he spoke, he grabbed Zhou Yu's arm. Zhou Yu took a deep breath, frowned and said, Junior brother Qin, let go. Senior sister. Qin Lai's voice was filled with a hint of pleading, and there was even water in his eyes. Can't you still feel my feelings for you? I know that I am you. Say less now and am not worthy of you. But I, Qin Lai, swear. I will use my remaining life to be good to you. As long as you give me a chance. Please, believe me once. Junior brother Qin. Please respect yourself. Zhou Yu used his strength to push Qin Lai away. Qin Lai was seriously injured and had not recovered. He was pushed and staggered back several steps, and he hit the back of the chair behind him heavily. His internal organs were in severe pain and his eyesight turned black. He held the back of his chair and looked at Zhou Yu in disbelief. Zhou Yu quickly distanced herself and straightened her wrinkled clothes. She looked directly at Qin Lai and said, I, Zhou Yu, have always regarded you as my junior brother. That's all. There has never been, and will never be, any other thought. You only think of me as, junior brother? The blood on Qin Lai's face faded and turned pale. The feeling of being abandoned and humiliated by the whole world came over me instantly. Luo Qian's coldness, her classmates' alienation, Zhou Yu's ruthlessness, all the images exploded in his mind. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Qin Lai laughed miserably, and then turned into a maniacal laugh. Sure enough. Sure enough, you are all the same kind of people. Ha 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 ha. Insolent. A thunderous and angry shout exploded from outside the door. The door was pushed open with a clang. At the door, Zhou Liang's face was ashen. Behind him stood Sun Shun with a horrified face and Chen Qing with a calm face and deep eyes. Zhou Liang looked at the scattered concoction fragments in the room, and then looked at Qin Lai who was holding the chair and laughing wildly, with only madness and resentment in his eyes. His chest heaved violently, and his voice was bone-chilling, evil disciple. How dare you be so rude? Sun Shun urgently advised, Junior brother Qin, quickly apologize to master. Apologize. Qin Lai sneered, what's wrong with me? Why should I apologize? It's my good master who should apologize. Zhou Yang's face was livid, and he could cry with gloom. Junior brother Qin is crazy. Sun Shun looked at Qin Lai as if he was meeting the person in front of him for the first time. Chen Qing stood aside quietly, his eyes deep, without saying a word. Qin Lai glared at Zhou Liang and asked in a hissing voice, you already knew that the secret recipe was useless, why did you still lie to me? You still hang me with this grass root bark? The question was straightforward, piercing the vital point like a poisoned dagger. Zhou Liang frowned and said in a deep voice, why did I lie to you? Even if there is a chance, I will try my best, pretend. Put away your hypocrisy. What do you really want from me? Or do you expect me to be able to protect you from your enemies' kicks and help you die in your old age? Qin Lai seemed to be in a state of madness and said, if I hadn't had a chance to break through, would you have looked up to me? It's not me. Is it worth using? It's all bullshit. He pointed at Zhou Liang with a sharp and harsh voice, besides, if it weren't for you, why would I do this? You have to be good to me, you should kill Goldman Sachs to avenge me. Zhou Liang looked at the disciple who had high hopes in front of him, and every word Qin Lai said was like a cone, making his heart bleed. But the fact is, as Qin Lai said, a large part of the reason why he was deposed was because of himself. Sun Shun looked at Qin Lai, who was completely different from the other two, and said in a harsh voice, Junior brother Qin. Zhou Yu took a deep breath and said, Junior brother Qin, my father is your master after all, how could you do this? That's enough. Zhou Liang's gaze swept across Qin Lai like an icy blade, and his voice was categorical, without any hesitation, Qin Lai. You have a crazy temperament and evil intentions. Today, you dare to commit the following crimes. Remembering the relationship between master and disciple in the past, I will spare your life for the coup of my master. He spoke carefully, but from now on, you are no longer my disciple of Zhou Liang. Old man, Qin Lai grinned with an extremely malicious smile. Now that I am useless, you have finally torn off that hypocritical face? Evil. This last sentence, like sparks splashing into boiling oil, completely detonated the anger and pain accumulated in Zhou Liang's chest. He moved suddenly, faster than the ghost. Chen Qing felt his eyes blurred and a strong wind blew against his face. An iron palm containing huge power, capable of cracking open monuments and cracking stones, with a sharp roar that tears the air, stamped on Qin Lai's chest without reservation. Bang! A muffled sound, like a heavy hammer beating a drum. Zhou Liang's palm pressed firmly on Qin Lai's chest. Qin Lieru was hit by a huge tree and his whole body was thrown backwards, hitting the hard wall behind him. He groaned and fell to the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Dad! Zhou Yu exclaimed. Master! Sun Shun was shocked. Zhou Liang slowly retracted his palm, his chest rose and fell violently, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He took a deep breath, forced down the surging blood, and said with a hint of exhaustion and coldness in his voice, Sun Shun, send him home. After that, he no longer looked at the limp figure and left with heavy steps. Chen Qing's eyes fell on Zhou Liang's slightly rickety back. At this moment, Chen Qing clearly felt that master was really old. This situation. Many old disciples suddenly remembered it. The last time Sister Qin Lai stepped into Zhou Yuan, she came to witness the supreme honor of Qin Lai being accepted as a close disciple by Zhou Liang. This scene seems like just yesterday. When Qin Lai heard that he was being taken away, he immediately became furious. I won't leave. I'm a martial artist. This place belongs to me. With a ferocious face, he waved the dead branches. Who dares to touch me? Beat him to death. Finally, with the help of several disciples, Sister Qin Lai tried her best, almost half carrying and half dragging Qin Lai, and left Zhou Yuan. When leaving, Chen Qing caught a glimpse of Zhou Liang putting a purse into Qin Yu's hands without any explanation. Okay, it's all gone, let's continue practicing. Zhou Yu clapped her hands, breaking the stagnant air in the courtyard. The disciples just woke up from a dream and dispersed. Chen Qing looked at the yard, but his thoughts drifted back to the corner of the backyard when he first entered Zhou Yuan, next to the smelly toilet. At that time, Qin Lai was thin, silent, and shy to the point of cowardice. Similar to myself, I am an apprentice who is sent to do the dirtiest and most tiring work when I first get started. Later, the situation changed suddenly. Once he gained power, Qin Lai lost his shyness at an astonishing speed and became arrogant. Later, in the martial arts arena, he was defeated by Goldman Sachs. Chen Qing watched him soar up with his own eyes, and then watched him plummet into the abyss, shattering his body and soul. Huh. Chen Qing let out a breath. The most urgent task is to improve his own strength. He must not follow Qin Lai's footsteps. Even if it is slower, we must make progress step by step and have a solid foundation. Be sure to keep your eyes open and be cautious when encountering problems. Seeing your brother Chen, Song Yufeng walked over with his head hanging down. My father said that if I can't defeat Ming Jin this month, he will let me go back to study medicine with him. He has been in Zhouyuan for several months, and his family has already been overwhelmed by the high monthly tuition fees, meat and supplements. My father is just a wandering doctor, and my mother works as a maid in a restaurant. It is the limit that she can grit her teeth and let him try again. Go all out, Chen Qing said solemnly, patting him heavily on the shoulder. In the afternoon, Shen Zhenzhong, a master of 7-star palm, and Lu Zhe, a master of mantis boxing, arrived hand in hand. All the disciples in the courtyard know that these two people are the master's best friends. Now that such changes have occurred in Zhouyuan, it is reasonable for the two to come to visit. In the living room, tea smoke curls up. Brother Shen, Brother Lu, Zhou Liang forced a smile and said in a hoarse voice, please sit down. The two looked at each other and saw solemnity in each other's eyes. Lu Zhe sighed softly, lifted up his robe and sat down and said, Brother Zhou, I have heard about Qin Lai. Things in the world are unpredictable and people's hearts are unpredictable. You have done your best as a teacher. Don't blame yourself too much and hurt your mind. Zhou Liang smiled bitterly and shook his head, picked up the cup of cold tea and put it down again. Thank you both for your concern, but it's hard to get over it after all. Lu Zhe nodded to express his understanding. After all, the closed disciples treat each other as if they were their own children, and their relationship is extraordinary. The three of them chatted for a while, and Shen Zhenzhong changed the topic. In addition to visiting you this time, we have 2 things to tell you, which are of great importance. Hearing this, Zhou Liang perked up slightly and raised his head. Please speak. Shen Zhenzhong stroked his long beard and lowered his voice a little. First, in recent days, there has been an undercurrent in the Count Tai. The disciples in our hospital bought a pill of unknown origin in the medicine hall, called blood jushue pill. As he said that, he took out a small white porcelain bottle from his sleeve and handed it over. Old Zhou, you are well informed. Take a look at what this is. Zhou Liang took it and poured out one pill. The elixir is round and dark red in color. The seller claims that this medicine is as effective as Shueqi powder, but the price is only half. Shen Zhenzhong added. Zhou Liang placed it in the palm of his hand and looked at it carefully, and then he sniffed it close to his nose. Lu Zhe asked, how is it? Looking at its appearance and smelling it, I haven't noticed anything strange yet. But it's hard to judge the efficacy of the medicine without tasting it in person. Zhou Liang frowned and said in a deep voice, if what I expected is true, this is a private medicine. Private medicine? Both Shen and Lu were shocked. The so-called private medicine is like private salt. The bulk elixirs such as Shueqi powder and Shueqi pills that replenish qi and blood have always been monopolized by major sections. The drug store of the Chamber of Commerce must hold the certificate and go to the designated place to buy in bulk before it can be sold to martial arts practitioners. Private medicines are things that are secretly refined, smuggled, and secretly sold without a license, and there are many banned drugs among them. Some people secretly refine elixirs and sell them as gifts on a small scale. Most of the sects turn a blind eye. When the water is clear, there will be no fish. But the courage behind such blatant and large-scale sales of qi and blood-enhancing pills is by no means ordinary. Who has such courage and strength in Gaolin County? The eyes of Shen, Lu, and Zhou met, and the answer was ready to come out in their hearts. It must be one of the 5 powerful families, or several of them joining forces. There is a tacit understanding between each other. And neither of them has revealed it. The 5 powerful families have been in the limelight in Gaolin County recently, recruiting troops and horses, and their momentum is so great that they can compete with the county soldiers in Pangsihai. There are also many forces such as the Blood River Gang, the Iron Hand Gang, the Blacksmith Shop, the Wangyuan Escort Bureau, and even the 5 major martial arts schools who have shown goodwill to him. Zhou Liang put the pill back into the bottle and said slowly, although this medicine is harmless on the surface, it is a private medicine after all, and the quality cannot be guaranteed to be consistent. I would like to warn my disciples not to buy it cheaply. Shen and Lu deeply agreed. Medicine makes up for one thing, but a slight difference can lead to 1,000 miles of error. If you are not careful, the foundation will be destroyed. Lu Zhe said, the second thing is the Green Scale Society. Previously, a strange scale floated on the river in Gaolin County, attracting several fishermen to scramble to salvage it. After coming out of the water, everyone was in an uproar because the scales were the size of a water tank, which was amazing. What kind of behemoth is it that can leap behind such giant scales? This scale was paraded through the streets that day, and the streets were empty, turning it into a grand event. After evolution, it became the Qinglin Club, a grand martial arts event held every 3 years in the 5 major martial arts schools. It is not only for the purpose of learning and communicating with colleagues, but also for making a name for oneself and attracting many disciples. The 5 major martial arts schools hold the so-called Qinglin Association every 3 years, both for martial arts exchanges and competitions, and for promoting their own reputation and recruiting disciples. Xin Zhenzhong said sternly, the Qinglin Club will officially open just 1 month from now. Lu Zhe shook his head, the 5 Meijo. Our martial arts schools are all working hard, especially the Songfeng Martial Arts School, which admitted 10 new disciples last month. Hearing this, Zhou Liang couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. Zhou Yuan only had 2 new disciples last month. If Qin Qing hadn't earned a bit of fame for the martial arts school in Wushu High School, he might not even be able to keep these 2 seedlings. Xin Zhenzhong hesitated for a moment, and finally lowered his voice and said, Old Zhou, I heard some rumors. Someone wants to establish his authority at this Qinglin conference. Although it was not stated clearly, the 3 of them all had a clear mirror in their minds. To support their own rookies, they must step on a few old cornerstones. Lu Zhe looked directly at Zhou Liang with bright eyes and said earnestly, You must be careful not to become a stepping stone on the road to fame for others. Zhou Liang was silent, only slowly picking up the already cool teacup, bringing it to his lips, and took a sip. A slightly bitter coldness slipped into his throat. He lowered his eyes and stared at the remaining lees in the cup, without saying a word for a long time. Zhou Yuan. Chen Qinggang stopped and stood still, sweat dripping down his angular chin, and his chest heaved slightly. While he was adjusting his breath to the churning of qi and blood caused by Zhuanggong, a disciple walked over quickly and handed over an invitation. Senior Brother Chen, someone asked me to forward this post just now, claiming to be the manager of the Wu family. The manager of the Wu family. Chen Qing felt slightly shuddered as he accepted the invitation. The only intersection between him and the Wu family in Gaolin County was the fist fight at the Empress Temple Pier. Opening the post, the signature is Wu Manqing. The words between the lines were sincere, and he was invited to Linfu Restaurant in the inner city for a chat. Linfu Restaurant is the leading restaurant in the north of the city. Chen Qing looked at the invitation in his hand. Wu Manqing's gesture of goodwill was quite obvious. Choosing the location in a restaurant instead of the Wu family residence also shows some sincerity. If it is like what the post said, it would be good to turn the hostility into friendship, Chen Qing thought to himself. His nature is not prone to fighting and ruthlessness, so he would like to have less unnecessary hatred. Twilight falls and the lanterns come on. Linfu Restaurant has cornices and brackets, bright lights, and prominent figures in Gaolin County come and go. Chen Qing was dressed in a neat blue cloth outfit and walked steadily. Under the guidance of the servant, he went straight to the most tranquil Tingtao pavilion on the top floor. The box door opened, and a stream of elegant sandalwood blew in, instantly cutting off the hustle and bustle downstairs. I saw Wu Manqing sitting on the throne. She was no longer wearing the goose yellow dress in the dock. She was now wearing a moon-white brocade skirt with dark silver lines flowing. She was a little less cold and sharp, and a little more graceful as a woman from an aristocratic family. Ly. Beside her stood a middle-aged steward with a calm aura and sharp eyes, who was obviously a guard. Brother Chen is indeed on time, please take a seat. Wu Manqing stood up with a smile, her voice was clear, and her posture was generous and decent, as if the life-and-death fight between fists had never happened before. Mrs. Wu invited me, and Chen did not dare to neglect. Chen Qing returned the favor with clasped fists and his eyes quickly swept across the box. The layout is elegant, and the lights of thousands of houses in the inner city can be seen outside the window. The location is excellent. Except for Wu Manqing and the manager, there is no one else. This made him slightly less alert, and then Wu Manqing sat down across from him. Brother Chen's demeanor at the dock that day is still unforgettable to Manqing. What Master Tian did was actually a matter of boxing rules. Life and death are determined by fate. Our Wu family is definitely not someone who cannot afford to lose. Wu Manqing got straight to the point. Her tone was frank. The banquet today is, firstly, to put away some of the unpleasantness of that day, and it is better to dissolve enemies than to make enemies. Secondly, I sincerely admire Brother Chen's martial arts skills and want to have a good relationship with him. As she spoke, she raised her delicate hand slightly. The steward standing aside immediately understood and gave him a high five. The waiters who had been waiting outside the door for a long time filed in and placed dishes of delicious food on the table. The last thing that was served was a jade plate carved from a whole piece of warm jade. The plate contained a fish that was about a foot long, with shining silver scales and a beautiful shape. The fish body exudes a faint aura, and the flesh is crystal clear, as if there is light flowing through it. This spirit fish is named Silver Shuttle. It only survives in waters with lower temperatures. It grows 2 inches per year. Food can nourish qi and blood and warm the meridians, which is of great benefit to warriors. Wu Manqing introduced, this fish is rare. I prepared it for Brother Chen today to express my feelings. Spirit fish. Chen Qing's heart moved slightly, he knew that this thing was precious. The silver shuttle is now 7 inches long, which is 3 years. Wu Manqing treated guests in this way, with great skill and sincerity. Mrs. Wu is so polite. Chen is not worthy of such a generous gift. Chen Qing did not move his chopsticks, but nodded slightly in thanks and looked at Wu Manqing calmly. Brother Chen, you don't have to be polite. Wu Manqing smiled slightly, as if he had seen through Chen Qing's caution. He took the lead in raising chopsticks, picked up a piece of fish and elegantly put it into his mouth. Chen Qing then moved his chopsticks. The fish meat melts in your mouth and instantly turns into a warm current that travels through the limbs and bones, nourishing the muscles, bones, and blood. The 3-year-old silver shuttle is much more effective than the 1.5-year-old golden horn baoyu. The difference in years between the years of the precious spiritual fish material makes the difference in effectiveness, and so does the price. Wu Manqing smiled and said, Brother Chen, do you know what the market price of this silver shuttle has been in the past 3 years? Br Chen Qingdao, I would like to hear the details, Wu Manqing said slowly, 500 taels, 500 taels. Chen Qing raised his eyebrows slightly and couldn't help being secretly surprised. A fish costs 500 taels of silver, and the yard he bought only costs 300 taels of silver. Of course, this is the price sold to the outside world. Wu Manqing took a sip of wine and said, My Wu family specializes in selling spiritual fish. We have our own channels, so the cost is naturally much lower than this. Thank you, madam, for your hospitality. When Chen Qing heard he picked up the fish frequently with his chopsticks. Abundant blood circulates in the body, bringing bursts of comfort. Wu Manqing looked at his unpretentious behavior, with a hint of appreciative smile on her lips. When Chen Qing had almost finished eating, she put down her cup and looked at Chen Qing sincerely and directly. Brother Chen, a wise man doesn't speak secretly. Manqing appreciates your personality and ability very much. Can you condescend to come to my Wu family to help me? You can be as frank as you want about the conditions. As long as they are within the capabilities of our Wu family, we will do our best to meet them. She told her today's purpose. Chen Qing also put down his chopsticks after hearing this, feeling a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Wu Manqing not only wanted to resolve the grudge, but also wanted to recruit herself. Although the Wu family is not as prominent as the 5 major families, it specializes in spiritual fish, has business routes to all counties, has a profound foundation, and is not much inferior in financial resources. Seeing that Chen Qing was silent, Wu Manqing leaned forward slightly and whispered, As long as Brother Chen is willing, I, the Wu family, will fully support you in your attempt to compete in martial arts. Martial arts. When Chen Qing heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Martial arts examinations are the ladder leading to sex and acquiring superior martial arts. Martial arts such as Zhouyuan, martial arts schools, etc. are all intermediate or even inferior martial arts. Once you practice your strength, you have reached your limit. If you want to go further, you can only practice this superior martial arts. If you don't have a family tradition, you can only study in a sect. This matter is of great importance. Chen Qing suppressed his surging emotions and said in a deep voice, Please allow Chen to go back and think about it. Wu Manqing smiled and said, Of course, the door of my Wu family is always open for Brother Chen. After chatting for a few more words, Chen Qing stood up and left. When the box door closed, the steward who had been silent whispered, Madam, is what you promised today too much? Chen Qing is indeed a talent. He is ranked B in martial arts. He is even more famous in the battle at the dock and has great potential. However, on the road to martial arts, thousands of troops must cross a single plank bridge. Is he really worthy of the heavy attention of my Wu family? Wu Zhong's concerns are reasonable. Martial arts is not just about force, talent, resources, opportunity, and luck are all indispensable. The Wu family invested huge amounts of money and the risks were extremely high. Martial arts exams are not so easy to win, just like thousands of troops crossing a single plank bridge. Although Chen Qing has good strength, he is still far behind the high school martial arts examination. I know, Wu Manqing said calmly, compared with his ranking in martial arts and the skills shown in the dock, what I value more is his loyalty and responsibility for standing up for the Qing family. A heavy love and a promise, and a lot of money is not easy. Such a person is worthy of my wholehearted treatment, Wu Manqing. Chen Qing returned from Linfu restaurant in the dark of night, his steps steady but his thoughts surging. Wu Manqing's words of recruitment are still in my ears. In the past, he had just learned martial arts and had no resources and needed support. Today, he is only one step away from the threshold of energy transformation, and he has his own confidence. Although the help from others is tempting, it is like an invisible shackles. Besides, he will soon be able to break through to the level of energy, so why tie him to the Wu family chariot? My mind is set, and my steps are a little brisker. Not long after, the familiar green tile courtyard appeared in front of us. Pushing open the door of the courtyard, I saw Mr. Han holding needle and thread in his hand, holding needle and thread against Chen Qing's old coat for a long time, frowning slightly, looking worried. Chen Qing returned home and saw Han looking like this. Mother, have you asked about it? How about the Lu family girl? Han seemed to be awakened, put down her needle and thread, and sighed. I have asked about it, and my legs have become thin after running for a long time. She looked at her son with complicated eyes. The girl's family background is innocent. Shopkeeper Lu is honest, and the shop is well off. The neighbors say he is handsome, and his temperament seems to be docile. He is literate and can read and write with an abacus. These are all correct. Chen Qing nodded. That sounds good. Yes, it's good. Han changed the topic and lowered her voice. But Qing, Mom has heard about other things. She paused and seemed to be thinking about it. The wording was, this girl Qiaolan is very high-spirited and values friendship. The year before last, she had a good relationship with a poor scholar named Li from West Street. The two of them hit it off, reciting poems and painting, which looked really good. Chen Qing raised his eyebrows slightly, but did not interrupt, waiting for his mother's next words. Oh, Han sighed again, but shopkeeper Lu disliked the poor and loved the rich, so he broke it up. I heard that the commotion was so bad that the girl went on a hunger strike, and almost. The scholar was also discouraged. I don't know what happened later. After that, Miss Qiaolan was like an eggplant beaten by frost, never stepping out of the door. Shopkeeper Lu and his wife became anxious and asked people to marry her everywhere, hoping to marry her off as soon as possible and leave this place. I am also afraid that the old relationship will be difficult to break up, and the nights will be long and the dreams will be many. She looked at her son, her eyes full of worry. It's not that my mother dislikes the girl for having a past, there are many things in this world. She is worried that this girl is still pretending to be a scholar. The Lu family is so anxious, so they may not want to cover up and settle this matter quickly. Ah Qing, if you get married and your heart is not with you, how frustrating will it be? After hearing this, Chen Qing was silent for a moment. He was not very keen on this matter at first, and now he understood where his mother's uneasiness came from. Mom is right. Chen Qing's tone was calm and reassuring. We really can't rush the important matter of marriage. Han's hanging heart finally relaxed, and she said repeatedly, that's right, let's not mention it. We, Qing, are people who want to move forward, so there is no need to fill this heart. Not. Mom turned around and told Aunt Zhang that we haven't bothered her yet. If someone mentions it again in the future, Mom will find out clearly. She picked up the needle and needled this time as if she had removed a big stone. In the next half-month, because of Qin Lai's incident, the disciples became much more silent while practicing. There was less gossip in the past, and the air was filled with a suppressed diligence. Song Yufeng failed to break through Ming Jin in the end and left Zhou Yuan with regret. Luo Qian and Jing Ziqiao's appearances became increasingly rare. They were like rare guests in the courtyard. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that their hearts were no longer here. Zhou Liang was still sitting on the bluestone slab under the old tree, occasionally raising his hand to correct his disciple's boxing stance as usual. It's just that the previously bright eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of gray, and even the wrinkles at the corners of the eyes were deeper, as if someone had drained them of their energy. On this day, Chen Qingjing slowly moved his muscles and bones, feeling the endless flow of qi and blood in his body, and thought to himself, tonight, it should be the time when everything comes true. With the nourishment of a blood qi pill every 2 days, coupled with his own hard work, the perfection of Tong Jiquan is already within reach. Senior brother Sun, junior brother Chen, Zhou Yu's voice came, calling Sun Shun and Chen Qing to a secluded corner. Sun Shun was a little surprised. Junior sister Zhou, what's the matter? Zhou Yu took out a simple wooden box and handed it over. There are several 2-year-old lark grass in it. You can keep it. Sun Shun was startled. Bark grass? Is this a treasure for strengthening the body? Chen Qing had a trace of questioning in his eyes. Yes, Zhou Yu nodded. You can cultivate low-year-old treasures with some effort. These were originally reserved for junior brother Qin. Her voice was slightly astringent, and then she cheered up. You must have heard about the news about the Green Scale Society. Masters from all sides gathered. If you can improve your strength, you will have more confidence. Sun Shun hesitated for a moment and said, then I won't refuse. Thank you, junior sister, and thank you, master. His foundation was damaged after he failed to knock down, and he needed this kind of precious medicine to warm his qi and blood and speed up his rec. Ovary. Chen Qing also accepted it calmly. Thank you, senior sister Zhou. Go and prepare well. Zhou Yu looked at the backs of the 2 people turning away and sighed heavily in his heart. The huge Zhou Yuan is in turmoil. Who can we count on to take the lead? Senior brother Sun Shun? He is loyal and reliable, and he can teach apprentices well, but he is expected to be alone. Junior brother Chen Qing? Although he has poor foundation, he has the highest achievements. He is a high school student in martial arts, but, Zhou Yu felt confused in his heart. Backyard. Zhou Liang was writing quickly at his desk, the tip of his pen rustling on the paper. Zhou Liang's wife, Mrs. Li, walked in quietly and asked softly, "What are you writing?" "Write a letter to Brother Zhang." Zhou Liang didn't even raise his head. Li's heart tightened. Zhang Shitong from Sihai Escort Bureau? That was the time-honored escort bureau in Shuangye County, where Zhou Liangjing was the head escort who retired from there. "Yes," Zhou Liang responded without stopping, his voice full of deep exhaustion. "My energy and blood have declined, and I am already a candle in the wind. Sure, Wenshan is aggressive and will never let go of this opportunity. I'm afraid that the city gate will be on fire, which will affect the fish and implicate these innocent people." "Disciple," he paused, the tip of his pen hovered, and the ink smeared on the paper. "They followed me, and they didn't get any glory, but they wanted to cut off their future because of my old grudge. I felt ashamed when I heard this, master." Li opened her mouth, but was speechless. "Can it be done? The Sihai Escort Bureau is currently short of manpower. As long as the disciples are willing to go, there will always be food to eat and a way to go." Zhou Liang looked at the letter. The handwriting on it slowly said, "Sun Shun has a calm temperament and is thorough in his work. Although he has damaged his foundation and has no hope of improving his strength, he is experienced. He can be a manager in the escort agency, lead a sniper, and escort ordinary goods. He is more than capable." As for Qin Qing, Zhou Liang's pen tip came down again, and his handwriting seemed a little heavier. "Although he is young, his heart is as tough as iron. Ranked third in Wuke High School, accomplished in Thong arm boxing, he has reached greatness, and it is even more rare to be a person who values love and commitment, and is definitely not a ruthless person. If Zhou Yuan had not declined, the help he could give him would be limited." He sighed heavily, and his subsequent words turned into silent regret. Speaking of this, Zhou Liang sighed heavily. "Luo Qian, Jing Ziqiao, they have their own family business, so I don't need to worry about it. As long as the other Ming Jin disciples are willing to go, the Sihai Escort Bureau will not lack a few bowls of food for them." Li nodded silently, only feeling that her throat was choked, and she could not speak. Zhou Liang put down his pen, leaned heavily on the back of his chair, and closed his eyes. This letter is the last spark he lit for his disciples, and it is also his final explanation of the word master. He carefully folded the letter paper, put it into a thick envelope, took the hot melted wax, and solemnly dripped and stamped it. Tomorrow, it will be sent to the Sihai Escort Bureau in Futaba County by the most reliable postman at high speed. Evening time. Qin Qing returned home and said to Mr. Han, who was busy on the stove, "Mom, just put the food on the stove to warm it up. I will practice my martial arts first." After saying that, he walked straight to the center of the small courtyard. The cold wind was like a knife, blowing through the bare branches of the small courtyard, making a whining sound. The night is deep and everything is silent. Qin Qing closed his eyes slightly and felt the qi and blood rushing in his body. It had long been as docile as mercury and as solid as lead, but now it was like being thrown into boiling cold water, suddenly boiling. God rewards those who work hard. There will be success. The great accomplishment of Tongji Zhuanggong, 1999/2000, the last bit of progress that stuck before the threshold of perfection has finally been made up at this moment. Countless pictures flashed through Qin Qing's mind, and finally turned into an extremely clear thought: it will happen when it comes, today. He opened his eyes suddenly, and a light appeared in his eyes. He no longer deliberately maintained his posture, and his whole body suddenly started to move. The moves of the Tongjiquan are easy to pick out, but they are completely different from the past. It is no longer the fierce and explosive force of Ming Jin, nor the feminine and cunning force of Dark Jin, but something between existence and non-existence, a combination of hardness and softness, and a harmonious flow. Qi. The sleeves automatically made a hunting sound without wind. His body stretched like a spiritual ape exploring a stream, and his arms swung like steel whips piercing the air. His movements seemed slow, but they brought up after images, stirring the cold air in the courtyard, and making a dull whine. Every inch of muscle, bone and skin is vibrating at high frequency, and there is a fine and continuous crackling sound in the body, like fried beans and muffled thunder. That was the sound of the muscles and bones roaring together, the sound of qi and blood rushing to the extreme and flushing the acupoints. Bai Hui. Spring. The last and most stubborn pass in these two places was like a red-hot iron, sending out bursts of sharp pain like needles and fire. At the same time, an unprecedented sense of transparency swept through my body instantly. Bai Hui Point is connected to the sky, Yongquan Point seems to be rooted in the earth, with an endless supply of heavy power. Ming Jin's fierceness and In Jin's femininity seem to have found some kind of intersection, completely blending together without distinguishing each other. His mind moved slightly and he waved his arm forward casually. There is no sky-piercing explosion, no howling wind. In the courtyard, a dead leaf picked up by the cold wind swirled and fell just on his shoulder. The dead leaves were not bounced away, nor did they fall under any force. It was just like that, extremely strangely, hovering in the air about half an inch away from the skin of his shoulder. As if being held up by a layer of invisible, yet extremely tough and flexible aura, it trembled slightly and could no longer fall. Flies cannot fall, one feather cannot be added. Chen Qing slowly retracted his arm, looked at the hanging dead leaves, felt the harmonious strength in his body, and his heart became clear and clear. Gather your strength and it's done. Chen Qing's heart sank, and a golden light appeared in his mind. Perfection of Tongarm Pile Kung Fu, January 5000. The four major realms of Tongarm Pile Kung Fu are small achievement, great achievement, perfection, and the pinnacle. Small becomes Ming Jin, big becomes Dark Jin, perfection becomes Hua Jin, and the last one reaches the peak, corresponding to the Desheng of Hua Jin. Is this the transformation of energy? Chen Qing felt that his five senses were as clear as water, his muscles, bones, flesh and blood were condensed and tough, and a powerful force filled his whole body. Not only that, his strength was now integrated inside and outside, and his heart was when the mind moves, the strength is born, and there is no distinction between light and dark. The strength has not disappeared, but has become more condensed and pure, just like 100 chains of fine steel turned into soft silk. It can be hard or soft, and it is under control. Compared with dark strength, I don't know how many times it has been improved. Generally, if the muscles and bones are not injured or worn out, they can live longer. But those who practice martial arts fight for their lives, who did not suffer from some injuries when they were young. It is not uncommon for people to suffer from hidden diseases and die young at the age of 40 or 50. I wonder how amazing this internal training method is, Chen Qing thought to himself, looking forward to the internal training method more and more. In the next few days, Chen Qing did not go to Zhouyuan. Instead, he studied behind closed doors at home to figure out the mysteries of transforming energy, inducing energy, and tempering bones, and spent the rest of the time practicing hard on fishing toad energy. Now Diao Toad Jin has reached the second level. His internal organs are tough and ordinary strength can no longer damage their roots. If you go to the third level to cleanse the essence and remove the impurities, the benefits will be inestimable. On Th. Is Day, by Rui, a new disciple of Zhou Academy, came to visit. He has good qualifications and has recently been practicing boxing with Sun Shun. Senior brother Chen, Bai Rui saluted respectfully. Master, please go to the courtyard when you are free in the afternoon. What's the matter? Chen Qing asked. It seems that Master Lu has made an appointment with his disciples to compete. Chen Qing nodded. I understand. He is not very interested in the competition, but he has not returned to Zhouyuan for a long time, so he should go there. In the afternoon, Chen Qing changed into a neat black bunt, walked out of the door and went straight to Zhouyuan. Before entering the courtyard wall, the noise is already coming. Stepping in, the usually cold Zhouyuan is now bustling with people. Zhou Liang and Lu Zidwan sat at the head. On the court, Sun Shunjing and Lu Nianbua faced off. Zhou Yu stood aside quietly, looking at the two of them with beautiful eyes. Her elegant figure stood out among the crowd. Chen Qing glanced over, and saw Lu Xiaolu and Qi Wenhan in the corner talking to themselves. Although they had joined the Zhu family, their friendship with their former brothers had not been severed, and they occasionally returned to the guild courtyard. You can never have too many connections. Luo Qian, on the other hand, was smiling and chatting with several of Lu Yuan's disciples who had good skills, seemingly intending to win over support. She knew that there was no hope for her to gain strength and was eager to find someone with potential to support her so that she could make a difference in the Luo family. It's just that the Lu Yuan disciples are stronger than the Zhou Yuan disciples, and they don't have many good seedlings. Xing Ziqiao crossed his arms and watched the two fistfights with concentration, not knowing what to think. Bai Rui has sharp eyes and quickly greets him, Senior Brother Chen. Chen Qing slightly nodded and looked towards the center of the fiel. Di Sun Shun and Lu Nianbua stood opposite each other. Sun Shun wore Zhou Yuan's usual navy blue shorts, with a calm face and focused eyes. He performed the opening stance of the open-arm fist spiritual monkey asking for directions. His knees were slightly bent, his spine was loose, and his breath was concentrated. Lu Nianbua, who was opposite, was dressed in moon-white clothing, with a tall and straight figure and sharp eyes like an eagle. His hands were clasped, and his fingertips were slightly bent. It was the signature scythe hand movement of Mantis Fist, and a sharp aura that was ready to go was faintly revealed. Junior brother Lu, please give me some advice. Sun Shun said solemnly, cupping his fists. Senior brother Sun, please. Lu Nianbua returned the greeting, but before he could finish his words, he shot out like an arrow from a string. Quick! Lu Nianbua's steps were quick and cunning, like a mantis hunting in the grass. He approached Sun Shun's middle gate in just a few steps. Putting his fingers together like knives, with a scream that tears the air, it stabs Sun Shun's chest and abdomen directly, which is the heart-piercing stab of Mantis Fist. Sun Shun's pupils shrank slightly and he did not dare to neglect. His waist and hips suddenly twisted, his spine swayed like a dragon, and his left arm was raised like lightning to block, using the force-relieving technique of the through-arm fist spiritual ape around the branch. I saw that the muscles in his arms were instantly tense as iron, and his strength was rising. Chi. The fingers and arms collided, making a harsh friction sound. Sun Shan felt a cunning and cold force penetrate his arm, drilling straight into his muscles and bones, and his arm felt sore and numb. He grunted and stepped back 3 steps in a row before he could release the force, leaving clear footprints on the green brick ground. Lu Nianbo was unyielding when he gained the upper hand. He followed him like a shadow, his footwork was strange and changeable, and he bullied him again in an instant. The fists turned into claws, flying up and down, pecking, hooking or teasing. The attack was like a gust of wind and rain, covering Sun Shan's entire body. The essence of mantis boxing, which is tricky, drilling, fast and ruthless, was vividly displayed by him. The air was filled with the sharp sound of shishi, and the shadows of claws were heavy and dazzling. Sun Shan is rich in experience, and his characteristics of open and close arms and flexibility are brought into full play. He sat on the horse with his waist bent, his arms turning like windmills, sometimes sweeping like a steel whip, sometimes like a spirit snake spitting out a message, trying his best to block Lu Nianbo's ubiquitous attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sound was endless, it was the sound of fists and feet clashing, and dark energy clashing. However, the gap is obvious after all. Lu Nianbo has achieved great success in his dark energy, his energy and blood are strong, his dark energy is harmonious, and his speed, strength, and reaction are all superior to Sun Shan's. After a head-on block, Sun Shan felt a stabbing pain in his left arm, and there was an undetectable stagnation in the flow of energy and blood. This stagnation may not be a hindrance to ordinary people, but in the eyes of dark power masters like Lu Nianbo, it is like an open door. Good opportunity. Lu Nianbo's eyes sparkled with light. His stature suddenly dwarfed, and an extremely tricky, praying mantis step cut into the empty goal on Sun Shan's left side. The right arm that had been gathering momentum for a long time was like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole. The 5 fingers were together like a cone, and the fingertips condensed with extremely penetrating dark energy. They pointed at the Zhongmen point on Sun Shan's left rib as fast as lightning. This move is exactly the vicious point all in mantis fist. Sun Shan's heart was ringing wet. Alarms, and it was too late to dodge or block. Pfft. The fingertips were accurately placed half an inch away from the acupuncture point. Lu Nianbo held back his strength at the last moment, and only let in a soft dark energy, signaling that the winner was decided. Even so, Sun Shan still felt numbness in his left rib and stagnant blood in half of his body. He staggered back a step, his face instantly turned pale, and beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. The venue fell silent instantly. Lu Nianbo slowly regained his momentum, breathing calmly, clasping his fists at Sun Shan, and said in a sincere tone, "Brother Sun, I accept." Sun Shan took a deep breath, suppressing the boiling blood and the soreness in his ribs. There was not much frustration on his face, only a trace of helplessness and calm admiration. He wiped his sweat and returned the favor with clasped fists. "Junior brother Lu is superb in Kung Fu, I admire him. I lost, the victory was decided, cleanly. This Lu Nianbo is worthy of being ranked second in martial arts." Senior brother Sun was defeated without even making 20 moves. The onlookers Zhou Yuan disciples, such as Jing Ziqiao, Luo Qian and others, looked at Lu Nianbo's almost crushing strength, with complicated expressions in their eyes, a mix of envy, loss, and solemnity. Lu Nianbo's posture was modest and not at all arrogant, but his gaze drifted towards Zhou Yu as if nothing could be seen, with a trace of imperceptible amusement in his eyes. Lu Zhe nodded slightly, with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Zhou Liang secretly sighed, but his face remained calm. "The Nianbo Anjin is almost complete, isn't it far from the knocking off of the energy?" Lu Zhe stroked his beard and said, "Exactly, I just don't know whether this time can be successful." There was a trace of uneasiness in his tone. "The last level of the 3 levels is the most difficult. I don't know how many so-called geniuses have failed at this level." Lu Nianbo clasped his fists and looked around. "Is there any other brother who would like to come down and give me some advice?" The disciples and Zhou Yuan looked at each other, but no one responded. Bai Rui suddenly said, "Brother Qin Qing, why don't you go up and give it a try?" The crowd separated, and only then did everyone realize that Qin Qing had quietly arrived. Among the existing disciples of Zhou Yuan, although his prestige may not be as high as that of Sun Shan and Zhou Yu, his strength is vaguely superior to them. Many people are curious about the confrontation between these 2 martial arts rookies, Lu Nianbo on the B list and Qin Qing on the C list. Hearing this, Lu Nianbo looked over. "Forget it," Qin Qing waved his hand and rejected the proposal. Lu Nianbo obviously wanted to make some limelight and impress senior sister Zhou Yu, so he competed with her. Winning would not only be of no benefit but would also make Lu Nianbo unhappy. The Zhou Yuan disciples could know. Hide their disappointment on their faces. Sun Shun was defeated, so it was understandable that senior brother Chen Qing did not dare to take action. Although it is a competition, it will be embarrassing to lose. Who among those who practice martial arts does not have a competitive spirit? Compared with the frustration of Zhou Yuan disciples, Lu Yuan disciples held their heads high and looked quite contented. Lu Nianbo knew that there was no point in occupying the ring anymore, so he turned around and walked towards the audience. There's something wrong with this kid. Not far away, just as Lu Zhe was about to pick up the teacup, a flash of light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Zhou Liang felt the fluctuations in Chen Qing's energy and blood, and his pupils contracted violently. They are all masters who have been practicing energy for many years and are very sensitive to the fluctuations of energy and blood. The two looked at each other tacitly. While the lingering sound of Chen Qing's polite refusal to compete was still echoing in the courtyard, everyone's disappointed eyes were focused. Good boy. A loud shout like thunder suddenly tore apart the calm in the field. Lu Zhe, who was sitting next to Zhou Liang, turned quietly without any warning, and his figure was so fast that a blurred afterimage appeared. There was no sign of gathering momentum. One moment, he was sitting upright and sipping tea. The next moment, he was like an arrow from the string, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression and heading straight towards Chen Qing. His 5 fingers were pressed together like knives, and his arms were like the forelimbs of a mantis hunting prey. He tore the air and made a harsh sound of qi-la. What was condensed on the fingertips was not murderous intent, but a sharp temptation to penetrate everything, aiming directly at Chen Qing's throat. The speed and the tricky angles far surpassed any move Lu Nianbo showed just now. This blow is a thunderous blow from a master of energy transformation. The wind is blowing in the face, and the energy is biting. The entire Zhou Yuan instantly fell into deathly silence, and the expressions on the faces of all the disciples instantly froze and turned into horror. Zhou Yu's beauty turned pale, Sun Shun subconsciously took a step forward but froze, and Lu Nianbo's pupils shrank suddenly, looking at his father's earth-shattering move in disbelief. Only Zhou Liang, his eyes were burning like fire. Chen Qing, who was in the center of the target, also shrank his pupils suddenly. But he did not panic, and did not even move to dodge. Faced with this sudden attack that was enough to seriously injure the master of Anjin in an instant, the energy and blood in his body boiled instantly. Lu Zhe's fingertips were about to touch the inch in front of Chen Qing's throat. At the critical moment, Chen Qing's body seemed to have lost its entity, becoming extremely flexible and erratic. His upper body turned to one side at an incredibly slight angle, very naturally, and his movements were as smooth as a stream flowing around a rock, with an antelope hanging its horns, leaving no trace. Buzz. An invisible and tough force field rippled around Chen Qing like a wave of water. Time seems to be stretched out at this moment. Lu Zhe's lightning-fast fingertips, carrying an unrivaled force of wind, barely brushed against the skin on the side of Chen Qing's neck. The majestic power contained in the fingertips did not explode and hurt anyone. Instead, it was like a mud cow entering the sea, being skillfully released and eliminated by the invisible flowing aura. An even more shocking scene appeared. A dead leaf rolled up by the energy of the two people swirled and fell just on Chen Qing's shoulder. It was not bounced away by the collision airflow as usual, nor did it fall under force. The dead leaf was hovering eerily in the air about half an inch from Chen Qing's shoulder. As if being supported by a layer of invisible, yet extremely tough aura, it was trembling slightly, unable to move up or down. Flies cannot fall. One feather cannot be added. Okay. Good boy. The green brick under Lu Zhe's feet shattered with a click. His whole body was like a powerful bow, and he kicked it fiercely. He pounced towards Chen Qing again. Mantis fist. 2 swords break the mountain. Lu Zhe drank like a thunderbolt, the muscles in his arms instantly became knotted and bulging, and veins were running under his skin like living snakes. His fists were clenched tightly, not in an ordinary fist shape, but in the scythe hand unique to Mantis fist. The pair of fists seemed to turn into 2 invisible giant scythes that cracked mountains and cracked rocks. The left fist is in front and the right fist is behind. It is not a separate attack, but a mysterious trajectory. It is like the deadly blade arm of a giant mantis that closes up when praying. It carries the terrifying power that cannot be resisted and blasts towards Chen Qingzhong's door. Wherever the fist passed, the air was extremely compressed, making a harsh explosion and forming a white wave of air visible to the naked eye, trying to completely crush everything in front of it. This blow condenses the essence of Lu Zhe's decades of mantis boxing. Fierce and domineering, cunning and ruthless, the flexibility and penetrating power of Hua Jin are perfectly integrated into it. There is no way to avoid it, but to attack hard. Well done. Chen Qing immediately lowered his waist and raised his head like a dragon, making a series of crackling sounds as dense as fried beans. He took a deep breath, his chest and abdomen suddenly collapsed inward, and the energy and blood in his body were instantly mobilized to its peak. Hardness and softness combine to achieve great strength. His feet take root, his strength rises from the ground, his waist and hips twist, and his back is strong. The muscles of his right arm were stretched, and the veins were bulg. Ing. He hit him hard with a through-arm fist, collapse mountain style. Bang! The moment of impact, the energy surged and surged, making people tremble and shudder. The dust and broken leaves on the ground were violently rolled up, forming streams of smoke and dust, which made the clothes of the surrounding disciples rustle. Lu Zhe's body shook violently, his feet plowed 2 deep ravines on the broken bricks, and he kicked 3 steps back. Chen Qing also felt uncomfortable. The huge repulsive force made his blood boil. There was a click under his feet, and the green bricks where he stood were completely turned into powder. The whole person was pushed backwards by a huge force and slid nearly a foot away. His feet left 2 clear marks on the ground before he stabilized his body. Lu Zhe slowly retracted his fist, looked at his slightly numb finger bones, and looked at the young figure opposite. The shock in his eyes gradually turned into deep appreciation and emotion. He took a deep breath, suppressed the surging blood, and said to Zhou Liang, "The descendants are awesome. Old Zhou, congratulations. Zhou Yuan has a successor." The sound of "there is a successor" was like a spark thrown into boiling oil, instantly igniting the dead Zhou Yuan. Hua Jin. Senior brother Chen is a master of Hua Jin. I don't know who shouted this fact hoarsely with an unbelievable trembling. Exclamations came and went, and the faces of all the disciples were filled with extreme shock and disbelief. The paleness on Sun Shun's face has not faded away, and his heart is turbulent. He stared at Chen Qing, as if he was meeting this junior brother for the first time. Bai Rui and other new disciples were trembling with excitement, looking at Chen Qing with almost fanatical admiration. Luo Qian's hand covering her mouth has been lowered, her eyes wide open as if she was dreaming. Jing Ziqiao's eyes were also full of disbelief, as if he hadn't recovered yet. This Chen Qing, who usually works hard and has mediocre abilities, has quietly stepped into the realm of energy transformation. The value of such a young Huajin master is simply inestimable. Lu Nianhua felt as if he was struck by lightning, and Chen Qing was able to catch 2 of his father's moves. And the strength shown by the other party. It was exactly what he had dreamed of. This peer who was just a martial arts scholar on the Bingbang list a few months ago actually walked in front of him quietly, and even reached the height of his father? Okay. Zhou Liang stood up suddenly, his cloudy eyes burst into an unprecedented light, as if he was 10 years younger in an instant. Glad and ecstasy intertwined, surging in his eyes. Zhou Yu looked at Chen Qing, his eyes full of surprise, excitement and a sense of relief. During this period, Zhou Yuan's gloom and his father's heavy brow seemed to have been swept away by Chen Qing's breakthrough. Zhou Liang asked, "How did you break through Huajing?" Chen Qing cupped his fists and said, "My disciple practiced hard at home. Fortunately, the master gave me precious medicine, and penetrated the Baihui and Yongquan acupoints, so I tried to break through. I never thought that by chance, I broke through the shackles and arrived at Huajing by luck. What a coincidence." When Lu Zhe heard Chen Qing's words, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. It is still possible to break through Ming Jin by chance, but transforming Jin? Anyway, he didn't believe it at all. It is somewhat possible. Zhou Liang walked up to Chen Qing and took the initiative to analyze for him, with uncontrollable joy in his tone. "It must be that you practice diligently and have a very solid foundation." With a lot of accumulation and a trace of luck, the smile on the corner of his mouth could hardly be hidden. Chen Qing's breakthrough was a seeding needle for the entire Zhou Academy. The presence of a young and powerful person at the peak of his powers is enough to make any coveter think twice. Zhou Liang asked with concern, "Now that you have made a breakthrough, do you want to hold a ceremony to celebrate?" There was a hint of inquiry in his tone. Chen Qing cupped his fists and replied, "My disciple's foundation is still shallow, so I won't do it for now. This kind of thing is of no benefit, but will attract more people's attention. Everything is done in moderation." "It's all up to you," Zhou Liang nodded, and solemnly warned, "You have just broken through to the power of transformation, and your control of the power must be unfamiliar. You should focus on consolidating the foundation, and don't fight with others easily." Disciple understands. Chen Qing agreed respectfully. Zhou Liang nodded and turned to Lu Zidao. "Brother Lu, this is the end of today's discussion. Let's go find Brother Shen. He can't wait to share this happy event with Shen Jinzhong now." Lu Zhe's heart was full of mixed feelings, envy and sourness intertwined. Although he was reluctant, he could only nod his head. Then the two left Zhou Yuan together. Congratulations to junior brother Chen. Lu Xiaolu and Qi Wenhan were the first to step forward and clasp their fists to congratulate. They had a close friendship with Chen Qing when they were in the hospital. Now that Chen Qing has made a breakthrough in energy, they have formed a good relationship. Chen Qing cupped his fists and returned the salute. Thank you. Jing Ziqiao, who had recovered his senses, also hurriedly came forward and said repeatedly, congratulations, junior brother Chen. He was already quickly thinking about what kind of generous gift he should prepare. The master of Huajin is also a top-notch master in Gaolin County. Since his great-grandfather passed away, the Jing family has many masters of Anjin, but none of them have masters of Huajin. In Gaolin County, apart from the 5 major clans, there are very few masters of Huajin in other families. As long as there is one Huajin in charge, it is enough to join the first echelon under the 5 major clans. His father has always placed his hope on him, but only he knows how slim that hope is. Luo Qian was filled with regret at this moment. If I could put down my posture and take the initiative to make friends with Chen Qing, maybe there would be a chance in my hand. She understands the importance of Huajin masters better than most people present. As long as they break through Huajin, the 5 major clans will spare no effort to win over them, even at the expense of their own money. Those small wealthy businessmen will do anything to cling to the thighs of Huajin masters. Winning over a Huajin master, and a young Huajin master at that, is enough for her to stand out in the Luo family and gain considerable say. But now, it's too late to say anything. Qin Lai also came from a poor background, but Chen Qing became a master of energy transformation. She also prides herself on knowing people. The more Luo Qian thought about it, the more she regretted it, and her intestines seemed to be broken. She glanced around subconsciously, lest anyone see her embarrassment, but Yuendi that no one paid attention to her at all. The calmness on Lun Yanbu's face had long since disappeared, and a strong sense of loss swept through his body. If they had really fought just now, they would probably make a big fool of themselves in public. He forced a smile and walked to Chen Qing, said congratulations, and left in a hurry with the Luyuan disciples. All the disciples present were shocked. The resentment and jealousy that had been hidden before disappeared completely at this moment. The realm of energy transformation is really too far away for ordinary disciples like them. Even geniuses like Goldman Sachs have been hit hard by the high wall of Huajin. You can imagine how difficult it is. Congratulations. Sun Shan stepped forward, sincerely happy for Chen Qing, and filled with emotions at the same time. He still remembers the day when Chen Qingchu arrived at Zhouyuan, in the dead of winter, when the young man was starving and fainting from boxing. The master asked him to send 2 steamed buns. Who would have thought that that shrinking young man would now become a master of energy transformation? Zhou Yu said loudly at this time, okay, let's continue practicing. The disciples just woke up from a dream and packed up their equipment, but the sound of whispers still lingered in the courtyard. Unconsciously, the shadow of the sun was setting in the west, and the martial arts disciples dispersed one after another. Chen Qing wiped the sweat from his forehead and was about to leave. Zhou Yu walked to him and whispered, junior brother Chen, come with me. Chen Qing followed Zhou Yu to the backyard. Wait a moment, Zhou Yu said, turned around and entered the room, and quickly took out 2 brocade boxes. This is a 3-year-old sanyang grass medicine. It has the effect of nourishing the internal organs and stabilizing qi and blood. You should keep it. Chen Qing was slightly startled. The 3-year-old medicine should be worth more than the silver shuttle. Zhou Yu smiled lightly and said, my father asked me to give this to you. I don't have the financial resources. Chen Qing understood that such precious medicine would only cause trouble if given to others in public. Chen Qing solemnly clasped his fists. Thank you, senior sister. Zhou Yu warned, junior brother has just established his foundation, and must not leave hidden dangers due to eagerness for success or temporary negligence. How to use this medicine? It can be ground into powder. Boil it for half an hour, once every 7 days, so that the medicinal power can be slowly released and it is gentle and nourishing, which is the most appropriate. Chen Qing nodded. Yes, I have written it down. After returning from Zhouyuan, before Chen Qing could change out of his practice clothes, there was a knock on the door. Who is your excellency? Chen Qing walked out and opened the door, only to see a man in casual clothes with a policeman's badge hanging around his waist. The strong man smiled and said, Brother Chen, I am Zhao Yusan who lives next door to your house. Because of my busy work schedule, I stay up all day and night. I haven't met Brother Chen since I moved here. I am here to congratulate Brother Chen on breaking through the shackles. It is disrespectful to be careless. As he said that, he took out 5 taels of silver. As soon as he finished ordering, he heard the news when he passed by Zhouyuan, and rushed to Chen's house without stopping. Unexpectedly, there is a master of Huajin in Chongping Street, and he is also his neighbor, so naturally he has to build a good relationship. Brother Zhao, you're welcome. Chen Qing smiled, but he was not polite. Seeing this, Zhao Yuzhan's smile deepened. Sometimes, receiving this money can actually increase the friendship between people. Because this is their investment, it can be regarded as an acquaintance. After chatting for a while, Zhao Yusan left wisely. Like pebbles thrown into calm water, the news of his breakthrough in energy had spread silently to some keen eyes and ears in Gaolin County in just half a day. Most of the first people to come to the door were from the shops on Chongping Street, run by wealthy households. Their faces were full of smiles and their words were respectful. The gifts they gave were not expensive, but they were thoughtful and timely. They included exquisite porcelain, a few pieces of bright silk and satin, or a heavy letter with several tails of silver. The stewards said in their mouths, "It's just a small gift, not a sign of respect," but there was awe and clinging in their eyes. Chen Qing thanked them one by one with fists in his hands. His expression was calm and not at all arrogant. He only asked Han to write down the list and collect the things. Immediately afterwards, among the 5 major families, the Han family and the Li family also sent people to send gifts. Their gift list was obviously much thicker, most of them were blood energy pills, and the amount of money started at 10 taels. These people are more cautious, and their words contain obvious temptation and solicitation. Chen Qing still responded calmly, neither humble nor overbearing, and accepted the gift. Welcome and send off, almost without stopping for a moment. Zhou Hao's friends Shen Zhenzhong and Lu Zed both sent disciples to send gifts. As the sun sets, the last visitor arrives. The person coming was the housekeeper of the Qing family, whom Chen Qing had met twice. When the housekeeper saw Chen Qing, he had a sincere but somewhat embarrassed smile on his face, and bowed deeply, "Master Chen. Congratulations. What a great joy." Chen Qing said, "You're welcome." Butler Chung picked up a red cloth bag from his arms. "Master Chen, my head of the family heard that you have broken through the power of energy, and he is very happy. The head of the family said that you are a rare talent that our Gaolin County can only meet in a century. Although the Qing family is a small family, I hope you will accept this offer." A 100-tael silver note held in red cloth. Chen Qing clasped his fists and said, "Chen Qing would like to thank the head of the family for his kindness." Then, the steward of the Qing family left. "This is a good thing." Han stroked the silky satin, all of which seemed like an unreal dream. Just over a year ago, she was still worried about the rice and food her son would spend on martial arts training, and she was planning to stay up late and weave more fishing nets. At that time, a bowl of thick porridge and an unpatched piece of clothing were luxuries that required careful budgeting. But now, some people are carrying generous gifts and smiling faces. Getting up the pole to deliver money home. Chen Qing simply sorted it out. Of course, his main purpose was not to remember who gave gifts, but to see who didn't. "A Qing," Han's voice was trembling as he looked at those things and whispered, "Are these sent by others?" "Just because of you. What kind of gene have you practiced?" "Mom, it's Hua gene." Chen Qing corrected in a calm tone, "Put these on, put it away," Han responded, with a bit of surprise still on her face, and then asked, "By the way, Aunt Sui Hua told me that the older generation in the Bay will rebuild the Dragon King Temple. Will you go then?" The Dragon King Temple is of great significance to the fishermen. It is a life-saving talisman in the wind and waves, and a barometer of fish abundance. Although Chen Qing, mother and son, moved away from Yazuan, the neighbors in Yazuan have never forgotten them. "Go when you have time," Chen Qing said and walked to the well. He took out the sanyang grass given by Zhou Yu, washed it carefully, and then started to cook the decoction. The water in the casserole began to bubble, and the aroma of medicine mixed with the crackling sound of firewood came out. About half an hour later, the concoction was boiled until only half a cup was left. Chen Qing blew and waited until it cooled down, then raised his head and drank it all. The spicy taste rolled down his throat and into his stomach, followed by a surge of heat. Chen Qing seemed to be able to hear his own heartbeat, hitting his chest time and time again. He tried to practice fishing toad strength. When he inhaled, the energy flowed down into the spring, and when he exhaled, the energy penetrated his arms. Diaochan Jin Deshang, for 21/500, the golden light emerged in my mind, and the progress of Diaochan Jin training has been accelerated several times. Chen Qing took a deep breath, stopped wasting time, and began to concentrate on practicing Diao toad strength. Gaolin County, County Soldier Camp. In the secret under the flickering candlelight, Pang Qinghai sat as straight as a puddle. His face was pale, and there were blood stains under the white cloth wrapped around his chest. The fatal injury, carefully planned at the River God Festival, was just a way for him to paralyze his opponent. "Sir, medicine." Pang Jiao, a close personal guard, appeared quietly and presented a bowl of thick black concoction. The pungent smell filled the secret room. "This is not a healing medicine, but a poison that maintains the illusion that he is severely injured and on the verge of death. It can perfectly simulate the symptoms of severe internal injuries and depleted qi and blood. It was because of this medicine that I was able to deceive all the Apricot Grove masters in Gaolin County. Peng Qinghai took it and drank it in one gulp without changing his expression. His throat rolled, and a thin layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. His breathing became deliberately heavy and disordered. He put down the bowl, and his voice was low but clear. How was the investigation? The fish bit the hook, sir. Peng Zhou's eyes flashed with excitement and awe. As expected, sir, the remnants of the gangsters are just a cover-up. The real big fish can't hold it back anymore. He submitted a secret report. Our people pretended to be desperados in urgent need of blood-gathering pills and successfully contacted the source. Renha Medicine Shop appears to be owned by the Li family, but the actual controller is the third room of the Huang family. They use the river transportation to mix the banned blood-gathering pills and bone erosion ointment into ordinary medicinal materials or fish catches, and distribute this medicine to major martial arts halls and gambling houses in the county, and it can make huge profits. Quickly make money to support the retainers and protect the hospital. Wu Peng, the head of the Wang Yuan Escort Bureau, secretly visited the back door of the Zhu man. Shan on the third day after the news that the captain was seriously injured and stayed for nearly an hour. On the same day, the Blood River gang received a message from the gambling house in the south of the city. The amount of special money sent by the steward of the Huang family is much higher than before. It has been found that the special products frequently delivered to Songfeng Martial Arts School include armor and crossbows, and the owner of Songfeng Martial Arts School, Shi Wenshan, is the brother-in-law of the second master of the Zhu family. There is also Mr. Liu of the Water Transport Department. After the Wu family took control of the Empress Temple Pier, they secretly investigated. Although Mr. Liu did not directly show up for many things, his confidants repeatedly released suspicious ships and secretly destroyed inspection records. We intercepted the secrets between him and the Huang family manager. The fragment of the letter mentioned that filial piety has been put into the inner treasury. And the county magistrate seems not to be completely unaware. The head of the Zhu family, Zhu Qing, frequently visited the county government house, nominally to visit patients. Not only that, but the Songfeng Martial Arts School colluded with the examiner. Mr. Liu, manipulated the lottery positions. Several young heroes whom Mr. Du Wei once valued died and disappeared. Peng Qinghai listened, looking at the map of Gaolin County, and found the precise location of the mansions of the 5 major clans. The candlelight reflected his stern profile on the wall, like a falcon waiting for an opportunity. Private drugs, ordnance, corrupting officials, colluding with gangs, meddling in martial arts, he whispered, every word carrying a biting chill. What a tangled cancer. Do you really think that my serious injury is their ladder to heaven? He picked up another secret report, which was a record of abnormal river transportation and a copy of the partially ignored manifest. Make them crazy. Peng Qinghai raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. The more severely I am injured, the more unscrupulous they will be and the more tricks they will expose. The Blood River gang is eager to divide the territory after the collapse of the Chao gang? Does Shi Wenshan want to control Gaolin completely and become a country within a country? He looked at Peng Zhou, his eyes were like lightning. Keep an eye on every batch of special goods from Renha Pharmacy, the money exchanges between the Blood River gang and the Huang family, the special products received by the Songfeng Martial Arts School, every abnormal release document from the Water Transportation Department, and the visits to the county magistrate's back house. No matter how big or small, we need ironclad evidence. Especially the source, flow, and transaction records of private medicines must be dug to the root. Follow your orders. Peng Zhou solemnly accepted the order, his figure blending into the shadow silently. The secret room returned to silence, with only the occasional crackle of candlelight. Peng Qinghai closed his eyes. The severe pain caused by the bowl of medicine was extremely real. The 5 major clans thought that his fall was the beginning of their carnival, but little did they know that this was the moment when the snare he had carefully woven tightened. On the map in front of him, Gaolin County was like an intricate chess game. Almost Peng Qinghai opened his eyes, candlelight dancing in his bottomless pupils. The next day, it snowed heavily. In front of Wang's mansion on Sifang Street, a figure stepped out of the snow. Chen Qinglu cupped his fists and said, Master Wang, stay here. Wang Ji replied with a smile, Brother Chen, don't worry. Chen Qing turned around, disappeared into the wind and snow, and walked straight in the direction of Wang Ji Buzhuang. The boy on the side came closer and murmured in a low voice, Master, this Uncle Chen, just drank a cup of tea and left? Don't ask any more questions. Wang Ji followed the retreating figure with his eyes and shook his head gently, do your duty, and there is no need to say anything about what happened today. Some words were spoken as soon as they were spoken, and each other understood it tacitly. His foundation in the Wang family is still shallow, so it is a great opportunity to have a master of Huajin come to visit and give advice like this. Chen Qing's visit to the Wang family was to seek stability for her in the future. Wang Ji is a smart man. With today's tacit tips, as long as he is still here, I expect Wang Ji will take more care of him. The wind and snow had not stopped yet, and Chen Qing arrived at the door of Wang Ji Buzhuang. He raised his hand and knocked lightly on the door knocker. Squeak. The door hinge made a sound, and a little girl about 13 or 14 years old, with a face red from the cold, poked her head out. "Who are you looking for?" the little girl asked. "Excuse me, please send a message to Yang Huanyang," Chen Qing said. The little girl said oh, retracted her head, and soon poked her head out again. "Manager Yang, please come in." In the side hall, she stepped aside to make a way. Chen Qing walked in slowly. "Who is that young man?" "Xiao Tao," a woman asked. "I don't know, I'm here to see Yang Guan," the little girl replied. "Isn't he the cousin of Manager Yang?" The woman next to her looked at Chen Qing and said. Xiao Tao's eyes suddenly widened with a trace of curiosity. Why everyone in Buzhuang knew that the young master promoted Yang Huanyang and was very polite to her. Recently, he was even a little fawning. The reason for all this was because of Yang Huanyang's cousin. Chen Qing stepped into the threshold, and the air was filled with the unique smell of washed fabrics and dyes. It was warmer than outside, but also damp and cold. He walked towards the small side hall that was used as a counting room and rest room. Opening the thick cotton curtain, a warmth mixed with the faint fragrance of ink and charcoal fire came to my face. Yang Huanyang is sitting behind an old book desk, lowering her head to check the account books. She is still wearing the same old skirt that has been washed white, but she is covered with a clean dark blue muslin cotton waistcoat, and her hair is combed more neatly than usual, showing her stewardship. Hearing the movement, she raised her head and saw that it was Chen Qing. Her eyes, which were always gentle, instantly lit up. "Ah Qing." She put down her pen and stood up quickly, with a real smile on her face. "Come in and sit down, it's freezing outside, isn't it?" She quickly walked to the charcoal basin in the corner of the room, picked up the tongs and stirred the red-hot coals in the basin to make the warmth more intense. "No need to be busy, cousin." Chen Qing sat down on the bench next to the charcoal basin. "I just came to see you. I heard that you were promoted to manager, but I haven't congratulated you in person yet." Yang Huanyang sat down next to him and combed the broken hair around her temples with some embarrassment. "Hey, it's just a promotion from the young master's family, and it's also a blessing to you." Her voice was lower. "Yes. If you are not a martial arts scholar in high school, the Wang family will not." "Cousin," Chen Qing interrupted her with a serious tone, "you can be a manager because you are diligent and reliable. It's all about your own ability. The Wang family is just follow ing the trend." Yang Huanyang felt warm in her heart, knowing that she was afraid of overthinking it. She smiled, stopped worrying about the topic, and asked, "How is Auntie? Moving to Xinjiang? Are you still used to the place?" "I've seen that place before. It's close to Zhouyuan and much cleaner. It's 100 times better than Yazi Bay." Passing the cloth piled in the corner of the side hall, she asked, "As a steward, do you not have to go into the water and beat the cloth yourself?" "Yes." Yang Huanyang nodded vigorously, her eyes turned into crescents, now mainly to check the accounts, arrange the work, check the quality, and occasionally give guidance to the new girl. Mrs. Wang, well, all the grueling work of the previous manager was eliminated. There was a sense of relief in her tone. He felt relaxed, and then he felt a little emotional. "I just sometimes look at Xiao Tao and the others, who have to soak in cold water at such a young age, and think of how I used to." Outside the window, the cold wind passed by the eaves, making a whining sound. "I still remember when I was a child in the old house, looking at the dancing charcoal fire." Yang Huanyang's eyes were a little distant, and a trace of a nostalgic smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of her mouth. "One winter, it was also such a cold day, and I secretly took my grandpa's precious cigarette pot to play with. As a result, I knocked it on the corner of the millstone, and a large piece of the spout was deflated." Chen Qing also remembered that incident. The old man was so angry that his beard stood up, and he searched for the culprit all over the yard. "That's right." Yang Huanyang thought of the scene at that time, feeling funny and a little scared. "I was so frightened that I hid behind the firewood pile and didn't dare to come out. The tobacco pole was my grandfather's pet peeve, and we wouldn't be allowed to touch it on weekdays." As a result, she turned to look at Chen Qing. "Why?" Gratitude and a hint of narrow-mindedness in her eyes. "As a result, you boring gourd stood out without saying a word, saying that you accidentally dropped it while taking it." How old was Chen Qing at that time? He was only 8 or 9 years old, dull and taciturn, but he stood up at that time. Chen Qing smiled and said nothing. Grandpa was so beaten. Remembering the way Chen Qing was beaten, Yang Huanyang lowered her voice with distress. 2 of the feather dusters were broken. "You didn't cry, and you didn't confess me. Later, it was my second aunt who found the moss from the corner of the millstone on my sleeves and guessed, it's all in the past." Chen Qingdao. "But I always remember it, Ah Qing." Yang Huanyang smiled. "Chen Qingdao, I can't watch you get beaten." His reason is simple. But these simple words made Yang Huanyang's heart feel even warmer. In the warm side hall, the charcoal fire crackled. Chen Qing looked at her cousin's old skirt that had turned white after washing. He solemnly took out a plain-colored purse from his arms and placed it on the old book table between the two of them. "Cousin, please take this." Yang Huanyang's eyes fell on her purse. She was stunned for a moment, then realized, "Aching. What are you doing? Take it back quickly." She hurriedly pushed her purse back in front of Chen Qing, with an unmistakable determination in her tone. "I am in charge now, and my monthly income is enough, so I still have some room to spare. You have just settled your aunt, and you need money for everything, so take it back quickly." Chen Qing. He didn't move, just pushed the purse back firmly, and said seriously, "Back then, you gave me the money for my dowry to practice martial arts. Now that I am capable, my cousin must accept this kindness. That little money counts." "What?" Yang Huanyang was anxious, her eyes were slightly red. "Sister, I am more happy than anything else to see what you have achieved today. I can never ask for this money, he said and went to push the purse again. This time, Chen Qing's hand moved a step faster. His generous palm pressed firmly on the purse, and also held down Yang Huanyang's stretched out hand. "Cousin, accept it. Now I can make money on my own. And if you don't accept it, I always feel like a stone is weighing on my heart." Yang Huanyang's hand was covered by his warm palm, and the heavy purse was under it. Looking at the concern in Chen Qing's eyes, she finally stopped resisting. She lowered her head and finally grasped the purse tightly. The heavy weight made her feel mixed feelings. She patted Chen Qing's arm. "A Qing is really promising." The two chatted for a while, and then Chen Qing stood up and said, "Goodbye, cousin, I won't disturb you anymore." "Then go back slowly. If you have time, you can come and sit at home." Yang Huanyang's voice was still trembling. "Okay." Yang Huanyang sent Chen Qing to the gate of Buzhuang and watched his figure disappear into the wind and snow. She stood there for a long time before turning back to the house. "My eyes fell on the purse, and my heart was still filled with complicated emotions." Yang Huanyang gently untied the laces, and after a rough count, there were as many as 50 taels. After Chen Qing came out of Buzhuang, he first bought some meat, and then walked home. He doesn't have many clothes on him, but his energy has been transformed, his qi and blood are harmonious, and his muscles, bones, and skin are all integrated into one body. This severe cold is just a breeze blowing on his face. The breath he exhaled condensed into a straight white line, lingering in the cold air for a long time. Under the old locust tree near the entrance of Yazi Bay, a shrinking figure caught Chen Qing's eyes. The man had a stooped back and was wrapped in a worn-out cotton-padded jacket that was heavily patched and had almost no original color. He wore a dogskin hat on his head. The brim of the hat was very low and the ears of the hat were drooped, which could not cover his red ears from the cold. He was carrying a simple cargo load on his shoulders. On both ends of the load were rattan baskets covered with a thick layer of snowflakes, inside which could be vaguely seen some groceries such as needles, thread, low-quality rouge, and coarse salt. The heavy burden made his shoulders tilt, and he trudged in the snow with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, and every step seemed extremely difficult. The straw sandals were already soaked through, and the toes exposed of the holes were black and blue from the cold. In the wind and snow, the man tried hard to see the road ahead clearly, and raised a face full of lines carved by the cold wind and sorrow. Looking at each other, Chen Qing's footsteps paused, and Feng Shui seemed to be stagnant at this moment. This person is none other than Liang Badu. But now, the light in my eyes has long been extinguished, leaving only the numbness after being hammered by life, and the panic and humiliation that suddenly surged when I suddenly recognized my old friend. "Ah, Uncle Chen." Liang Badu's voice was dry and hoarse, with a hint of trembling. He subconsciously wanted to straighten his back, but the heavy load pressed him further. He was trying to put down the load in a hurry. The snow was too deep and the rattan basket was tilted, and the contents almost spilled out. He hurriedly tried to help it. Chen Qing looked at this scene, took a few steps forward, stretched out his hand to steady the cargo load that was about to overturn. "Brother Badu, there is no need to be so polite." Chen Qing's voice was calm. Liang Badu finally stood firm, raised his head and looked at Chen Qing cautiously. His lips trembled, and a smile uglier than crying appeared on his face. The smile was mixed with embarrassment and humiliation. "It's Master Chen, are you back?" The sound of Master Chen was like an invisible ice wall that instantly stood between the two of them. "Chen." Qing was silent for a moment and asked, "It's freezing cold, why are you still out to sell goods?" Liang Badu rubbed his hands that were cracked by the cold, huffing, his eyes dodging and not daring to look at Chen Qing, and his voice was even tinier. "No. There is nothing we can do, Mr. Chen. There are several mouths at home waiting for him." "Third master." He paused, his throat rolled, and he swallowed the bitterness with difficulty. "If I committed a crime, I was fined and my house was confiscated. I am also here, just if I can come back, I can work as a street vendor and make a living. He was incoherent and confused, as if he wanted to pour out the grievances and bitterness accumulated in his heart, but under Chen Qing's calm eyes, he felt extremely embarrassed, and finally he could only sigh. Hey, this world is difficult, even more unbearable than that time in the reed swamp. Chen Qing looked at the extinguished light in his eyes, looked at the cargo load that crushed his youthful spirit, and seemed to see countless shadows of struggle and sinking in the quagmire of this troubled world. Destiny is such a cold-hearted changer. Chen Qing untied the coarse cloth around his waist and took out a few taels of broken silver, which he stuffed into Liang Badu's hands full of cracks and calluses without explanation. The heavy coldness in his hand made Liang Badu tremble all over. Take it, add some thick winter clothes and charcoal to your home, Chen Qingdao. It's cold and the road is slippery, go back early. Liang Badu's lips were trembling violently, wanting to say something to express his gratitude, wanting to decline, wanting to ask Chen Qing where he was employed now. Countless words were stuck in his throat. In the end, his eyes were burning. He bowed deeply and choked with sobs. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your kindness. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Chen Qing did not speak any more, but nodded slightly, turned around, and continued to walk forward in the wind and snow. This snow is falling more quickly. In the next few days, Chen Qing consolidated his realm, became familiar with the power of Hua Jin, and practiced Diao Tou Jin. Zhou Liang will also explain his own experience and insights from time to time. Chen Qing is becoming more and more proficient in mastering the power of transformation. Even the fist technique of Tong Jiquan has new insights. Some of the seemingly useless moves before are like killing moves, and the strength has also increased a lot. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and the Qinglin Club was held as scheduled. The location is the largest martial arts venue in Gaolin County, the Dianjiang Terrace located in the northeast corner of the inner city. In front of the huge arched stone gate of Dianjiangtai, there is a surge of people and a loud noise. The flags of major martial arts schools and forces rustled in the cold wind. When Zhou Liang arrived with Zhou Yuan and his party, two figures were already standing at the door waiting for each other. One person was wearing an ochre-colored outfit and a half-used leather waistcoat. He had a square face and sharp eyes like an eagle. He was Wu Peng, the chief escort of the Wang Yuan escort agency. Hung on his waist was a thick-backed sword with a simple scabbard and a faint evil aura. The other person is slightly stocky, wearing a dark blue satin gown, with thick knuckles and calluses. He is Chow Taizhan, the shopkeeper of Chowda of the blacksmith shop. He had a businessman's usual friendly smile on his face. These two people are well known in Gaolin County. They are joint witnesses of this Qinglin Association and have a respected status. Master Zhou, I've been waiting for a long time. Wu Peng clasped his fists and spoke in a loud voice. Brother Zhou, your style is even better than before. Chow Taizhan also smiled and handed over his hands, but his eyes involuntarily fell on Chen Qing behind Zhou Liang. Zhou Liang hurriedly returned the gift. I'm sorry to trouble Mr. Wu and the shopkeeper Ao to greet me in person. He took a step sideways, moved Chen Qing in front of him, and introduced, this is my disciple Chen Qing. I had a lucky break a few days ago. I brought him here to see the world today. Wu Dapeng's thick eyebrows were slightly raised, with just the right amount of surprise and approval on his face. Okay. It's really a hero. There is a successor in Zhou Yuan, so congratulations. They also heard the news about Zhou Yuan's disciple who broke through the power. So young, I don't know what his true strength is. In the eyes of others, a master of Hua Jin is a master of Hua Jin, but there is a difference. Chow Taizhan also stroked his beard and smiled and said, Young Chen has achieved such an achievement at such a young age. His future is limitless. Master Zhou, if you accept your disciple well, you will teach him better. Chen Qing is neither humble nor arrogant. He cupped his fists and bowed, Junior Chen Qing, I have met Mr. Wu. The head guard, shopkeeper Chow. I am ashamed of myself for the compliments given by my two seniors. I will need more advice from my seniors in the future. After exchanging a few words, Zhou Liang led his disciples through the tall stone gate and formally entered the core venue of the Qinglin Society. As soon as they entered the venue, the noise became even louder, and several eyes were cast towards them, some of which looked at them with scrutiny, curiosity, and even hostility. Zhou Liang walked calmly and walked straight to the main stand area due to the north. Brother Zhou. At this time, a middle-aged man with an elegant face and a temperament more like a teacher came over with a smile, looked at Chen Qing and said, Is this the breakthrough disciple Chen Qing? Yes, Zhou Liang Dao, this is Master Zhang Shiqing. Chen Qing clasped his fists. Zhang Shiqing smiled and said, You're welcome, young and talented man. The two exchanged pleasantries, and Zhang Shiqing left. The martial artist just now was in the west of the city, and he was very accomplished in the Mianyun palm passed down from his family. Zhou Liang introduced Chen Qing in a low voice as he walked. Soon, several more people came forward to chat. Zhou Liang introduced them one by one and followed his eyes in the direction of the martial arts gym. There were already several figures with calm auras sitting there, all of whom were top experts in Gaolin County. Zhao Kaishan, the master of Tianju Martial Arts School, Lu Suifeng, the master of Guangchong Martial Arts School, Lin Hongyu, the master of Hongyun Martial Arts School, Deng Feihu, the master of Jinghong Martial Arts School and other masters. The owner of Tianju Martial Arts Hall is a tall, middle-aged man who practices Kaishan Quan and is fierce and domineering. Lu Suifeng, the owner of the Guangchong Martial Arts School, has white beard and hair, a thin figure, and wears a grey cloth gown that has been washed white. At first glance, he looks like an ordinary old man. He is a veteran Huajin master in Gaolin County. His cloud finger is famous for its precision, speed, and strong penetrating power. He was once known as the #1 Huajin player in Gaolin County. It's just that now the energy and blood are declining, and the strength is no longer at its peak, but the residual power is still there. As for Lin Hongyu, the master of the Hongyun Martial Arts Gym, she is the only female gymnast in the venue. She looks to be in her 40s, and her charm is still there. Her fiery red outfit is very eye-catching. She has a tall and straight figure, and her legs are especially slender and powerful. Deng Feihu, the master of Jinghong Martial Arts Gym, is closing his eyes to rest his mind. His breath is as calm as water, as if the hustle and bustle of the outside world has nothing to do with him. In addition to Zhang Shicheng, there are several martial arts masters from the Martial Arts Academy. They are either very low-key, or they are old and have exhausted their yin, Rigi and blood. These are the real top masters in Gaolin County, Zhou Liang whispered to Chen Qing. It is rare to get together on weekdays. Today, you can get to know the Qinglin Club. Chen Qing knew that Zhou Liang introduced them carefully because he was afraid that he would suffer a big loss in the future. Chen Qing glanced at these masters and remembered their faces one by one in his mind. Old Zhou. At this time, Lu Zhe and Shen Zhenzhong came over with their disciples. Zhou Liang greeted with a smile, "I'm late." Chen Qing thought secretly in his heart, it seems that the strength of the three masters is not bad. After all, the three masters of energy have to be weighed and weighed by the general power. At this moment, a louder noise came from the entrance. The crowd automatically separates into a road. The people from Songfeng Martial Arts School have arrived. Shi Wenshan, the owner of the museum, took the lead, with a spring breeze on his face and a big smile, and kept greeting everyone around him. The disciples following him were all energetic and high-spirited. Shi Wenshan glanced across the main stand, and when he saw Zhou Liang and others, the smile on his face not only did not diminish at all, but became even more enthusiastic. He strode over and laughed loudly from a distance, "Ha ha ha. Brother Zhou. Brother Lu. Brother Shen. Long time no see. And fellow colleagues, sure is late, please forgive me." His voice was loud and his posture was very low, as if he and Zhou Liang were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. He walked closer and gave Zhou Liang a big fist. "Brother Zhou, I heard that a young talent has emerged from your hospital. What a great news. Congratulations. I am so proud of Songfeng." His eyes were sincere and his tone was sincere, as if he was truly happy for Zhou Liang and Chen Qing. However, Chen Qing, standing behind Zhou Liang, clearly captured the fleeting coldness deep in Shi Wenshan's smile. The more enthusiastic the smile, the more false it is. A biting dog really doesn't bark. Chen Qing's heart was ringing with alarm bells, but his face remained calm. Sun Shun, Zhou Yu, and other Zhouyuan disciples who were following Zhou Liang glanced at Shi Wenshan's hypocritical smile, and finally landed on the black-clad figure behind him, Goldman Sachs. When they saw Goldman Sachs's disinterested face, a chill instantly shot from the soles of the feet of all Zhouyuan disciples to the Tianling Cap Qin Lai, who was once high-spirited and extremely talented, was crushed by the man in front of him in the martial arts arena using the most vicious and cruel methods. His spine was broken, his muscles were crippled, and he ended up going crazy.